Chapter 1, Wishing Suitian would drink more calcium milk, from a cup to D cup. My name is Xiaoming, currently attending Manhwa High School in Xinhai City, a parallel world. Although it was already mid to late September, the temperature remained absurdly high. The scorching sun baked the ground until it was piping hot, with heat waves rolling through the air. In this cursed weather, no classmates were willing to go outside even after class. Who wouldn't want to stay in the classroom, enjoying the air conditioning and having a good nap? I was currently sprawled across my desk, sleeping soundly. Ding ding ding, the class bell rang, and the students hurried back to their seats. Before long, Wang Qibei, the homeroom teacher of Class 3 senior year, walked into the classroom holding lesson plans. He walked in with a faint smile still lingering, but the moment he stepped into the classroom, his face instantly turned cold. This was probably an essential skill every homeroom teacher possessed. He swept his gaze across the students in the class, rapped the lectern, and began his lecture. Talk, talk, talk. Is talking all you know how to do? How long has the warning bell been ringing? The entire hallway, only our class is the loudest. Go out and listen, which other class is like ours? With that, he turned his gaze toward me and called out, isn't that right, Xiaoming? My deskmate nudged me sharply, and with a jolt, I slammed the table and stood up, shouting, Longji, please give me a few more days. I swear I'll pay back what I owe you. The loud noise instantly silenced the entire class, leaving all my classmates staring at me in bewilderment. Staring at the scene before me, I was equally dumbfounded. Wasn't the person standing at the podium my high school homeroom teacher, Wang Qibei? Looking around at my classmates again, each face was a familiar one from my memories. I rubbed my eyes and instinctively glanced at my deskmate. What greeted me was a girl with delicate features, Suitian, my future girlfriend. Etienne, you. I looked at Suitian, who was staring back at me with a dazed expression. My heart suddenly tightened, and I couldn't help but pull her into my embrace, feeling her heartbeat and warmth. This dream was way too realistic. Just then, the entire class burst into laughter. Wang Qibei's eyelid twitched as he snapped impatiently, Xiaoming, have you been reading too many novels? Dragon Brother? Repaying debts? Sleeping in class is bad enough, but now you're harassing your deskmate by hugging her? Go stand at the back of the classroom. I froze. Could it be that I missed Suitian so much that I ended up having such a vivid dream? What are you standing there for? Get to the back now. Wang Qibei barked. I instinctively rose and moved to the rear, passing by my best friend Xin Tiansheng, who flashed me a smug grin. Gazing at the achingly familiar classroom, I pinched my thigh. Ow. It hurt. A single word flashed through my mind, rebirth. My heartbeat accelerated as everything around me felt hyperreal. It seemed I truly had been reborn. Percent. I was both shocked and overjoyed, because in my past life I had far too many regrets, failing the college entrance exams and missing out on a good university, not being able to see my grandmother one last time before she passed away. But my greatest regret of all was Suitian. Suitian was an orphan. At the age of 3, she got separated from her parents during an outing. On that day, the snowfall was as thick as goose feathers. She hid under an abandoned building, crying bitterly, shivering from the cold, and wasn't discovered by kind-hearted strangers and taken to the hospital until several hours later. The doctors and nurses at the hospital all adored her, caring for her while contacting the authorities to help her find her family. But since she only knew her own name, the search didn't go smoothly. The doctors and nurses couldn't bear to send her to an orphanage, so they pooled money to fund her education. I first met Suitian when we were 9 years old. After elementary school dismissal, she was being bullied, and I chased away her tormentors before sharing my favorite snacks with her. Finally seeing her smile, we promised to become friends who'd study and play together. But the very next day, I transferred schools due to my parents' work and lost contact with her. I didn't even know her full name. In high school when I returned to this city, finding her felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. During our senior year, she transferred to my class specifically to find me. We became seatmates, attending classes and studying together, building a close friendship. Though she never mentioned our childhood encounter for fear of disrupting my studies, she confessed everything after graduation. That's how we became lovers. But in her sophomore year, she was diagnosed with severe heart failure, and aggressive treatment couldn't save her. In the end, she closed her eyes forever in my arms. Not only did I end up deep in debt, but I also had conflicts with my parents. That's the reason I mentioned paying off debts earlier. Actually, ever since I returned to the city and entered Manhwa High School, Suitian knew about it. She had been watching over me silently from the shadows, and transferring here in our senior year was her way of leaving no regrets. Watching Suitian listening attentively in class, my heart swelled with emotion. In this lifetime, I won't allow these regrets to happen again. I'll make sure to avert the hardships of my past life. Suitian's greatest regret was never finding her birth parents. She couldn't even bring herself to eat in the cafeteria for lunch, always making do with pancakes and scallions instead. Malnourished and painfully thin, this might well have been what led to her heart failure. It's September 2018 now, with less than 300 days left until the college entrance exams. She transferred here not long ago, and we haven't had much interaction yet. At this moment, Xian Tianqing turned his head and whispered, "Hey, Mingji, what happened just now? Why did you suddenly hug your deskmate? Tell me quickly, were your chests close? How big is she? Are you soft or what? Get lost, pay attention in class." I rolled my eyes. Suddenly, a voice rang out in my head, "Ding, your system has been credited. Hello host, I am system number 002, the ultimate wish list system. This system can fulfill 6 of your wishes. Please think of 6 wishes in your mind, which can later be realized through the system. Is this real or fake?" I froze for a moment, but since I've been reborn, having a system didn't seem so strange. So, I recalled my first wish. I hoped Suitian would drink more AD calcium milk, from A all the way to D. Chapter 2, at least this way there might be some physical intimacy. The system suddenly blurted out. "You damn degenerate. You don't understand a thing." I rolled my eyes. Hand feel is so important. Yet Suitian is an A cup, barely even an A-, which probably has something to do with her eating habits. How nice it would be to have a girlfriend with D cups. Getting back on track, ever since Suitian got separated, she had longed to reunite with her parents. So, I made my second wish, that Suitian would find her biological parents and the family could be reunited. Next, I made my third wish, that Suitian wouldn't suffer from heart failure or any life-threatening illness, but instead live a long and healthy life. Fourth wish, that I could have a successful career and become the richest person in the world. Fifth wish, that my parents and grandparents would live to a ripe old age. After pondering the first 5 wishes, I grew greedy and made a 6th wish. I want 6 more wishes, happy face. The system replied, "Are you trying to exploit a bug here? I've seen shameless people, but never someone this shameless." My face flushed red. Isn't greed just human nature? Though getting 6 extra wishes was definitely impossible, I still needed to carefully plan these wishes. I made my wish. I hope the system grants me a skill every now and then, molding me into an ultimate male god. I want to be as invincible as those novel protagonists. Ding, wish has been recorded, system is generating. A crackling sound brushed past my ears as a translucent high-tech screen appeared before me, exactly like the ones described in novels. The screen displayed, host, Xiaoming height, 182 centimeters, age, 18 appearance, 99, reader's average appearance plus infinity. Wish points, 0, earned through daily check-ins or completing tasks, can be exchanged for items to fulfill your wishes. Wish store, click to open. After reviewing this data, I understand to fulfill the wish I just made, I'll need to earn wish points by checking in or completing tasks, then exchange them for items in the wish mall. With this thought, I immediately opened the wish mall. There were quite a few items inside, and I paused for a brief moment. 1 bottle of AD calcium milk corresponding to wish 1, 1000 wish points, increases the drinker's bust size by 0.5 centimeters after consumption. Clues to Suitian's parents corresponds to wish 2, 5000 wish points, usable to obtain partial clues about Suitian's parents. Heart failure miracle drug corresponds to wish number 3, 20,000 wish points, can cure heart failure. Controlled nuclear fusion corresponds to wish number 4, 50,000 wish points, obtain the core technology of controlled nuclear fusion. The Wish Mall's products are dazzling and their effects are particularly outrageous. Just as I was astonished, the system's voice sounded, "The host has not checked in today, would you like to check in now?" Yes. Ding, congratulations on successful check-in. You've received 5,000 wish points. Wow, 5,000 points is no small amount. That's equivalent to 5 bottles of AD calcium milk, enough to increase Suitian's bust size by 2.5 centimeters, pretty nice. But I didn't use it immediately. These 5,000 points could exchange for a clue about Suitian's parents. The top priority was to help her find her birth parents as soon as possible. I zoned out throughout the entire class and was still in a daze after it ended. My best friend Xian Tiancheng patted me on the shoulder with a frown and said, "Mingji, class is over. What are you spacing out for? Next is PE. Let's go to the gym to play ball." Ha! I snapped back to reality and said, "You go ahead first. I'll hit the bathroom and be right there." "Alright, let's play together when class starts," Xian Tianqing said before running out with a basketball and a few classmates. This break between classes lasted 20 minutes. I walked back to my desk and couldn't help staring at my deskmate, Sui Tian. She was reviewing the lesson content, a model student who excels both morally and academically, fully aware of how crucial grades are. She was exceptionally beautiful, and calling her the epitome of innocence and allure wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. With her hair tied in a high ponytail, she was intently engrossed in her book. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated her cheeks, making her golden strands clearly visible. When she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared. What boy could resist such a smile? Many boys at school liked her, but every confession was met with her icy rejection. In her heart, she had always cherished the memory of that boy who once stood up for her. Sui Tian noticed my gaze, frowned and turned her head to stare at me. "Are you okay?" During class, Nothing serious, I grinned. Just had a really strange dream. PE class is about to start, don't just sit in the classroom. Let's go loosen up at the gym together. Tea together? My words sent Sui Tian's thoughts spinning wildly. Could it be I had recognized her? The thought made her excited. Back when we became friends as children, she often waited for me at the school gate, but then I transferred schools. Afterwards, she kept searching for me, but never got any leads. Never imagined we'd reunite in high school. She nodded shyly, the corners of her mouth curling up to reveal those little dimples. Okay, let's go, I said with a smile. Couldn't exactly hold hands at school, Vice Principal Pan would write us up if he caught us. Besides, our current relationship didn't allow for that yet, even though I really wanted to. We walked down the stairs one after another, Sui Tian's heart fluttering like a deer, both shy and joyful. She didn't want to miss me. When we arrived at the school gymnasium, Genoa's sports facility was impressively large, the finest among local high schools, covering almost every indoor sport imaginable. We made our way to the basketball court, where several of the class heartthrobs were already playing. The sight reminded me of my past life, when Sui Tian would always wait for me with a bottle of water after basketball games with classmates every gym class without fail. At the same time, another memory surfaced. The school now emphasized holistic development of moral, intellectual, and physical education, and graduation depended partly on fitness performance. I clearly remember, in my past life, the physical education test in the first semester of 12th grade was the 3-step layup. For boys, it was easy, but for girls who had never touched a basketball, it was a nightmare. Sui Tian was a perfect example. She had never handled a basketball before, forget the 3-step layup. She couldn't even sink a single shot. In my past life, I was the one who taught her how to shoot, and that's how she passed the test. Looks like this time around, I'll have to teach her again, handsome as I am. Who knows? Maybe there'll even be some intimate physical contact. Xiaoming, the PE teacher, asked us to get the balls. The class sports committee member waved at me from afar. I responded, got it. I knew the PE teacher would announce the basketball exam this class, so I said to Sui Tian, I'll go get the balls with the sports committee member. You rest for a bit, class is about to start. Alright, go ahead. Sui Tian nodded with a smile. After I left, she frowned, wondering if I had recognized her. Following the sports committee member and a few other boys, we collected over 20 basketballs from the equipment room. By the time we returned to the basketball court, the preparatory bell had just rung. The gym teacher blew his whistle, and the students quickly lined up. Being taller than most in my class, I stood in the second to last row. After the students had lined up, Coach Liebin called out sternly, alright, everyone, attention, at ease. Today I want to inform everyone that the physical education exam for the first semester of senior year has been finalized. It's the 3-step layup, which means shooting. Great, this is easy. Yeah, exactly. Most of the boys cheered, as the 3-step layup is something anyone with hands can do. But the girls' expressions were the opposite. They had never touched a basketball before, and failing the exam could mean not getting their high school diploma. Liebin continued, don't worry, everyone, you have a whole semester to practice. The 3-step layup isn't difficult. There are plenty of basketballs on the playground. Later, you can start by handling the ball to get familiar with it. Now, using the middle student as the reference, assume gymnastic formation and disperse. After leading the students through warm-up exercises, Liebin dismissed them for this class session, letting everyone get familiar with the ball first without teaching the 3-step layup. After dismissal, most boys clustered together to play ball, while Xian Tianqing approached me with an auntie-like smile. Bro Ming, exams this term are sweet, no drills needed. Come play with us. I learned a Kobe move over summer. Wanna see? See my ass, I muttered, stealing a glance at Sui Tian's location. Playing with you's boring. I've got life-changing matters to attend to, got it? A matter of life importance? Xian Tianqing was stunned, but I couldn't be bothered to explain and walked straight towards Sui Tian. Seeing me go to find Sui Tian, Xian Tianqing's face darkened as he looked at my retreating figure with disdain and cursed under his breath. TCH, putting love before friendship, huh? At that moment, Sui Tian was sitting on a bench at the edge of the basketball court, worrying over the upcoming PE exam. I walked over and asked her. Noticing Sui Tian sitting there blankly, I asked, what's up? Why are you spacing out here instead of practicing? She sighed with disappointment. Ugh, I've never touched a basketball before. Someone as unathletic as me would probably just be wasting my time practicing. I smiled and said, don't say that, you just need a good coach. Before she could react, I grabbed her hand and pulled her up. Come on, I'll teach you. It's a perfect chance for you to see my shooting skills. With that, I started pulling her toward the court. She froze, her body instinctively rising at my tug. I could tell she hadn't expected me to suddenly grab her hand, her face flushed crimson all the way to her ears, red as an apple. She hurriedly looked for the PE teacher, afraid of being spotted. Luckily, the teacher was busy playing basketball with the boys in our class and didn't notice her. When we reached the basketball hoop, I turned to look at her and couldn't help but laugh quietly at the sight of her flushed little face. This silly girl is actually getting shy now. Though I didn't say anything, she probably doesn't even realize her face has turned red. I picked up a ball from the ground, walked over, and handed it to her. Since you're a beginner, we'll start with the simplest shooting practice first. Once you're comfortable with that, I'll teach you the 3-step layup. She nodded softly, then glanced up at the hoop before pursing her lips to ask, How do you shoot the ball? Just try throwing one first, and I'll see if there's anything wrong with your form, I said. She nodded again. Alright, I'll give it a try. I looked at her with eager anticipation as she took a deep breath, then cradled the basketball with both hands and positioned it just below her stomach. Seeing this, I couldn't help but frown. Something about this posture just didn't seem right. Then, she tilted her head slightly upward, pausing for a good 10 seconds before suddenly hurling the ball upward from beneath her stomach with all her might, kicking her calves backward in the process, a ridiculously comical spectacle unfolding right before my eyes. Mainly because, when she threw the ball, it hit the edge of the backboard and bounced back to smack her right on the head. Bang! She couldn't help but cry out, clutching her head. At that very moment, a series of ha-ha-ha laughter suddenly erupted behind me. Ha-ha-ha-ha. Shen Tianshang laughed so hard that snot dangled from his nose. With a sharp sniff, he sucked it right back in. He then came over, clapped me on the shoulder, and flashed a gleefully mischievous grin at Sui Tian. Ha-ha-ha, I'm dying of laughter. Itenjia, was that supposed to be a basketball shot? Clearly, you were tossing an embroidered ball. Though, why did your little leg have to kick up like that? As he spoke, he imitated Sui Tian's earlier movements, followed by another bout of silly laughter. I shot Sui Tiansheng a disdainful glare before quickly walking over to Sui Tian to check where the ball had hit her. Are you okay? Does it hurt? With that, I gently rubbed her little head. It's okay. She shook her head, looking somewhat shy. I told you I have no athletic talent. This is so embarrassing. Don't worry, I'll teach you, I said as I picked up the ball from the ground. Just now there were, let's say, quite a few issues with your throwing technique. Let me help you fix your form first. Okay, she nodded obediently. I placed the ball in her hands. Come on, stand at the 2-point line. Right-handed shot, hold the ball with your right hand above your shoulder, wrist cocked back, left hand supporting the side of the ball, knees slightly bent. Right foot slightly ahead of the left, eyes on the basket, then cradle the lower back of the ball with your palm, wrist cocked, forearm up, controlling the ball with your fingers or fingertips. As I gave instructions, our physical contact gradually increased. Then I stood behind her. She was about 167 centimeters tall, just under 170 centimeters with shoes on, and my frame perfectly enveloped hers. My arms reached out from either side of her shoulders as I continued. Shooting posture, extend your right arm upward, release the ball with your left hand through the fingertips, lift your heels slightly, stretch your body after releasing the ball, index finger aligned with the basket target, palm facing downward. As I spoke, my hand already covered hers, lifting the basketball above our heads. This position allowed me to catch the fragrance of her hair, and the moment I inhaled that scent, a tingling sensation ran through my entire body. This was the scent of female pheromones. Without time to dwell on it, I said, that's basically the motion, got it? Because I placed my hand on top of hers, her face had already grown hot, and her breathing became progressively faster. She nodded repeatedly, stammering, I got it. Beside us, Shen Tianshang, who had been all smiles just moments ago, suddenly stiffened. Staring at Sui Tian and me, he muttered, damn, the clown turned out to be me. I looked at Sui Tian, sensing that this girl had clearly spaced out, and asked, are you sure you understand? She shyly turned her head and happened to catch my profile. I suppose my expression was particularly serious at that moment, because when she saw my face, she couldn't help but imagine scenes from a youthful romance drama. Her lips parted slightly as she whispered, then, could you explain it to me again, please? Alright, but this time you have to listen carefully, I agreed cheerfully. Here, hold the ball with your right hand, support it with your left, and then, after correcting her movements once more, she nodded with uncertain comprehension. Shooting a basket is actually this simple. Try shooting once, following the moves I just showed you, I said. Okay. She glanced at me before shifting her gaze to the hoop. After gathering her focus for a long moment, she finally pushed the ball forward. Perhaps it was her first time and lack of experience, but she didn't use much force, causing the basketball to fly very low. I caught the ball midair and tossed it back to her. You didn't use enough strength just now. Didn't you eat breakfast this morning? Once more. I've already eaten. I'm just worried if I miss and put too much force into it, the ball might hit you in the head, she said. No way. I waved my hand dismissively. What are the odds of that? Come on, throw it again, let me see. She obediently nodded. The second time, she put quite a bit of strength into it. The basketball slammed against the backboard with a loud thud, and then, it rebounded straight into my face. Thwack! Sui Tian gasped sharply and hurried over to me, her brows furrowed with concern. Xiaoming, are you okay? Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I quickly waved my hand. It's okay, don't worry. You think I try to scam you? Just keep practicing. No, I'm done practicing. She shook her head, her expression uneasy. Does it hurt badly? Maybe I should take you to the infirmary to get checked out. I couldn't help but laugh at her clumsy expression and said, seriously, it's fine. Look at my build. You think a basketball hit would send me to the hospital? As I spoke, I flexed my muscles a little. Why, yeah, I guess so. She finally cracked a smile. Picking up the ball from the ground, I said, alright, let me show you how to shoot properly. Watch closely. Okay, she stood to the side, watching me, and I could sense a quiet contentment in her heart. I suppose being with me makes her body unconsciously secrete dopamine. This feeling is quite marvelous. To be honest, it's simply affection, a desire to be with me every single moment. Dribbling the ball, I executed a swift layup at high speed, and the basketball swished perfectly through the hoop. I walked up to her and said, so, how would you rate that shot? She replied, a 99. I give you a full mark, but I don't want you to get too proud. As she spoke, she picked up the ball from the ground and carefully mimicked the shooting posture I had just taught her. Holding the ball with her right hand, she got into shooting position, then turned her head to ask me, Xiaoming, does my form look right like this? Almost. I stepped forward and adjusted her posture slightly. Yes, just like that. Keep your eyes on the basket and get ready to shoot. She shook her head. Stay back. I'm afraid the basketball might hit your head again. Alright. I took 2 steps back. Only then did she throw the basketball. 1 second later, the basketball slammed against the backboard with a bang before dropping cleanly through the net. I watched as a smile immediately bloomed across her face, running off to retrieve the basketball from afar. Not bad at all. Seems like you've grasped the basics now. The control over the strength was good this time. Try again. I tossed the ball to Sui Tian, and she nodded with a smile. This successful shot filled her with confidence. The second time, she hit the mark with perfect precision again, but in the following attempts, she always fell just a little short. Yet, Sui Tian didn't lose heart. She had already grasped the basics, and with persistent effort, she was sure to improve. Watching her practice, I couldn't help but feel it was all worth it, especially when I saw the radiant smile on her face. Time flew by, and soon the school bell rang. The PE teacher blew the whistle to gather the students for roll call before dismissing the class. At this moment, sports committee member Wu Xiaoqian came up to me and said, Xiaoming, let's take the ball back to the equipment room together again. Sorry to trouble you. I replied, no trouble at all. I turned to Sui Tian, who was waiting for me nearby, and said, you head back first. I'll help the sports committee return the basketball. She nodded and left. Wu Xiaoqian chuckled as he watched Sui Tian walk away. Xiaoming, don't tell me you've got a thing for the study committee member. I saw you teaching her how to shoot the whole class. I laughed and said, well, what do you think? Do we look like a match? He clicked his tongue and replied, honestly, the way she treats you is different from how she treats everyone else. You two would make a good pair. But if you start dating, just make sure Dean Pan doesn't find out. I laughed and said, no worries. My classmates and I delivered the basketball to the equipment room when the system's voice chimed in, lucky moment, congratulations, host, for receiving a random lucky bag. A random lucky bag? The system screen suddenly popped open. I froze, never expecting the system to have such a lucky event. Seeing the words open the lucky loot bag now, I decisively opened it. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining 5 bottles of AD calcium milk, worth 5,000 wish points. What? 5 bottles of AD calcium milk? Wow, what a steal. Wu Xiaoqian noticed my strange expression and asked, hey, what are you grinning about? I quickly snapped out of it and shook my head. I need to go grab something from the convenience store. Catch you later. I found a quiet, less crowded spot and, using my mind, summoned the AD calcium milk. There they were 5 bottles in a pack, just like the ones sold in supermarkets. Holy moly, this isn't AD calcium milk, it's 2.5 centimeters. I chuckled as I walked back to the classroom. Sui Tian was already sitting at her desk reading. I returned to my seat and placed a carton of AD calcium milk on the table, saying, here, Etienne, you must be tired after all that basketball shooting in gym class. Have some yogurt. She looked up curiously at the AD calcium milk and asked, why did you buy this? I replied, thought I'd reward you for your great performance shooting hoops. Just then, Xian Tianqing suddenly dashed over, exclaiming, dang, Mingji, I'm thirsty too, mind if I grab a bottle? Before I could react, he opened a bottle, stuck in a straw, and started drinking. Don't! I was stunned and tried to stop him, but he dodged and said, what's up, Ming? Why are you being so stingy all of a sudden? It's just a bottle of AD calcium milk. Helpless, I asked the system in my heart, does it work if a guy drinks this? The system replied, answering host, it does have the same effect, and the effect is doubled. Doubled? That's just too ridiculous. Zuanti and Sheng quickly finished 1 bottle and said, Mingji, I'm still a bit thirsty, how about? I rolled my eyes and said, do you even have any shame? This is for my desk mate. You'd even take a girl's stuff? Sui Tian said, it's fine, I don't really like drinking yogurt. If he wants it, let him have it. Zuanti and Sheng kept staring at the AD calcium milk. I gave him an icy glare and said, alright? Stop being so shameless. Class is about to start, get lost already. He said, oh, look how stingy you are, then walked away. We're close friends and usually go to internet cafes together to play LOL. After Shen Tianshang left, I opened a bottle of AD calcium milk, inserted a straw, and handed it to Sui Tian, saying, have some too. It's so hot now, you need to stay hydrated. She looked up at me deeply, shyly took the milk with a thank you, and began drinking. I secretly glanced twice below her collarbone, thinking one bottle probably wouldn't make much difference. I'd have to make sure she drinks more in the future, aiming to help her upgrade from an A to a D. After finishing one bottle, the preparatory bell rang. I placed the remaining 3 bottles of AD calcium milk on Sui Tian's desk and said, you can keep the other 3. I don't really like drinking this stuff. She shook her head repeatedly, too embarrassed to take them. I said, you weren't like this before. When we were 9 years old, I used snacks from my backpack to cheer her up. Back then, she wouldn't stop until she'd emptied my backpack, only then would she smile. She slowly turned her head and stared blankly into my eyes. I continued, it was a long, long time ago, 3rd grade. After school, I saw a little girl being bullied by a group of kids. After I chased them away, she was still crying her eyes out. So I gave her the lollipop, chips, and yogurt from my backpack, and she stopped crying right away. That was you, wasn't it? Hearing this, Su Haitian's heart rate skyrocketed, and her face turned red. Tears welled up in her eyes. She had thought I didn't remember that incident. I asked, was I mistaken? She shook her head repeatedly and replied, you weren't mistaken, it's me, it really was me. Do you have any idea, ever since that day, I've been searching for you everywhere? But, as she spoke, tears streamed down the corners of her eyes. I quickly took out a tissue to wipe her cheeks and said, I'm really sorry. Because of my parents' work, I was transferred to another city for school the next day. I couldn't keep my promise, I truly apologize. She shook her head and said, no, it's nothing. I replied, just take the milk. Alright, the teacher's here, focus on class. At that moment, the history teacher walked up to the podium, and we quickly pulled out our history textbooks and last night's test papers. Throughout the whole lesson, both of us were distracted, thinking about each other. Speaking up might deepen our relationship, but right now, in high school, studies should still come first. In my previous life, I was obsessed with gaming and only took studying seriously in my final year of high school, scoring just over 470 on the college entrance exam. Sui Tian, on the other hand, scored over 640, even giving up prestigious 211 and 985 universities to attend a second-tier college with me. That always weighed on me as a regret, and it held her back too. But there's still a chance now, at the very least, I can make it to a first-tier university this lifetime. The class ended quickly. After class, everyone headed to the cafeteria, while Sui Tian took out her pancake rolled with scallions. I glanced over and said, is this all you're having for lunch? Come on, don't eat that. You're at an age when you're growing. Let's go to the cafeteria together. Today, I wanted to treat Sui Tian to a meal, but she repeatedly shook her head and refused, saying I didn't have much money and should go eat by myself. Knowing that forcing her wouldn't work, I said something very straightforwardly masculine, then stood up and walked toward the back door. I saw Gen Tanaka sprawled across the desk, snoring away, probably up to no good last night. I knocked on his desk and called him to join me for lunch at the cafeteria. Groggily, he blinked his eyes open and followed me out of the classroom. I planned to stop by the campus store first to buy a lunchbox. Scratching his head, Jen couldn't understand why I'd bother when the cafeteria provided trays. Without explaining, I simply dragged him straight to the store for the lunchbox before heading to the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, after getting my own meal, I packed another portion into a lunchbox. Shen Tiancheng caught on and smirked, teasing me about whether I'd fallen for Sui Tian. I didn't hide it and admitted it outright. I urged him to hurry up and eat, worried the food in the lunchbox would get cold. While eating, Shen Tiancheng mentioned how we played as a couple in penguin racing. His ID was Xiaoming's little darling, and mine was Xingxing's little sweetheart. Only then did I remember how popular the game was this year. When registering, he insisted I pick a female character, and we even got married in the game with those cringeworthy IDs. I rolled my eyes at him disdainfully, telling him to stop talking nonsense and hurry up with his meal. After the meal, I carried the takeout box back to the classroom. Many students were taking their midday nap, while Sui Tian was quietly working on her test papers, resting her cheek on her left hand as she pondered a question. I tiptoed over and placed the food box beside her desk. She looked up at me in surprise, and I grinned, saying I'd ordered too much for lunch and didn't want it to go to waste, so I brought it for her. I even opened the box for her like a gentleman. She took one glance and immediately realized it wasn't leftovers, asking if I was sure. I laughed and teased her, asking if she was rejecting me, to which she quickly shook her head. She felt guilty and wanted to pay me for the meal, but I quickly stopped her, saying she could tutor me in math after eating. She agreed immediately, and I took out my math test paper to review. I hadn't been good at studying in my past life either, and now there were indeed many problems I couldn't understand, but I planned to work hard from now on. About 10 minutes later, Sui Tian finished all the food in the lunchbox. Apparently, the wrap at noon hadn't been enough to fill her up. I told her to drink the AD calcium milk if she was thirsty, and that I'd wash the lunchbox. She tried to snatch it from me but couldn't win the tug-of-war. She looked at everything I'd done for her and thanked me. I asked her to explain the problem I didn't understand, and she rolled her eyes, saying the math teacher had just covered it in first period. Embarrassed, I admitted I hadn't been paying attention in class. She pulled out her notebook and worked through the formulas, taking 15 minutes to explain the difficult problem until I finally understood it. She asked if I had any other questions, so I flipped open some past college entrance exam questions and asked her to go over the next 3. After studying them for a moment, she said she had solved them but wasn't sure if they were correct, then she started walking me through them again. She spent the entire lunch break enthusiastically explaining problems to me, never once showing impatience. Watching her earnest expression, my heart felt warm, and I secretly vowed not to let her down. Time flew by, and by 6 in the evening, school was over. Sui Tian packed her bag, smiled, said see you tomorrow, and even thanked me for today's lunch. I told her not to mention it and said see you tomorrow. Blushing, she gripped her bag straps and left the classroom with quick, small steps. I watched her retreating figure, somewhat mesmerized. Su Tiancheng gave my shoulder a slap, teasing me for being smitten with the class monitor. I told him to go play somewhere else and stop gossiping, then left the school with him. We parted ways at the fork in the road, and 15 minutes later, I arrived outside the residential complex. Facing the entrance of the complex, I took a deep breath. In my past life, because Sui Tian suffered from heart failure, I took out numerous online loans to cover her medical expenses, causing a rift with my parents. They were just ordinary wage earners, driven to distraction over my debts, and I felt terribly guilty toward them. Luckily, things would be different this time. I entered the complex, went to Building 2, entered Unit 3, and pressed the elevator button for the 15th floor. Just as I pulled out my key and opened the door, a feather duster came flying straight at my face. I suddenly remembered something, my expression changed, and I cursed inwardly, holy shit, why is it today? Chapter 7, a new clue about Sui Tian's parents. At the start of senior year, because this semester was dedicated to review, the school had ordered a lot of study materials for them. The cost of the materials was 400 yuan in total. Then Xiaoming exaggerated the amount by 200 to swindle some pocket money from his dad. 600 yuan wasn't a big deal for most parents, so they would just give it to him directly. Xiaoming's dad happened to be a henpecked husband who handed over his entire salary every month, usually not even having $100 in his pocket. Therefore, Xiaoming still needed to apply to his superior for the materials fee. This time, Xiaoming's old man also got greedy, adding another 600 on top of the original 600, just like his son, hoping to pocket some extra cash. The sudden sum of 1200 yuan immediately caught the attention of Xiaoming's mom. What kind of materials cost 1200? Xiaoming's mom directly called the homeroom teacher, and in the end, the truth came to light. That's also why a feather duster suddenly flew out. At this moment, Xiaoming's mother, Zhou Yanwen, was chasing his father with a belt in hand. Xiao Guosheng covered his head while dodging and pleaded, honey, I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. Like father, like son. The little one lies to me, and the old one lies to me too. If I hadn't called the homeroom teacher, both of you would have gotten away with it. If apologies worked, then what's the point of this belt? At that moment, Zhou Yanwen happened to see Xiaoming, who had already opened the door. She suddenly halted all her movements and smiled at Xiaoming. Oh, my son, you're back. Xiaoming had a bad feeling. He froze for a moment. Huh? Mom, are you busy? I'm going to my room to do homework. Don't mind me. As he spoke, Xiaoming took a sharp breath and shuffled towards his bedroom with quick, cautious steps. When he was less than 2 meters from the bedroom door, Zhou Yanwen's voice suddenly called out from behind him. Halt! Xiaoming stiffened in place, frozen under his tigress mother's furious roar. A chill ran down his spine. Danger. 1 minute later. Snap. Crack. A keyboard and a washboard landed on the floor with a clatter. Zhou Yanwen stared coldly at Xiao Xiao and Lao Xiao. Kneel for half an hour. If either of you dares lie to me again next time, 30 minutes won't be enough to settle it. No dinner tonight, figure it out yourselves. Also, Xiaoming, I've already given teacher Wang your 400 yuan materials fee. Don't forget to do your homework after you finish kneeling. And Lao Xiao, you're sleeping in the living room tonight. With that, she turned and walked into the bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Xiaoming and Xiao Guosheng glanced at each other simultaneously. What could they do? That was just the family hierarchy these days. Zhou Yanwen Wangkai, dog, Xiao Guosheng Xiaoming. In other words, he and his father aren't even as good as the family dog. Dad, you too, why did you lie to mom? You're no different either. Doesn't your old man smoke and drink just the same? The Xiaomi camera on the TV stand rotated intermittently. Zhou Yanwen was watching them. Neither Xiaoming nor his father dared make a move, kneeling obediently on the keyboard and washboard. Half an hour later, Xiao Ming and Xiao Guosheng finally took a deep breath and slowly stood up. When the tigress throws a tantrum, no one can really handle her. After putting away the keyboard and the washboard, Xiao Ming said, "Dad, we shouldn't go hungry tonight either. Rest for a while, and I'll let you taste my cooking skills." "Can you cook?" Xiao Guosheng looked at Xiao Ming with surprise. Xiao Ming nodded. "Yeah, learned from my phone. Not sure if it'll work out, but might as well try. At least it'll taste better than yours." Xiao Guosheng was momentarily stunned. This little brat had eaten plenty of his cooking before, how dare he say it tastes bad? "It doesn't matter anymore." Xiao Guosheng shook his head. Since his son was personally cooking, it just meant he wouldn't have to bother with the kitchen work himself. As for whether Xiao Ming's cooking would be tasty or not, it didn't really matter. At worst, they could always order takeout. Xiao Ming had already stepped into the kitchen. Back in his past life, Sui Tian's health had begun to decline shortly after the start of their second semester freshman year. Back then, he had rented an off-campus apartment just to take care of her. He usually cooked for Sui Tian, so naturally he had developed decent culinary skills. There was still some pork left in the fridge. Checking that all the seasonings were quite sufficient, Xiao Ming decided to make braised pork. Braised pork was his signature dish and also Sui Tian's favorite. Xiao Ming placed the meat on the cutting board, then took out a piece of ginger and a small bowl of rock sugar. After cutting the meat into chunks and slicing ginger, he blanched the meat, caramelized sugar, and added everything to the pot. Each step felt incredibly familiar, almost as if he was cooking for Sui Tian. Once everything was in the pot, he turned the gas flame down a bit. The sauce needed about 40 minutes to reduce, so he also added rice and water to the rice cooker and started it. 40 minutes later, both the rice and braised pork were ready. Xiao Ming plated the braised pork and brought it to the dining table. The rich aroma in the air instantly drew Xiao Guosheng over. He quickly went to the dining table and looked at the braised pork in the dish, his expression showing some surprise. "Son, did you make this? Could it have been you who did this?" Xiao Ming nodded with a smile. "Dad, try it and see how my cooking is." "Wait, let me call your mother." With that, Xiao Guosheng ran outside the bedroom, tried to turn the doorknob but found it locked. He knocked on the door. "Honey, our son made a plate of braised pork, come out and try it." Crack! The door opened. Xiao Ming's mother had also been watching him hustle through the camera. She walked to the dining table with a skeptical look and was equally surprised when she saw the braised pork in the plate. It was genuinely peculiar. Xiao Ming, who never cooked, had suddenly prepared a whole pot of braised pork. Woof! Woof! The family corgi, following Zhou Yanwen's steps, came under the table, its stubby legs stretching tirelessly yet unable to climb onto the chair. Xiao Ming grinned. "Alright, stop staring, Mom. Have a seat, I'll serve the rice. Today, you're tasting my cooking." As he spoke, he scooped the rice from the rice cooker and brought it to the dining table. After sitting down on the chair, Xiao Ming said, "Mom, Dad, hurry up and try my cooking." Both Zhou Yanwen and Xiao Guosheng were eagerly anticipating the taste of Xiao Ming's dishes. His mother picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in her mouth. After chewing lightly, her eyes instantly lit up. The braised pork was fragrant without being greasy, slightly sweet in flavor, and genuinely delicious, so much so that it could be said to surpass her own culinary skills. Xiao Guosheng was stunned after taking a bite. It's safe to say that Xiao Ming's cooking skills surpass even those of some professional hotel chefs. "So, Mom and Dad, what do you think?" Not bad at all," Xiao Guosheng couldn't stop praising. "Never would have guessed it, kid. You're actually quite talented at this, aren't you, honey? Get lost." Zhou Yanwen's anger hadn't completely dissipated yet, but after tasting Xiao Ming's braised pork, most of her displeasure melted away. The braised pork their son made was truly delicious. Given his grades, he probably wouldn't get into any decent university. They wondered if sending him to the new Oriental Culinary School would do any good. There's a saying that goes, "Man is iron, rice is steel." In parents' eyes, a chef will never starve. Although Zhou Yanwen remained silent, Xiao Ming could tell from her expression that his mother was quite astonished. After the meal, Xiao Ming returned to his bedroom. Even now, he still put Sui Tian first in his thoughts. Sitting down on the chair, Xiao Ming declared, "System, I want to exchange 5,000 wish points for a clue about Sui Tian's parents." System, exchange successful. Chapter 8, Does this homeroom teacher have eyes in the back of his head? As the system's announcement concluded, the virtual screen before him opened simultaneously. Clue, Sui Tian's parents are one man and one woman. Xiao Ming couldn't help but freeze at the words that appeared on the system screen. Damn, isn't this just stating the obvious? Whose parents aren't a man and a woman? This clue is ridiculous. Xiao Ming, system bro, this ain't how we play the game. Whose parents aren't a man and a woman? At this moment, Xiao Ming felt like he'd gotten the short end of the stick with this clue exchange. Might as well exchange it for 5 bottles of AD calcium milk. Just then, the text on the screen changed. Clue, Sui Tian's parents are in Jiangbei province. Jiangbei province? Xiao Ming froze. He was currently in Jiangbei province, so it made sense that Sui Tian's parents were also there. But Jiangbei province had a total of 11 cities. This clue's range was way too vague. Big Brother system, any more? System, current clues provided are complete. Oh, Xiaoming fell into deep thought. Currently, the system had only given him a general range, but as he exchanged for more clues in the future, this range should gradually narrow. To find out the exact location of his parents, it seems like I'll need to exchange for many more clues. In other words, he needed to earn more wish points. Of course, Xiaoming didn't dwell on it too much. This matter couldn't be rushed, so he opened his school bag and began doing his homework. The next day, bang! Xiaoming, what time is it and you're still not up? Aren't you going to school today? Xiaoming's mom, Zhou Yanwen, kicked open his bedroom door with a loud bang, her tone filled with irritation. At the same time, Xiaoming abruptly opened his eyes. What time is it? He glanced at the phone by the bedside and realized, holy shit, it was already 7:30. The morning study session had already begun 10 minutes ago by 7:20. Damn, I'm not used to being reborn yet and forgot to set the alarm. Looking at the fierce Zhou Yanwen before him, Xiaoming scratched his head and said, Mom, I was doing homework late last night, don't be mad, I'll get up right now. Zhou Yanwen gave him an icy glare, her face full of disdain as she said, every week you're late once or twice. I've packed your breakfast in the lunchbox, don't forget to eat it at school. I'll have your dad drive you later. Hurry up and get up. Sigh, okay. Xiaoming quickly dressed and got out of bed, while Zhou Yanwen also left his room. His mom had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Though usually strict, she truly loved him. After all, no parent could ever stop loving their child. After getting up, Xiaoming casually brushed his teeth and washed his face, then picked up his backpack and headed to the living room. By then, Zhou Yanwen had already packed breakfast into a lunchbox, and Xiao Guosheng had finished eating, fully prepared to leave at any moment. Dad, let's hurry. Who knows if we'll make it before morning reading ends. Hurry up. The father and son soon went downstairs and got into the car in the underground garage. It was the peak of morning rush hour. Although his home wasn't too far from the school, the roads were packed with stop-and-go traffic. By the time the car pulled up to the school gates, it was already 7:48. There were only 2 minutes left before morning reading ended. It's over. Dad, I'm out of here. Xiaoming flung open the car door, grabbed his backpack and lunchbox, and sprinted toward the school building. Hurrying up the stairs and rounding the hallway corner, he suddenly came to an abrupt halt. At that moment, his homeroom teacher appeared to be angrily lecturing someone. Xiaoming cautiously peeked around and spotted his best friend Xian Tiancheng being scolded. At that moment, Wang Qibei was scolding him with his back turned. Xian Tiancheng said hesitantly, Teacher, you might not believe me, but, last night I dreamed I was listening to your lecture, and I was so engrossed that I didn't wake up on time today. Shut up! Wang Qibei looked at him with undisguised disdain. What nonsense! Xian Tiancheng, have you forgotten you're a repeat student? You're currently ranked last in the class, and dreaming about me lecturing to you? I think you stayed up too late gaming and couldn't wake up. He. Xiaoming covered his mouth and laughed. For some reason, seeing the idiot get scolded just made him feel delighted. Taking advantage of Wang Qibei not noticing him, he quietly tiptoed, preparing to sneak in. But just at that moment, Wang Qibei suddenly spoke, Xiaoming, stop right there. Hearing Wang Qibei's voice, Xiaoming froze momentarily. Damn, does our homeroom teacher have eyes on the back of his head? Absolutely insane. Xiaoming's face darkened as he slowly turned his head, locking eyes with Wang Qibei. Wang Qibei shrugged with a smirk. Well, if it isn't Xiaoming, did you really think you could slip past me right under my nose? Look at that bird's nest on your head, must have just rolled out of bed, huh? He glanced at his wristwatch. Morning study ends at 7:50, and here you are at 7:49. What's the matter? Coming to ring the class dismissal bell yourself? Beside them, Xian Tiancheng snickered, prompting Wang Qibei to whirl around. What's so funny? No wonder you're buddies who always play together, even late together. Both of you hand me 1,000-word self-criticism essays by dismissal, or you're not leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, the class dismissal bell conveniently rang. Wang Qibei glanced at the lunchbox in Xiaoming's hand. Alright, hurry inside and eat, finish your meal before class starts. Wang Qibei let out a sigh and walked toward the office, while Xiaoming furrowed his brow slightly. Damn it, do you think Teacher Wang has eyes on the back of his head? Quite possibly. Xian Tiancheng suddenly felt something was wrong. Hey, wait a minute, why are you later than me today? At this point, Xian Tiancheng flashed a knowing look and said, I get it now. You didn't do anything good yesterday, did you? Went on a date with Miss Five Fingers instead, huh? Let me tell you, you need to control yourself with that sort of thing. Be careful, or you won't be able to stand up later. What'll you do when you can't please your wife? Get the hell out of here. Xiaoming rolled his eyes. Who knows what's going through this damn animal's mind all day long? Xiaoming ignored him and unconsciously turned his gaze toward Sui Tian as he entered the classroom. Meanwhile, Sui Tian noticed him too. Returning to their seats, Sui Tian beside him couldn't resist asking, what's going on today? you've never been this late before, are you feeling sick? As she spoke, she instinctively reached out to touch Xiaoming's forehead. No, no. Xiaoming shook his head slightly, forgot to set the alarm and overslept. With a physique like mine, how could I possibly get sick? Fair enough. She glanced at the lunchbox on Xiaoming's desk. Alright, hurry up and eat your breakfast. There's only 15 minutes left before the prep bell rings. Got it. Xiaoming's stomach was growling with hunger at this point. Upon opening the lunchbox, he discovered 2 duck legs inside, along with the braised pork he had made the night before and some rice. In the very bottom layer, there was also a small bowl of soy milk. The food was still warm, and when he opened the lunchbox, the aroma filled the air instantly. Xiaoming glanced at Sui Tian out of the corner of his eye. Right now, the girl was staring longingly at the lunchbox. He turned his head. By the way, Etienne, did you eat breakfast this morning? I've already eaten. Gurgle gurgle. As soon as these words were spoken, a sudden rumbling sound emerged from Sui Tian's stomach. Sui Tian pressed her lips together, her expression slightly displeased. Why did her stomach have to embarrass her like this? Hearing the breakfast alarm from Sui Tian's stomach, Xiaoming asked, why lie? I can't possibly finish all this breakfast myself. How about we share some? Sui Tian shook her head. No need. This braised pork is my own cooking from last night, give it a try. Oh, and here's the lunchbox I bought yesterday. We can split it. As he spoke, Xiaoming had already taken the lunchbox from the drawer. Really, there's no need. You have it. At this moment, Xiaoming suddenly stopped what he was doing and stared directly into Sui Tian's eyes. What, do you dislike me now? And no, it's fine. Sui Tian was dumbfounded. How could she possibly dislike him? Xiaoming, alright, no need to explain, I get it. You definitely dislike me now. I really don't. Just then, suddenly, a duck leg was stuffed into Sui Tian's mouth. She barely had time to react before her mouth was stuffed with the duck leg. Xiaoming pinched her cheek gently and coaxed softly, then be a good girl and eat properly. Chapter 9, The System's Divine Assistance? Swish! Sui Tian's cheeks flushed red once again. It became scorching hot in an instant. Having Xiaoming holding her face, this sensation felt truly strange. Xiaoming, I really... Sui Tian was about to say something more when Xiaoming made a shushing gesture. Shoo, look around, quite a few classmates are staring at us. Hearing this, Sui Tian froze for a moment. She raised her head slightly and rolled her eyes. Just as Xiaoming had said, many people around were staring at them. Seeing this, Sui Tian immediately behaved herself and asked in a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum, Xiaoming, do you think our classmates will misunderstand? You never know, Xiaoming said with a playful grin. Based on my years of experience, they might speculate about our relationship. What should we do then? Seeing how nervous this girl was, Xiaoming immediately realized she must have thought about that particular kind of relationship. What do you mean, what should we do? We're just ordinary classmates. Let them guess if they want. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Sui Tian visibly deflated. Why yeah, you're right. Xiaoming said, I really can't finish this. Come on, eat up quickly. First period is math class, you'll need energy to focus, right? After speaking, Xiaoming started gnawing on another duck leg. As for the earlier scene, their classmates just chuckled and brushed it off. Scenes like this, playful bickering, often happened in class. The students weren't fools. The way Xiaoming treated his deskmate made it obvious he had feelings for Sui Tian. Since they were all part of the same class, no one would be dense enough to go running to the teacher about it. After all, which class didn't have a few couples dating during school days? Not wanting her classmates to misunderstand, Sui Tian couldn't bring herself to say anything further. As she ate the meal Xiaoming had given her, her eyes kept stealing glances at him, her heart overflowing with gratitude. Apart from the doctors and nurses at the hospital, Xiaoming was the only one who treated her with such kindness. 10 minutes later, Xiaoming had already polished off everything from his breakfast. He glanced at Sui Tian's lunchbox. The girl had also finished every last bite of her meal. Xiaoming turned his head. How is it? Did you like the braised pork I made? Was it really you who did it? Wait. Xiaoming smiled as Sui Tian still had a grain of rice stuck at the corner of her mouth. He reached out and gently removed it for her. Of course it's my cooking. Why would I lie? If you don't believe me, I'll take you to my place next time and cook for you personally. As he spoke, he pulled out a tissue. Wipe your mouth, there's still some grease there. Thank you. With just a few minutes left before class, Xiaoming glanced at the clock on the blackboard. Alright, class is about to start. I'm going to rinse my lunchbox now. You should take out your math test paper to review. No worries. With that, he picked up both their lunchboxes. As he passed by the back row, he kicked Su Tianqing's foot. Come on, beast, let's go wash the lunchboxes with me. Oh, Su Tianqing was somewhat reluctant, but he still stood up. The two left the classroom and arrived at the sink outside the restroom. Su Tianqing couldn't help but ask, Ming, dude, this is something. I mean, I know you're pursuing Sui Tian, but why does it all feel kind of weird to me? Something's off, isn't it? Xiaoming furrowed his brow. What's weird about it? It's just, I feel like it's somewhat. Xian Tiansheng hesitated to say the word out loud. Instead, he mimed licking an ice cream cone, then imitated a dog barking twice. Woof woof. Of course Xiao Mingyue understood what he meant. Rolling his eyes, he said, fuck off. Xiao Ming shot Xian Tiansheng a disdainful glance. Have you forgotten Sui Tian's family background? I'm just showing her some care, don't you get it? Only a few people at school knew about Sui Tian's circumstances, since she received almost every scholarship and financial aid each year. Her classmates knew more or less about her situation. Yeah, whatever you say is right, Xian Tiansheng added, but the class study monitor is really great, pretty and kind. Brother Ming, you should step up your game and try to score quickly, huh? Hearing this, Xiao Ming fell into speechlessness again. He had already obtained this kind of thing in his previous life. Now was not the time to talk about it, though he really wanted to. 3 out of 5 sentences you say have sexual innuendos, how pure indeed. After washing the lunchboxes, the warning bell had already rung, and the two of them returned to the classroom ready for class. As he took his seat, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered he hadn't checked in today. He muttered to himself, System, I want to check in. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 1,000 wish points. So little? It takes 1,000 wish points to exchange for 1 bottle of AD calcium milk. Compared to yesterday's 5,000, it's indeed much less. At the same time, the system's voice sounded once again. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating a mission. Mission? Mission. Since most items on the host's wishlist are related to Sui Tian, the host is requested to invite your deskmate for a date tomorrow to deepen your relationship. ? Seeing this mission, Xiao Ming froze instantly. Divine assistance from the system? Xiao Ming asked, System, are there any rewards for completing this? Yes, we do. Reward after successful invitation, clue about Sui Tian's parents X1, random lucky bag. Reward after completing the date, 2,000 wish points. Seeing this reward, Xiao Ming had no reason not to go. Giving him a clue about Sui Tian's parents would save 5,000 wish points. Then wouldn't it be great to exchange the saved points for AD? Taking advantage of the teacher not being here yet, Xiao Ming turned his head to look at his deskmate. Etienne, are you free tomorrow by any chance? Sui Tian curiously turned her head, and Xiao Ming continued. Tomorrow is Saturday, and you know my grades, so I was thinking maybe you could help me with some extra studying. Let's go to the library together tomorrow. Sui Tian blinked her eyes. Now she worked part-time at Mishue Ice Cream and Tea every weekend, earning 50 yuan a day. But what was a part-time job compared to tutoring the boy she liked? Without hesitation, she nodded with a bright smile. Sure, then, let's go to the library together tomorrow. Alright, I'll treat you to a meal. Xiao Ming wasn't too surprised, after all he knew this girl all too well. A bit silly, you could say she was a naive sweetheart. Of course, this was only when she was by his side. Without him, she was quite an independent young woman. The vulnerable side is only revealed to those one truly cares about. Right at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, congratulations host on a successful invitation. You've gained an opportunity to obtain clues about Sui Tian's parents, along with a mysterious lucky bag. Hearing about the lucky bag, Xiao Ming flashed a mischievous grin. Yesterday's lucky bag gave him 5 bottles of AD calcium milk. No idea what's inside today. Speaking of which, he glanced at Sui Tian's chest below. This girl has already drunk 2 bottles. Logically speaking, there should be some effect by now, right? In short, he hasn't noticed anything yet. Host, would you like to open the lucky bag immediately? Yes. Chapter 10, Stealing His Old Man's Secret Stash. Congratulations, host. You've opened the lucky bag and obtained good luck vouchers X3. Lucky ticket? What's that? Xiao Ming's mind was suddenly filled with this question, just as the system began explaining. You can use a luck coupon for a specific task. After using it, your luck will increase when carrying out that task. For example, participating in a certain lottery event increases the probability of winning the grand prize. Note, this item can be used on anyone. Damn, that's insane? This thing must be kept carefully. If I used this during the college entrance exam, would guessing on multiple-choice English questions also yield a higher probability of getting them right? Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel helpless when he thought about his English scores. To put it bluntly, his current English proficiency was worse than an elementary school student's. Without further thought, the system's virtual screen remained visible, displaying. The clue about Sui Tian's parents has been automatically displayed for you. Clue 1, Sui Tian's father has no formal job. He makes a living through manual labor. Clue 2, Sui Tian's mother operates a mobile food stall. This concludes the current clue. Labor? A food stall? Seeing that Sui Tian's father didn't have a formal job and earned his living through manual labor, Xiao Ming suddenly thought of a movie. That's right, it was Lost in Love, starring Andy Lau. Perhaps Sui Tian's father was just like Lei Ziquan in the movie, riding a motorcycle with missing person posters, traveling across the world in search of his daughter. At this thought, Xiaoming felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, while also hoping to see Sui Tian reunited with her parents soon. Before long, the math teacher entered the classroom with the lesson plan in hand. By the time Xiaoming snapped back to reality, he noticed a white rabbit milk candy had been placed on his desk. It definitely wasn't there when he returned from washing the lunchbox. Clearly, this white rabbit candy had been left by Sui Tian. She was currently flipping through the test paper attentively. Noticing Xiaoming's gaze on her, she frowned and said, "Ha, why are you staring at me? Hurry up and take out your math test paper, the teacher's about to start lecturing. There aren't any problems written on my face. Because you're good looking, that's why." Hearing these words, Sui Tian couldn't help but hunch her shoulders slightly. Her cheeks also flushed with a faint rosy hue. Indeed, she was feeling shy. She looked quite adorable when shy, her entire face radiating bashfulness. After all, no girl dislikes being complimented. Such smooth talk. Pay attention to the lecture. I was only speaking the truth. Xiaoming didn't say anything more, as class wasn't the time for flirtatious banter. After class, Xiaoming finished writing the 1,000-word self-criticism and handed it over to Wang Qibei. Wang Qibei was usually extremely strict. If you didn't submit your self-criticism, what awaited you at home was a thrashing with the 7 wolves belt. Time flies, and it's already 6 in the afternoon. The school gate was completely congested with cars, as many parents came to pick up their boarding children. A few minutes later, 2 figures stepped out of the school gate and paused at a crossroads. "Etienne, don't forget our appointment tomorrow." "Don't worry, I won't." Sui Tian turned her head to look at Xiaoming. The setting sun happened to be illuminating his face at that moment, and the sight made her heart flutter uncontrollably like a startled fawn. Her gaze shyly avoided meeting Xiaoming's eyes. "Let's meet here at 8 tomorrow morning, and you mustn't be late, okay?" "Don't worry, I won't be late." "Then it's settled." Sui Tian glanced at the bus stop sign nearby, just as bus number 24 was pulling up. "The bus is here, I'll go ahead. You should head home quickly too so your mom doesn't worry." With that, she smiled and waved at Xiaoming before dashing off toward the bus stop. Sui Tian's pigtails bounced vivaciously as she walked. Watching her receding figure, Xiaoming felt an indescribable sensation welling up inside him. Beneath her outwardly cheerful demeanor, he knew this girl wasn't truly happy. Shaking his head, Xiaoming walked toward his home. Early the next morning, at 7 o'clock. Buzz buzz. "Good morning. Today is September 22nd, 2018, 7 o'clock sharp. Friday. Sunny weather with temperatures." Xiaoming's phone rang by his pillow. Groggily, he fumbled for it and turned off the alarm. "Ah-hoo." Sitting up with a yawn, Xiaoming rubbed his eyes and began getting dressed. Sui Tian lived quite far from Manhwa High School. That girl would definitely arrive early, and he didn't want to keep her waiting long. After getting dressed, Xiaoming quickly brushed his teeth in the bathroom. Not in the mood for breakfast, he suddenly froze when he reached into his pocket. "Damn, I'm broke." Right now he only had 22 yuan and 8 mao in his pocket, probably the worst-off protagonist in all of Rebirth novels. Today was supposed to be his date with Sui Tian. As for the date budget, well, 2 cups of milk tea, 30 yuan. Cab fare, 60 yuan. Street snacks 50. Dinner 200. Movie tickets 70. Hotel 200. It's 610 in total. No wait, no hotel, it's 410. One time 410 isn't scary. What's scary is it's always 410. With only 20 bucks to his name, how the hell is that enough for a date? Ah, right. Just then, Xiaoming suddenly remembered something. He vaguely remembered that his father, Xiao Guosheng, seemed to have hidden some secret savings somewhere. "Sorry about this, Dad." If Xiaoming's memory served him right, his father had stashed the money in 3 different places. First, in the lining of his mother's frequently used Septwolf's jacket. 2, under the toilet sink cover. 3, the most dangerous place is the safest, hide it directly under the insole of Zhou Yanwen's shoe. Honestly, due to his dad's household status, his father usually cleaned the shoes, so the money hidden under his mom's insoles had never been discovered. With that thought, Xiaoming tiptoed to the door of his parents' bedroom. His dad's snoring could still be heard inside. Making sure his father was still sound asleep, Xiaoming crept to the shoe cabinet by the front door. After rummaging around for a while, he pulled out Zhou Yanwen's black winter boots. Removing the insoles, he indeed spotted 200 yuan bills tucked inside. Holy crap, there really is! Xiaoming's face lit up with joy as he quickly pulled out the insole of the other shoe. Just like the first shoe, there were also 200 yuan bills tucked inside. 400 yuan is definitely enough to go out with Sui Tian today. Dating Sui Tian wouldn't cost much, she's always been frugal. Even in their past life, she never let Xiaoming spend much on her, rarely accepting gifts from him. Even so, Xiaoming would still prepare little surprises for her. You can't have a relationship without a sense of romance. With these 400 yuan in hand, Xiaoming was in high spirits. Of course, his dad wouldn't check the shoe cabinet too often. Getting caught after too many checks would be the end of him. Xiaoming quickly dashed into his bedroom, stuffed a 53 test questions book into his satchel, grabbed some tissues, a power bank, and since it was sunny today, he didn't forget to bring sunscreen along. Soon after, he left the house. Chapter 11, As you think in your heart, so you dream in your sleep. The morning temperature wasn't too high, and the breeze felt particularly pleasant on the skin. Xiaoming's home wasn't far from school, and by around 7:40 a.m., he had arrived at the gates of Genoa No. 1 High School. From a distance, he spotted Sui Tian sitting on the bus stop bench, with a school bag beside her. She was reading so intently that she didn't even notice Xiaoming approaching. Today, Sui Tian had also changed into a new outfit, a loose white long-sleeved shirt paired with light blue jeans and white sneakers. She still wore her hair in her favorite ponytail, radiating youthful vitality. Xiaoming slowed his pace and moved closer. Perhaps she was too absorbed in her studies to notice his approach. He walked around to Sui Tian's back and leaned in, only to find her solving a rather difficult math problem. Xiaoming wore a mischievous grin as he brought his mouth close to Sui Tian's ear. Hey, studying this early in the morning? So diligent, aren't you? Ha! Sui Tian was startled by Xiaoming. She quickly looked up and, seeing it was him, frowned and pouted, saying, You're the worst, you scared me. I scared you on purpose. Doing homework like this will damage your spine, don't you know? Sui Tian pouted her lips slightly. Oh, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Adopting an apologetic expression, Sui Tian's face revealed to Xiaoming that she had actually put on makeup. I applied some foundation, mostly without blending it evenly. The lipstick color is a bit too bold, it looks strange. My makeup technique is indeed quite mediocre. Oh dear, you're actually wearing makeup? Well, Sui Tian grinned and said, I borrowed some makeup from the nurse at the hospital. Do I look pretty now? Yes. Xiaoming didn't have the heart to point it out. Hearing his praise, she revealed two faint dimples. Let's hurry to the library. Wait, did you bring the test papers? Don't worry, I've got them all. Xiaoming patted his satchel, then I'll call a cab. We'll go to the Xinhua Library on Minqing Road. There's a plaza nearby where we can grab lunch at noon. Ha! Sui Tian frowned and countered. I don't think we need a cab, the library isn't that far. We can just walk. As for lunch, it's my treat. At school, Xiaoming had already treated her to 2 meals, so Sui Tian had decided to treat him to lunch in return. That works too. Xiaoming didn't refuse. Walking with a girl he liked was also a kind of pleasure. Then let's go. As she spoke, Sui Tian had already stood up, slung the beige backpack over her shoulder, and trotted forward with small, quick steps. Xiaoming quickly caught up with her, walking side by side. At this moment, he was looking for an opportunity to hold Sui Tian's hand. Physical contact can quickly enhance the relationship between two people, and soon, the opportunity came. Whether Sui Tian did it on purpose or not, she kept walking forward as if she hadn't noticed the traffic light turning red across the intersection. Etienne! With those words, Xiaoming grabbed her hand and held her firmly. Ha! Only then did Sui Tian snap out of it. Turning to Xiaoming with dazed eyes, she asked, what's wrong? You tell me what's wrong. Xiaoming was somewhat speechless. The silly girl was really too dumb for words. Look at the traffic light across the street. Hearing this, she whipped her head around and, seeing the red light, gave an awkward smile. I was just thinking about the question from earlier and got distracted. I don't even know what to say to you. Don't let your mind wander while walking. What if something happens? I was wrong. Sui Tian began to apologize, and Xiaoming said, alright, as long as you realize your mistake. The light's green now, let's go. With that, Xiaoming had no intention of letting go of Sui Tian's hand and continued leading her forward. Only now did the naive Sui Tian realize that Xiaoming had already taken hold of her hand. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Sui Tian's cheeks gradually flushed red again. After walking for about 20 minutes, the two arrived at Xinhua Library. The library opens at 8 a.m., and since it wasn't long until opening time, there were still people queuing outside. Hey, Etienne, you wait here in line. I'm going to buy some milk tea and I'll be right back, Xiaoming said. No, I don't like milk tea. Sui Tian shook her head vigorously. Hearing her words, Xiaoming replied, no problem, I wasn't buying it for you. I'm going ahead. With that, he dashed off like a streak of smoke. Meanwhile, standing in place, Sui Tian pouted and couldn't help but frown. How could Xiaoming sometimes seem to have such high emotional intelligence, yet at other times come across as completely clueless? This is really strange. In the distance, Xiaoming had already pulled up outside a cocoa milk tea shop. Sui Tian's claim about not liking milk tea was clearly just an excuse. After graduation in their past life during the college entrance exams, this girl had been quite clingy. That summer vacation, the two of them worked part-time jobs together. Every day after work, Sui Tian would buy herself a cup of Coco's red bean pudding milk tea. It was her favorite flavor. When Xiaoming entered the milk tea shop, his goal was clear. He said, "Hello, I'd like 2 red bean pudding milk teas, no ice." "Okay, please wait a moment." Xiaoming took out cash to pay. Nowadays fewer and fewer people use cash. About 3 minutes later, the young male clerk finished making the milk tea. Carrying the milk tea, Xiaoming left the shop and jogged all the way to the outside of Xinhua Library. At this moment, Sui Tian was still waiting in line. This library is for local students, and a campus card is required for entry. Returning to Sui Tian's side, Xiaoming extended the milk tea toward her. "Etienne, here's your favorite red bean pudding milk tea, take it." Hearing this, Sui Tian was a little stunned. Her favorite milk tea? If I'm not mistaken, this must be her first time hanging out with Xiaoming. Also the first time Xiaoming bought her milk tea. How could it have become her favorite? Sui Tian couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you just say you wouldn't buy it for me? And, when did I ever say I liked red bean pudding milk tea?" I just spoke without thinking, blurting it out directly. Xiaoming quickly explained, "You did. Last night in my dream you told me. And dream you absolutely loved this flavor." Hearing this, Sui Tian burst out laughing. "You dreamed about me last night?" "Of course," Xiaoming said with a grin. "Have you ever heard the saying, what one thinks about by day, one dreams about by night? Now you know your place in my heart, don't you?" "Stop it." Hearing these words, Sui Tian instantly blushed. Men were such strange creatures, sometimes highly emotionally intelligent, and at other times completely clueless. Alright, it's almost our turn. Get your student ID ready. MHM. Sui Tian slightly raised her head to look at Xiaoming's cheek, her heart bubbling with pink hearts. Chapter 12, Trouble Brewing? The line gradually moved forward, and before long, the two entered the library together. Xinhua Library had 6 floors in total, and every weekend, junior and senior high school students would come here to study. Especially in summer. It's mainly because it's very quiet here with a good study atmosphere, and secondly, we can enjoy free air conditioning. Xiaoming and Sui Tian arrived at the 4th floor, where there weren't many people at the moment, with plenty of vacant seats available. Xiaoming glanced around and said, "Etienne, let's take that booth by the window in the back. It's quieter there, and we won't disturb others while you tutor me on these problems." "MHM, okay." Sui Tian gave a slight nod, and Xiaoming naturally took her hand, leading her toward the windowside corner. The usually shy Sui Tian's cheeks flushed pink, her heart filled with contentment at the same time. Once seated, Xiaoming opened his backpack and took out his 5-3 exercise book. The earlier problems were no trouble for him, only the final, most challenging question gave him difficulty. Sui Tian said, "If you have any questions you can't solve, just ask me. I'm still working on the problem from earlier at the bus stop, let me try it again." With that, Sui Tian naturally opened her backpack and pulled out the test paper. Seeing how focused she was, Xiaoming didn't disturb her. After a few minutes, Sui Tian had scribbled numerous calculations on her draft paper but still couldn't solve the problem. With a disappointed look, she said, "Ugh, this problem is so hard. My head hurts. Hearing Sui Tian's complaint, Xiaoming curiously turned his head and spoke, "Let me take a look, maybe I can solve it." "Sure." Without hesitation, Sui Tian pushed the test paper in front of Xiaoming, gazing eagerly at his face with an expectant expression. Although his grades were average, they didn't matter in her eyes. Grades aren't the only standard to measure a person, and what if Xiaoming could solve it? Beside them, Xiaoming froze for a moment upon seeing this problem. Come to think of it, this was one problem he actually knew how to solve. This problem is similar in type to the last major question in the 2019 math exam. Back in his previous life, he and Sui Tian had specifically studied this question when comparing answers. Even after 2 years, it was still deeply etched in his mind. Xiaoming nodded after reading the problem. Admittedly, I actually know how to solve this one. The problem was about coordinate systems and parametric equations. In the rectangular coordinate system XY, the parametric equations of curve C were, with the coordinate origin O as the pole and the positive half of the x-axis as the polar axis, a polar coordinate system was established. The polar coordinate equation for line I was, to be honest, this kind of problem is really quite difficult. Upon hearing that Xiaoming could solve it, Sui Tian almost doubted her own ears. Could he actually be some hidden academic genius? Holding the equation she had just written, Xiaoming said, "Silly girl, you've been using all these formulas wrong, no wonder you're stuck." As he spoke, Xiaoming wrote out the correct equation from a blank area. "This one is right." Seeing Sui Tian's blank expression, he continued, "Forget it, I'll just write out the answers directly. Never thought even a top student like you would get stuck on problems like these. Listen carefully now, because -1 is greater than." Xiaoming wrote out the formula and problem-solving approach used for this question. Then he solved it step by step, explaining each part with exceptional detail. Along the way, Sui Tian kept nodding with understanding. Xiaoming's explanation completely reshaped her perception of him. It was Xiaoming who asked her to teach him, so how did the atmosphere suddenly change? Primarily, Xiaoming seemed to have a thorough understanding of this problem. explaining each step in great detail while demonstrating deep comprehension himself. Even better than how our school's math teacher explains it. About 20 minutes later, only the final step of the problem remained. Instead of giving the final answer himself, he turned the question back to Sui Tian. So, classmate Etienne, what should the final answer to this problem be? MHM. After thinking for a moment, Sui Tian said, when the minimum value of 7 is obtained, the distance from point C to line L should be the square root of 7, right? Exactly. Hearing Sui Tian answer correctly, a faint smile curled at the corners of Xiaoming's lips. Her foundation was genuinely solid, she grasped concepts with just a little guidance. At the same time, Sui Tian couldn't help but ask, something feels off to me. Didn't you say today you wanted me to tutor you? But, Sui Tian couldn't help but view Xiaoming in a new light. Xiaoming said, ahem, I won't pretend anymore. I'm coming clean, I'm actually a top student. A top student who's consistently ranked in the bottom 10? Sui Tian rolled her eyes. She'd been paying attention to Xiaoming since their first year of high school. Him, a top student? Yeah, right. Still, Sui Tian couldn't help but feel secretly delighted that Xiaoming had managed to teach her such a difficult problem. Her greatest wish was for them to get into the same university and walk life's path together. Yep, the bottom 10's finest, he replied. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Sui Tian smiled and couldn't help asking, so, which university do you want to attend in the future? As for universities, Xiaoming thought for a moment. I'll strive to get into a 211 or 985 university. Of course, Tsinghua or Peking University would be ideal. What about you? At this moment, Sui Tian really wanted to say wherever you go, I'll go, but as a girl, wouldn't that sound too forward? Sui Tian said bashfully, like you, if possible, I'd like to go to the same university as you. By now Sui Tian had already buried her head in embarrassment. She simply couldn't bear the shyness. Really? Then it seems I'll have to study hard to try and get into the same university as you. I can't solve this problem. Come help me quickly. MHM. Sui Tian hurriedly leaned her head over. Just at that moment, the phone in her pocket suddenly rang. Sui Tian pulled out the Nokia from her pocket. Her phone was still the button-operated Nokia model popular in the early 2000s, given to her by a doctor at the hospital. For Sui Tian, a phone was nothing more than a communication tool. Sorry, I need to take this call. With that, Sui Tian pressed the answer button. Then, a scolding voice came from the other end of the phone. Sui Tian, where are you? Don't you know it's Saturday? Why didn't you come? Hearing the voice on the other end, she was visibly flustered. Sui Tian said, I'm sorry, I went to the library with classmates today. Went to the library? Do you have any idea how much loss you've caused the store because of this? That's it. You don't need to come in anymore. And don't even think about getting your paycheck. With that, the other end of the line hung up. At the same time, Sui Tian's lips curled in displeasure as she lowered her head in distress, two streaks of tears involuntarily streaming from the corners of her eyes. Beside her, Xiaoming was startled and quickly asked, Etienne, who called you? Did something happen? Chapter 13, You'd look absolutely stunning in Hanfu. Upon hearing Xiaoming's words, Sui Tian shook her head faintly, her voice laced with grievance. I'm fine. Just say whatever's on your mind. Seeing Sui Tian in such a state made Xiaoming's heart ache as well. He opened his backpack, took out a tissue, and gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eye. Who just called you? If something's bothering you, just tell me. Don't keep it bottled up inside. I'm here, we'll figure it out together. Sui Tian's mood lightened slightly at Xiaoming's words. Between sobs, she replied, I was supposed to work part-time at Mishue Ice Cream today. If I went, I wouldn't be able to accompany you to the library. The supervisor there is really mean to me, so I didn't ask for leave. Xiaoming, and then he just said he wouldn't pay you? MHM. Sui Tian nodded pitifully, it's okay, it's just a few days' wages, not much, and it was my fault for not showing up today, I can't blame him. How stupid can you be? Just a few days' wages would easily add up to several hundred yuan. Xiaoming knew Sui Tian's real situation, she normally couldn't even bring herself to spend money on lunch. How could she possibly not care about several days' wages? Xiaoming said, it's okay. Later, you can take me to him, and I'll have a talk with him. The labor law is very clear nowadays, nothing will go wrong. No need. Sui Tian shook her head, it's alright, he's just a team leader who doesn't handle payroll anyway. The store manager will give me my wages later. Sigh. Sui Tian was exceptionally sensible, so sensible it made one's heart ache. Xiaoming said, today I got you involved because of me. No. Sui Tian shook her head, what nonsense are you talking about? You tutored me on a very important problem today. The teacher says no amount of money can buy good grades. Having you by my side makes me happy. Stop talking nonsense. Sui Tian had grown accustomed to this kind of life. Since childhood, she'd endured no small number of bullying incidents. Back in middle school, many students would even mock her for not having parents. She kept all these grievances buried in her heart, never sharing them with anyone. Sui Tian forced a smile. Didn't you say you couldn't solve some math problems? Come on, I'll teach you. Xiao Ming, you need to listen carefully. As she spoke, she picked up a pen and started writing on the draft paper. This problem is about. Looking at Sui Tian like this, Xiao Ming had no choice but to continue studying with her. For the rest of the time, the two of them worked through many problems together. At 11:30 in the morning, Xiao Ming's stomach suddenly let out a loud growl. Gurgle, gurgle. Hearing the sound, Sui Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Oh my, let me guess whose lunch alarm just went off. Shall we go eat? Got it. After a moment's thought, Xiao Ming suggested, there's a Minqing No. 1 plaza across the street. On the second floor, there's a grilled fish restaurant called Mutong Fish. I've been there a few times, the taste is pretty good. Shall we try it? Okay. Sui Tian nodded with a smile, but let's agree first, today's meal is on me. Alright. With that, the two stood up, packed their books, and left the library together. Sui Tian wasn't well off, and Xiao Ming wouldn't let her pay for the meal. It's just an oral agreement for now, I'll figure out a way to pay the bill when the time comes. After leaving the library, Xiao Ming held her hand and walked to Minqing No. 1 square together. It was mealtime, so there were quite a few people inside the square. There were still some empty seats in the grilled fish restaurant. When the two walked in, a waitress immediately came to greet them. Hello you two, welcome to Mutangiu, right this way please. With that, the young waitress led them to a table where Xiao Ming and Sui Tian sat facing each other, while the server brought over a menu. This grilled fish restaurant offered limited varieties, just 4 or 5 different types of grilled fish dishes. As for the price, it's quite expensive. One fish costs 168 yuan. Of course, drinks and rice are free, and they also serve a few hot pot vegetables as complimentary dishes. Sui Tian was a bit surprised when she saw the prices on the menu, but since she had already offered to treat Xiao Ming to the meal, she didn't show it. She looked at Xiao Ming and said, there are several types of fish here. What flavor do you like to eat? Let's go for the green pepper grilled fish, it tastes really good. Alright, sure. Sui Tian nodded. It didn't matter to her what flavor the grilled fish would be. She lifted her head and said to the waitress, Miss, we'll just order 1 serving of the green pepper grilled fish, thank you. Certainly, please wait a moment. Soon, the waitress temporarily left the area. At the same time, Xiao Ming stood up and said, wait here for a bit, I'll go get some rice. Oh, what would you like to drink? No need for a drink. You bought me bubble tea earlier, and I haven't even finished it yet. Alright. Xiao Ming scooped 2 small bowls of rice at the self-service station. Upon returning, he suddenly noticed 2 young women dressed in hanfu entering the shop. That's right, hanfu. Lately, the trending fashion styles included hanfu, JK, and Lolita, among others. That would be Sankung. Sanking's costumes are adored by many girls. Of course, many LSP guys like them too, such as Xiao Ming. Wow. Sui Tian also noticed the 2 young ladies wearing hanfu at first glance, one in pink hanfu, the other in cyan blue hanfu. They had their hair tied up with delicate makeup, and their figures were nice, just lacking a bit in the chest department. Of course, Sui Tian wouldn't notice this. She couldn't help but say, Xiao Ming, look, those 2 girls in hanfu are so beautiful. At that moment, the 2 girls happened to pass right by Xiao Ming. Not just those 2, but everyone present was captivated by these young women. True indeed. Xiao Ming nodded, giving Sui Tian a once-over. Hey, Etienne, have you ever thought about wearing hanfu? You'd look absolutely stunning in it. Ah, really? Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Sui Tian couldn't help but feel tempted to give it a try. But, hanfu outfits are all so expensive. No way, she said. It's too fairy-like, it doesn't suit me at all. Seeing Sui Tian's reaction, Xiao Ming suddenly had an idea and suggested, aren't you usually doing part-time jobs? I think you could sign up as a grass-planting girl on Douyin. You could wear pretty clothes regularly and earn some extra pocket money too. A fashion evangelist? Sui Tian had never even heard this term before. Xiao Ming nodded in response. It means being a model. You contact some clothing sellers, they send you clothes, you take photos for feedback, and you get paid. Some shops even let you keep the clothes. Isn't that better than working at Mishua Ice Cream and Tea? But, hearing Xiao Ming's words, Sui Tian was somewhat unsure of herself. She said, but all those models are so beautiful. Can I really do it? Of course. Xiao Ming looked at her delicate features. 2019 is the golden age of short video development. You should give it a try. After all, you've got both the figure and the looks, you'd be perfect as a model. Chapter 14, the event ended 1 second ago. You're sweet-talking again. Sui Tian's face flushed slightly with a hint of bashfulness. Like most girls, Sui Tian also enjoyed receiving compliments. Xiao Ming's thoughts were indeed justified. He knew about Douyin's future development and how many people had earned substantial incomes through short videos. Right now, there aren't many photographers looking for models on Douyin yet, so it would be a great opportunity if Sui Tian were to sign up. You could really give it a try. Hearing this, Sui Tian shook her head. I think I should focus on my studies for now. We'll talk about it later. Looking at Sui Tian's expression, Xiao Ming knew exactly what was worrying her. She didn't even have a smartphone, so naturally she couldn't use Douyin. As for buying a new phone, Sui Tian had never even considered it. Xiao Ming didn't say anything more either. Shortly after, the waitress brought over the peppercorn grilled fish they had ordered. The fish had already been expertly filleted, its tender flesh drizzled with sauce and garnished with scallions and cilantro. The moment it arrived, Xiao Ming caught a whiff of its enticing aroma. My stomach growled even louder. Gurgle, gurgle. Seeing the fish served on the table, Sui Tian took a deep breath. Wow, it smells amazing. Xiao Ming picked up his chopsticks and swiftly placed a piece of fish in Sui Tian's bowl. If it smells good, hurry up and try it. You eat too. Sui Tian stretched out her slender arm to pick a piece for him, gazing at him with eager eyes. Come, let's eat together. With that, Xiao Ming had already put the fish meat into his mouth. He had eaten fish from this place several times before, and the taste was truly excellent. Sui Tian's eyes lit up after a small taste. Xiao Ming noticed her expression and asked, how is it? The fish is pretty good, right? So delicious. Sui Tian nodded enthusiastically, to which Xiao Ming responded, if you like it, eat more. When I make big money someday, I'll take you here every day. How does that sound? Hearing this, Sui Tian froze momentarily. Xiao Ming meant that from now on, he would always stay by her side. At this thought, she nodded shyly and responded in a tiny voice, MHM. Then it's a promise. Looking at Sui Tian's flushed cheeks, this girl, why is she so easily embarrassed? So naive. Of course, the same was true for Sui Tian in her previous life. 20 minutes later. Etienne, you go ahead and eat first. I'm going out to buy something. You start without me. Okay. Xiao Ming found a random excuse to leave. Making sure Sui Tian wasn't looking his way, he approached the cashier girl at the counter and said, hello, could you do me a favor? Seeing Xiao Ming approach, the cashier girl frowned slightly with a hint of confusion. Exactly, this is my first time coming here to eat with my deskmate. She insisted on treating me, but since we're both students with little money, I ended up paying. Later, could you just tell her the shop is running a promotion where we only need to pay 1 yuan? Of course. The cashier girl glanced at Sui Tian's table, table 66, right? The fish is 168 yuan, so you're saying pay 167 now and settle that last yuan later? Yes. Sure, go ahead. As he spoke, Xiao Ming had already pulled out 200 yuan bills and handed them to the cashier. After getting his change, Xiao Ming went to the convenience store outside to buy a pack of gum before returning to the restaurant. By then, his bowl had mysteriously gained a pile of fish meat clearly served by Sui Tian's thoughtful chopsticks. Seeing this, Xiao Ming's mood also turned particularly good. He spoke up, why did you give me so much meat? Have you had enough to eat? Got it. Sui Tian nodded. I'm about done eating. You should hurry up too. Alright. Xiao Ming began shoveling rice into his mouth while asking, any plans for the afternoon? That part-time job of yours? No worries. Sui Tian shook her head with a smile. When you went to buy things earlier, I called the store manager. She said it's fine, and my wages will be paid normally. Is that so? Of course it's true. To keep Xiao Ming from worrying, she even showed him the call log as proof. Indeed, while checking out with their purchases earlier, there had been an incoming call. After finishing the rice in his bowl, Xiao Ming let out a satisfied burp. I'm full. Let's walk around a bit to digest then. Sure. Sui Tian nodded. Wait here for me while I go pay the bill. Go ahead. Got it. Sui Tian stood up and walked to the cashier. Reaching the counter, she took out the money she had prepared beforehand and said, hello, I'd like to pay for table 66. As she spoke, she stretched out her arm. At the same time, the cheerful cashier girl beamed with a radiant smile and said, Miss, congratulations. Our shop is running a promotion today where you can get your meal for just 1 yuan. Let me draw the lucky prize for you now. With that, the cashier girl clicked her mouse. A few seconds later, the clerk exclaimed with delight, wow, congratulations on winning, your luck is incredible, little miss. Question mark. Sui Tian hadn't quite grasped the situation yet. She couldn't help asking, what, I won something? Yes. The cashier girl nodded vigorously, you only need to pay 1 yuan for this meal. Congratulations, little sister. Really? Hearing the cashier sister's words, Sui Tian was momentarily stunned. Am I really that lucky? Of course it's real. This time you only need to pay 1 yuan. Thank you. Sui Tian handed over the dollar bill, and the cashier girl gave her the receipt. Xiao Ming. Sui Tian came running over excitedly, and seeing her delighted expression, Xiao Ming knew his plan had succeeded. But he still pretended not to know, slightly furrowing his brows. What's up? You look thrilled. This store is having a promotion. I won the grand prize. We only paid 1 yuan for this meal. To play along with Sui Tian, Xiao Ming feigned astonishment. No way. With luck like that, it'd be a shame if you didn't buy lottery tickets. He. With a sweet smile, Sui Tian said, then, I'll buy you something to eat when you get hungry this afternoon. Have you rested enough? Should we go out for a walk? Deal. Soon, Xiaoming stood up, slung his bag over his shoulder, and naturally took her hand as they left Mutanjiu together. Meanwhile, just now, many people around heard Sui Tian's words. The crowd waiting to check out pressed toward the cashier. Don't you have that 1 yuan free giveaway event today? I'll take one draw. Me too, me too. The cashier girl was somewhat exasperated. She said, sorry, the promotion ended exactly 1 second ago. Hearing the cashier's words, the group was stunned. 1 second ago? This is so damn ridiculous. Chapter 15, Entering the Competition. Outside Minsheng No. 1 Plaza. The midday temperature was unusually high, with the scorching sun baking the ground. Outside the shaded areas, like a poisonous ring in a game, no one wanted to linger for long. Etienne, wait. Sui Tian was about to step out when Xiaoming suddenly grabbed her arm. She turned her head curiously. The sun is too strong outside. I happen to have sunscreen with me, let me apply it for you. You brought sunscreen? Hearing this, Sui Tian suddenly felt Xiaoming was unexpectedly thoughtful. Xiaoming nodded. Yeah, this was specially prepared for you. After all, you're so fair-skinned, I couldn't bear to see you get tan. He looked at Sui Tian's skin. Her complexion was a cool porcelain white, exceptionally fair and tender, like a newborn baby's. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Sui Tian immediately felt somewhat embarrassed. Her heart felt sweet. Sometimes it's the little details that reveal a guy's true attitude most clearly. This really earns you bonus points. Besides, the boy standing before her was Xiaoming. She gazed deeply at Xiaoming and said, thank you, Xiaoming. You're welcome. Not far away, beneath the shade of a tree, there happened to be a bench. He took Sui Tian's hand and said, let's sit on the bench. I'll help you apply it. Sui Tian blushed and said, okay. As they spoke, the two had already settled onto the bench. Xiaoming opened his backpack and took out the sunscreen. Sui Tian had washed her face in the library restroom earlier, so her makeup was now completely gone. Looking at Sui Tian's cheeks, Xiaoming felt a tingling itch in his heart, an impulsive desire to kiss her right there. But, their relationship hadn't reached that point yet, even though he knew Sui Tian liked him too. He gently tucked a stray lock of her hair behind her ear, then lightly pinched her cheek. So soft. They say girls are made of water, proof confirmed. Don't move, I'll apply it for you now. Xiaoming opened the sunscreen and squeezed some onto his finger, then applied it to the both sides of Sui Tian's cheeks and the tip of her nose. After gently blending it in, her skin became noticeably fairer. Finally, Xiaoming lightly flicked Sui Tian's cheek. All done, now you shouldn't get tanned. Right, let's put some on your hands too. Xiaoming applied another layer of sunscreen to the back of her hand before nodding in satisfaction. At the same time, Sui Tian asked, what about you? Xiaoming met Sui Tian's gaze directly and spoke with a serious tone. You just said you didn't want to see me get sunburned. Well, I don't want to see you get sunburned either. With that, she took the sunscreen from Xiaoming's hand. Let me help apply it. I'd be sad too if you got sunburned. Hearing Sui Tian's words, Xiaoming felt touched. She was exactly like this in his past life. So attentive, so full of love for him. Just like him, Sui Tian opened the sunscreen and applied some to his cheeks, forehead, and the tip of his nose, then gently smoothed it out. Her expression was particularly focused and serious. Xiaoming felt fortunate to have been reborn and to meet her again in this life. All done, she said. Sui Tian gave a silly grin. There, now you won't get sunburned just like me. Let's go. As she spoke, she stood up and proactively reached out her hand, which Xiaoming readily took. Xiaoming felt completely content inside. He didn't ask for much, just to remain this ordinary, to keep accompanying her like this forever. Xiaoming and Sui Tian strolled around the area when suddenly, a small stage caught both their eyes. A crowd had gathered over there, apparently participating in some sort of event. Sui Tian turned her head and pointed ahead, saying, Sai, why are there so many people over there? Is there some performance or event? We'll know once we go take a look. With that, the two of them walked over together. When they reached the edge of the stage, Xiaoming realized it was an on-site competition event. He actually knew about this event. It's the renowned Super Mathematician. Super Mathematician is a competitive show that primarily seeks out middle school students on the streets for live contests. Winning the competition comes with substantial cash prizes. Exceptional performers may even be invited to the Super Mathematician Finals, securing direct admission to prestigious universities. Many schools now broadcast this program to motivate students in their studies. It's safe to say that every high school student currently enrolled knows about this show. Super Mathematicians travel to a different city each episode, and I never expected them to come to Xinqing this time. Sui Tian couldn't help but exclaim, Xiaoming, look, it's actually Super Mathematicians. Yeah. At precisely 1 p.m., a host in his early 20s wearing a black suit stepped onto the stage with a microphone. Sun Shang flashed a professional smile and began, Hello, everyone in the audience. I'm Sun Shang, the host of Super Mathematician, and I see quite a few students around. I believe everyone recognizes me, right? That's right. I know. The surrounding classmates chimed in unison. Sun Chang nodded with a smile. The super mathematician was practically a household name, so it was only natural they'd recognize him. He continued, it seems everyone here knows our show. As always, I'll start by explaining this round's competition rules. For this round, we'll select 4 pairs of students from the audience, 2 people per pair, to compete in a high school math knowledge quiz. In other words, it's a 2v2 match. I'm sure everyone understands. After 2 rounds of competition, 2 groups of students will advance. These 2 groups will then compete in the finals, and the winner of the finals will have the opportunity to compete against finalists from other cities. Of course, to our headquarters in person. The 2 students who ultimately win the championship will have the opportunity to be directly admitted to prestigious universities such as 211 and 985 institutions. Not only that, the 2 students who win the championship today will also receive a cash prize of 10,000 yuan. Holy shit, that's awesome. 10,000 yuan. Yeah, I really want to join, but I feel like I'm not good enough. At the scene, many people were tempted by the benefits Sun Chang mentioned. After all, the chance to be directly admitted to a prestigious university is incredibly rare. Plus, 10,000 yuan in cash is also a huge amount. Xiaoming turned his head to look at Sui Tian and asked, Sui Tian, are you tempted? Of course there is. Sui Tian nodded. With benefits that good, anyone would be tempted, okay? Xiaoming continued, then let's sign up. Hearing this, Sui Tian instantly became a bit hesitant. It wasn't that she didn't dare, but there were simply too many top students around her. Who knows, there might be some exceptionally talented students present. How embarrassing would it be to lose to them? Xiaoming said, I think we should participate. The main thing is taking part. Even if we don't win any prizes, it's still an opportunity to challenge ourselves. Hearing this, Sui Tian pondered for a moment. Indeed, Xiaoming's words made perfect sense. Participating wouldn't cost them anything. Sui Tian said, we can join, but I'm afraid we might not get selected. Chapter 16, we got selected just like that? Signing up doesn't guarantee selection, but not signing up definitely means no chance. That's true, let's go sign up later then. Sui Tian felt an involuntary tension in her heart. She kept wondering, what if they actually got selected? Wouldn't it be terribly embarrassing if they couldn't answer questions during the competition? On stage, Sun Chang continued. The competition will begin in 1 hour. Students who wish to sign up may do so at the registration desk, which is to your right. At these words, many students eager to participate quickly gathered around. Meanwhile, several security staff from the program team maintained order, directing interested students to form an orderly queue. Sun Chang picked up the microphone and said, please don't crowd, form a line orderly. Rest assured, everyone will have a chance. Seeing so many students eagerly signing up around them, Xiaoming quickly grabbed her hand and joined the queue. At that very moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding, host may use the luck coupon to increase probability of being selected for the competition. Does host wish to use it? Hearing the system's voice, Xiaoming froze momentarily. There are 3 luck vouchers in total. He plans to use them during the college entrance exam, but it's still a long way off. He's not sure if he'll be able to obtain something like this again in the future. Ding! The system detects the host's confusion. You currently have 1,000 wish points. The system recommends exchanging them for Super Scholar Knowledge, Mathematics. Super Scholar Knowledge? What was that about? Xiaoming was completely stunned, and at the same moment, the system panel suddenly opened. A message appeared on it. Super Scholar Knowledge, Mathematics, enhances the host's mathematical knowledge, improves calculation speed, and provides formula application methods. Additionally, as the host continues to learn, their memory will progressively improve. Note, memory enhancement only applies to the subject of mathematics. Holy shit! Upon reading the text above, Xiaoming couldn't help but blurt out a national expletive. He never expected that wish points could be exchanged for something like this. And it's not expensive either, just 1,000 points. If he and Sui Tian get selected for the upcoming competition, this would come in handy. Even if not selected, it would still be beneficial for future studies. So Xiaoming silently thought to himself, system, I want to redeem this. Ding, congratulations host on successful redemption. You have acquired the skill, Super Scholar Knowledge, Mathematics. Currently remaining wish points, 0. As the system's words faded, Xiaoming suddenly felt a shock in his head. Countless pieces of mathematical knowledge poured into his mind. Just like doing many practice questions, reading repeatedly and correcting mistakes over and over. This made his memory of these questions particularly vivid. At this moment, the system asked again, host, would you like to use a luck voucher to increase your chances of being selected for the competition? Use it, absolutely use it. Xiaoming's heart was pounding with excitement. His intuition told him that if he could successfully participate, there was a high probability of winning. With 10,000 yuan, at the very least, he could buy Yitian, that silly girl, a couple of new outfits. She wouldn't have to work part-time and endure others' bullying anymore. The The line moved slowly, and soon it was Xiao Ming and Sui Tian's turn. Across from them sat an auntie in her 30s, seated on a chair. Seeing Xiao Ming and Sui Tian, she examined them carefully, and wow, their looks were truly, just a tiny bit dazzling. After all, this competition would be featured on a television program. As someone carefully selected to compete, every detail needed thorough consideration. Grades, school, the most important thing, looks. That's right, it's all about appearance. Although this was an academic competition, audiences generally preferred contestants who were easy on the eyes. If they perform exceptionally well, they can resonate with the audience, who will then label them with distinctive tags, such as most beautiful academic genius or innocent yet alluring senior sister. With these labels, the show's ratings will skyrocket. I need to collect some information from you. Zhang Yu smiled faintly and asked, could you both tell me your names, please? Xiao Ming, Sui Tian. The two spoke in unison. Zhang Yu nodded and said, alright, may I ask which high school you currently attend and what grade you're in? Xiao Ming replied, we're at Genoa No. 1 High School, currently in our senior year. Got it. Zhang Yu gave a slight nod. Xiao Ming and Sui Tian's current situation happened to be perfect for participating in the competition. They didn't have any particularly good methods for evaluating academic performance, so they could only get a basic understanding of their school background. Genoa No. 1 High School was considered one of the top schools in the local area, so it could be inferred that both of them likely had decent grades. Alright, the registration form has been filled out. Sun Chang will announce the participants shortly. Please wait for a bit and don't wander too far. Mei Shem, thanks. Xiao Ming nodded, took Sui Tian's hand, and turned to look at her. Then let's go rest over there and wait for the results. Sure. Sui Tian nodded slightly just as a delivery van parked nearby, bringing lots of chairs and sun umbrellas. When the competition starts later, there will definitely be many spectators. The sunshades and chairs are prepared for them. Xiao Ming and Sui Tian sat on the chairs in the back row, and at this moment, Sui Tian was extremely nervous inside. Caressing her racing heart, she couldn't help but say, I'm so nervous. Do you think we'll get chosen for this competition? Yes. Xiao Ming gave a firm nod. Ha! Hearing this, Sui Tian froze in surprise. Her heart was filled with conflicting emotions at this moment. She desperately wanted to be chosen, yet feared she might perform poorly if selected. Xiao Ming said, I feel we won't just get selected, we might even win that 10,000 yuan grand prize today. Xiao Ming turned to look at Sui Tian. Etienne, if we win the 10,000 yuan prize, what would you want to buy? You're dreaming. Sui Tian hadn't even dared to consider that possibility, nor did she have the courage to. 10,000 yuan, that amount seemed absolutely astronomical to her. If she could really get 10,000 yuan, the first thing she'd do without question was give half to Xiao Ming. After all, if we win an award, it's not solely her achievement. Secondly, she would allocate part of it for clothes and school supplies, part for meals, and whatever remains would go to the doctors and nurses who've always taken care of them. Xiao Ming gazed at Sui Tian's profile. No, this isn't a dream today, our goal is that 10,000 yuan. Alright, but whether we'll even be selected is another question. No sooner had these words left her mouth, than Sun Chan walked onto the stage, microphone in hand. He smiled with his usual professional grin. He began, after our program team screening, we have now finalized 4 competing teams. Upon hearing your names, please step onto the stage. First group, Xiao Ming and Sui Tian from Genoa High School. Please welcome both of them to the stage. Let's give them a round of applause. Below the stage, Sui Tian widened her eyes in surprise upon hearing her name called. Did I really get chosen just like that? Chapter 17. We didn't even finish reading the question before you hit the buzzer? Silly girl, what are you spacing out for? Seeing Sui Tian muttering to herself in confusion, Xiao Ming gently patted her shoulder. Ha, oh. Sui Tian suddenly realized what was happening, her heartbeat quickening with each passing moment as nervousness overtook her. Meanwhile, others in the venue were also looking around for them, curious to see who had been so lucky as to be chosen to compete. Sui Tian and Xiao Ming walked single file through the crowd, arriving at the edge of the stage. Since the stage was slightly high without steps, Xiao Ming jumped up first, then extended his hand with a smile, saying, grab my hand and climb up. Got it. Her cheeks tinged pink, Sui Tian reached out in full view of the crowd and let Xiao Ming pull her up. Just at that moment, people below the stage had already recognized Xiao Ming and Sui Tian. Both of them were fairly well-known figures in school, Sui Tian for her academic achievements, and Xiao Ming for his good looks. After all, his flawless 99 out of 100 looks weren't just for show. Of course, no one can compare to our handsome reader. You're the most dashing of all. Holy crap, isn't that someone from my school? A classmate from Genoa High below chimed in, while a girl accompanying him asked, huh, that super handsome guy goes to your school? Yeah, he's a senior. What? Got a crush on him? No. I'm just admiring him. Besides, the girl next to him is so beautiful too, I'm not worthy. On stage, Sun Chang's eyes lit up the moment he saw Xiao Ming and Sui Tian step up. Who would have thought both of them would be so good-looking? With this, the show's ratings will surely go up. The two staff members handed microphones to Xiao Ming and Sui Tian. Sun Chang then said, "Please stand beside me and briefly introduce yourselves." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming confidently raised the microphone to his mouth and spoke with a faint smile. "Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Ming from Genoa No. 1 High School, currently a senior. I'm honored to be selected for this event. Wow, this guy is so handsome. Not only is he handsome, but he also has great fashion sense. Most importantly, he's confident, the exact image of a radiant boy in my heart. The girl beside him is really pretty too." The students below kept talking endlessly, all casting admiring glances at the two of them. On stage, Sui Tian felt a pang of panic under the audience's gaze. Though she excelled academically and often gave speeches at school assemblies, for some reason, she just couldn't shake the nerves this time. Her expression still carried a hint of shyness, evoking an irresistible urge to protect her. Sui Tian moved her lips closer to the microphone and softly said, "Hello everyone, my name is Sui Tian. I'm from Genoa High School, and I'm honored to participate in this event." Okay. Sun Chang also noticed that Sui Tian seemed a bit nervous, though it wasn't really important. Sun Chang continued, "Please wait off stage for now. Next, I'll announce our second group of contestants. They are Yang Hui and Luo Yujie from Xinhai No. 1 High School." As the announcement ended, a slightly plump girl wearing glasses and a tall, thin boy walked onto the stage together. The girl was quite cute with a round face, giving off the vibe of a top student. They seemed quite affectionate with each other, probably a couple. Like Xiao Mingsu and Tiani Tong, they also gave brief self-introductions before the host invited the third pair of contestants on stage. The third pair of contestants were twins, two boys who looked identical, dressed in the same clothes and sporting black-framed glasses, as if stamped from the same mold. The last pair of contestants are two girls with rather average looks. After brief self-introductions, Sun Chang began explaining the rules for this match. "Alright everyone, now you've gotten to know all 8 contestants in this competition. Now let me explain the competition rules. This competition consists of 2 rounds. The first round is a quick response session with 20 multiple-choice math questions. Both sides will compete to answer. Correct responses earn 1 point, while wrong answers grant the opposing team a chance to respond. If both fail to answer correctly, the question will be skipped. The team with the higher score advances to the next round." He glanced at the classmates in the competition area. "Do you all understand?" Aloud. All 8 of them nodded. The rules of the Super Mathematician show had never changed even without an explanation, they already knew them. Seeing that the 8 contestants had no questions, Sun Chang continued, "The 2 teams will be randomly matched against each other. The first match will feature Xiao Ming and Sui Tian from Genoa High, versus Yang Tong and Su Tongyu from Xinhai No. 2 High." Yang Tong and Su Tongyu were the 2 girls in the 4th team. "All 4 contestants, please get ready. The competition is about to begin." Hearing this, Sui Tian beside him couldn't help but tug at Xiao Ming's sleeve, her voice tinged with nervousness. "It's starting so soon, what if we—" "It's fine." Before Sui Tian could finish speaking, Xiao Ming gently touched her shoulder. "Don't be nervous. This is a chance to challenge yourself, and besides, I'm here with you. Soon, 2 tables were carried to each side of the stage. There is a large screen at the center rear of the stage, displaying the competition questions. On both sides, there are small screens on the tables along with a red button. The screen shows the questions, while the button is used to buzz in the answer. Following the staff's guidance, Xiao Ming and Sui Tian take their seats at the left table. Behind them stands a staff member, monitoring to prevent any cheating. Yang Tong and Su Tongyu, seated opposite, were also ready. Every seat in the audience was filled, all intently awaiting the start of the competition. After about 10 minutes, the host Sun Chang finally announced the start of the competition. The competition officially begins. "Contestants, please prepare. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ends, and the first multiple-choice question appears on the screen. Given points A, B, C, D on the surface of the same sphere with radius 4, where ABC is an equilateral triangle with an area of 9 square root 3, the maximum volume of tetrahedron DABC is A, 12 square root 3, B, 18 square root 3, C, 24 square root 3, D, 53 square root 3. This is a problem about finding the maximum volume of a sphere-inscribed triangular pyramid with a given base area. The moment he saw this problem, Xiao Ming already had the answer in his mind. The reputation of the super academic tyrant's knowledge is indeed well-deserved. Meanwhile, Sui Tian beside him was still contemplating carefully. Yang Tong and Su Tongyu across from them were doing the same. Even though it was just a multiple-choice question, calculations were still required. They had to answer within 180 seconds, and about 5 seconds later, Xiao Ming directly pressed the button. Beep. A feedback sound echoed through the venue. Upon hearing the sound, the registrar Sun Chang couldn't help but shift his gaze toward Xiao Ming and Sui Tian. "It's Xiao Ming." Xiao Ming pressed the buzzer. "Xiao Ming, you." Sui Tian beside him was stunned. How did he press the buzzer so quickly? Not only was Sui Tian astonished, but their opponents and even the onlookers below were similarly stunned. Some even thought that Xiao Ming had accidentally pressed the button. You pressed the buzzer before we saw the entire question? No way, that can't be true. Chapter 18, did he have a grudge against me? The onlookers in the audience were wide-eyed, waiting for Xiao Ming to answer. Xiao Ming glanced at the bewildered Sui Tian and smiled slightly. I already have the answer in my mind. He stood up just as the camera turned toward him. Sun Chang, Xiao Ming, please give us your answer. With a confident expression, Xiao Ming replied, the answer to this question is B. Upon hearing this, Sun Chang said, oh? Xiao Ming says the answer is B. Congratulations, Xiao Ming, your answer is correct. Xiao Ming's team earns 1 point. Holy shit! Below the stage, upon hearing the answer was correct, many students looked at Xiao Ming's position in surprise. A classmate exclaimed, how did he solve this problem in just 5 seconds? I don't know. Maybe he's seen this question before. I think he's an actor hired by the show's production team. The audience below voiced their opinions, with all sorts of comments being made. Of course, the production team was no stranger to this kind of situation. Many people questioned the authenticity of the event, but the production team couldn't be bothered to explain. By now, many girls in the audience were practically drooling over Xiao Ming, eager to get his WeChat as soon as the event ended. Who wouldn't love a handsome guy who excels in his studies? Of course, studying doesn't matter, the main thing is being handsome. On stage. Sui Tian stared at Xiao Ming with a stutter. Xiao Ming burst out laughing. Well, pretty surprising, isn't it? Just wait, there's more surprise coming your way. With super genius knowledge in hand, pocketing 10 grand would be no problem at all. Alright, let's move on to the second question. Soon, the second question appeared. About 5 or 6 seconds after the question was shown, Xiao Ming decisively pressed the button. Just like the first time, everyone present was astonished once again. The answer is A. Correct. Another point for Xiao Ming's team. Across from them, Xiao Ming's opponents, the two girls, were already feeling immense pressure. Is Xiao Ming cheating? His answering speed is ridiculously fast. Being eliminated in the first round is really embarrassing. In the subsequent matches, Xiao Ming held back slightly. If he kept answering every question, his opponents would probably lose their composure completely. Of course, whether the opponent's morale was crushed or not had nothing to do with Xiao Ming. His main concern was ensuring Sui Tian didn't feel invisible. If things went this way, even if they won the prize, she'd feel like she hadn't contributed anything. Time flies by quickly. In the blink of an eye, we've reached the final question. Right now, Xiao Ming's team has already scored 12 points. The opposing team only scored 7 points. Xiao Ming went easy on them many times, but the two girls on the other side couldn't match Sui Tian's performance at all. It can be said that even without him, Sui Tian alone could have secured the victory in this round of the competition. The final question was not particularly difficult, but neither Xiao Ming nor Sui Tian pressed the buzzer to answer. Across the stage, Yang Tong and Su Tongyu were also pondering. It took Yang Tong well over a minute before she finally pressed the buzzer. Although the outcome of the match was already decided, they didn't give up. The answer to the last question is C. Right answer. Host Sun Chang nodded, and at the same time, on the big screen, Yang Tong's team score updated to 8. The first round has concluded. Sun Chang brought the microphone closer to his mouth, looking in the direction of Yang Tong's team. Unfortunately, Yang Tong and Su Tongyu, you didn't advance. It's okay. Yang Tong and Su Tongyu didn't feel unhappy about not advancing to the next round. Meanwhile, they learned a great deal from this competition. They became aware of their shortcomings. The two quickly left the scene, while Sun Chang shifted his gaze to Xiao Ming and Sui Tian. Congratulations to both of you for advancing. Please wait off stage for now. The competition will continue after the second group finishes their match. Next, let's welcome Yang Hui, Luo Yujie, Wang Shang, and Wang Li to the stage for the second match. Xiao Ming and Sui Tian quickly left the stage. The surrounding audience couldn't help but glance towards Xiao Ming's position. His performance just now was witnessed by all these spectators. Strong, incredibly strong indeed. But the girls who had boldly declared they'd add Xiao Ming on WeChat just moments ago now lack the courage. This is how most people feel when encountering someone they truly admire. They suddenly feel undeserving. Xiao Ming and Sui Tian arrived at the special resting area for contestants. After sitting on the chair, Sui Tian, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't help but ask, Xiao Ming, just now you. Before Sui Tian could finish speaking, Xiao Ming jumped in to answer. I've been grinding through practice problems every day lately, so I'm familiar with most question types. That's why I answered so quickly. Hearing this, Sui Tian was a bit confused. She continued, but you answered the first 2 questions way too fast. Those 2 were exact duplicates of questions I'd seen before. Funny coincidence, so I could answer immediately. This. Sui Tian furrowed her brow. She didn't know whether Xiao Ming was telling the truth, but considering his academic performance, it was probably true. Xiao Ming said, Alrighty Tian, don't overthink it. The upcoming competition is what matters now. Keep up the good work and try to bring that 10,000 yuan back home. MHM. Sui Tian gave a slight nod. On stage, Yang Hui, Luo Yujie, Wang Shang, and Wang Li were already competing. As senior third-year students from Xinhai High School, Yang Hui and Luo Yujie also had outstanding academic achievements. Of course, Wang Shang and Wang Li weren't bad either. Wang Shang and Wang Li's parents were high school teachers who placed great emphasis on their children's academic achievements. For the first question, Yang Hui decisively grabbed the chance to answer and scored the first point. For the second question, Wang Shang calculated it within 20 seconds and also scored. Compared to the first match, the competition among the four of them was more interesting. They created an intense atmosphere. Half an hour later, finally, Yang Hui and Luo Yujie advanced. As for the score, it was 11-9. After the match ended, it was time for the halftime break. Right then, Luo Yujie and Yang Hui suddenly approached Xiaoming. From Manhwa? Luo Yujie looked at Xiaoming with a look of disdain. In Xinhai City, Xinhai No. 1 High School and Manhwa No. 1 High School had always been rivals. Every year during admissions, both schools compete fiercely to recruit top-performing students. Normally, a significant portion of Xinhai First High students look down on Manhwa students. At the same time, Manhwa students also look down on Xinhai's. Xiaoming shrugged as he looked at Luo Yujie's punchable face. Yeah, Manhwa's. How interesting. I'm really looking forward to the competition later. After dropping that line, Luo Yujie dragged Yang Hui away from the scene. Xiaoming was slightly taken aback. This is just downright ridiculous, damn it. Thinking about that look in his eyes, did I have some grudge against him? Chapter 19, Handing Out a Point. Xiaoming, do you know him? Sui Tian stared blankly at Luo Yujie's retreating figure. Xiaoming shook his head. Don't know him, might have something wrong up here. As he spoke, he pointed to his own skull. Xiaoming didn't dwell on the matter. 15 minutes later, Sun Chang picked up the microphone again. Alright, now comes the thrilling final match. Who will become the champion of this competition? Who will walk away with the grand cash prize of 10,000 yuan? Let's wait and see. Please welcome Xiaoming, Sui Tian, Luo Yujie, and Yang Hui to the stage. Let's give him a big hand, everyone. Clap, clap, clap. The audience wasn't large, but the applause was fervent. The spectators couldn't help but look forward to the final match. Whether it was Xiaoming and Sui Tian, or Yang Hui and Luo Yujie, their performances must have been outstanding. The match should be particularly thrilling. Let's go, silly girl. Xiaoming and Sui Tian walked together to the edge of the stage, where a few small steps had been installed. Going up and down had become much more convenient now. Sun Chang pointed to the left side. Gentlemen, you'll be on the left. All right. After both parties were seated, Sun Chang continued. The rules for this match are slightly different from before. All four competitors, please listen carefully. This match will be divided into first half and second half. The first half, just like the previous game, is a rapid-fire quiz with a total of 10 questions. Both teams will still buzz in to answer. The difficulty level of these questions is higher, but they won't go beyond high school material. The key difference this time is that if you answer incorrectly, the opposing team will gain points, so think carefully before buzzing in. Upon hearing the host's words, Sui Tian froze for a moment. She took a deep breath, trying her best to calm her emotions. This rapid response round was extremely risky. Answering incorrectly would give points to the opposing team. Without absolute certainty, she couldn't afford to rush her answer. The host, Sun Chang, continued, for the second half of the competition, our judges will present 4 moderately challenging problems that require on-site solving, along with detailed step-by-step solutions. The judges will assign scores based on the completeness of these steps. Each major problem is worth 10 points, and the final score will be determined by the sum of all points earned. After speaking, Sun Chang glanced at the 4 contestants. Do you all understand? Is there anything you'd like to add? No. All 4 of them shook their heads in unison. Sure. Sun Chang announced, this match is about to begin. All 4 contestants, please get ready. The first buzzer round question will appear shortly. 3 seconds later, the first buzzer question appeared on the screen before them. The response time for this particular buzzer round was exceptionally long, lasting a full 330 seconds. The question was lengthy, so much so that draft paper had been provided at their desks for calculations. As soon as the question appeared, Sui Tian fixed her gaze on it intensely, unable to resist picking up her pen and starting to work through the problem on scratch paper. Meanwhile, Xiaoming was deep in meditation. Many students in the audience couldn't help but start working on the problem displayed on the big screen. It took Xiaoming about a minute to finally solve it. The difficulty was indeed considerable. I've solved it, he said. At that moment, Sui Tian beside him suddenly spoke up. She turned her head to look at Xiaoming. Well, have you figured it out yet? Xiaoming was stunned. Had this girl calculated so quickly? Xiaoming nodded, and the two of them said in unison, I calculated A. The scene immediately made Xiaoming and Sui Tian burst into laughter. Who knew they'd be so in sync? Their words were identical. That's right, it's A Tian, you go ahead and answer. Sui Tian nodded slightly and decisively pressed the button before the opponent could buzz in. With a confirming beep, the host's eyes lit up. Student Sui Tian has buzzed in. Please give us your answer. A. Sui Tian stood up and said with full confidence. Both she and Xiao Ming had chosen option A, which undoubtedly confirmed the answer was correct. Correct answer. Team Xiao Ming and Sui Tian scores 1 point. Next question. The second question appeared directly on the screen, leaving both Xiao Ming's opponents, Luo Yujie and Yang Hui, momentarily stunned. How are they answering so quickly? Luo Yujie ranks first in his grade at Xinhai No. 1 High School, placing among the top 30 students in the entire province. Usually aloof and proud, there are very few people he actually respects. But, he never expected the rival team from Genoa to be so formidable. Seeing Luo Yujie's reaction, Yang Hui quickly tried to calm him. Don't overthink it, maybe they just got lucky with a blind guess. Let's focus on solving the second problem quickly. But at that very moment, beep. For the second question, the opposing team unexpectedly buzzed in first again. Yang Hui and Luo Yujie looked utterly bewildered. They hadn't even read the question yet when the opposing team buzzed in. No way, that can't be true. At that moment, Xiao Ming had already stood up. The answer is C. Correct. Another point for Xiao Ming. After sitting down, Xiao Ming said with a smile, "What a coincidence, you explained this exact question to me this morning. See, even competitions recycle questions. Come on, look at question 3 already." Sui Tian didn't want to waste time here. The third question was quite challenging. Even Xiao Ming, who'd acquired super scholar knowledge, had picked up his pencil and started calculating. Of course, his problem-solving speed was considerably faster than most people's. 2 minutes later, Xiao Ming put down his pen and turned his gaze to Sui Tian. I calculated option C for this question. Ha! Beside him, Sui Tian scratched her head. But I'm getting answer A, she said. Question mark. Xiao Ming froze. Had he miscalculated? Though he'd gained top student knowledge, mistakes were inevitable, especially since his mind still felt foggy when applying it. Sui Tian said, I might have calculated wrong. Let's use your answer. But, I think mine might be. Beep. Right at that moment, Luo Yujie from the opposite team suddenly pressed the answer buzzer. Xiao Ming and Sui Tian froze in surprise. Too reckless, they'd actually let the other team take the lead. But being off by just 1 point meant nothing to Xiao Ming and Sui Tian. Sun Chang announced, this time, it was Luo Yujie who pressed the answer button. Luo Yujie, please give us your answer. B. Luo Yujie said with a confident expression. Hearing his answer, Xiao Ming and Sui Tian couldn't help but exchange glances. Sun Chang said, classmate Luo Yujie gave us answer B. Let's check the big screen now, is B the correct answer? As the host spoke, the answer appeared on the screen. C. Some of Luo Yujie's supporters let out sighs of disappointment. Unfortunately, Luo Yujie, your answer is incorrect. According to this round's rules, your opponent gains 1 point. As soon as the words were spoken, Xiao Ming and Sui Tian's score had already changed to 3. Xiao Ming froze on the spot. Honestly, no one had expected Luo Yujie to answer incorrectly. This was practically gifting them a point. Luo Yujie's face was flushed with anger, absolutely furious. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming and Sui Tian were practically dying of laughter. The angrier the opponents got, the happier he became. Now moving on to the fourth question. Chapter 20 The Champion. About triangles. Minutes ticked by as the competition continued its relentless progression. Soon, the first half of the match had drawn to a close. In the end, Xiao Ming and Sui Tian scored a total of 7 points. Luo Yujie and Yang Hui only managed to get 3 points. With the current scores, they could be said to be far ahead. All they needed to do was maintain their composure in the upcoming matches, and the 10,000 yuan prize money would be theirs to take home. The first half of the game is now over, with Xiao Ming and Sui Tian currently in the lead. Everyone can open their phones to scan. Sun Chang aired a commercial break, and soon, the competition moved into the second half. 4 staff members moved onto the stage carrying 4 whiteboards and took out 4 sheets of A4 paper. On the A4 paper lay the final major problem of the competition. Sun Chang announced, now we proceed to the final event of today's competition. I have 4 major problems of different types but similar difficulty levels. They will now be randomly assigned to each of you 4. Using the whiteboard, you must write out a detailed solution process, which will then be scored by our judging teacher. You'll have half an hour to complete your answers. Are you 4 ready? All 4 of them nodded. By this point, Luo Yujie's mental state was nearly shattered. Losing the first half had already triggered a shift in his mindset. It's truly quite challenging to maintain good performance. Alright, since none of you have any objections, I'll shuffle the papers and distribute them randomly. Sun Chang folded the 4 A4 sheets in his hand and shuffled their order. First, they were handed to Xiao Ming and Sui Tian, then to Luo Yujie and Yang Hui. Upon opening his slip of paper, Xiao Ming realized his question was about analytic geometry. Having regularly practiced similar problems, he could tell the difficulty level was comparable to that of college entrance exam questions. For ordinary students, it's indeed difficult. Moreover, the rules of this competition require answering within 30 minutes. It's fine if you can't finish, you'll get partial credit for each step completed. This is something the teacher often says, to prevent students from handing in blank papers. After reading the question, Xiaoming curiously asked Sui Tian, "How about you, Tian? Is your problem difficult?" "It's not that difficult." Sui Tian shook her head. "It's a trigonometry problem, don't worry, I've got it." "That's good." Xiaoming took a deep breath. This problem is no trouble for him. Although his head felt a bit fuzzy, at least he already had an idea after seeing this question. Knows exactly what to do. The show crew gave them a few minutes to review the questions. 5 minutes later, Sun Chang said, "The four of you have finished reading the questions, right? If you're ready, we'll start now." "Go for it, Etienne." Xiaoming gave her shoulder a gentle pat while Sui Tian nodded in acknowledgement. You two go get him. Don't worry." Xiaoming thumped his chest confidently, whereas Sui Tian furrowed her brows, lost in thought. Soon, the four of them stood before their respective whiteboards. The staff handed them the whiteboard markers, and with the starting signal, all four began writing on their boards. Meanwhile, the large screen at the back displayed the questions assigned to each of them. The audience below buzzed with chatter. The students loved challenging themselves, and some enthusiastic learners in the crowd even took out their notebooks to calculate alone. Nearly all the girls in the venue had their eyes fixed on Xiaoming. His performance had already captured the hearts of many girls. It could be said he now had quite a few young admirers. On stage. At this moment, the pressure in Luo Yujie's heart was growing heavier and heavier. He kept stealing glances at Xiaoming, and each time he saw that relaxed expression, it filled him with irritation. Even his ability to answer questions was being affected. This is the after effect of pride. These problems could be solved by any high-achieving senior high school student. However, this competition evaluates not only accuracy but also the speed of solving problems. 20 minutes later, all four participants had filled 3/4 of their whiteboards. For some questions with numerous steps, a single whiteboard wasn't enough. Soon, the staff added another whiteboard for them. 5 more minutes passed. Xiaoming wrote down the final answer. Thus, delta equals 0, line L is tangent to curve C, delta 0, line L intersects curve C. Ha! Having written the conclusive solution, Xiaoming wiped the sweat from his forehead. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Sui Tian, who was still writing diligently. Her expression was utterly focused, occasionally tucking stray strands of hair behind her ear. The delicate profile of her face made it impossible for Xiaoming to look away. Noticing Xiaoming had finished, the host raised the microphone to her lips. "Xiaoming has finished answering. There are less than 5 minutes left. The 3 contestants, please complete your answers swiftly." As he spoke, Sun Chang couldn't help but take a few extra glances at Xiaoming. He had hosted dozens of episodes of Super Mathematician, and Xiaoming's performance across all those episodes was the most composed and steady. Moreover, his temperament was excellent, giving off a very reliable impression. But that wasn't the main point. The key was how exceptionally well he performed throughout the entire competition. 5 minutes passed quickly. In the end, Sui Tian still couldn't complete the last problem. Luo Yujie did the same, and to Xiaoming's surprise, Yang Hui actually managed to solve the problem at the last minute. "Alright, time's up. Everyone, put down your pens and return to your seats." Not having finished, Sui Tian was in low spirits. She sighed, this is bad. I was just 2 steps away from finishing. "Xiaoming, I'm going to drag you down." "No." Xiaoming wore a faint smile. He had just skimmed through Sui Tian's answers. They were well done, with clear steps and logical thinking. Though the final result wasn't worked out, there would be absolutely no issue with getting a good score. And Luo Yujie, whether due to a mental lapse or not, used the wrong formula from the middle onward. Using the wrong formula meant the subsequent answers were predictable. For staff members quickly carried away their whiteboards for the judges to score. The audience eagerly awaited the announcement of the results. Sui Tian was nervous as hell. She was desperate to get that 10 grand. Another 10 minutes passed before a staff member handed Sun Chang an A4 sheet. "That must be the results of this competition. Now, please rise, all 4 contestants, and stand by my side. Life is sweet." Xiaoming discreetly took her hand and stood to Sun Chang's left. Luo Yujie and Yang Hui also stood to Sun Chang's right. "Now I announce the final scores." Sun Chang glanced at the score sheet in his hand. Student Xiaoming scored 10 points in the second half, with all steps and answers correct. Sui Tian's second half score, 7 points, correct steps but failed to calculate the final answer. The total score for Xiaoming and Sui Tian is 24 points. Student Luo Yujie's second half score, 5 points, incorrect formula usage. Yang Hui's second half score, 10 points, both steps and final answer are completely correct. Total score for Yang Hui and Luo Yujie, 18 points. Therefore, I declare the winners of this championship to be Xiaoming and Sui Tian. Chapter 21 Etienne, how should we divide this money? Okay. The audience below burst into enthusiastic applause. At the same time, Su Etienne felt tears welling up in her eyes. Xiaoming, we're number one. She couldn't help but lean closer to Xiaoming, gazing at him affectionately. Of course, it's all thanks to you, but I still feel amazing. Silly girl, of course you deserve credit too. Without you, how could we have possibly taken first place? She nodded silently as Sun Chang spoke. Congratulations to both of you for winning this round of Super Mathematician. Xiaoming, do you have any acceptance speech to share? Faced with Sun Chang's question, Xiaoming seemed momentarily stunned, but he still held the microphone to his mouth. I'm truly grateful for this opportunity to showcase myself. Winning this award wouldn't have been possible without my partner's help, so I want to say thank you here. Thank you, Etienne. As he spoke, Xiaoming gently ruffled her hair on stage. Head pat attack. The people below rolled their eyes in unison. Public displays of affection deserved 1,000 deaths. Meanwhile, this entire scene left Su Etienne utterly bewildered. Her cheeks tinged pink as she felt overwhelmingly shy inside. Ha ha. Sun Chang couldn't help but laugh, then continued. According to our competition rules, you two will receive a reward of 10,000 yuan and the opportunity to participate in the championship. How do you plan to allocate this money? Buy some clothes, stationery, and study materials, and then enjoy some good food. Ha ha ha, well said. Sunshine turned his gaze to the camera, and so, this episode of Super Mathematicians officially concludes. Next week, we'll see you in Jinghai City. After the cameras were turned off, Sun Chang turned his gaze towards Xiaoming and Su Etienne. Both of you, come with me to collect your cash rewards. At the same time, we sincerely invite you to participate in the finale of Super Mathematician. There are many benefits for you, so you can discuss it with your parents. All right. Xiaoming nodded with a bright smile. Meanwhile, Su Etienne, standing nearby, was very interested in the finale. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, may I ask when the finale will begin? After the Lantern Festival, which is when school starts for the new year. Oh, right. Su Etienne nodded, blinking at Xiaoming as if asking whether we should go. Sun Chang then added, that might delay your return to school, but, if you go, the school will definitely approve it. After all, you'd be representing them. Exactly. Xiaoming nodded in acknowledgement. If we really go, the school might even reimburse their train tickets. After all, it represents the school. As they spoke, Sun Chang had already led Xiaoming and Su Etienne to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu already had 10,000 yuan in cash ready in his hand. It seemed to be prepared specifically for them. After counting the cash, Zhang Yu naturally handed the money over, as expected from the player I handpicked. Here's your reward. Thanks. Xiaoming took the money from Zhang Yu's hand, and his eyes turned into Yuan_Yuan. After all, nobody dislikes money. Could you leave us your contact information? We'll reach out to you before the finals. Sure. Xiaoming and Su Etienne exchanged contact information and soon left together, arriving outside a bank. Etienne, how should we split this money? Happy New Year's Eve to all our dear readers. I had some drinks with friends tonight, so there won't be an update. Might be a bit busy on the first and second days of the Lunar New Year, but we'll start posting more chapters after the holiday. Xiaoming kowtows to all esteemed readers here, wishing everyone a happy new year, smooth sailing in the coming year, and may you all find love soon. Chapter 22, I've been waiting for a girl. Dividing the money? Hearing this, Su Etienne froze in momentary confusion. Looking at this silly girl, Xiaoming nodded. Of course, this competition wasn't solely my achievement. 10,000 yuan is no small amount either, so why don't we split it 50-50? No. Su Etienne shook her head with a serious expression. You did most of the work for this competition. Honestly, you can keep it all, there's no need to share it with me. How can this be? Let's split it 50-50, after all, we earned this through our efforts. How about this? Su Etienne said, I'll just take 2,000. You can keep the rest to buy some clothes or study materials. Your parents would surely be happy if they knew. TSK. After hearing Su Etienne's words, Xiaoming thought it over carefully. He would hold on to this 3,000 yuan for now and eventually spend it on Su Etienne. For instance, paying for her school lunches, buying her a phone, or purchasing study materials or clothes. If forced upon her, she would definitely refuse. Considering this, Xiaoming felt the idea was workable. Nodding, he said, alright, carrying cash is inconvenient anyway. Why don't we deposit it in a bank card instead? Got it. Su Etienne nodded to show no objections, and then the two of them entered ICBC, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Huaxia branch together. After Xiaoming and Su Etienne applied for a bank card, they deposited the 10,000 yuan into the account. Su Etienne was particularly stubborn. Even though Xiaoming wanted to deposit more for her, she refused to accept it. After leaving the bank, Xiaoming took a deep breath, feeling quite pleased. Etienne, today's been lucky hanging out with you. Let's skip the library. How about we go shopping instead? Going shopping. Do you need to buy clothes? Yes. Xiaoming took Sui Tian's hand. Come on, the China World Trade Center is right ahead, let's go check it out. With that, Xiaoming took her hand and they ran off together. Oh my, Xiaoming, slow down. Two figures entered the Guomao shopping district together, where there were many affordable clothing stores. Xiaoming had a clear goal in mind, directly pulling her into a women's clothing shop. At the same time, Sui Tian quickly exclaimed, Hey, this is a women's clothing store. Xiaoming, don't tell me you have some special preferences? Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Xiaoming rolled his eyes. Special preferences? How could he possibly have any special preferences? There's no way I'm ever wearing women's clothes. But, this is a women's clothing store. We're here today specifically to buy you clothes. Xiaoming knew this girl was usually too frugal to buy clothes for herself, which was exactly why he dragged her here. Hello, welcome, both of you. At this moment, a fair-skinned saleswoman in a suit walked over with a smile. Are you here to look at clothes? Yes. Xiaoming nodded with a smile. We're buying clothes for the lady beside me. Could you please recommend some for her? Hearing this, the saleswoman glanced at Etian standing beside Xiaoming. In fact, the moment the two entered, they had caught her eye. Whether it was the handsome young man or the beautiful young woman, both were strikingly good-looking. What's more, they looked particularly well-matched standing together. After giving Sui Tian a brief once-over, the saleswoman said with a bright smile, Certainly, we've just received some new clothing items in our store. You might want to have your girlfriend try them on. I think they'd look absolutely stunning on her. Miss, please follow me. With that, the clerk led Sui Tian toward the intersection of the store. Meanwhile, Sui Tian's delicate face flushed crimson. Is this being misunderstood by the shop assistant? Xiaoming looked at Sui Tian, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, and couldn't help but chuckle. This girl is embarrassed again. So naive. What are you standing around for, Etienne? Let's go check out the clothes. Ha, oh, right. Sui Tian nodded, and the two of them came to the clothing section. Most of the clothes here were long-sleeved. Short-sleeved ones had become rare. After all, it was less than 10 days until October, and the weather was getting colder. So now, almost no one was selling short-sleeved shirts anymore. Miss, look here, this hoodie is our new release this year. With the weather not too cold yet, this unlined version would be perfect. If it gets colder, you could layer it with a base outfit underneath before wearing the hoodie over it. Even in the harshest winter, you could just throw on a down jacket over this as outerwear. The clerk's enthusiastic pitch left Sui Tian momentarily dazed. Xiaoming examined the hoodie. It was pure white with a little bear pattern printed on it. It's a very loose-fitting style, and looks quite nice at first glance. As for the price, 199 yuan isn't too expensive for Xiaoming. Xiaoming turned his gaze to Sui Tian. What do you think, Etienne? Do you like it? Sui Tian frowned as she looked at the garment. To be honest, the sweatshirt was indeed very attractive, but the price was beyond what she could accept. Maybe it's not quite right for me. It's alright, miss. Why not try it on and let your boyfriend give his opinion? Sui Tian stole a glance at Xiaoming, who nodded in agreement. Yes, Etienne, you should try it. I think this outfit looks really nice on you. Then, I'll try it. The salesgirl nodded with a smile. What size do you wear, little sis? Let me grab one for you. She wears M. Xiaoming cut in to answer. After all, they were lovers in their past lives, so Xiaoming definitely knew her clothing size by heart. The salesgirl nodded. Alright, please wait here for a moment. The sizes on display outside run large. I'll go fetch your clothes from the warehouse. Alright, thanks. With that said, the salesgirl left the area. Beside them, Sui Tian turned her head to look at him. Do you know my clothing size? Of course. Looking at the dazed Sui Tian, Xiaoming gently ruffled her hair. Your school uniform is size M, isn't it? You're my deskmate, how could I not know? True. Sui Tian's face flushed red. Who would have thought Xiaoming would be so attentive? He must really care about himself in daily life too. At this thought, pink bubbles were already bubbling up in Sui Tian's heart. By the way, Xiaoming, your grades. Sui Tian suddenly recalled his performance today and couldn't help but ask. Xiaoming replied, in the past, I was indeed drifting aimlessly. But now, I have a goal. I've actually been waiting for a girl too. It wasn't until the end of last semester that I finally found her. Hearing this, Sui Tian's heart was already pounding wildly. Xiaoming gazed at her with tender affection. I want to get into the same university as you. Chapter 23 Pinky Promise. Go to the same university as me? Sui Tian couldn't help but glance at him, and Xiaoming nodded. Yes, that's right. Actually, the girl I've been waiting for all this time is you. Is it, me? When Xiaoming said these words, Sui Tian's heartbeat grew even faster. Xiaoming continued. That's exactly why I need to study harder. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I couldn't get into the same university as you? Sui Tian's face turned red. Actually, she really wanted to say it didn't matter, she could follow him wherever he went. But she just couldn't bring herself to say it. Little sister, the clothes are ready. You can go to the fitting room to try them on. At that moment, the salesgirl came over holding a sweatshirt. Xiaoming nodded. Go try it on, let me see how beautiful Tian looks in the new clothes. Okay. Tian nodded slightly, took the sweatshirt from the salesgirl, and walked into the fitting room. Changing into a sweatshirt didn't take long, just 2 minutes later, she emerged from the fitting room. Tian's face was flushed with embarrassment at this moment, and seeing both Xiaoming and the salesgirl staring at her made her even shyer. Forcing a faint smile, she asked timidly, how is it? I don't look too awful in this, do I? Ugly? Clearly very pretty. Xiaoming stared at this silly girl. He wasn't boasting, but Tian looked exceptionally beautiful in this outfit. Especially that slightly shy face of hers, it made people instantly want to protect her. If one were to describe her in verse, it would be, her radiant eyes dance with spirit, her gentle smile exudes countless charms. It paired perfectly with light blue jeans, embodying a completely fresh and youthful aesthetic. Of course, it would be even better if she swapped the bottoms for a miniskirt paired with black stockings. Most importantly, her figure was exceptional, her legs were perfectly straight, the epitome of the currently trending manga legs. The salesgirl beside her praised, "Little miss, this hoodie seems like it was tailor-made just for you. Ask your boyfriend here, doesn't this outfit look perfect on you? It really suits you, Tian. There's a full-length mirror right beside you, go take a look." Tian slowly turned and couldn't help but brighten when she saw her reflection. The hoodie's fabric was incredibly comfortable, and it fit her perfectly. It's just the price. Tian was considering this issue when Xiaoming spoke up, "Miss Salesperson, we'll take this sweatshirt." "Alright." Hearing Xiaoming's voice, the salesgirl smiled and asked, would you like to keep it on or change out of it? Before Tian could reply, Xiaoming took the initiative, "She'll keep it on." Could you please pack up the clothes she changed out of earlier?" "Alright." As she spoke, the sales clerk had already stepped into the fitting room. Tian frowned and said, "Xiaoming, this outfit is too expensive, and besides, be good." Xiaoming suddenly leaned in, gently stroking the back of her head. "I think it suits you well, it's on me. And from now on, I'm here. You're not alone anymore." In their past life, after becoming a couple, Tian had shared some things with him about the bullying she endured during her school days and how she had been waiting for him all those years. Xiaoming took all these words to heart. He then said, "I'll study hard. Let's get into the same university together, okay?" Tian looked up at him, her eyes gradually moistening. She pressed her lips together, her heart pounding with emotion, because this was exactly what she had been thinking too. Getting into the same university as the boy she liked. She nodded slightly. "Alright." Xiaoming chuckled mischievously, then, "Let's pinky swear." Childish Tian called him immature with her words, but had already extended the little finger of her right hand. Their little fingers interlocked as they chanted together, "Pinky promise, sworn forever, 100 years no changes, whoever breaks becomes a little puppy." But Tian couldn't help bursting into laughter. "Xiaoming, why did you say little puppy too? Can you really read my mind?" Xiaoming replied, "Of course, because in our past life I was your boyfriend. Reading your little thoughts is child's play." "Oh really? I totally believe that." Tian's heart swelled with sweetness at this moment. She was now certain Xiaoming fancied her just a teensy bit. Yet when this delicate barrier between them would be broken remained a mystery. After all, they were still just high school seniors. "Handsome, I've packed up your girlfriend's clothes. Please keep them safe for her." With that, the sales clerk handed Tian's clothes to Xiaoming. After taking the clothes, Xiaoming thanked her and then paid at the counter. For the rest of the afternoon, Xiaoming and Tian wandered around the China World Mall. Tian was the type of frugal girl who enjoyed window shopping but would never actually buy any clothes. At 5 in the afternoon, they passed by a mobile phone store. Xiaoming thought of the old button phone Tian was currently using and said, "Tian, we're in our senior year now, why don't you get a smartphone?" Hearing this, Tian frowned. "What does senior year have to do with smartphones? I don't really think I'd use one much anyway." "Silly girl. You need your phone to look up information and receive class messages, don't you? And if I have questions about homework after school, wouldn't it be easier to just texting you directly?" At this point, Tian began to feel swayed by his reasoning. Xiaoming was right. Normally when the homeroom teacher spoke in the class group chat, she never had time to find out immediately. It was always the nurses at the hospital who relayed the messages to her. Xiaoming continued, "You only took 2,000 yuan today, that's way too much me taking advantage of you. The phone's on me. Come on, let's go in and take a look." With that, Xiaoming grabbed Tian's hand and pulled her toward the phone store. This mobile phone store's brand is called Honor, a subsidiary brand under Huawei with a good reputation and reasonably priced prices. It's highly suitable for today's student demographic. Upon entering, the store displays an array of dazzling smartphones. Since it's currently September 2018, the latest Honor model available is the Honor Play. Digital products are always about buying new rather than old, and Xiaoming had a clear goal in mind when entering. Hello, both of you. Are you here to look at phones? A rather gentlemanly young man approached, and Xiaoming nodded, looking at the honor play. The honor play is over here. The young man led the two of them to this phone, and Sui Tian felt a bit dazed as she looked at the device on the display table. Honor play, 4 plus 64 1,999 yuan, 6 plus 64 2,399 yuan. This phone is so expensive. Seeing the price instantly discouraged her, already halfway out the door. At the same time, the young man said, this phone has GPU turbo technology, which means for gaming it can. The young man went on and on about it, but Sui Tian didn't understand a word. Of course, as a tech enthusiast, Xiaoming understood perfectly, and I'm sure you watching this do too. For Sui Tian, all that mattered was whether the phone could go online and make video calls. Things like GPU turbo technology were definitely not what she cared about. Xiaoming, this phone is so expensive. I don't think there's any need to buy something this costly. Well, how about we make an equivalent exchange instead? Chapter 24, I'll always be by your side. What does equivalent exchange mean? Xiaoming said, it means we buy this phone today, and from now on you'll be my private tutor in the evenings, guiding me through video calls for my homework. Sui Tian replied, but I feel like my grades aren't as good as yours these days. Can I ask you questions when I get stuck too? Of course. Still, I think this phone is a bit too expensive. Sui Tian pouted and said, it wasn't easy to get this 10,000 yuan today. Once it's spent, it's gone. I think we really shouldn't waste it. Is this what you call wasting? Xiaoming replied with a faint smile. We're spending the money where it matters most. Money can't buy academic results, but with phones, we can motivate each other to study. That doesn't count as wasting, does it? At that moment, Sui Tian realized she was no match for Xiaoming in an argument. Xiaoming continued, getting good grades now means you can earn big money later, so this isn't wasteful. It's building a foundation for the future, understand? I can't argue with you. Sui Tian almost felt like laughing. The way Xiaoming put it actually made some sense. So let's just buy this phone. Etienne, you're so pretty you can take lots of gorgeous photos to send me later. Smooth talking. In the end, Xiaoming still ended up buying that phone. Shameless Xiaoming made Sui Tian set the lock screen password to his own birthday, then called the carrier to subscribe to some data plans. Finally, he also helped her download apps like Xiaoyu and Sudi, QQ, and WeChat. Doing the math, those 3,000 yuan were practically gone already. Of course, that didn't matter much, he still had 5,000 left. Xiaoming's plan was to make money grow. For a time traveler who understood temporal advantages, it shouldn't be too difficult. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was already 6:30. The streets were gradually filling with traffic. Though it was Saturday, very few jobs offered 2-day weekends at this time. A large portion of people only have 1 day off per week. By a bus stop outside, Xiaoming and Sui Tian were standing waiting for the bus. Beside them were two elderly people, their hair already gray, holding hands, looking particularly affectionate. At that moment, Sui Tian couldn't take her eyes off them. She was thinking how wonderful it would be if, many years later, she and Xiaoming could be just like this elderly couple. With the boy she liked by her side, free from worries, seeking nothing but simple happiness. At this thought, Sui Tian suddenly felt a momentary daze. Her heart ached as she silently asked, Mom and Dad, I don't know where you are, how are you doing now? Tian, what are you thinking about? The bus is here. Xiaoming gently tapped Sui Tian's shoulder. What a silly girl, spacing out just now. Oh, right. Let's get on then. The bus's final stop was the hospital where Sui Tian had always lived. Though she had never said it, Xiaoming knew. The two boarded the vehicle together and took their seats by the window in the back row. Once seated, Sui Tian rested her head on Xiaoming's shoulder. Her expression was particularly calm. As the bus started moving, she spoke softly. Xiaoming, about my circumstances, do you know everything? Xiaoming curiously turned his gaze toward her. That expression on her face seemed familiar in their past life. When Sui Tian confessed her background, she had worn exactly this same expression. Sui Tian continued, you must have heard from other classmates that I'm an orphan, raised in a hospital since childhood, right? Got it. Xiaoming nodded in acknowledgement. She continued, when I was 3 years old, I got separated from my parents. A kind soul took me to the hospital, and they raised me there. To this day, I still haven't found my birth parents. You helped me when I was at my most helpless at 9 years old. Thank you, Xiaoming. It's my duty, he replied. Xiaoming pulled her into his arms without hesitation. At this moment, she desperately needed comfort. Xiaoming gently patted her shoulder and said, Etienne, I totally understand you. Your parents must be looking for you right now. Trust me, you'll definitely be reunited with them one day. Got it. Sui Tian's voice was already choked with sobs. I never thought I'd run into you again. I've been searching for you for so long. You know, ever since I heard you transferred away back then, I was absolutely heartbroken. I'm sorry. Xiaoming sounded remorseful. He never expected such a small gesture would stay with her for so long. This was undeniably connected to her background. It's alright. Sui Tian shook her head, but now I found you again, and I'm so glad. I don't want to be apart from you anymore. No, it won't. Xiao Ming took out a tissue and wiped the corner of her eye. Didn't we agree? We'll study hard together, get into a good university, and I'll always be by your side. Got it. She nodded slightly, gazing out the window the whole way, lost in thought. But Xiao Ming could feel it, her love for him was genuine. 7:05 a.m. Ding dong, dear passengers, we have arrived at City Hospital Station. Passengers exiting, please use the rear door. Remember to take your belongings with you, mind the doors when opening, and watch your step when alighting. Xiao Ming, I've arrived. Sui Tian picked up her school bag and jacket as she said, thank you for being with me today. This has been the happiest day of my life. Well, I should get going now. Don't forget to call me when you get home. Got it. Bye. See you on Monday. The time the door stayed open was brief. Sui Tian hurriedly got out of the car and waved at him from outside. She didn't return to the hospital until the bus had disappeared from her sight. Xiao Ming got off the bus near his home and walked toward his house. The most important thing now was still to help Sui Tian find her biological parents. Right at that moment, the system's voice suddenly appeared. Ding, congratulations on completing the task, host. You've earned plus 2,000 wish points. Host hasn't checked in today. Automatic check-in completed. Congratulations on earning plus 3,000 wish points. Current remaining wish points, 5,000. Chapter 25, Starting a Small Business. With 5,000 wish points, I can exchange for another clue. Xiao Ming muttered to himself without giving it much thought as he headed home. He withdrew 400 yuan from the ATM outside the residential area, intending to return the money he'd taken from his father's secret stash. After all, it wasn't easy for the old man to squirrel away some cash. Xiao Ming returned home at exactly 7:20. When he pushed open the door, his mother Zhou Yanwen was waiting for him in the living room. Her expression was ice cold. Well, look who finally decided to come home after fooling around. ? Xiao Ming froze in surprise. Zhou Yanwen continued. Didn't see you anywhere this morning, always running around. Can't you help me clean up a bit? Look how messy your desk is. No matter how much space you have, you'll pile it all up. Go clean it up right now. Or don't even think about eating tonight. Is Mom going through menopause or something? The moment she enters the house, she turns into a tigress, not even giving him a chance to explain. Besides, the desk in his bedroom is actually quite clean, it's just that there are a tad too many books. Zhou Yanwen shot him a glare and continued, hurry up and go wash up. Finish dinner quickly and get to your homework. If your teacher calls me again this semester, just wait and see how I deal with you. Wang Kai, woof. Exactly. The family dog, Wang Kai, started showboating at his feet. Xiao Ming looked exasperated, he kicked the mud away with one foot and retreated to his bedroom. Damn, that's just ridiculous. Xiao Ming tossed his satchel onto the bed, picked up his phone, and sent Sui Tian a message. Etienne, I'm home. Gonna grab some food soon. Just glad you're home. I've already started eating. Sui Tian replied almost instantly. Truth be told, she'd been waiting for Xiao Ming's message all along. Alright, you go ahead and eat first. I'll talk to you after the meal. Okay. Xiao Ming left the bedroom after putting down his phone, just as his father stepped out of his own room. The two of them washed their hands and then sat together at the dining table. At this moment, Xiao Ming said, Mom, super mathematician has come to Xinhai today. It's over at Xinhua Library. Oh. Xiao Ming's mother responded with an oh, her expression showing no change. She was familiar with the show and often watched it. Xiao Ming asked, Mom, aren't you going to ask whether I participated or won any awards? You, really? Zhou Yanwen glanced at Xiao Ming. In her eyes, this character slot was already ruined beyond repair. If it weren't for his dad's shortcomings in that department, they would have tried for another kid. Forget it. Xiao Ming couldn't be bothered to explain, this was just her mom's personality. She just let her watch the show tomorrow. That'd certainly give her a real shock. After dinner, he returned to his bedroom. Closing the door, Xiao Ming said, System, I'd like to exchange another clue about Sui Tian's parents. Exchange successful. Then, that familiar screen opened once again. Clue 1, currently, Sui Tian's mother is in Jiangbei Province, Jinghai City. Just next door? Jinghai City is right next to Xinhai City, with its location approximately 120 kilometers from downtown Jinghai. Not far at all. Take the high-speed rail, and you can get there in about half an hour. At this point, the second clue appeared. Clue 2, currently, Sui Tian's father is in Tiannan Province, Sanya City. Sanya City? Sanya is the southernmost city in China. His current location is in East China, thousands of kilometers away from Sanya. Could it be that her father went to Sanya to look for her? At this thought, Xiao Ming sighed. Going to Sanya to search for his daughter, this was highly probable. As long as there was a lead that matched his daughter's whereabouts, he would undoubtedly rush over without hesitation. End of current clue provision. The system panel closed, leaving Xiaoming feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. When Xiaoming checked, it was none other than Sui Tian calling. Was this girl really in such a hurry to reach him? What's more, she directly initiated a video call. Xiaoming pressed accept and placed the phone on the table, while Sui Tian's figure appeared on the screen. She hadn't changed her clothes, still wearing the hoodie she bought earlier that day. At this moment, she seemed a bit embarrassed. Brazenly, Xiaoming teased, "What's wrong? Did you miss me already? It hasn't even been an hour. ? What are you thinking about?" Right then, Xiaoming distinctly sensed that this girl was blushing. She said nervously, "I was just doing math problems when I got stuck on one. There's no answer on Xiao Yu and So Ti, so I thought I'd ask you." Ha ha ha. Xiaoming replied, "Of course, you can send me a photo of the problem, and I'll take a look." Got it. Sui Tian temporarily turned off the video call, sent a photo, and then immediately called back. She asked, "It's this problem. By the way, Xiaoming, have you finished your meal yet?" "I've already eaten." Xiaoming carefully read through the problem. "This question is indeed quite difficult, but I happen to know how to solve it." Xiaoming quickly grabbed a notebook and set up his phone holder, clamping his phone into position. This way, it could perfectly capture his notebook on the desk. Just in case there were shadows, he turned on the desk lamp as well. "So, can you see the words I wrote?" "Sure." Sui Tian looked at her phone screen with a radiant smile. Xiaoming cared deeply about her matters, and this truly made her extremely happy. He thoroughly enjoyed this process. "Then listen carefully, this problem is..." Xiaoming started writing on the scratch paper. With his super scholar knowledge, now he could even tutor Sui Tian with her homework. While solving the problems, the two chatted, and Xiaoming's performance continuously shattered Sui Tian's worldview. She couldn't help but say, "I feel like you're explaining more thoroughly than our math teacher now. The monthly exam is coming up, you're definitely going to shoot up the ranks this time." "Absolutely." Xiaoming smiled slightly and asked, "By the way, after the monthly exams, it's National Day. Do you have any plans for the holiday?" Sui Tian thought for a moment before replying, "I was thinking of taking a part-time job at a buffet restaurant to earn some money during the break." Hearing this, Xiaoming suggested, "How about we start a small business together instead?" Chapter 26, How about having her as your daughter-in-law? Happy with that? Running a small business? Hearing these words, Sui Tian froze for a moment. Confusion written all over her face, she asked, "Running a business? Are you planning to sell something?" Xiaoming nodded, "Yes, let's sell some snacks. I'll start preparing soon. How about it? Do you want to come and help?" Of course. Although Sui Tian didn't know what Xiaoming was up to, she felt happy and fulfilled just being able to accompany him and lend him a hand. "Then it's settled." Xiaoming pondered. In his past life, many delicious snacks had been quite popular, but he wasn't sure if selling snacks now would work out. For example, the joke about 10 grilled sausages is quite good. Of course, it needs promotion. After that, Xiaoming and Sui Tian worked on their homework together. Around 11 p.m., they said goodnight to each other and ended the video call. Xiaoming rushed into the bathroom for a shower and then went to bed, falling asleep almost immediately. The next day, at 7:50 p.m., "Mom, Dad, come quick. Today's show is about to start." Tonight, Xiaoming cooked dinner himself, preparing 3 dishes and a soup, all dishes Sui Tian had loved in her previous life. It's a pity she's not here. What's there to look at? Eating at the dining table is perfectly fine, yet you insist on bringing it to the coffee table. Zhou Yanwen grumbled while walking over with chopsticks in hand. "Just take a look and you'll understand." Xiaoming chuckled mischievously. Though somewhat reluctant, she still took a seat on the sofa. That's right, today Xiaoming wanted his parents to watch Super Mathematician. After all, he performed quite well on the show yesterday, and his mom was too lazy to listen to his explanations. Showing her the program directly would be much better. An added bonus, they could also get a glimpse of their future daughter-in-law. "Mom, Dad, brace yourselves, what you're about to see might just make your jaws drop." Xiao Guosheng chuckled. "What could possibly shock us? Come on, eat quickly now, we're watching." It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and the show Super Mathematician officially began airing. What's being broadcast today is yesterday's match. Hello everyone, welcome to our live audience. I'm your host Sun Chang, and welcome to... It was still the familiar opening, and at first Xiaoming's parents didn't notice anything unusual. It wasn't until the host announced the names of Xiaoming and Sui Tian and saw him take the stage that they showed expressions of surprise. His parents collectively fixed their gazes on Xiaoming. Xiao Guosheng couldn't help asking, "Son, you went to participate in this program?" "Got it." Xiaoming nodded. "Damn." Xiao Guosheng couldn't quite believe it, then continued, "So, did he win any awards?" "You'll find out if you keep watching." Xiao Guosheng and Zhou Yanwen turned their attention to the TV, which was just showing his self-introduction segment. Looking at Xiaoming on screen, Xiao Guosheng smiled slightly. "That's my boy, looks exactly like me." "Handsome devil." Zhou Yanwen rolled her eyes at the side. After Xiaoming finished his self-introduction, the camera immediately focused on Sui Tian. At this moment, Sui Tian made a rather favorable impression, her face flushed with shyness, radiating exceptional innocence. In his previous life, his parents had adored Sui Tian. When Sui Tian was diagnosed with heart failure, they also provided some financial assistance. Unfortunately, the cost of treatment was too high, and Xiaoming felt uncomfortable continuously spending his family's money, which led him down the path of online loans. This was also the reason for conflicts with his parents. Fortunately, nothing bad has happened so far. Hello everyone, my name is Sui Tian, I'm from Genoa, and I'm very honored to participate in this event. On the TV, Sui Tian's shy self-introduction prompted Xiao Guosheng to nudge Xiaoming with his elbow. Son, that girl is quite pretty. Are you two in the same class? Yes, Dad. She's actually my deskmate. Xiaoming smiled faintly. Meanwhile, Zhou Yanwen suddenly thought of something. Frowning, she asked Xiaoming, you didn't go to the internet cafe yesterday. Were you on a date with this girl? Mom, do I look like someone who goes to internet cafes often? Also, what date? We just went to the library together to do homework. It's not at that stage yet. At this point, Zhou Yanwen thought carefully and recalled that Xiaoming did indeed return with a backpack yesterday, which seemed to contain exam papers. That's not right. Zhou Yanwen suddenly realized something and stared at Xiaoming intently. What do you mean it hasn't developed to that extent yet? Are you in a relationship? Hearing this, Xiao Guosheng couldn't remain seated any longer. Upon seeing Sui Tian, she immediately took a liking to this young girl. It wouldn't be bad at all if Xiaoming could be won over as a daughter-in-law. Dear, look how pretty this young lady is. She'd make such a suitable daughter-in-law for us. Hearing this, for some reason Zhou Yanwen also felt Xiao Guosheng made sense. In today's society, there are already fewer girls to begin with, and besides, their son's already 18. Isn't college entrance exams the perfect time to start dating? After hearing his father's words, Xiaoming replied, That's right, Mom. Let me tell you, Sui Tian is 167 centimeters tall. You saw how she looks, so pretty, and her grades are consistently in the top 3 of her class. Zhou Yanwen remained silent. Xiaoming then turned his gaze to Xiao Guosheng. Dad, wouldn't you be happy to have her as your daughter-in-law? Satisfied. Xiao Guosheng didn't hesitate for a moment. He looked at Xiaoming and said, Seems like the two of you have quite the special relationship. Not bad, kid, you're taking after your old man back in the day. Of course I am. Just then, Zhou Yanwen piped up from the side, Son, focus on your studies and don't drag her grades down. Aim to get into the same university. Mom, to be honest, I've actually been putting in a lot of effort behind the scenes. I took first place in yesterday's competition. There's no point explaining, just watch the competition and you'll see. Xiaoming was in a good mood. It was quite clear his mother had taken a liking to Sui Tian. Of course, this was exactly what Xiaoming had expected. The family of 3 watched the TV program, where the competition had been specially edited, with the questions directly appearing on the screen. Xiaoming's performance repeatedly shattered his parents' preconceptions. Xiaoming's grades used to be nothing special, but his performance in competitions was outstanding. Xiaoming had no choice but to say it was the result of discussing with Sui Tian. Zhou Yanwen went on another long lecture, urging him to learn more from Sui Tian. Xiaoming just let it go in one ear and out the other. At 9 p.m., as the show ended and Xiaoming and Sui Tian were announced as the first-place winners, their parents were thrilled. No matter what, this was still an honor. After dinner, Xiaoming took the initiative to wash the dishes. He returned to his bedroom, chatted with Sui Tian for a while, then lay down and quickly fell asleep. Tomorrow marks the final week of September, which means midterm exams are coming up. Xiaoming wasn't too worried about his grades. As a liberal arts student, he was doing fairly well in his other subjects. English and mathematics were a bit challenging for him. The rest gave him no trouble. Without another thought, he closed his eyes and soon drifted off to sleep, eager to meet Sui Tian as early as possible. Chapter 27, Director Pan wants to see you. Early the next morning, as his phone alarm rang, Xiaoming began getting dressed. His first task after waking up was always to clock in. Ding! Congratulations on successfully checking in. You've received 1,000 wish points. Only 1,000? That's kinda low. Xiaoming didn't linger. After washing up and having breakfast, he headed straight to Genoa No. 1 High School. At exactly 7 o'clock, he entered classroom 3 with his backpack. Only a few classmates had arrived by then. Upon seeing Xiaoming enter, Xian Tianshang immediately rushed over. Holy shit! Unable to contain himself, he blurted out a national profanity while staring straight at Xiaoming. You're really something, Ming. You went on a date with your deskmate on Saturday, yet still managed to join the super mathematician competition. So, how was it? Did you and Sui Tian have a good time that night? As he spoke, a lewd smile spread across his face. His hands even made a squeezing motion in the air. Xiaoming was completely baffled. What was all this nonsense? Chatting with Xian Tianshang meant 3 out of every 5 sentences were full of innuendos. Get lost, Xian Tianshang. Who knows what's going on in that head of yours? Scram! Xiaoming waved him off, too lazy to deal with his nonsense. Sui Tian hadn't arrived in the classroom yet. He sat down on his chair and stuffed his backpack into the desk compartment. Xuana Tianqing chuckled and came over, plopping himself down on Xiao Ming's desk as he continued. You're quite the celebrity at school now. You wouldn't believe it, the video of your competition with Sui Tian got reposted on the school forum. Now the whole Genoa High knows about you two participating in that competition. I'm afraid. Hearing this, Xiao Ming furrowed his brows. Afraid of what? You held her hand during the competition. I mean, if Director Pan saw it. Xiao Ming understood Xin Tianqing's implication. After all, Director Pan had made one thing perfectly clear. That's right, at Genoa High, we don't date. Isn't this just slapping him in the face? The school probably won't interfere in this matter, and besides, we haven't officially confirmed our relationship yet. Aren't you close to it? Xian Tianshang showed an envious expression. He was a repeat student, and one of his close buddies had already gotten into a relationship and gone to college with his girlfriend. He never expected that after being held back, the same buddy would soon be in a relationship again. To say I wasn't envious would be a lie. Just at that moment, Sui Tian appeared at the front door of the classroom. She wasn't wearing the hoodie bought yesterday, but had on Genoa High's uniform as usual. Of course, wearing uniforms was school policy. Genoa's uniforms weren't particularly ugly. On her, they created this aura straight out of a campus romance drama. As pure and innocent as ever. Sui Tian's gaze immediately fell upon Xiao Ming as she entered the classroom. A faint smile graced her lips, radiating a healing warmth. Seeing Sui Tian approach, Xuan Tianqing tactfully stepped aside and left the area. Good morning, Xiao Ming. She waved at him energetically, appearing quite lively. Morning. Sui Tian giggled and sat down on the chair, then stuffed her backpack into the desk compartment. Xiao Ming asked curiously, Etienne, did you watch Super Mathematician last night? Of course I saw it. Sui Tian nodded. The nurses at the hospital all praised me for doing great. By the way, you watched it too, didn't you? Got it. Xiao Ming whispered, I watched it with my parents. Guess what they thought of you? Hearing this, Sui Tian widened her eyes. His opinion of me? Yes. Xiao Ming said, let me tell you, the moment my father laid eyes on you, he took a liking to you. He wants you to be his daughter-in-law. At these words, Sui Tian's face instantly flushed red. Her heartbeat accelerated in a straight line. Xiao Ming speaks so bluntly. Hearing Xiao Ming say this, her first feeling was excitement. A sudden warmth flowed through her heart. This feeling was like being confessed to by someone you love, unforgettable for a long time. Second, she was extremely shy. After all, she was a girl who ought to be demure. Her nervous tone carried a hint of tsundere. Looks like I'm just too pretty, isn't it? Exactly. As Xiao Ming gazed at Sui Tian's delicate little face, he really wanted to swoop in and plant a big kiss on her cheek. Sui Tian said shyly, actually, the nurse at the hospital also asked me about our relationship. Oh, Xiao Ming gave her a curious look. He asked, so what did you tell her? I told her the truth, that you helped me once when I was 9, tutored me with homework, and have always looked after me. At this moment, Sui Tian raised her head and looked straight into his eyes. Xiao Ming, you're so kind. Thank you. You're welcome. Xiao Ming smiled. The next line is probably going to be, you're such a good person, right? Not at all. I don't just hand out nice guy cards to anyone, okay? Ha, I was just kidding. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 7:20 a.m. time for morning reading. Wang Qibei walked into the classroom holding his Chinese textbook. After announcing the morning reading assignment, he slowly made his way over to Xiao Ming's side. He gently tapped Xiao Ming's desk and whispered, Xiao Ming, you and Sui Tian come out for a moment. Director Pan needs to see you both. Hearing this, Xiao Ming was momentarily stunned. Damn, did Director Pan ask for them? He recalled what Xian Tianshang had just told him, and suddenly felt an ominous premonition. By then, Wang Qibei had already slipped out through the back door. Sui Tian had also heard their homeroom teacher's words earlier. She frowned and said, Director Pan wants to see us? What's it about? Xiao Ming shook his head. Let's go out and see. The two quickly left the classroom, where Wang Qibei was waiting for them outside. Wang Qibei saw Xiao Ming and Sui Tian come out and couldn't help but say, you two even went to the Super Mathematician event on Saturday. Xiao Ming, you performed really well, I never would have guessed it. Mr. Wang, please don't mention it. Xiao Ming asked, what did Director Pan want to see us about? Mr. Wang, could you give us a hint? I don't even know why I came to you two, because that thing about you guys, I forgot. Hearing this, Xiao Ming froze. Damn, could he really have noticed me holding Sui Tian's hand during the competition? At this moment, Xiao Ming was panicking inside. Sui Tian's face didn't look any better either. Because Genoa High School had strict discipline policies, anyone violating school rules would face expulsion. Go quickly now. I don't know either, just ask Director Pan yourself. He's waiting for you in his office. Alright. Xiao Ming and Sui Tian were walking toward the principal's office. On the way, Sui Tian couldn't help but ask, Xiao Ming, is Director Pan looking for us because we've been getting too close? That, probably not, right? Xiaoming said it out loud, but inwardly, he was freaking out. Chapter 28, Dean Pan advising them to be a couple? Arriving outside Dean Pan Yuanqing's office, Xiaoming gently knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. Come in. The voice of Dean Pan Yuanqing sounded from inside. Xiaoming slowly pushed the door open and walked in, with Sui Tian following behind him. At this moment, Director Pan was sitting in his office chair looking at the computer. Seeing Xiaoming and Sui Tian arrive, he quickly set aside what he was doing and greeted them with a broad smile. Xiaoming, Sui Tian, you're here. Got it. Xiaoming observed Director Pan's expression, his mind filled with questions. Could it be that he wasn't summoned because he'd been spending too much time with Sui Tian? What's the reason then? Director Pan glanced at them both and then continued. Not bad at all, you went and entered the competition without telling anyone. Since when did your math scores get so good? Oh, never mind that. Good job bringing glory to Genoa High anyway. With that, he even gave Xiaoming a pat on the shoulder. Thank you, Director Pan. At this moment, Xiaoming couldn't help but ask, Director Pan, you called us here this time, surely not just to praise the two of us? Oh, of course not. It was only then that Pan Yuanqing remembered his actual purpose. He quickly returned to his desk and turned the computer screen toward both of them. At this moment, the screen displayed a series of photos, all in the style of campus web dramas. Director Pan said, I noticed you both have great stage presence. Recently, the principal mentioned updating the cover of the school website and suggested having 2 students pose for photos. The first people I thought of were you two. What do you say? Interested? ? Hearing this, Xiaoming froze. At that moment, his anxious heart finally settled down. So it was because of this matter. He had thought Director Pan wanted to see him because he'd gotten too close to Sui Tian. Xiaoming nodded. I don't have a problem with it. After all, he was quite confident in his looks. At this moment, Director Pan turned his gaze to Sui Tian. Sui Tian, what about you? At this moment, Sui Tian's mind was completely blank. Seeing Sui Tian's expression, Director Pan smiled and said, you two are quite popular on the school forum right now, and with your good looks, I think you'd be the perfect candidates for the shoot. If you're okay with it, I'll report it to the school. Don't worry, the photography won't take up too much of your time. Xiaoming turned his head to Sui Tian and said, yeah, Etienne, if Director Pan wants us to film it, let's just film it. It's not a bad thing anyway. Director Pan genuinely wanted the two of them to film as well. He said, you two have such great chemistry. There's a term online, what was it again? CP, right? You two could pair up as a CP and let the whole school know. Hearing this, both Ming Xiao and Etienne Su were completely bewildered. CP? Wow, the dean actually encouraged students to form CPs? Perhaps his understanding of CP is different from what young people think of nowadays. Xiaoming couldn't help but feel amused, yet he suppressed his emotions. He said, Etienne, how about we agree to Director Pan's request? Let's take some photos together. Consider it our contribution to the school. Fine, we'll do it your way. Sui Tian nodded shyly like an obedient bride. With a smile, Xiaoming asked, Director Pan, she's agreed. So it's settled then, when should we take the photos? It'll probably be next month. I'll submit the report first and notify you when the time comes. The vocational school will have everything prepared by then. Sui Tian, don't forget to do your makeup. Director Pan waved his hand. Alright, that's all. Go back to your morning reading now. The monthly exams are coming up soon, so study hard. Coming right up. With that, Xiaoming and Sui Tian quickly left the office. After closing the door, Sui Tian let out a long sigh of relief and patted her chest lightly. That scared me to death. I thought something was wrong, turns out it's just taking photos. Xiaoming said, not happy to take photos with me? Sui Tian glanced up at him. Of course she was happy to take photos with Xiaoming. The main photos would be posted on the school's official website, which gave them extraordinary significance. Actually, she also wanted the whole world to know she had such a wonderful boyfriend. I'm so happy. As long as I'm with you, anything we do makes me happy. Sui Tian couldn't help but voice her true feelings. Feeling it might be too forward, she quickly added, alright, Director Pan said the monthly exams are coming up soon. We should focus on studying, let's hurry back to the classroom for morning reading. Okay. This monthly exam, I think I can break into the top 10 this time. TCH, stop bragging. The two quickly entered the classroom and began their morning reading session. At that moment, both of them were in excellent spirits. Having someone they liked by their side was truly a blissful thing. Time flies by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already Wednesday, 5:50 p.m. The students in the classroom had already placed their books on the podium, as required every month. Genoa's monthly exams were relatively strict. Classes were completely shuffled, with exam seating arranged according to rankings from the previous semester's final exams. In other words, top students sat together in one exam hall, while struggling students were grouped together in another. The upside is, even if you cheat, it won't help. because everyone around you has similar academic performance. As for your desk mate during exams, they're not even in the same grade. Senior 3 students are paired with Senior 2 students. Most schools arrange it this way these days. Ming, I'm in exam hall 43, seat 16. How about you? Xuan Tianqing took advantage of the classroom commotion and somehow slipped over unnoticed. I'm in hall 39, seat 01, better than yours. Exam room 39 was considered the absolute worst testing location in Genoa High School. Of course, Xian Tianshang was even worse. Damn, Ming, maybe we should just hand in blank answer sheets this time and team up for next month's exam? Before Xiaoming could respond, Sui Tian chimed in nearby, Xian Tianshang, if you're not going to study yourself, don't drag others down with you. And besides, won't your dad beat the crap out of you if you turn in a blank test? Xian Tianxing's family was quite strict with him, especially after he'd been held back a grade. He often told Xiao Ming about getting beaten by his dad. Heh, just kidding. Xian Tianxing turned his gaze to Sui Tian. By the way, Sister Tian, which exam room are you in? I'm in exam room 3. Holy shit, that's insane. Xuan Tianxing glanced at Sui Tian, then at Xiaoming. Bro Ming, take some notes from them. Look how far behind you are. Xiaoming rolled his eyes. Fuck off, you're trailing behind me anyway. Got it, I'm out of here, won't disturb you anymore. Xuan Tianxing quickly left the scene. At that moment, Sui Tian handed Xiaoming a notebook. With a sweet smile, she said, Xiaoming, these are the key points I've compiled for the humanities subjects. The upcoming monthly exam will cover exactly these topics, make sure to review them thoroughly when you get home. Mei Shem, thanks whiff. Xiaoming suddenly froze mid-word. In her past life, she often called Sui Tian wifey, but this time it slipped out awkwardly. Ha, woman. Xiaoming quickly added, last night I had a dream, we got our marriage certificate. Upon hearing this, Sui Tian was taken aback. She gently tapped Xiaoming's shoulder and said shyly, I don't know what's on your mind all day. Hurry up and study for a while. Having said that, she turned her head away. Oh, asterisk // asterisk Q. That's right, this girl is blushing again. Chapter 29, National Day Small Business Venture. Watching the blushing Sui Tian, Xiaoming couldn't help but chuckle. Teasing this little lass a bit in daily life can deepen their relationship even more. Of course, their relationship is already quite good as things stand. At 6 in the evening, as the pleasant chime of the school bell rang out, students hurriedly left the classroom. Xiaoming and Sui Tian usually stayed a bit later. After packing their review materials into their bags, they left the classroom at a leisurely pace. Every day, they cherished this brief moment after school. As they reached the stairwell, the western sunset glow streamed through the windows, illuminating them both. Sui Tian instinctively squinted, lifting her arm for shade. When her gaze met Xiaoming's face, her heart fluttered uncontrollably. Recalling Xiaoming's words from earlier, her heart raced like a startled deer once more. What are you looking at? Xiaoming had noticed Sui Tian's gaze early on. This girl must have been completely won over by his looks. Men, after all, it's normal for them to be a little narcissistic. And nothing. Caught by Xiaoming, Sui Tian quickly turned her head away. At the same time, Xiaoming said, Tian, October 1st is coming soon. I've already decided what we're going to sell. Hearing this, Sui Tian curiously turned her head towards him. Yesterday, the super wishlist system had suddenly issued Xiaoming a second task, to run a snack stall with Sui Tian for 5 days. Xiaoming was completely baffled, but then the system directly provided him with a secret dipping sauce from the wishlist mall. He tasted the dipping sauce, the flavor was outrageously weird. Xiaoming's idea was quite straightforward, just make some simple snacks, like grilled sausages, squid, or some local specialty snacks here. As for the food permit and business license, the system had already taken care of them for him. Let's prepare some snacks. The day after tomorrow afternoon we'll have plenty of time after the exam, so let's go to the market together and buy some things. Oh, okay. The naive Sui Tian nodded, then asked hesitantly, but where are we going to set up our stall? And don't we need food permits and business licenses for this kind of thing? My dad has already taken care of all the paperwork for me. Xiaoming smiled. When I told my dad about this, he was very supportive too. It's like a mini startup. I've already figured out the location. I'll take you there when the time comes. Got it. Sui Tian nodded. As his future wife, she would definitely support Xiaoming's career with all her strength. Xiaoming said, I'll give you some simple training in a few days. Tian, if I remember correctly, you can cook too, right? How did you know? Since Sui Tian grew up in a hospital, she was exposed to a lot of medical knowledge and also learned excellent cooking skills from the doctors and nurses. I guessed, she replied. Xiaoming chuckled, then it's settled. We'll set up the stall on September 30th. How much salary do you want per day? I don't want a salary. Xiaoming, then let's split the profits. We'll see how much we earn, and after deducting the costs, we'll split them 50-50. I don't need any dividends, I'm just going to help out. Talking about money would only hurt our friendship. Sui Tian didn't even consider that possibility at all. Seeing her expression, Xiao Ming didn't say anything further. Soon, they arrived at the school gate, the moment for parting. The two figures cast long shadows in the sunlight. Xiao Ming stood before Sui Tian, gently adjusting her collar as he gazed at her delicate face and said, "Give it your all in tomorrow's exam. If you rank in the top 3 of your class, I'll prepare a surprise for you." "Really?" Sui Tian gazed at him with eager eyes. Ever since his rebirth elevated their relationship, the inner schoolgirl in Sui Tian gradually revealed itself. This was quite different from her previous strong woman demeanor. She smiled much more often than before. Xiao Ming couldn't resist pinching her cheeks. "Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? But I can't tell you about this little surprise yet. You'll find out when the time comes." "All right." Sui Tian nodded emphatically. "Then, if you can improve by 20 places this time, that is, make it to the top 25 in the class, I'll prepare a little surprise for you too." "All right." Hearing this, Xiao Ming was already feeling somewhat excited. I wonder what this girl has prepared for him. Sui Tian glanced around at the surroundings. "All right, it's getting late now. You should hurry home too. Don't make your mom worry. Starting tomorrow, you must do your best. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow." Sui Tian waved at her, then skipped away from the place. Only after Sui Tian disappeared from his sight did Xiao Ming start walking toward his own home. He really didn't care much about tomorrow's exam, mainly because his memory had improved significantly compared to before. Since he chose humanities, he had memorized many things. Plus, with the support of top student knowledge, getting a high score this time was practically effortless. When Xiao Ming returned home, his mother had already prepared a table full of dishes. Since seeing Xiao Ming participate in the program over the weekend, Zhou Yanwen's attitude toward him had noticeably improved. "Son, you're back. Wash your hands quickly and come eat." Coming. Dad hadn't come home from work yet, so Xiao Ming washed his hands and ran to the dining table to start eating. After dinner, the clingy Sui Tian again asked Xiao Ming to tutor her through some difficult math problems. Of course, the girl listened with utmost seriousness. By now she'd already come to regard Xiao Ming as her personal tutor, immediately seeking him out whenever she encountered problems she couldn't solve. Especially in the videos, Sui Tian acted very clingy, sometimes even coquettish, just like a young couple deeply in love. 10:30 p.m. "Hey, the final answer to this problem is x equals 5, y equals 3. Got it? Got it." Sui Tian was already feeling a bit sleepy by then. With dark circles under her eyes, she looked utterly drowsy. Xiao Ming gazed at Sui Tian in the video and slowly spoke. "Alrighty Tian, let's call it a day. I'm a bit sleepy too, and there's an exam tomorrow. Get some proper rest." Okay." Sui Tian let out a yawn and forced a faint smile. "Then good night. I'll visit your dreams tonight so we can study together. You'll turn into a little dummy sooner or later. Hee, I'm going to take a shower. Good night." Soon, Sui Tian hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming typed into the WeChat chat box, "Good night, my dear little dummy. After careful consideration, I still ended up deleting my dear. The relationship isn't official yet, but this variation of the message will be sent really soon." Chapter 30, Meeting the Parents Already? The next day, after the alarm went off, Xiao Ming checked in first, then got dressed, washed up, had breakfast, and dashed out with his backpack. The exam was much easier than usual, and Xiao Ming felt quite cheerful along the way. Now he was especially looking forward to October 1st, the day he'd be selling snacks with Sui Tian. After returning to school, they still had morning reading session, and afterward, his classmates would head to the exam hall to prepare. 7:50. Sui Tian carried her exam bag, placed her Chinese textbook on the lectern, then ran over and tapped Xiao Ming on the shoulder. Xiao Ming turned his head and looked at Sui Tian standing before him. "All set? The first exam is Chinese, do your best. Don't worry." Sui Tian smiled faintly and reminded him, "Remember to write your name and exam number first when you start the test. Don't forget to fill in the answer sheet, read the questions carefully, and try to fill up the essay section." "Got it. You sound just like Teacher Wang." Xiao Ming smiled, and soon Sui Tian was dragged away by one of her close friends. He also went downstairs with Xian Tiancheng and arrived at their examination hall. The exam began quickly. At this moment, Xiao Ming was considerably stronger than in his previous life. Having been reviewing consistently lately, the current test questions presented little difficulty for him. English is the only slightly challenging subject. When the time comes, he can just use that mantra he always relies on. Exactly, when 3 options are short and 1 is long, pick the longest. When 3 are long and 1 is short, pick the shortest. When lengths vary, go for B. When they're uneven, choose C. This must be the ultimate mantra for underachievers. Time flies by quickly. Before he knew it, it was already 3:30 the next afternoon. That's right, the exam is over. Alright students, please stand up. After collecting your papers, return to your classrooms. Your homeroom teacher will hold a brief meeting before releasing you for the National Day holiday. After finishing these instructions, the proctor collected the exam papers. 2 minutes later, all the students from the class had left the examination room. Xiao Ming waited outside examination room 43 until Xian Tianqing emerged, then they walked upstairs together. Bro Ming, how did you do on this exam? Xian Tianqing walked out and wrapped his arm around Xiao Ming's neck, to which Xiao Ming responded with a smile. Not bad, the questions were pretty easy. How about you, you animal? Hearing this, Zuantiansheng chuckled darkly. I felt like I did pretty well on the test too, Ming. Don't let my usual carefree attitude fool you, I've actually been working hard lately. Otherwise, she'd look down on me, and that'd be game over. She? Xiao Ming paused for a moment before asking, who's she? Do you have someone you like? Ha, like you're the only one allowed to have a crush? Su Tiansheng said somewhat shyly, I haven't told anyone else, but, what do you think of Zhao Yalu from our class? Zhao Yalu? Hearing this, Xiao Ming was momentarily stunned. Zhao Yalu was a rather quiet and inconspicuous girl in their class. Like Xuan Tianqing, he was also a repeat student, slightly overweight with fair skin, and his academic performance hovered within the top 10 in the class. Thinking back carefully, he had indeed been spending more time with Zhao Yalu lately. Xiao Ming glanced at Xuan Tianqing and had to admit the two of them seemed pretty well suited together. Xiao Ming asked, not bad, huh? What, don't tell me you've taken a liking to her? Got it. Xian Tiansheng, a lifelong single, had turned beet red. Who would have thought this tough guy could actually get shy? Then go after her, she's quite pretty. How long have you liked her? I met her when repeating the year at cram school, seems pretty nice. Brother Ming, I gotta work hard now. Treat you to dinner once I catch up with her. Got it. As they spoke, he and Xuan Tianqing had already arrived back at the classroom. Sui Tian had already returned and was now helping Xiao Ming move books. Seeing this, Xiao Ming quickly walked over, extended his arm, and took the books from her hands. Recognizing Xiao Ming, Sui Tian smiled and said, you're back. Did the last comprehensive arts exam go well? Absolutely no problem at all. Xiao Ming glanced at the books on the podium. Take a break, I'll help you carry these. No need, let's do it together. After clearing the books from the podium, their homeroom teacher Wang Qibei arrived in the classroom. With the holiday approaching, there were still some matters to address. Wang Qibei assigned some homework, went over the holiday arrangements, and by 4 p.m., they were officially on break. This National Day holiday is relatively long, 9 days in total. After packing up his backpack, Xiao Ming said, Etienne, let's go to the market later and pick up some things. Today? So soon? Sui Tian froze for a moment, while Xiao Ming nodded. National Day is in 2 days. Primary and secondary schools are already on holiday. Let's get prepared today, and I'll give you a brief training tomorrow. The day after, we'll officially start setting up our stall. Okay, sure. Sui Tian nodded and said, then I'll go with you to help carry things. Sure. Before long, Xiao Ming and Sui Tian left the campus with their backpacks. After leaving the campus, Xiao Ming led Sui Tian to a car. Seeing Xiao Ming and Sui Tian approaching, the car door swung open, and Xiao Guosheng stepped out, his gaze fixed intently on his future daughter-in-law. That was right, Xiao Ming had secretly arranged for his father to come pick them up without telling Sui Tian. Etienne, let me introduce you. This is my dad. ? Hearing this, Sui Tian looked at Xiao Ming with utter confusion. What's going on? Meeting the parents already? Her mind went completely blank at that moment, just as Xiao Ming's father warmly said, you must be the desk mate my son often mentions. Hello, I'm Xiao Ming's dad. Sui Tian quickly said, hello, uncle. Haha, hop in. Xiao Ming mentioned you two need to set up a stall for your social practice during the National Day holiday, right? Son, I've already prepared the pushcart you asked for. I'll drive you to the market to get supplies now. Meichem, thanks dad. Xiao Ming stepped forward to open the rear car door, then said to Sui Tian who was still standing there, speaking like a perfect gentleman. Etienne, get in the car. Dad will drive us to go shopping. Got it. Sui Tian nodded shyly and got into the car. After all, it wasn't every day one unexpectedly ran into Xiao Ming's father. Shyness was only natural. But his father gave Sui Tian a rather good first impression. At least his appearance didn't seem fierce. He appeared to be an easygoing and responsible father. In the car, Xiao Ming's father also struck up a casual conversation with them, though of course it revolved entirely around school matters. In his father's eyes, Xiao Ming and Sui Tian were merely ordinary classmates at this point. However, the fact that Sui Tian was willing to go out with Xiao Ming could already prove her strong interest in him. The car moved slowly, and after about half an hour, Xiao Guosheng drove them to the wholesale market. This market offered all kinds of snack ingredients at reasonable prices. Since National Day was approaching, the market was quite crowded. After getting out of the car, Xiao Ming's father took the initiative to say, Xiao Ming, you and your classmates can look around first. I have some things to attend to nearby. Call me when you're done shopping. Okay, Dad. Xiao Ming couldn't help but chuckle. He knew his father was intentionally leaving them some alone time. Not bad at all. After Xiao Guosheng walked away, Xiao Ming turned his gaze toward her. Etienne, did it startle you when I suddenly called my dad over? Chapter 31, I have a perfect plan. And no, not at all. Su Etienne shook her head. It's perfectly normal. Since this place is pretty far, taking the bus would have taken us forever. Indeed. Actually, Xiaoming wanted to ask her about her first impression of his father, so he spoke up. So, what do you think of my dad? Pretty good. Su Etienne smiled slightly. I think he must be a very responsible father. When she said this, Su Etienne suddenly thought of her own parents, and her expression darkened. Actually, I envy you. Xiaoming. Hearing her sudden remark, Xiaoming realized Su Etienne had touched a sore spot. He quickly said, I'm sorry, Etienne, I shouldn't have brought this up. It's not your fault. Su Etienne shook her head, but, I really miss them. I wonder how they're doing now. At this moment, tears were glistening in Su Etienne's eyes, which made Xiaoming's heart ache deeply. He had been saving up wish points recently to exchange for clues about Su Etienne's parents, hoping to reunite them as soon as possible. Xiaoming comforted her, don't worry, Etienne, they must be doing well now, and I'm sure you'll be reunited. After all, Su Etienne was just a young girl. No matter how strong her heart was, she still had moments of fragility, especially in front of him. Got it. Su Etienne nodded silently. Xiaoming took out a handkerchief and wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Now you stay well, and when you see them, give them a nice surprise, alright? I know, I surely will. After a while of consolation, Su Etienne's emotions had already stabilized. Xiaoming also took him around the surrounding market. For this snack-making venture, since Xiaoming was entering this industry for the first time, he decided to keep things simple. With the system's help, Xiaoming was no longer worried about the taste of the snacks. Now all that remained was promotion. Of course, getting the word out wouldn't be difficult either. The local traffic on Douyin is particularly high right now, so he plans to leverage this for promotion. Xiaoming, you've kept me in the dark about what snack we're making. Can you tell me now? Yes. Xiaoming nodded. I don't know if you've heard of starch sausages. Starch sausage? Hearing this, Su Etienne nodded. So it's just a meatless sausage then. Do people actually buy snacks made from this stuff? Of course. Xiaoming clearly remembered an internet meme from the winter of 2021 in his previous life. Send her 10 grilled sausages. At that time, some journalists investigated the earnings from starch sausages, and vendors claimed they could sell 3 to 4,000 grilled sausages per day. During peak hours or holidays, even more are sold. Calculated at 2 yuan per stick, these starch sausages can generate 6,000 to 8,000 yuan in daily revenue. Currently, the wholesale price for these starch sausages is exceptionally low. Each sausage costs about 50 cents. Of course, buying in bulk makes it even cheaper. After deducting labor and material costs, one starch sausage can still earn over a yuan. Xiaoming plans to promote his stall on Douyin because the super wishlist system has features that can drive traffic to his content. That's really great. Eating too much starch sausage won't make you gain weight, and I have a secret recipe. You'll know once you try it. Alright, I'm actually quite looking forward to it. As they spoke, Xiaoming and Su Etienne entered a shop specializing in ham sausages. Once inside, Xiaoming called out, Hello boss, do you have any starch sausages? Yes. The shop owner immediately emerged from the inner room. Seeing that the customers were 2 students, his expression shifted slightly before he asked, You buying starch sausages? What for? Setting up a stall. Xiaoming's response was quite succinct. Alright. He began, We're a Shuanghui specialty store. The quality of our sausages is absolutely guaranteed. Each one is individually packaged. How many would you like? Xiaoming pondered for a moment. Because Wada Plaza was recently hosting a National Day Temple Fair event where Xiaoming had reserved a spot, he knew the foot traffic there would be exceptionally heavy. After all, it's National Day. Xiaoming asked, How's the price? Don't worry about the price. The shopkeeper took one look at the 2 kids and immediately tried to fleece them. 80 cents a strand, 100 grams of large intestine. I'm telling you, ours are the cheapest in the entire market. What do you say? Hearing this, Xiaoming grinned. Boss, he said, I'm genuinely interested in buying, but you're not genuinely selling. I'll keep looking around. Let's go, Xiaoming said, preparing to pull Su Etienne along. Wait a moment. The shop owner stopped them and continued, Young man, tell me how much you want, and we can discuss the price. 4,000 stocks. Hearing Xiaoming mention 4,000 pieces, both the shop owner and Su Etienne were stunned. They're buying that many? She whispered into Xiaoming's ear, We've bought so much. Will we really be able to sell it all? Just trust me. Xiaoming was brimming with confidence as he turned to the shopkeeper. So boss, is it still 8 ma per stick now? I'll give you a discount. The shop owner rubbed his hands together and continued, 50 cents, that's really the lowest market price. Etienne, let's go. Xiaoming was about to leave again, knowing full well the shop owner wouldn't let this deal slip away. Wait. The shopkeeper stepped forward and grabbed Xiaoming's arm. Young man, name your price. If I can sell it, I'll definitely sell it to you. How about 35 cents? Hearing Xiaoming say 35 cents, the shopkeeper's expression turned rather unpleasant. It seems he had inquired about the market price. Ah well, my cost price is 35 cents. Fine, I'll sell it to you this time as a gesture of friendship. Come find me again if you need more in the future. Don't worry. Xiaoming smiled and said, if sales go well, I'll come back for more the day after tomorrow. By the way, boss, you must give me fresh stock. Oh, and can you deliver it for me? Everything was recently produced. Delivery's possible, but it'll have to be first thing tomorrow morning. No worries. Xiaoming added the shop owner on WeChat, shared his location, transferred half the deposit, and only then left the place with Sui Tian in tow. After leaving the shop, Sui Tian furrowed her brows tightly. She couldn't help asking, isn't buying 4,000 sticks all at once too much? If we can't sell them, they won't stay fresh. Trust me, we'll definitely sell them all. Because, I have a perfect plan. Chapter 32, Life is unpredictable, just like sausage wrapped in intestine. Sui Tian scratched her head, a perfect plan? At this moment, Sui Tian was becoming increasingly unable to understand Xiaoming. Seeing Xiaoming's confident demeanor, Sui Tian didn't pry further. She had to admit, Xiaoming had quite innovative ideas in this regard. Of course, but I'll need you to travel abroad. You'll understand when the time comes. Xiaoming glanced at the surrounding shops. We still need to buy some wrapping paper and bamboo skewers. Oh, and just selling one type of sausage feels a bit too limited. Let's also grab some salad dressing, ketchup, and cheese. I have another idea too. Xiaoming and Sui Tian rushed around the market, purchasing wrapping paper, bamboo skewers, and some seasonings before returning to the sausage vendor to order additional 50-gram sausages. Finally, they visited a banner printing shop and had an advertising banner made. The advertisement was very simple, just 9 short characters. Life is unpredictable, like a sausage wrapped in intestine. Ximing thought this joke could work too, which was why he'd bought those mini sausages. The methods for making these two types of sausages are completely different, but with the ingredients provided by the system, making them popular should be easy. The foot traffic there is heavy, and with promotion on Douyin, there shouldn't be any problems. It wasn't until 6 p.m. that Xiaoming and Sui Tian finally returned to Xiao Guoxing's car. His father started the engine. Son, let's drop your girl. Your classmate home first. Where does she live? Xiao Guoxing almost uttered the word girlfriend, but Xiaoming pretended not to hear it. She's currently staying at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Just drop her off there. All right. Xiaoming's father didn't think much and directly drove the car away from this place. Sui Tian, sitting next to Xiaoming, blushed as she could guess that Xiaoming had already told his family about her. His old man could utter such words, which meant he had truly taken a liking to him in his heart. On the way, Sui Tian's mind was wandering aimlessly. The atmosphere in the car grew increasingly awkward, and Xiao Guoxing deeply regretted his careless words. Fortunately, Xiaoming and Sui Tian started chatting on the way, and after 40 minutes, the car stopped at the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Sui Tian adjusted her backpack, opened the car door, and waved at Xiaoming. Well, I'm here. Goodbye, Xiaoming. Wait a minute. Xiaoming opened the car door and stepped out, standing before Sui Tian. I'll send you an address later. Come find me tomorrow morning, you're getting special training from me. Okay. Sui Tian cast an anxious glance at the hospital entrance. It's not good to talk here. I should head back now, let's chat on WeChat. Alright, let's head back. Bye. They bid farewell to each other, and Sui Tian quickly ran inside the hospital. Watching her retreating figure, Xiaoming couldn't help but chuckle. That girl, was she really worrying about letting the doctors see them together? Xiaoming didn't think much of it, opening the passenger door and getting into the car. At the same time, he asked curiously, Dad, now that you've met your future daughter-in-law, what do you think? Tisk. Xiao Guosheng drew in a sharp breath. The daughter-in-law is quite good, fair-skinned and with a nice figure. But son, I just said the wrong thing. It's alright, Dad. Xiaoming cut off his father mid-sentence, smiling as he said, she won't mind. Actually, we've known each other for ages, the story's a bit long, so let me explain it to you slowly. The car started up, and on the way back, Xiaoming told his father about the time he first met Sui Tian when he was 9 years old. Of course, Xiaoming also added some dramatic flair to emphasize the relationship between the two. She also revealed that Sui Tian was an orphan, since he would be marrying her in the future. This matter couldn't be concealed. In his past life, his parents never looked down upon Sui Tian for being an orphan. On the contrary, they felt particularly sympathetic towards her. During their time together, they showed extra care and tenderness to Sui Tian, just like her own biological daughter. In this regard, his parents did exceptionally well, leaving Xiaoming especially satisfied. After returning home, Xiaoming carried the purchased ingredients upstairs. The small entrepreneurial venture also received Xiaoming's parents' enthusiastic support. Apart from the snack cart, the materials, stove, and sausages were all purchased with the prize money Xiaoming had won. Their son had business plans as early as his senior year of high school, which made his parents especially happy. After dinner, Xiaoming sent Sui Tian his home address and gave her some instructions before starting to do homework via video call. Ever since buying Sui Tian a phone, the two would always do homework together on video calls at night. Xiaoming's parents didn't object either. As the saying goes, men and women working together gets the job done effortlessly. This way they could keep tabs on each other and might even improve their grades. The next day, 7:30 in the morning. Grandpa, your grandson is calling you. Grandpa, your. Xiaoming was awakened by the ringing of the phone. He groggily picked up his phone and answered the call, placing it to his ear. Hello? Hello? I'm here to deliver the grilled sausages. I've been knocking for ages with no answer. Are you home? Yes, I am. Xiaoming quickly sat up, threw on some clothes, and hurried to the living room to open the door. At that moment, 3 people were standing at his doorstep, and the hallway behind them was already packed with numerous boxes of grilled sausages. After all, Xiaoming had directly ordered 4,000 sausages this time, no small amount. Each box contained 200 sausages, and here there were a full 20 boxes. Including some 50g sausages, there were 25 boxes in total. Fortunately, Xiaoming lived in a spacious 140 square meter house with 4 bedrooms. The smallest bedroom had been converted into a storage room by his father, where miscellaneous items were usually kept. Please help me move these in. Sure. 3 workers began carrying the goods inside, and Xiaoming naturally joined them. In less than 10 minutes, all 25 boxes of grilled sausages had been moved into the storage room. Xiaoming checked the inventory, settled the final payment, and the 3 workers quickly left the premises. Ha! Looking at so many ham sausages, Xiaoming took a deep breath, checked the time, and hurried into the bathroom. Sui Tian said she'd arrive around 8, and he hadn't even washed his face or brushed his teeth yet. There was no way he could meet his future girlfriend looking all scruffy. After tidying up, Xiaoming was just about to take a sip of water when there was a sudden knock at his door. Xiaoming opened it and looked, no mistake, it was none other than Sui Tian. Today she was dressed simply and innocently as always, wearing the hoodie she bought last week on top, a pair of black bell-bottom pants, and white sneakers. This style of pants flattered her leg shape beautifully, making her figure look fantastic. Sui Tian wasn't wearing any makeup either today, with her airy bangs framing her face. Her expression was somewhat nervous, and when she saw Ming Xiao open the door, she couldn't help but speak up. Phew, that scared me to death. I thought I got the wrong place. Are your parents not home? Xiaoming shook his head. They're both at work. They're off tomorrow, so it's just me at home. Come on in. Sure. Only after confirming there was no one home did Sui Tian feel comfortable stepping inside. Xiaoming's home was meticulously tidy, spotlessly clean with not a speck of dust on the floor. Xiaoming gestured toward the sofa and said, "Have a seat first. Since you've come so early, you probably haven't eaten yet, right? Would you like to try my cooking?" Hearing this, Sui Tian shook her head. "No need. Didn't you say you wanted to train me? Let's start now." Chapter 33, Doing Etienne's Makeup. Where do you get the energy for training without breakfast? I haven't eaten either. Just wait a moment, I'll whip something up quickly. By the way, let me get you a drink. With that, Xiaoming dashed into his bedroom and redeemed 5 bottles of AD calcium milk using the super wishlist system. She should drink this regularly to strive for reaching size D sooner. Placing the AD calcium milk on the coffee table, Xiaoming said, "Have some of this. You can watch TV for a while." Hearing this, Sui Tian frowned slightly. "You usually drink AD calcium milk too?" Xiaoming flashed a mischievous grin. "I don't drink it, this is for you." "Alright, I'll go cook. You can watch some TV, it'll be ready in no time." With that, Xiaoming had already run toward the kitchen. Sui Tian watched Xiaoming's figure, her brow furrowing. The AD calcium milk prepared for her? Is there any special meaning? The naive Sui Tian didn't think much about it at all. However, Xiaoming's intention to cook for her made Sui Tian particularly pleased inside. She opened a bottle of AD calcium milk and began drinking when suddenly Wang Kai, the family dog, came running out of Xiaoming's bedroom, wagging its bottom towards Sui Tian. "Oh, Xiaoming, you've got a corgi too. He's so adorable." Sui Tian couldn't help but say out loud, as Xiaoming peeked out from the kitchen and added, "Yes, his name is Wang Kai. Why don't you play with him for a while?" About half an hour later, Xiaoming placed a dish on the dining table. At that moment, Sui Tian was sitting on the sofa with Wang Kai in her arms. It seems she particularly adores small animals, especially our canine friends. Xiaoming's breakfast was also quite simple: 10 beef and carrot pot stickers, accompanied by 2 small bowls of century egg and lean pork congee. Most of the seasonings he used were provided by the system, so the taste was naturally impeccable. He looked at Sui Tian, who was holding Wang Kai. "Etienne, dinner's ready. Go wash your hands and try my cooking." Coming. Sui Tian gently placed Wang Kai on the ground. After washing her hands at the sink, her gaze involuntarily lingered on the plate of carrot and beef pot stickers on the table. Sui Tian enjoys eating pot stickers, but she loves the crispy crust even more. Xiaoming, on the other hand, deliberately left them on the pan a bit longer, making the crust extra crunchy this time. You can make pot stickers too. Sui Tian couldn't help but glance at Xiao Ming a few more times, to which Xiao Ming nodded. Yes, we only have carrots and beef at home, but I'm confident about the seasoning I used. Try it and see how it tastes. It's such a hassle, thanks anyway. Being with Xiao Ming filled Sui Tian with a profound sense of fulfillment. What are you thanking me for? Hurry up and eat. After you finish, I'll teach you how to make grilled sausages. The hot dogs just arrived. That fast? Come on, sit down and eat with me. Sui Tian pulled out the chair beside her, motioning for Xiao Ming to sit down next to her. At the same time, he picked up a dumpling and handed it to Xiao Ming before taking another one for himself and biting into it with delicate, ladylike grace. Xiao Ming looked at her cheek. How is it? Is it delicious? It's really good. Sui Tian gave a slight nod. Seeing her response, Xiao Ming smiled and said, then eat more. There'll always be enough from now on. Stick with me and you'll never go hungry. Here, try some more of the century egg and pork congee. After dinner, Xiao Ming and Sui Tian busied themselves in the kitchen. Xiao Ming turned on the small stove for grilling sausages and skewered some starch sausages with bamboo sticks. Making starch sausages is actually quite simple, just brush a little oil on the grill pan, then place them on it. When the starch sausage's skin develops slight cracks, sprinkle on the seasoning and it's ready to eat. After watching Xiao Ming demonstrate once, Sui Tian couldn't help saying, is it really that simple? What else do you expect? Sui Tian frowned and said, but isn't this too simple? Will consumers actually buy it? That's what you're here for. ? Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Sui Tian was somewhat puzzled. Me? Yes. Xiao Ming went on to say, our stall will be at Wanda Plaza. There's a large temple fair happening there soon, and I've reserved a spot for us. I've already mapped out the specific process. Once we get there, we'll need to promote it on Douyin, which means we'll need you to appear on camera. Hearing this, Sui Tian hesitated and stammered, would it be inappropriate for me to appear on camera? Don't worry, I've got you. I'll definitely make you look beautiful. Come on, now I'll teach you how to make Taiwan sausage and sticky rice. It's different from the grilled sausage. From 9 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon, Xiao Ming and Sui Tian spent almost the entire time in the kitchen. During those 4 hours, Sui Tian had already mastered how to grill sausages. It wasn't that hard, after all. As for the Taiwan sausage and sticky rice, Xiao Ming planned to make it himself. During business hours, letting Sui Tian assist him would suffice. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tian, time to wake up. Xiao Ming gently tapped her on the shoulder, and then Sui Tian groggily opened her eyes. After finishing lunch around 1 o'clock, he let Sui Tian rest in his room for a while to recharge her energy. Of course, they didn't do anything. What time is it? She rubbed her eyes, and Xiao Ming continued, it's already 3 in the afternoon. We should pack up and get ready to go. Sure. Sui Tian nodded slightly. Xiao Ming said, go wash your face first. I'll help you with some makeup later, we still have filming tonight. Makeup? Hearing this, Sui Tian was a little stunned. Yes. Xiao Ming nodded. Aren't you worried about how you'll look on camera? Just a simple touch-up to make you presentable. But, do you even know how to do makeup? Sui Tian was somewhat skeptical. A grown man actually knowing how to put on makeup? Even she didn't know how to do it herself. Looking down on me? Xiao Ming took out the cosmetics he had bought in advance. I've even prepared all the makeup products. Would I lie to you about this? Watching Xiao Ming take out the cosmetics, Sui Tian was even more confused. I prepared especially for this stall setup. I've been learning for a long time. Go wash your face, I want to use you as my test subject. So you're treating me like a lab rat? With a pout, Sui Tian said, wait for me, I'll be right back. With that, she left his room. Xiao Ming couldn't help but smile as he looked at the adorably fierce Sui Tian. All her makeup skills were learned in her previous life. In that past life, he had often done this girl's makeup. About 5 minutes passed. Sui Tian bounced happily into the bedroom. She sat right beside Xiao Ming and tilted her face toward him. I'm ready. Let the show begin, she said. Their faces were now incredibly close. Gazing at her fair complexion, Xiao Ming couldn't resist giving her cheek a gentle squeeze. Are you really willing to be this lab rat? You're my M. At this point, Sui Tian suddenly covered her mouth. Her face was full of embarrassment. She wished she could dig a hole and bury her head in it. The two of them haven't officially confirmed their relationship yet, so we shouldn't speak carelessly. Xiao Ming couldn't help but laugh. What man? Go on, say it. I don't want to. Ha ha. Watching Sui Tian's shy expression, Xiao Ming gently brushed aside a strand of her hair. Alright, sit down on the chair. I'll go get my mom's dressing mirror and put some makeup on my little baby right away. Chapter 34, Tian looks pretty again today. Ha! Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Sui Tian couldn't help but shrink her neck slightly. Little baby. Why did this term of endearment feel so strange? But when facing someone you love, who wouldn't want to be a little baby? Just a few seconds later, Xiao Ming brought his mom's illuminated dressing mirror into his bedroom. Sui Tian sat on his chair as Xiao Ming turned on the lights and began applying her makeup. Girls' makeup routines tend to be quite intricate. There are many meticulous steps involving toners, lotions, serums, primers, and so on. Sui Tian's skin was naturally fair to begin with, so there was no need for foundation, just some eye enhancement, a touch of lipstick, and a bit of contouring to add dimension to her face. Indeed, this makeup look could be called barely their makeup. Xiaoming first drew 2 eyeliner strokes for her, then took out a brush to blend her eyeshadow. The entire process was meticulous. As Sui Tian watched Xiaoming in the mirror, her heart pounded faster and faster. It's safe to say that reuniting with Xiaoming completely transformed her life. Xiaoming's presence added a richer flavor to her existence. Watching Xiaoming's meticulous movements, Sui Tian couldn't help but remark, "I had no idea you were so skilled at makeup." "Of course I am." Xiaoming looked at Sui Tian in the mirror. "After all, I practiced it for you. I feel it was completely worth it." Hearing this, Sui Tian's heart suddenly felt all tingly. A faint blush gradually appeared on her cheeks. Most importantly, she was still looking at the mirror, and through the reflection, you could clearly see the girl had turned red-faced. "Etienne, look at your face, it's turning red, so red." Just as Xiaoming said, her face had indeed turned red. Not only red, but it also became burning hot. Of course, Xiaoming didn't keep teasing her. She still cared about saving face after all. After applying the eyeshadow, Xiaoming added some sparkling glitter to her eyelids. Under the lighting, they looked particularly dazzling. Next came contouring the shadows along her cheeks and the sides of her nose bridge to create more dimensional facial features. This would achieve better visual depth for camera shots. Finally, there's the lipstick. Since Sui Tian is still quite young, Xiaoming chose a shade that wasn't too flashy. He selected a light red color that made her lips look soft and pink. Kind of cute. All done. Xiaoming stood straight behind her, placed his hands on Sui Tian's shoulders, lightly brushed aside her hair, and said with a grin, "So, Etienne, don't you think you look more elegant than before?" Sui Tian leaned in close to examine her features in the mirror, tilting her head slightly. "It's true. Honestly, this eye makeup is stunning. It makes my eyes look so much bigger than usual." "Xiaoming, congratulations, you're amazing." Sui Tian was particularly satisfied with the makeup Xiaoming had done for her. Xiaoming smiled slightly. "Of course I did. So, don't you think you should reward me?" Hearing this, Sui Tian looked up at him. "Sure, what reward do you want?" Xiaoming glanced at her plump, juicy lips. "The lipstick was my gift to you, so, it's not too much to ask that you return a little lipstick to me every day from now on, is it?" Hearing Xiaoming say this, Sui Tian froze for a moment. How could she not understand what Xiaoming meant? Xiaoming was asking for kisses. Sui Tian shyly lowered her head. Though the request wasn't unreasonable, she still found it somewhat hard to accept. After all, as a girl, she ought to maintain some proper reserve. Noticing Sui Tian's bashful expression, Xiaoming teased, "What's the matter, Etienne? Are you really so stingy that you won't agree?" I'm nothing of the sort." Sui Tian took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and planted a loud kiss on Xiaoming's cheek. At the same time, a lipstick mark was left on his cheek. Given their current relationship, a little kiss wasn't too inappropriate. Xiaoming's face flushed red, and he couldn't help but pinch her cheeks with both hands. "You're so obedient." Sui Tian gave a silly grin. She no longer cared about being reserved or proper. All she cared about was whether she could stay by his side every day. Sui Tian had suffered many wounds since childhood. It was precisely because she could feel completely safe around Xiaoming that she could let down her guard and show her truest self. Xiaoming continued, "Alright, Etienne, we've finished with the makeup. It's about time we head to Wanda." "Sure." At the same time, Sui Tian couldn't help but ask, "But didn't you say there was also a small cart, and all those sausages and seasonings? How are we bringing them along? I have my ways." Xiaoming took out his phone and immediately called his father. Xiao Guosheng answered the call promptly. His voice came through the phone. "Hey, son, are you all prepared now?" "Yes." Standing by the window and gazing at the neighborhood scenery, Xiaoming said, "I've pretty much packed everything already. Today I also finished teaching Etienne. According to Wanda's requirements, we need to have the stall set up by 5 p.m. in the afternoon. Dad, you've got the small truck ready, right?" "Everything's ready," Xiao Guosheng said over the phone. "Then I'll come right away. I should be home in about 20 minutes. You pack our things first, we'll set off soon." "Sure." After finalizing their plans, Xiaoming hung up. Sui Tian, standing nearby, asked, "Is Dad coming to pick us up later?" "Yes." Xiaoming nodded, then suddenly realized something. "Did you just say, call my dad Dad?" No, I didn't." Sui Tian widened her eyes. "I meant your dad. I thought you were calling my dad Dad. Sui Tian pouted her lips and cast a contemptuous glance at Xiaoming. This Xiaoming, always trying to take advantage. Yet why did she feel so happy inside? How truly strange. For the rest of the afternoon, Xiaoming and Sui Tian packed up everything, including the stove, frying pan, oil, and various seasonings. Of course, there was also the payment QR code, packaging bags, quite a lot of things to bring, so much that neither he nor Sui Tian could carry them all. 20 minutes later, Xiaoming's father suddenly opened the door. The moment he stepped in, his gaze was instantly drawn to Sui Tian. Sui Tian looked even more beautiful today than she did yesterday. For their son to find such a stunning girlfriend, their ancestors must have been blessing them from the afterlife. "Hello, uncle." Upon seeing Xiao Guosheng return, Sui Tian quickly greeted him, while Xiao Guosheng wore a kindly smile. "Ha, Etienne, isn't it? You've grown even more beautiful today." Chapter 35. Xiaoming has grown much more sensible. Upon hearing this, Sui Tian's delicate face flushed red. Thank you, uncle." Xiao Guosheng didn't show much excitement. Although he liked this daughter-in-law very much, he couldn't overreact. Xiao Guosheng turned his gaze to Xiaoming and asked, "So, have you packed everything? Are the sausages you ordered in the storage room?" "Yes." Xiaoming nodded, while Xiao Guosheng opened the storage room door. Seeing so many boxes of grilled sausages, Xiao Guosheng said, "Here's what we'll do. Today we'll take part of them first, and early tomorrow morning I'll deliver the rest to you. I feel like you won't sell much tonight, and if we take them there might not be enough storage space." "No problem, Dad." As he spoke, Xiaoming looked at Sui Tian standing nearby. "Etienne, why don't you leave the ham lifting to us, you handle the seasonings and other stuff." "Okay." Sui Tian smiled and nodded, then began moving the necessary items to the stairwell entrance while pressing the elevator button. Xiaoming and his father then started carrying the hams. After the elevator arrived, they carried 5 boxes of starch sausages and 2 boxes of ham sausages into it, then loaded items like the oil stove before pressing the button for the first floor. As the elevator descended slowly, Xiaoming suddenly spoke up. "Oh right, Dad, did you buy the gas pipes and power supply batteries too?" Xiao Guosheng nodded. "Don't worry, I've got everything prepared. Just be careful when you use them, and remember to call me if anything comes up." "Alright, Dad." Xiaoming glanced at Sui Tian with a smile. The elevator soon reached the first floor, and they quickly began unloading the items. Xiao Guosheng parked a small truck at the entrance of the building unit and had already secured their stall cart in place. After loading all their belongings, Xiaoming and Sui Tian boarded the truck together, and Xiao Guosheng drove toward Wanda Plaza. About half an hour later, the vehicle finally came to a stop near Wanda Plaza. Tomorrow was National Day, and most students were on holiday, so there were quite a few people shopping at Wanda Plaza that day. Due to the temple fair, the foot traffic here was surprisingly large. Sui Tian looked at the crowd around them and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, there are so many people here." Xiaoming laughed and said, "More people the better. What are these?" "These are all walking renminbi." Xiaoming had a particularly greedy expression, which was understandable. Only by doing business in high-traffic areas could they make money. Xiao Guosheng said, "Alright, enough sighing. The temple fair is just ahead, right? I'll drive over first and help you set up the stall." Not far from them, numerous stalls had already been set up on the open ground. Red tents were also hung on the surrounding trees. The bustling stalls offered everything from assorted snacks to ring-toss games and phone screen protectors, while throngs of people clad in festive attire beat gongs and drums with spirited enthusiasm. Of course, the temple fair hadn't officially started yet. Everyone was still in the preparation phase, and visitors couldn't possibly enter. After parking the car, Xiao Guosheng teamed up with Xiaoming to push his small cart to the designated spot. The space wasn't large, just enough to fit this little pushcart. Sui Tian followed behind them, carrying a barbecue grill in her arms. "Alright, Dad." Xiaoming straightened up the cart, then ran over to fetch the previously prepared signboard and pasted it above the small trolley. Xiao Guosheng couldn't help but read the advertisement aloud. "Life is unpredictable, like a sausage wrapping another sausage? That's an interesting name." "Yeah, Dad." Xiaoming smiled slightly. This line was originally spoken by Squidward in the movie The SpongeBob Movie, Sponge Out of Water. It later got posted on Douyin and went viral. You could say it became a meme. Next, Xiaoming, Sui Tian, and Xiao Guosheng began setting everything up. Xiaoming fired up the fryer and oven, connecting both the gas and electricity, making sure there were no issues. By the time they finished getting everything ready, it was already 5 p.m. The temple fair would begin at 6 p.m., but customers could start coming in at 5:30. To start selling right away, Xiaoming had already begun preparing. At this moment, Xiao Guosheng arrived next to Xiaoming. He said, "Son, with so many people around today, do you still need your old man to give you a hand here?" "No need, Dad." Xiaoming shook his head. His father was actually still on duty today but had specifically taken leave early to help him transport these things. As a working employee, he still hasn't finished today's tasks and needs to go back for overtime work. "Then, you and Etienne stay here and take care. If anything happens, call me. Dad really has something urgent to attend to and needs to leave first." "It's okay, Dad. You go handle your business. I've grown up now, you don't need to worry about me." "Ha, good." Xiao Guosheng looked at Xiaoming and suddenly felt that his son had been behaving unusually recently, much more sensible than before, as if he had grown up overnight. It must be because he's in love. I'll be off then, call me if you need anything. Xiao Ming waved his hand, alright, Dad. At the same time, Sui Tian also waved to Xiao Guosheng, goodbye uncle, drive safely. Ha, good. Soon, Xiao Guosheng left the place. Sui Tian couldn't help but look around before turning to gaze at him pleadingly. Xiao Ming, we're all ready now. How many grilled sausages do you think we'll sell today? All of them, of course. At that moment, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered something. Alright, Yishan, while no one's here yet, let's quickly film some videos. With that, Xiao Ming pulled out his phone straight away. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Sui Tian was taken aback. She couldn't help but ask, huh? Shoot a video? How should we do that? In the video, you'll be my girlfriend, and then I'll give you 10 grilled sausages. When I come to you, just cover your mouth like you're moved to tears. Hearing this, Sui Tian nodded. Let's begin. Xiao Ming had Sui Tian step back a bit while he picked up 10 grilled sausages. Holding his phone in his right hand, he walked towards Sui Tian. Actually, filming a video is a very simple task. Sui Tian's makeup today is absolutely flawless, and with some editing, the video will come together in no time. Editing is incredibly simple these days, just use the mobile app Jianying to add basic effects, AI voiceovers, and slow mo at the perfect moment when Sui Tian turns her head. A polished video is ready in no time. The video opens with text and a voiceover. Did you buy your girlfriend 10 grilled sausages today? Then comes Xiao Ming's first-person perspective as he walks toward her holding the sausages. Finally, Sui Tian covers her mouth in surprise before accepting them. Add a location when posting the video. And it's done. Over the following period, Xiao Ming filmed a few more videos in different styles. The first one featured Sui Tian, the charming shop owner, grilling sausages. Her stunning beauty was sure to attract plenty of customers. All that's left is to take some close-up shots of the delicious food. After wrapping up, customers had already started joining the temple fair activities, while Xiao Ming said, "System, can you give me the traffic boost for what I just filmed now?" After all, attracting more customers requires traffic. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, recommendations have begun in the local area. Chapter 36, 10 grilled sausages for my girlfriend. Xiao Ming hadn't had time to check the recommendation effect when a young woman who appeared to be under 30 walked by, leading a little girl about 3 or 4 years old. The girl stopped in her tracks upon seeing the stall and shouted in a sweet, childish voice, "Mommy, I want grilled sausages." Her voice was sugary sweet, and at that moment, she happened to make eye contact with Xiao Ming. The little girl had big eyes and an innocent expression, looking particularly adorable. Xiao Ming especially liked little girls, especially the cute ones like her. Hearing her daughter's voice, the young woman crouched down and patted her head. Yao Yao wants a grilled sausage? Alright, mommy will buy you one. As she stood up, she asked, "Hello, how much are these grilled sausages here?" Sui Tian looked at the little girl and replied with a smile, "The starch sausages are 2 yuan each. How many would you like, little one?" "I want 5. The little girl held up 5 fingers, but her mother interjected, "Yao Yao, you can't finish 5. How about 2 instead?" "Okay." The little girl nodded in agreement. Her mother then scanned their payment QR code with her phone and sent over 4 yuan. Sent. The little girl's mother showed Xiao Ming and Sui Tian the phone screen, while Sui Tian took out a piece of wrapping paper, sprinkled some seasoning on it, and handed it to the girl's mother. "Welcome back next time." Got it. They didn't stay long and soon left. Meanwhile, Sui Tian watched the departing figure of the little girl and couldn't help but murmur, "Xiao Ming, look how adorable this little girl is. She's absolutely precious, my heart is melting from her cuteness." Xiao Ming replied, "Then how about you give me such an adorable little girl in the future?" "Good." Sui Tian blurted out already okay without thinking. Only after 2 seconds did she realize something was off. "Huh? Give it to Xiao Ming Sheng." Beside them, Xiao Ming burst into laughter. "Really? Then why wait? How about tonight? I can hardly wait." Sui Tian turned to look at Xiao Ming, her head filled with question marks. She could practically see the floating WTF emoji above it. A flush crept across her cheeks. Certain lessons from middle school biology came rushing back, and with Xiao Ming's words, her mind immediately went there. Xiao Ming whispered softly, "In that case, it would actually give you 10 months of peace." Sui Tian frowned, shooting Xiao Ming a scornful glance. I don't want that. If you want me to have your baby, you'll have to marry me first." Seeing her shy expression, Xiao Ming was about to tease Sui Tian a bit more when a customer happened to arrive. "Life is unpredictable, large intestines wrapping small intestines? What the hell is this?" A bespectacled man in his 30s looked at Xiao Ming. "Hey sausage guy, what's this large intestine wrapping small intestine thing you're selling?" Xiao Ming replied, "It's an original snack I created, really tasty. Would you like to try some? Give me one, how much is it?" $6. With that, Xiao Ming had already started making it. The large sausage wrapping the small sausage is made fresh on the spot. He sliced open the starchy sausage, inserted the thinner one inside, and tossed it into the frying oil. Then, he started preparing the toppings, placing a slice of cheese on a lettuce leaf, sprinkling a layer of crushed seaweed, squeezing some salad dressing over it, and finally adding the seasoning the system provided. Once the sausage was deep-fried to perfection, all that was left was to assemble it. Xiaoming handled everything with remarkable skill. After handing over the assembled sausage wrap, he received a payment of 6 yuan through WeChat. Thank you for your visit. If you enjoyed it, feel free to recommend it to your friends. After this customer left, Xiaoming glanced around. Most people had gone inside Wanda to have fun now. The temple fair officially started at 6, so there weren't many people here yet. Actually, the competition here wasn't light either. There were stalls selling stinky tofu, fried pancakes, squid and 2 other vendors selling grilled sausages just like him. Of course, once word of mouth spread, more and more customers would come. Taking advantage of the quiet moment, Xiaoming pulled out his phone and glanced at it. It was fine until he checked Douyin. Damn, the 4 videos he had posted already had 100,000 views each. And this had happened in less than 10 minutes. That was some insane traffic. As for the video featuring Sui Tian as the street vendor boss, the view count had already hit 300,000. It had 30,000 likes and over 1,000 comments. And his account gained over 3,000 more followers. Xiaoming excitedly browsed through the comments, most of which were praising Sui Tian for her beauty and innocence. Some even recognized her, asking, "Isn't this the contestant from Super Mathematician a while back?" Holy shit! Xiaoming couldn't help but mutter a native profanity. What's wrong? Hearing Xiaoming's voice, Sui Tian couldn't help but poke her little head over and said, "What are you looking at? And hey, no swearing. Not that, Etienne, look." Xiaoming turned his phone screen toward her. This video has 300,000 views, but more importantly, check the comment section. Everyone's saying how gorgeous you are. Sui Tian took Xiaoming's phone, her eyes glued to the screen. Is this trending? That's possible. Wait, that's not right, Sui Tian said, looking at the comments section. See these comments? They're all tagged as being from the same city. Xiaoming replied, then you've gone viral locally. Etienne, you're a minor celebrity now. No, I'm not. Sui Tian shook her head, but the foot traffic is really heavy. Do you think lots of people will come back here later? Possibly. While Xiaoming and Sui Tian were chatting, a young couple who looked like college students arrived. The young man couldn't help saying, "We finally found you. We saw your stall on Douyin's local page and came to try the grilled sausages from this lovely lady." Alright, just a moment, how many would you like? 10 sticks. Doesn't your promotional video say you'll give your girlfriend 10 grilled sausages? Just give me 10. Sui Tian glanced at Xiaoming. So Douyin's influence was already showing results. Alright, that'll be 20 yuan in total. Sui Tian couldn't handle it alone, so Xiaoming hurried over to help. After the couple left, Sui Tian said, "Hey, Xiaoming, I feel like we could ask these couples to help promote our business. For example, when they buy 10 sausages for their girlfriend originally priced at 20 yuan, we can offer a discount. Charge them 19.99 and give them a big sausage wrapped in small sausage for free, then ask them to share it on Moments. What do you think?" Sure thing. The cost of a big sausage wrapped in small sausage is very low. If feasible, this could indeed bring another wave of traffic. Etienne, I must say you're quite clever. Chapter 37, The Most Beautiful Sausage Girl. Hee, right? Flattered by Xiaoming's praise, Sui Tian said, "This requires some brain work. I just think it's a great idea. Nowadays couples really value ceremonial gestures. If other girlfriends have something, shouldn't boyfriends give theirs too? Within my means, of course I would." Xiaoming looked at Sui Tian's mischievously beaming face. This girl sure knew a thing or two. As time passed, more and more people came to buy grilled sausages from them. Many people were drawn here by Douyin. There's a university town near Wanda Plaza, and students who didn't go home for National Day usually bring their girlfriends out for fun on this special occasion. After seeing the Douyin video about gifting 10 grilled sausages to a girlfriend, many came specifically for it. Meanwhile, Xiaoming also adopted Sui Tian's suggestion, 19.99 yuan for 10 grilled sausages, with a complimentary sausage-wrapped rice cake included. Then buyers would take photos and post them on Moments, tagging the location here. Of course, some people expressed their unwillingness to participate in the event, and Xiaoming could understand that. The following days were filled with busyness, and Xiaoming noticed that the sales of big sausage-wrapped small sausage weren't doing well, as most people opted for starch sausages instead. Paired with the seasoning provided by the system, the reputation was exceptionally good. At 8 o'clock, it was the peak time for foot traffic here. A particularly long line had already formed in front of the stall. Most of the queue consisted of young students, and some had come just to catch a glimpse of Sui Tian. That's right, it was all because of her striking looks. What Xiaoming didn't know was that someone on Douyin had already given Sui Tian a nickname, the most beautiful sausage girl. The video became so popular that Douyin officially featured it on the trending page, and its click-through rate was skyrocketing. "Hello, here's your grilled sausage, enjoy." Sui Tian enthusiastically carried out her work, delighted to see business booming. Being accepted by customers gave Sui Tian a small sense of accomplishment. A smile lingered at the corners of her lips, so persistent she'd even forgotten her weariness. At 9:30, the crowd showed no signs of thinning. Xiaoming skillfully prepared sausages as he called out, "Etienne, grab me a few more hot dogs." Hearing this, Sui Tian turned her head only to realize they'd already sold out of all the sausages they'd brought today. Just 3 hours, and 1,000 sausages were completely sold out. "Xiaoming, we've sold out of our grilled sausages." Hearing Sui Tian's words, Xiaoming turned to look at the box behind him. Indeed, as she had said, there wasn't a single sausage left in the box. Xiaoming was simply too busy to pay any attention. At that moment, there were still quite a few people waiting ahead of them. Xiaoming said sheepishly, "Sorry everyone, I didn't expect business to be so good today. We didn't prepare enough ingredients, so there's only enough for about 5 more people. My apologies, let me refund your money." Upon hearing Xiaoming's words, the customers accepted it willingly. Seeing that the stall was run by 2 students, they understood the situation. Some even said they'd come back to buy tomorrow. After the customers left, Sui Tian stretched her neck and wrists, saying, "Phew, a bit tired." Then she turned her gaze to Xiaoming. "But today's results were really great. You could have your dad bring some more, and we can continue." No, that's alright." Xiaoming shook his head. "You've been standing for hours today. Didn't you say you were tired? Let's continue tomorrow." "I'm fine," Sui Tian said. "When I was working part-time at the milk tea shop, I stood all the time too. I'm used to it by now. You should still get some proper rest. Wanda Mall closes at 10 p.m., and if we ask my dad to bring it over, it'll waste a lot of time on the road. Let's just continue tomorrow." "Well, alright then." Just then, Sui Tian's stomach suddenly let out a loud growl. The surrounding noise was quite loud, but Xiaoming still managed to hear it. Neither of them had eaten anything since lunch at noon. Xiaoming chuckled, "Hungry? Then let's quickly tidy up this place, and we can go get something to eat together." "Okay." Sui Tian nodded happily in agreement. Xiaoming took out the broom he had prepared beforehand and swept the ham wrappers into the cardboard box. Afterwards, they cleaned up the trash from the food cart, closed and locked all its windows, then left the place together. While nearby vendors were still operating, Sui Tian couldn't resist heading towards a stall selling grilled squid as she looked at the dazzling array of snacks. "Boss, 20 squid skewers please." "Coming right up." The stall owner thought Sui Tian looked familiar, recalling that she might have seen this young girl somewhere before, but didn't ask further. After dealing with the trash, Xiaoming walked over and patted Sui Tian on the shoulder. "Etienne, buying squid again? Again. Damn it." In her past life, she had always loved grilled squid, and Xiaoming couldn't help but blurt it out. Xiaoming nodded. Yeah, again. Just yesterday I dreamt of you buying squid in my dreams." "You too, why do you keep running into my dreams every day?" "I'm not running into your dreams at all." Sui Tian chuckled mischievously, poking Xiaoming's chest right where his heart was. "I always run straight into your heart." Whoa, this girl, she's starting to flirt now. The distance between the two was closing rapidly. It wouldn't be long before that thin paper barrier between them was torn down. Xiaoming said, "Don't worry, my heart is vast enough, it holds everything you desire within it, so just stay there and never come out." Hearing this, Sui Tian pouted, "Vast enough? Does that mean there's still room for other girls in your heart?" Frowning, Xiaoming replied, "How could that be? Having you in my heart is more than enough." Omega //. Sui Tian shyly pursed her lips before uncontrollably pressing her cheek against Xiaoming's arm. Meanwhile, the squid grill stall owner watched them with undisguised contempt. At 38 years old, he remained unmarried. "I actually got showered with PDA by 2 students. The squid vendor said I want sweet romance too. Whoa. After buying squid, the couple also got some deep-fried skewers, grilled flatbread, and 2 fruit teas at the temple fair. Then they found a relatively quiet spot to enjoy their food together. Xiaoming and Sui Tian sat on the steps, leaning close to each other, when Xiaoming took out his phone, planning to check the recommendation performance on Douyin once more. Upon opening Douyin, the message notification had already reached 999 plus. Xiaoming glanced at the video's view count. Sui Tian's video as a small entrepreneur had garnered over 45.6 million views. The video of giving your girlfriend 10 grilled sausages has over 25.96 million views. Xiaoming was suddenly stunned. Is the system really that awesome? Mainly, the entire New Sea City has only around 6 million people. Did it actually go viral? Xiaoming couldn't resist checking Douyin's trending lists. By now, both the hot search and rising charts had changed to Wanda Temple Fair in New Sea City stuns with beauty standard shattering appearance. Netizens crowned most beautiful sausage girl. The most beautiful sausage girl? Xiaoming couldn't resist clicking into it. The content inside was about her and Sui Tian. Chapter 38, Getting Mom to Open a Shop. Holy crap! Xiaoming couldn't help but exclaim. At this point, he already had over 60,000 followers on Douyin. The cumulative likes on the two videos reached 2 million on one and 1 million on the other. That's insanely high. It's safe to say that the trend of buying 10 grilled sausages for your girlfriend has completely blown up. What's wrong? Beside her, Sui Tian couldn't help but lean her little head over curiously. Xiaoming handed her the phone. Darling, the most beautiful sausage grill girl, you've gone viral. Sui Tian didn't understand what Xiaoming meant until she saw his Douyin. Then she realized why he'd said that. Her expression was full of astonishment. This, already over 60,000 followers? Damn, these likes, and it's trending too. Xiaoming beside him said, I was shocked when I saw it too, but this is definitely good news for us. Sui Tian nodded and curiously opened the private message. At this moment, his account had already received over 10,000 private messages. I simply can't keep up. Sui Tian's head was buzzing at this moment. Everything that happened felt like a dream. Xiaoming took a deep breath. Looks like we'll have to work overtime tomorrow. I'll order more starch sausages tonight. Etienne, you'll have to endure some hard work in the coming days. It's nothing. Sui Tian smiled sweetly. I'm genuinely happy to help you. This is nothing much. Actually, you're the one who's made my life so colorful. I should be thanking you. Looking at this thoughtful young girl, Ming Xiao felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He said, perhaps this is simply meant to be. Alright, Etienne, aren't you hungry? Eat up quickly. Okay. After putting away his phone, Xiaoming and Sui Tian watched the street scene together, becoming true food enthusiasts side by side. After finishing their meal, they didn't linger around much. After all, tomorrow was National Day, and according to Wanda Plaza's requirements, they'd have to open for business around 9 o'clock. Today's net profit was over 1,500 yuan. With no buses running at night, he and Sui Tian hailed a taxi. He first dropped Sui Tian off at the hospital before finally heading back to his own place. It was already past 10:30 when he got home. But his parents hadn't gone to bed yet, waiting up for Xiaoming's return. Crack! Xiaoming opened the door, his gaze instinctively drawn to the living room where Xiao Guosheng and Zhou Yanwen were sitting on the sofa watching TV. Spotting Xiaoming's return, his father immediately stood up. Well, coming back so late, how was your evening, son? Super nice, Xiaoming said with satisfaction. The grilled sausages were sold out by 9:30 today, not bad at all. The net profit for today was a solid 1,500 yuan. Wow. Hearing Xiaoming say it was sold out, Xiao Guosheng was truly shocked. Xiaoming's mother couldn't help but say, Old Xiao, look at our son. When have you ever earned 1,500 yuan in a single day? Alright, Xiao Guosheng said, you little rascal, you've really done well. By the way, has that little girlfriend of yours gone back already? Yeah, I took her back right after dinner. Xiaoming plopped down onto the sofa and said, Dad, I think business will be even better tomorrow than tonight. It's National Day tomorrow, so we should order more starch sausages. By the way, Dad, are you on holiday? I am. Xiao Guosheng nodded. Got a 5-day break. Why? Want your old man to come help out? Exactly. Xiaoming chuckled with a sly grin. He and Sui Tian had nearly been overwhelmed with work tonight, so having an extra pair of hands would indeed be quite helpful. Mainly, he had nothing better to do at home anyway, might as well go over and lend a hand. After all, Xiaoming was a truly filial son. It wouldn't do to let his father grow idle to the point of illness. Alright, I'll come over tomorrow to help you out. Don't worry, Dad. I'll pay you. How about 300 a day? Get out of here. I couldn't care less about your 300 bucks. Xiao Guosheng rolled his eyes. He currently holds a minor leadership position at a company. Though the salary isn't particularly high, he still earns nearly 20,000 yuan per month. It's enough to support the family. Xiao Guosheng continued, you should buy your girlfriend some nice clothes, don't let her suffer. After all, At this point, Xiao Guosheng didn't continue, but Xiaoming understood what his father meant. Dad, I know. Don't worry. Alright, I'll go shower first, you should get to bed soon too. Xiaoming's father quickly disappeared into the bathroom while Xiaoming turned his gaze toward his mother, Zhou Yanwen. Mom, I want to show you something. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and opened TikTok. Zhou Yanwen also leaned her head closer. Mom, today I casually filmed 2 videos that went straight to trending. The main one got tens of millions of views. The reason we sold so well today is partly thanks to TikTok's help. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Damn it, it was clearly all my doing. Definitely. Zhou Yanwen stared at Xiaoming's phone screen, her brow furrowing deeply. She usually used Douyin too, for promotional purposes. Such high view counts? Sigh, this must be Sui Tian, your deskmate, right? Yes. Xiaoming scratched his head. Isn't she drop-dead gorgeous? Maybe she can bear you a chubby grandson someday. #nervousface hashtag. Let's catch up with them first. We absolutely must catch up. At this moment, Xiaoming's expression suddenly grew more serious as he said, Mom, I wanted to ask, have you ever thought about changing jobs? Currently, Zhou Yanwen works at a bakery, earning over 5,000 yuan a month, which isn't considered a low salary. But after all, he's just working for someone else. In his past life, he remembered that bakery went bankrupt during the second semester of his senior year in high school. Recently, Xiaoming researched the system a bit and discovered that the Wish Points Mall contained many utterly absurd items, because at that time he had wished for a successful career, and the mall had many items related to profession. With any of these things, one could earn a lot of money. Why are you suddenly asking this? Xiaoming said, Mom, I just feel like you're too exhausted. You don't even get days off during National Day. Wouldn't it be easier if you were your own boss? Zhou Yanwen nodded in agreement. Her son wasn't wrong. Mom, you've seen how well my snack shop is doing. I think you could open one too. No matter how you look at it, you'd earn more than now, right? Son, there's a lot you don't understand: rent, utilities, and so on. It's not something you can just jump into without thought. I do. Xiaoming nodded. I'm just giving you a suggestion. Heh, I'm gonna go chat with Etienne now. Think it over carefully. With that, Xiaoming dashed into his bedroom. At this moment, Zhou Yanwen's expression turned noticeably more solemn. Opening a shop might genuinely be worth considering. Chapter 39, Daily Bathing Temptations. Xiaoming returned to his bedroom and immediately flopped onto the bed in a starfish position. Holding up his phone, he scrolled through the barrage of comments on Douyin and couldn't help but chuckle. The most beautiful sausage girl, how amusing. He took a closer look at the video he'd shot earlier. From this particular angle, Sui Tian did appear unexpectedly pure and innocent. Especially that serious expression of hers could make anyone's heart skip a beat at first sight. Thinking that she was actually his girlfriend, Xiaoming couldn't help but smile with the corners of his mouth lifting upwards. Ah, right. At that moment, Xiaoming suddenly realized the remaining 3,000 hot dogs would never be enough for tomorrow's sales. He immediately sat up, dialed the sausage vendor's number, and placed another order for 3,000 starch-based sausages plus 1,000 small hot dogs. Tomorrow's business will definitely be hotter than today's, but we might not necessarily sell 7,000 sticks. It's fine if we have extra, anyway they won't expire if we keep them. After transferring the deposit to the ham sausage vendor, Xiaoming suddenly remembered that Douyin seems to have a shopping feature. You can directly list products for sale on it. When the time comes, customers can simply present a QR code on site. At this thought, Xiaoming turned on his computer. Given his background in design from his previous lifetime, creating simple posters was no problem for him. After uploading the business license to Douyin, the function to attach product links was successfully activated. He then posted another video about giving his girlfriend 10 grilled sausages, with product links attached to the video. 19.99 yuan for 10 grilled sausages, valid from October 1st to 5th, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., available at Wanda Temple Fair. By now, his Douyin account already had followers, and many could see the post immediately. Just minutes after posting the video, he noticed that 3 sets of the 10 sausage deal had been sold. Not bad at all. Seeing it work, Xiaoming couldn't help but take a screenshot of the interface and send it to Sui Tian. About 5 minutes later, Sui Tian finally replied to his message. Sorry, I was just doing rounds with the nurse. Just got back to my room. Is this you selling grilled sausages on Douyin? Xiaoming replied, yes, the traffic on Douyin is pretty good lately. We've been selling quite a few there. That's great. Sui Tian sent over a cute emoji of a bun-haired girl, and Xiaoming didn't hesitate, he immediately video called her. Of course, Sui Tian answered the call from her potential future boyfriend. Her little face popped up on the phone screen, and she stuck out her tongue playfully, saying, you couldn't even wait for me to settle in before calling. I bet you missed me. Xiaoming couldn't help but chuckle. You little thing, quite the narcissist, aren't you? Indeed, I've missed you. So tonight, will you come into my dreams? Sure thing. Sui Tian stuck out her tongue at him playfully. How about we sell grilled sausages together tonight? Ha ha ha, is your brain completely filled with grilled sausages? Xiaoming and Sui Tian were chatting idly. Half an hour later, both of them were feeling a bit tired. She let out a yawn. Xiaoming, I'm getting sleepy. Tomorrow morning I'll come find you first, and you can do my makeup touch-up for me, okay? Of course. She had seen the makeup Xiaoming did today and could say she was particularly satisfied with it. No girl these days dislikes looking pretty, and Sui Tian is no exception. So it's settled then. I'll come find you tomorrow morning to wake you up. Alright. Sui Tian nodded, then. I'll go take a shower first. See you tomorrow. Hearing Sui Tian mention taking a shower, Xiaoming flashed a mischievous grin. Etienne, I've noticed you're quite naughty. If I remember correctly, every night before hanging up, you always say you're going to take a shower. Using shower talk to tempt me every single day. Sui Tian was stunned. She frowned slightly and asked, Is this considered temptation? Of course. Xiaoming raised an eyebrow with a slightly creepy expression. Next time, how about I help scrub the dirt off you? Hearing this, Sui Tian scoffed and rolled her eyes in disdain. The image flashed through her mind, making her cheeks flush. I don't want to. Alright, I'm going to take a shower now. See you tomorrow. Sui Tian's face flushed crimson as she ended the video call. Watching her flustered expression, Xiao Ming tilted his head slightly. Back in their past life when they first became intimate, this girl had been extremely nervous and bashful too. At that time, she even gave him quite a few kicks. Of course, this was perfectly normal. Xiao Ming didn't dwell on it. He still had to set up his stall tomorrow. After taking off his clothes, he hurried into the bathroom for a shower. Once done, he sent Sui Tian a good night message before drifting off to sleep. Early the next morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Ming hadn't gotten up yet when his mom already opened his bedroom door. Xiao Ming, your classmate is already here, and you're still sound asleep. Get up now? ? Hearing his mom's voice, Xiao Ming suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. At this moment, Sui Tian was standing beside Zhou Yanwen, covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. This was Zhou Yanwen's first time meeting Sui Tian, and she realized the real-life Sui Tian was even prettier than she appeared on the phone. She instantly approved of this future daughter-in-law. Zhou Yanwen smiled awkwardly. Xiao Ming wasn't up to any good last night and stayed up late. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come quickly and eat. Auntie here made braised pork. With that, she turned her gaze to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, hurry up and get out of bed, come eat breakfast. Don't keep your classmate waiting too long. I got it, Mom. Zhou Yanwen then said to Sui Tian, let's go eat first. We won't wait for Xiao Ming. Ha! Hearing this, Sui Tian hastily shook her head. No need, Auntie, I know you haven't eaten, there's still a whole day ahead. Come and have something now. With that, Zhou Yanwen pulled Sui Tian away. Xiao Ming was bewildered. I remember setting the alarm. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming quickly dressed himself and dashed into the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash up. In the living room, Zhou Yanwen sat beside Sui Tian, continuously adding food to her bowl. Etienne, look how thin you are. You should eat more every day, okay? So, has Xiao Ming been bullying you at school? If he ever bothers you, just tell Auntie. I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Xiao Ming walked over with a completely bewildered expression. This was truly his biological mother. Sui Tian smiled sweetly and said, thank you, Auntie. Xiao Ming has always been so kind to me at school. He's never bullied me. You don't need to worry. Well, that's good. Xiao Ming sat in the chair and picked up his chopsticks. He glanced at Etienne and asked, how's the food, Etienne? Does it suit your taste? Got it. Sui Tian nodded quietly. Xiao Ming's mom is here, and she's very shy. Xiao Ming didn't dwell on the question either. He asked, by the way, Mom, where's Dad? I need him to help me deliver the goods later. Your dad went off to drive the truck, though it's not ours. Don't worry, he'll be back soon. Well, that's good then. Xiao Ming took a sip of soup. Etienne, looks like I'll have to trouble you again today. Chapter 40, Xiao Ming really has no shame. It's my duty, he replied. Sui Tian wore a silly grin when she suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, how did the grilled sausages we sold on Douyin last night turn out? At this mention, Xiao Ming finally recalled the items listed on Douyin the previous night. Let me check now. Xiao Ming opened his phone. The Douyin listing for 10 grilled sausages for your girlfriend had already sold over 300 orders. That's over 3,000 grilled sausages. I'm going. Xiao Ming was stunned. He never expected Douyin could bring such overwhelming sales. Xiao Ming forced a dry laugh. Etienne, looks like we're working overtime today. We sold 330 orders on Douyin, which means 3,300 sausages. Geez, might have to ask Dad to buy another grill today. Seems it's gonna be one exhausting day, Xiao Ming said with a sigh. Hearing this number, Sui Tian was also stunned. The corners of her mouth then curled up. It's okay to work hard. Let's just put in some overtime today. The more work, the more pay. Alright. After hearing Sui Tian's words, Xiao Ming's mother couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. There's a saying, how does it go again? All the good cabbages get ruined by pigs. Xiao Ming, that's the pig in question. Sui Tian? Naturally, she's that prize cabbage. Zhou Yanwen was genuinely delighted with Sui Tian. Just from her manners and behavior, you could tell she was the practical, down-to-earth type. Xiao Ming will certainly live a particularly happy life with her in the future. After dinner, it was already 7:30 when Xiao Ming's father happened to arrive, opening the door just in time. Spotting Sui Tian, he paused slightly before saying, oh, everyone's already here. Son, I've parked the car downstairs. We need to be there by 9, right? Dad, there's been a change of plans today. Xiao Ming stood up with his phone in hand and walked over to Xiaoguoshang. After explaining the Douyin Mall to his father, the old man nodded thoughtfully. Alright, I'll go buy a stove later. I'll move the sausages to the car first. You go do your classmate's makeup, and we'll set off soon. Thanks, Dad. Xiao Ming nodded and, pressed for time, immediately took Sui Tian's hand and ran into the bedroom. His parents couldn't help but secretly rejoice when they saw this. They're already holding hands. Seems like these two have something special going on. Maybe they're even officially together now. In the bedroom, Sui Tian's cheeks flushed crimson, her face filled with bashfulness. That's right, she's blushing again. After sitting down on the chair, Sui Tian couldn't help but say, Xiaoming, how could we hold hands at your house? What if your parents noticed? Xiaoming looked straight into Sui Tian's eyes and said, what would seeing me do? Actually, they're quite satisfied with you, it just depends on whether you could ever fancy someone like me. What? Hearing Xiaoming's words, Sui Tian's heart rate instantly skyrocketed. Actually, she really wanted to say I like you, that she'd taken a liking to him, but the words just wouldn't come out. Nothing important. Xiaoming shook his head slightly. He could see her affection for him clearly, but when it came to confessing feelings, now was too soon. Proper preparation was needed. A sense of ceremony couldn't be missing here. After all, Sui Tian was someone who placed great importance on romantic gestures. Come on, let me do your makeup first. It's quite hot today, so let's apply some sunscreen. Xiaoming applied sunscreen to Sui Tian's nose, cheeks, chin, and forehead, then gently rubbed it in. Sui Tian cooperated obediently, making the scene extremely heartwarming. Sui Tian's skin was as smooth and delicate as a baby's, so he was careful not to press too hard and hurt her. How's that? Not too rough, is it? Got it. Sui Tian nodded softly, then Xiaoming began applying her eye makeup. She was born with naturally double-lidded eyes, so she didn't need things like eyelid tape. Just a simple application of eyeshadow and eyeliner would suffice. 10 minutes later, her makeup had been perfectly done by Xiaoming. Today, I added a touch of blush to her cheeks, giving her makeup a somewhat shy look, but overall it's still very pure. So delicate too. There, you look even more beautiful today than yesterday. Xiaoming gently flicked her little cheek. My darling's dressed up so beautifully, I'm afraid someone might steal you away. Hearing this, Sui Tian shyly lowered her head. Stop it, I'm not your sweetheart. Xiaoming asked. Then what are you to me? Your precious dear, of course. Ha! Xiaoming couldn't help but shrink his neck. Hearing this come from your mouth gives me a weird feeling. Is this really the aloof career woman Sui Tian I remember? Sui Tian stood up, and Xiaoming immediately wrapped his arm around her waist. After I did your makeup yesterday, you even gave me a kiss. Not going to give me one today? Sui Tian glanced at Xiaoming's bedroom door and hesitated, saying coyly, your parents are both out there today. If they see us, it'd be. They won't come in. Come here, give me a smooch. The shameless Xiaoming wore a mischievous grin, as the saying goes, bad boys have all the luck with women. Be assertive when you need to be. Besides, Sui Tian liked him so much. Staring into Xiaoming's eyes, Sui Tian hesitated for a moment but ultimately leaned in to kiss his cheek. Mwah! Just as her little lips touched Xiaoming's cheek, the door to his bedroom was suddenly pushed open. Son, I've already moved all the hot dogs to the car, you. Before Xiao Guosheng could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw Sui Tian in the middle of some intimate kissing. His heart leaped with joy. What a champ, truly his father's son in every way. Why you guys carry on, go ahead, I'll wait for you outside. With that, Xiao Guosheng quickly closed the bedroom door. Xiaoming and Sui Tian both froze. Could it really be this coincidental? Both their blood pressures spiked to 180. Xiaoming turned his head to see Sui Tian's cheeks burning red. This was definitely the most flushed her face had ever been in history. Xiaoming couldn't help but say, Etienne, this was an accident. I had no idea my dad would suddenly walk in. I understand. Sui Tian bit her lower lip, feeling utterly bashful, really far too embarrassed. As for everything else, nothing much to speak of. This one's on me, Etienne. Next time we kiss at home, it'll definitely be just the two of us. Hearing this, Sui Tian turned her head to look at Xiaoming. He actually still thinks there will be a next time? How shameless. Besides, it's fine if my dad sees. Doesn't it just prove our relationship? Alright, let's forget about this. We're very busy today. Let's hurry up and go. With that, Xiaoming took Sui Tian's hand and they left the bedroom together. Chapter 41, these two kids look perfect together no matter how you see it. Outside the door, Xiao Guosheng was quietly telling Zhou Yanwen about Sui Tian and Xiaoming's kiss. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yanwen also felt that her son was really pushing his luck. That's way too harsh. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. When Xiaoming saw the smile on his father's face, he knew something was wrong. Knowing his father's character, he must have already told his mom about this. Beside them, Zhou Yanwen noticed they had come out. To spare Sui Tian the awkwardness, she quickly put on a smile and said, Son, are you both ready? Your dad has already moved the ham sausages downstairs. It's going to be a busy day, you'd better get going. Got it. Xiaoming turned his gaze to Sui Tian, whose cheeks were still flushed. Xiaoming addressed his father, Dad, could you drop Etienne and me off first, then go by the stove? Just be there to lend us a hand when the time comes. Ha, sounds good. Xiao Guosheng readily agreed. Then, the three of them went downstairs and got into the same van they had used the day before. By the time Xiao Guosheng dropped Xiaoming and Sui Tian off at Wanda Plaza, it was already past 8. After helping them move the sausages to their stall, he drove off to buy a grill. In the early morning, Wanda Plaza wasn't very busy, but most vendors had already started setting up their stalls. At this very moment, Xiao Ming was suddenly drawn to the shop across the street. I'm going. Xiao Ming stared in astonishment at what lay before him. What's going on? Sui Tian also followed Xiao Ming's gaze. Across from him, the food stall had also started selling starch sausages. The main thing was, their advertisement clearly read, "Come give your girlfriend 10 grilled sausages." Absolutely insane. Xiao Ming distinctly remembered that this very stall had been selling takoyaki just last night. Sui Tian's lips twitched. Did our competitor pop up that quickly? No worries. Xiao Ming didn't pay any attention and continued busying himself with his work. Because what he was selling wasn't just grilled sausages, it was flavor and reputation. This seasoning came from the system, so the taste was definitely different. Xiao Ming still had faith in the system's capabilities. If drinking AD calcium milk could even increase chest measurements, hey. At this moment, Sui Tian didn't say anything, but she was starting to worry inside. Seeing Sui Tian's current expression, Xiao Ming burst into laughter. Alright, don't worry. Even if he steals our business, so what? Our Douyin sales are still growing. Let's hurry up. MHM, okay. Then, the two of them plunged back into their busy tasks. About 10 minutes later, the starchy sausages he had ordered the previous night arrived. By then, the boxes had piled up rather high, but fortunately, the space was just spacious enough to accommodate them. Around 9 o'clock, Xiao Guoshang walked over with a brand new grill. His father was responsible for scanning customers' QR codes using Douyin before handing them their grilled sausages. Just running errands. As time passed, more and more people came to the temple fair. At the same time, crowds gathered in front of Xiao Ming's little stall, forming a line. Some had even rated their stall as an internet-famous snack. For some reason, adding the label internet-famous gave Xiao Ming an immediate impression of being particularly tacky. Of course, he didn't pay it any mind. The snack stall across the way had indeed stolen some of their customers, but this was perfectly normal to Xiao Ming. A market should have competitors. By noon, the customer flow here had already peaked. They didn't even have time for lunch at noon, having been busy all along. This situation persisted until around 3 or 4 p.m. when the crowd gradually thinned. The overwhelming business volume completely stunned Xiao Guoshang. After the last two customers left, he took out a wet wipe to wipe the sweat from his forehead. My goodness, there are so many people today. Dad, you must be exhausted. Xiao Ming couldn't help but chuckle, as he had already anticipated this outcome. He took out 2 bottles of water and handed them to his father and Sui Tian. Have some water first, Dad. There will probably be quite a few people coming tonight. Let's quickly tidy up here. We didn't have time to eat at noon, Etienne. Why don't you go grab some food? Okay. Sui Tian nodded her little head and quickly ran off. Ha! Xiao Ming twisted open the bottle and took a fierce gulp of water. So Dad, did today's business blow your mind? Ouch. Xiao Guosheng nodded. It really surprised me. From this morning till now, you must have sold around 3,000 sticks, right? Xiao Ming glanced at the crate behind him and nodded. Indeed, it's 3,000 sticks. Not bad, kid. Xiao Guosheng couldn't help but pat Xiao Ming on the shoulder and said with a smile, right now, our family earns the most from what you make in a single day. I really didn't expect you to have this kind of talent, kid. Heh, perfectly normal. Xiao Ming scratched his head and spoke up. By the way, Dad, since Mom's been working so hard lately, what do you think about us opening a shop? Hearing this, Xiao Guoshang knew Xiao Ming wasn't joking this time. Zhou Yanwen's job at the bakery isn't exhausting, but she gets very few holidays. There's no break during National Day, and sometimes overtime is required. Xiao Guosheng frowned deeply and said, Son, are you suggesting opening a grilled sausage stall? Xiao Ming nodded. It wouldn't be limited to just grilled sausages. We could sell various snacks. Plus, we currently have Douyin, TikTok, which could bring us quite a bit of traffic. What do you think? Xiao Guosheng hesitated as he spoke these words. What his son said wasn't wrong, but starting a business definitely carried risks. The family had some savings put aside, money he'd been setting aside for his son to buy a car, purchase a home, and get married. If they used that money, what would they do if there wasn't enough left for him to marry? Xiao Guosheng thought for a moment and said, Alright, I'll discuss it with your mom when we get home tonight. She's the one managing the money now, I don't have the final say. Ha, good. Sigh, it seemed his dad would never shake off the label of being henpecked. After a while, Sui Tian came running over carrying several rujiamo and some soybean milk. Out of breath, she said, I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I just bought these randomly. Xiao Ming nodded. Anything simple will do tonight. Dad, can you take Etienne and me out for a proper feast later? Sure thing. A deep satisfaction warmed Xiao Guosheng's heart as he glanced at Sui Tian and Xiao Ming, the corners of his mouth lifting involuntarily. These two kids really looked perfectly matched together. The more you saw them, the more pleasing they appeared. Chapter 42. This silly girl, still as clueless as ever. In the following days, Xiao Ming, Sui Tian and her father Xiao Guosheng set up a stall at the Wanda Temple Fair. The temple fair lasted for 5 days in total, which perfectly matched the system's requirement to set up a stall for 5 days, just enough to complete the mission. During those 5 days, they sold a lot of grilled sausages. Xiaoming's Douyin store has received uniformly positive reviews. One of the reviews reads, "Gave my girlfriend 10 grilled sausages during the day, they were incredibly delicious. She said she wants more next time. My girlfriend ate 10 during the day, and at night, wicked grin." October 5, 10 p.m. Xiaoming sat on the sofa, glancing at his bank account balance, and broke into an anti-like grin. He. During these 5 days of street vending, after deducting costs, he had earned over 40,000 yuan. Better yet, this was purely net profit. He could earn over 8,000 yuan in a single day. Moreover, his parents wouldn't take a single cent of this money. Xiao Guosheng said Xiaoming could decide how to use the money himself, as he had earned it through his own skills. He could give a portion to Sui Tian, since she had contributed a great deal of effort too. He could also buy her some nice clothes, as with the arrival of October, the weather was getting colder and it was time to change into warmer outfits. Xiaoming naturally agreed. "Son, what are you looking at? You're grinning like a fool." Xiao Guosheng noticed Xiaoming's silly smile and sat down beside him. Meanwhile, Zhou Yanwen finished peeling 3 apples and walked over. "Dad, it's 40,000 yuan. How could I not be happy? You're such a little money grubber." Xiaoming smiled without saying a word, his eyes fixed on the phone screen where he had already edited and posted a video about the temple fair's conclusion on Douyin. Meanwhile, many of his Douyin followers expressed how much they'd miss him. To be precise, what they'd really miss was Sui Tian. Among these Douyin viewers, a considerable number were initially drawn in by Sui Tian's striking looks. The temple fair is over. Does that mean we won't get to see the most beautiful sausage girl anymore? I strongly suggest you keep setting up your stall. As long as the sausage girl is there, I'll definitely come visit. I've already fallen in love with the taste of those sausages. My girlfriend said the sausages were exceptionally delicious. You guys should consider opening a shop. Watching the comments one by one, Xiaoming's lips curved upwards slightly. The feeling of being liked is truly somewhat special. At this moment, he turned his gaze to Xiao Guosheng. "By the way, Dad, what do you think about the shop opening I mentioned on National Day?" After Xiaoming brought this up, Xiao Guosheng fell into deep thought. The earnings these past few days have been truly impressive. Xiaoming's Douyin account has already reached 200,000 followers. Continuing to promote on Douyin is indeed a great idea, as it can drive significant traffic. At this moment, Xiao Guosheng's heart had already begun to waver. Xiaoming could see through his father's thoughts. He said, "Dad, I honestly think it's doable. If you agree, I'll start looking for a place tomorrow. We could temporarily rent a shop first. Is it really so bad to use my money as investment?" Xiao Guosheng laughed upon hearing this. How could we use your money? But actually, I think it's workable. Honey, don't you think our son's proposal sounds good? At this moment, both Xiaoming and Xiao Guosheng turned their gaze towards Zhou Yanwen. After a moment's thought, Xiaoming's mother nodded and said, "Old Xiao, I feel our son isn't wrong. You know how powerful Douyin has become nowadays. Why don't we give it a try?" Hearing this, Xiaoming couldn't help but smile. "All right." Xiao Guosheng nodded in agreement, knowing his wife wasn't joking. If this shop idea really took off, it could bring them substantial profits in the future. He looked at Xiaoming and said, "Son, if we were to open a shop, where would be the most suitable location for it?" Xiaoming thought for a moment. Of course, the more foot traffic, the better. But with greater foot traffic comes higher rent. The entrance of a school would be a good choice. In his memory, although street stalls weren't the cleanest, they were quite popular among students. "Dad, I think the area near school is good. Oh, and Furong Street is also an option, but the rent might be more expensive there." "Yes." Xiao Guosheng nodded and said, "Then I'll make some inquiries tomorrow to see which location is better, and then we can make a decision." "Alright, you handle it then, Dad. I'm going back to my room to chat with Sui Tian for a bit." With that, he grabbed an apple and slipped into the bedroom. Xiaoming sat on the bed scrolling through his phone, opened Sui Tian's chat window, and clicked on the money transfer option. For the past 5 days, Sui Tian had been diligently helping him, often skipping meals when swamped with work. Thus, he decided she deserved some compensation. But how much to give? That's the question. No matter how much he gave, she wouldn't accept it. After careful consideration, Xiaoming lost 10,000 and transferred it directly. About a minute later, Sui Tian responded with 3 question marks and immediately initiated a video call. "What are you doing?" Sui Tian in the video looked fierce, while Xiaoming explained, "Nothing much, just paying you your salary, #nervous face #." No. Sui Tian in the video shook her head. "I've told you I don't want your money. I just lent a helping hand. Xiaoming, I really don't want it." With that, she refunded the transfer. Xiaoming said, "Silly girl, this is what you deserve. Okay then, take just a little. After all these years of doctors and nurses caring for you at the hospital, you could at least buy them some gifts, right?" Sui Tian thought for quite a while before nodding slightly. "Alright then, Seeing the girl agree, Xiaoming immediately transferred her 10,000 yuan via Alipay. Alipay transfers arrive instantly and don't require acceptance. I've sent it to you via Alipay. Choose your gifts carefully now. Oh dear, you're at it again. Xiaoming quickly covered his ears. Not listening, turtle chanting sutras. You. Sui Tian sighed and pouted her lips. This Xiaoming was actually kind of cute. Looking at Sui Tian's disdainful expression, Xiaoming took a screenshot of the Douyin comments section and sent it to her. Etienne, I sent you a screenshot. Look how popular you've become after the temple fair ended. So many people didn't get a chance to see you properly and still want to catch another glimpse of you. Sui Tian scanned the comments and admitted, it's true. Though exhausting, these 5 days let us meet so many people who genuinely appreciate us. I'm actually starting to feel a bit reluctant to leave. Sui Tian's expression turned aggrieved as she spoke. Xiaoming burst out laughing. So today I discussed with my parents, and we've decided to open a small food stall to keep selling our grilled sausages. Really? Hearing this, Sui Tian lit up with joy. Xiaoming nodded. Of course it's true. So my dearest, most beautiful sausage girl, would you have time to come help out occasionally? No problem. Sui Tian nodded her head. From now on, we'll study hard Monday through Friday, and I'll help you mind the shop on weekends, okay? Of course. Xiaoming looked at Sui Tian, who was grinning foolishly beside him. This girl, still so silly as ever. Chapter 43, third place in the class. Xiaoming didn't chat with Sui Tian for too long afterward. After all, they had been busy all day, and both of them were quite tired. By 11 o'clock, they wished each other good night and hung up the phone. Xiaoming took a shower, climbed into bed, and quickly fell asleep. For the remaining 3 days of the holiday, Xiaoming would ask Sui Tian to study at the library every day. After all, they were still students, and their studies should come first. Time flies by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was October 9th, time to return to school. Early in the morning, Xiaoming leaped up like a carp out of water. Genoa High never announced midterm results during holidays. If he wasn't mistaken, the exam rankings would be posted at school today. Xiaoming was also curious about how he had performed in last month's exam. With this thought, he dressed quickly. The temperature was lower than in previous days, necessitating a jacket. After washing up, he went to the living room where his mother had already prepared breakfast for him. 1 fried egg, a ham sausage, 2 pan-fried buns, and a cup of soy milk. Hearing the voice, Zhou Yanwen peeked out from the kitchen. Son, hurry up and eat your breakfast. Don't be late on the first day of school. Got it, Mom. Xiaoming quickly sat down at the table to finish his meal. 15 minutes later, Xiaoming had packed up, checked his textbooks, and came to the living room. Mom, I'm off to school. With that said, he grabbed the keys from the entryway and dashed out. After leaving the stairwell, Xiaoming noticed the weather was exceptionally nice today. The morning sun hung low in the sky, and a gentle breeze brushed against him, bringing a delightful comfort. The sunlight was perfect, the breeze refreshing. In high spirits, Xiaoming headed towards Genoa No. 1 High School. He simply couldn't wait to see Sui Tian already. 7:05 a.m. Classroom of Senior 3, Class 3. A large group of students was gathered around the bulletin board beside the teacher's platform. That's right, they're looking at the monthly exam results. Achoo! Xiaoming sneezed, rubbed his nose, and walked into the classroom. Just then, Xian Tianqing strode directly toward him. He couldn't help but exclaim, holy shit, isn't this the big-shot internet celebrity Brother Ming? Has Brother Ming finally arrived? Frowning at the eccentric Xian Tianqing, Xiaoming recalled how just days ago, Xian Tianqing had bombarded him with praise on WeChat. Get lost, I'm no internet celebrity. Xiaoming rolled his eyes, while Xian Tianqing said with a cheeky grin, come on, Mingji, don't pretend, with 200k followers you're a certified influencer now. With that face of yours, scoring a hookup must be easy peasy. So, think you could help your buddy get lucky too? The hell you say? Xiaoming stared blankly at Xian Tianqing. I really don't know what's going on in that head of yours. He glanced at Zhao Yalu, who was reading in the corner. Do you believe I'd tell her exactly what you just said? No. Xianqing immediately backed off with a grin. Just kidding. Our brother Ming isn't that kind of guy anyway. Look how close you've gotten with Sister Etienne. Are you two official now or what? Not yet. Xiaoming couldn't be bothered with this perverted Xian Tianqing. He returned to his seat, put down his backpack, noticing Sui Tian hadn't arrived yet. Xiaoming turned his head. You animal, those are the monthly exam results posted on the bulletin board, right? Have you checked your scores yet? Hearing this, Xian Tianqing shook his head. I only got here 2 minutes before you, haven't had time to look. But with my grades, I should easily rank in the top 10. More like the bottom 10, Xiaoming retorted. Xiaoming shrugged and walked towards the bulletin board by the podium. All the students had finished checking their scores. Looking at the results, Xiaoming saw that Sui Tian had topped the class in this month's exam. Xiaoming wasn't surprised. She had always been a good student, and with all her hard work recently, the excellent results were only to be expected. Xiaoming continued staring at the grade list. Right below Sui Tian's name was his own. Holy crap, I actually ranked third this time. Squinting slightly, Xiaoming saw his scores: Chinese 130, Math 142, English 66, and Liberal Arts 279. Everything was decent except for English. Even his scores in mathematics and comprehensive liberal arts were the highest in the class. Damn, looks like I need to seriously brush up on my English. Xiaoming's face darkened. Just then, Xian Tiancheng hurriedly ran up to him, his bulky body shoving him aside. Let me check my grades. Holy shit! Xian Tiancheng couldn't resist shouting a quintessential Chinese exclamation as he excitedly turned around and grasped Xiaoming's hand. Holy crap, Brother Ming, I ranked 20th in our entire class. Oh my goodness, I never expected to actually rank 20th. I'm so shocked. Xuan Tiancheng leaped up like a madman. Xiaoming stared at him, utterly bewildered. Are you getting too excited? Su Tiancheng shook his head. Brother Ming, you don't understand. My parents say I've ruined this gaming account. To prove them wrong, I must study hard and get into a proper university. And in the future, I want to become a great teacher. Su Tiancheng said this with unusual solemnity, clearly speaking from the bottom of his heart. Xiaoming nodded. Then give it your all and prove it to your parents. Su Tiancheng nodded heavily. Brother Ming, don't you think you should give me a big hug right now to cheer me up? Don't forget our racing game IDs. You can't just abandon your little buddy now that you've got Sister Etienne, can you? Get lost, get lost. Xiaoming cast a disdainful glance at Xian Tiancheng. Just then, Su Etienne's figure suddenly appeared beside them. She tilted her head back to look at the results list, and Su Tiancheng quickly leaned in beside her. Wow, Sister Etienne, when did you get here? There's no need for you to check, you ranked first. Hey, Ming, what's your score? Su Tiancheng hadn't noticed Xiaoming's rank until Su Etienne interjected. Ha, Xiaoming placed third this time. That's such a huge improvement, isn't it? Su Tiancheng waved his hand dismissively. Only third? I'm 20th. Wait. What? Third? Are you sure it's not 30th? He quickly glanced at the rankings list. Holy crap, it really is third place. Did you cheat or something? How did you score so well? Xiaoming smiled. Take a guess. As he spoke, Xiaoming walked up to Su Etienne. He gently tugged on her little braid. So, did I exceed expectations? You said if I made it to the top 25, there'd be a little surprise. Can I have it now? Hearing this, Su Etienne burst into laughter. Quite the memory you've got there. But you can't have it now, it has to wait till the weekend. On the weekend? Beside him, Xian Tiancheng heard this and flashed a sleazy smile, though of course Xiaoming didn't notice. Su Etienne gazed at Xiaoming with admiration. But your results this time were really impressive. Well done. You must keep it up. Xiaoming nodded. I did it all for you. Though my English. I'll teach you. Su Etienne pressed her lips together. Xiaoming making it into the top 3 proved beyond doubt that he had worked hard. English was his weak subject, but with just a bit more effort, improving his grades would be absolutely no problem. Alright. Xiaoming looked at Su Etienne. No wonder she was his wife, so thoughtful and understanding. Chapter 44, Director Pan slaps himself in the face repeatedly. Su Etienne nodded with a smile. Then it's settled. From now on, you'll tutor me in math, and I'll tutor you in English. Deal. Looks like I'll have to trouble you again in the future. Su Etienne grinned. No trouble at all. It's what I should do. Morning reading is about to start. Let's hurry back to our seats. Xiaoming and Su Etienne returned to their seats one after the other. Xiaoming was quite satisfied with his monthly exam results this time. If his English scores improved, he might even surpass Su Etienne. Getting into the same university as her was as easy as pie. Time flies by quickly. 5 or 6 minutes later, Wang Qibei entered the classroom carrying a Chinese textbook and began the morning reading session. After assigning the morning reading tasks, Wang Qibei walked over to Xiaoming's side. He said in a low voice, Xiaoming, Su Etienne, both of you come out for a moment. Just like last time, after throwing out these words, he walked out of the classroom with his hands clasped behind his back. Beside him, Su Etienne frowned and asked, the homeroom teacher wants to see us again? Could it be to praise us this time? Don't worry, it's definitely nothing bad. We'll find out once we step out. As he spoke, Xiaoming had already stood up and walked into the hallway with Su Etienne. Wang Qibei was still waiting for them at the back door of the classroom, just like last time. Seeing Xiaoming and Su Etienne come out, Wang Qibei laughed. Xiaoming, Etienne, you two really made some bold moves during the National Day holiday. A few days ago, I opened Douyin and saw that you guys actually went to sell grilled sausages. Instantly, Xiaoming felt the crushing embarrassment of being exposed online. Of course, Teacher Wang wouldn't say anything about Xiaoming and Su Etienne being close, mainly because their academic performance was excellent now. As long as their grades weren't affected, there wasn't much a teacher could do about whatever they did. Xiaoming continued, Teacher Wang, let's not talk about that. What did you want to discuss with us? Got it. Wang Qibei nodded. 2 things. First, your grades, you went from being in the bottom 10 all the way up to 3rd in the class. Not bad at all. The school really values you this time too, and wants you to give a speech at the award ceremony. Is that okay? Got it. Xiaoming nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Xiaoming agree so readily, Wang Qibei smiled and said, "Ha, good. The second matter is about that photography project Director Pan mentioned to you before, do you remember? It's been approved now. Director Pan said he'd like you to come to his office to finalize the shooting schedule." "All right." Xiaoming nodded in agreement. "Are we going to Director Pan's office right now?" "Right," said Wang Qibei. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you out during morning reading. You should go straight to Director Pan's office now. I'll keep an eye on the morning reading." "Sure." Xiaoming glanced at Sui Tian. "Let's head over now, then." "Got it." Sui Tian nodded shyly, sensing something odd in the way Wang Qibei was looking at them. In his eyes, the two of them might already be a couple. Sui Tian followed closely behind Xiaoming, who arrived in front of Director Pan's office and gently knocked on the door. "Knock knock knock. Come in." Director Pan's voice came from inside. Xiaoming pushed the door open and walked straight in. Seeing it was Xiaoming and Sui Tian, Director Pan immediately broke into a smile. "You two are here. Professor Wang must have already told you, right? He asked you to confirm the shooting schedule." "Yeah, he mentioned it." Xiaoming nodded in acknowledgement. He said, "Director Pan, actually we're quite flexible with the shooting time. Whatever works for you is fine." After hearing this, Director Pan thought it over carefully. "Then let's do it this afternoon. The weather at noon isn't too cold yet, but it'll get chilly if we delay for a few more days. By the way, the outfits for this shoot are also ready. Take a look." As he spoke, Director Pan took out 2 sets of uniforms from a box. His outfit consisted of a white shirt and trousers, along with a tie. Sui Tian was also wearing a shirt, but paired with a navy blue pleated mini skirt, 42 centimeters in length, the kind that sits above the knees. Sui Tian didn't particularly like wearing skirts. If she remembered correctly, this was probably the first time she'd worn such a short skirt in this lifetime. Xiaoming was quite pleased when he saw the outfit. After all, one could see Sui Tian's long legs. That's right, Xiaoming is a leg man, and so is the author. After looking at the clothes, Director Pan continued, "So, what do you think? These outfits are full of youthful energy, aren't they? I personally picked them for you." Not bad." Xiaoming couldn't help but chuckle. He distinctly remembered Director Pan saying skirts shouldn't be worn above the knee. Talk about smacking your own words in the face. Then again, this wasn't the first or second time Director Pan had contradicted himself. Upon hearing Xiaoming's words, Director Pan chuckled and said, "Alright, it's settled then. After lunch around noon, around 12 o'clock, come to my office. I've specially hired a makeup artist for you too, and then you'll pose for photos with the photographer on campus." "No problem, Director Pan." Director Pan nodded, shifting his gaze to Sui Tian, who had remained silent all this while. "Sui Tian, do you have any questions?" "I'm not." Sui Tian shook her head. Great then. I'm sure the two of you will produce outstanding results. I'm looking forward to seeing the final cut." "Alright, it's still morning reading time, you two should head back now. Don't forget to come by at noon, okay? Goodbye, Director Pan." "Goodbye, Director Pan." The two walked briskly out of Director Pan's office with quick, small steps. Once outside, Xiaoming noticed Sui Tian didn't look happy and asked, "What's wrong, Ikin? You look a bit off." "I just feel, the dress Director Pan prepared was too short." Hearing this, Xiaoming burst into laughter. To be honest, he really didn't think a 42-centimeter skirt was that short. Of course, it was perfectly normal for Sui Tian to feel it was short. Xiaoming said mischievously, "Etienne, aren't you being a bit too conservative? When we have kids in the future, we won't be wearing clothes then, will we?" Sui Tian frowned. "That's different. One thing is being with you, and another is having other people around. And, who said anything about having kids with you?" It's nothing, Sui. It's just taking a few photos. Since we've already promised Director Pan, we can't go back on our word. Sigh, it has to be this way then. Chapter 45, AD Calcium Milk takes effect. Seeing Sui Tian still pouting, Xiaoming continued. Alright. Actually, I think wearing that kind of outfit really highlights your figure. Wouldn't it be nice to be liked by more people? Sui Tian nodded with a smile. Do all you guys like girls who wear short skirts? No. Xiaoming shook his head. Just a short skirt isn't enough, it has to be paired with black or white stockings or fishnets, of course. What, Etienne, are you going to put it on and give me a feast for the eyes? Sui Tian rolled her eyes at Xiaoming, her gaze full of disdain. In your dreams. Sui Tian rolled her eyes. This Xiaoming, hanging around Xian Tiancheng all day, he's picked up all his bad habits. Meanwhile, in the classroom. Achoo! Achoo! Xian Tiancheng sneezed twice in a row. He rubbed his nose and muttered, 1 means longing, 2 means slander, 3 means gossip, who's bad-mouthing me? Come out if you dare. 11:40 a.m. After school, Xiaoming headed straight to Director Pan's office with Sui Tian. 20 minutes wasn't enough to eat a proper meal, might as well take the photo early and grab a nap afterward. No one responded after knocking, so Xiaoming pushed open the slightly ajar door and peeked inside. At that moment, Director Pan was staring at the screen with a silly grin, wearing headphones. No idea what he was up to. Director Pan? Director Pan? Xiaoming froze. Damn, what's he up to? Can't even hear me calling. Xiaoming raised his voice. Director Pan. Ouch. Director Pan jolted in surprise, hurriedly closing the web page on his computer before breaking into a smile upon seeing Xiaoming. Oh, Xiaoming, come in, come right in. Xiaoming frowned, wondering if Director Pan was up to no good in the office. Though he thought so, Xiaoming didn't dare ask further. He and Sui Tian entered one after another. Director Pan said, "School just ended, have you two eaten yet?" "Not yet. The cafeteria's crowded right now." "Director Pan, let's take the photos first." "Alright then." Director Pan didn't think much of it. He pointed to the small room where he usually rested. "You guys go change your clothes in the inner room first. I'll call the makeup artist and photographer over. We'll start shooting shortly." "Sounds good." As he spoke, Xiaoming had already picked up the clothes and handed them to Sui Tian before walking with her toward the inner room. Director Pan was taken aback. "Xiaoming, where are you going? Are you two planning to change together?" Xiaoming quickly stopped in his tracks. He actually wanted to say yes, but he wasn't sure how many layers of his skin Director Pan would peel off if he did. "Etienne, you go first. I'll change after you're done." "Got it." She carried the clothes inside, and after about 3 minutes, she opened the door with visible shyness, stepping out with small, delicate steps. A faint blush also colored her cheeks. Tisk. Seeing Sui Tian in the student uniform, Xiaoming felt his entire body go weak except for one particular area. She truly did look much more pure and innocent now. Her legs are remarkably straight and fair. They resemble the popular electric mouse aesthetic on TikTok. When she wears a mini skirt, her figure becomes especially noticeable. Even the AD calcium milk she's been drinking recently seems to have taken effect, with a slight swelling visible in her chest. Sui Tian currently had her hair down. Noticing Xiaoming's gaze, her cheeks flushed pink as she adjusted her bangs. How does it fit? Does the outfit suit you?" "It fits perfectly. Absolutely perfectly." Before Xiaoming could offer his compliment, Director Pan had already circled around Sui Tian, took a deep breath, and couldn't help but exclaim, "As expected of the outfit I picked, it's wonderful. This is exactly the youthful vitality I was going for." "Xiaoming, doesn't it just radiate youthful energy?" Right. Xiaoming examined Sui Tian carefully. Today she happened to be wearing a pair of black leather shoes and white ankle socks. She gave off a distinctly preppy vibe. After admiring Sui Tian for a while, Director Pan turned his gaze to Xiaoming. "Xiaoming, what are you standing around for? Go change your clothes too. The makeup artist will be here soon, and we'll all take photos together." "Oh, right." Xiaoming quickly took the clothes and entered the room where Director Pan was resting. After changing, he came out. At this moment, standing together with Sui Tian, they looked particularly well-matched. They even had an inexplicable resemblance of a loving couple when standing side by side. Seeing Xiaoming emerge, Director Pan called out, "Come here, Xiaoming, stand a bit closer to Sui Tian. Let me take a photo of you two first." With that, Director Pan had already pulled out his phone. Xiaoming had no choice but to stand a bit closer to Sui Tian. "Alright, both of you look at the camera, 3, 2, 1, say cheese." Both Xiaoming and Sui Tian couldn't help but laugh at Director Pan's antics. Who would have thought the old-timer had such a playful side? After taking the photo, Director Pan couldn't wait to approach the two and showed them the freshly captured pictures. How about it? As expected of the clothes I picked. Not bad at all. Once your photos are taken, the school will definitely approve." Just as Pan finished speaking, the door to his office was also knocked at that very moment. Knock. "Come in." Director Pan was in a good mood. After saying "come in," a young woman walked in exceptionally fashionable, with dyed blonde hair tied into a braid. She was also carrying a large makeup bag. Director Pan quickly introduced upon seeing her, "Xiaoming, Sui Tian, this is the makeup artist I found for you. Her name is Xiaolan." "Hello, Sister Xiaolan," the two of them said respectfully. At the same time, Sister Xiaolan couldn't help but keep her gaze fixed on Xiaoming and Sui Tian. If she hadn't known they were ordinary students, she would have believed they were young celebrities. Xiaoming and Sui Tian truly looked like the male and female leads from a youth web drama. She smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Xiaolan. Director Pan asked me to do your makeup. Let's get started. Director Pan was getting impatient. He pulled over a chair and had Sui Tian sit down. Meanwhile, Sister Xiaolan had already opened her makeup kit and taken out numerous cosmetics, various shades of primer, foundation, brushes. There's virtually every kind of cosmetic product you could imagine. And they're all from luxury brands. Clearly, Director Pan invested quite a sum to hire this makeup artist. Sister Xiaolan applied makeup to Sui Tian with exceptional care. As Director Pan and Xiao Ming watched the process, they couldn't deny that after Xiaolan's skilled hands worked their magic, Sui Tian became significantly more beautiful. Her techniques were leagues ahead of Xiao Ming's. Director Pan looked at Sui Tian and couldn't help but remark, "Hey, makeup really is something magical." With this touch-up, her eyes genuinely looked much bigger. After about 10 more minutes, her makeup was nearly complete. Since Sui Tian's skin wasn't dark to begin with, the makeup artist didn't apply foundation on her. Her lips were coated with a soft pink lipstick that made them look plump and juicy. Looking at Sui Tian like this, Xiaoming genuinely wanted to step forward and give her a kiss. At this moment, Sister Xiaolan beamed with delight. "Alright little sister, your skin is truly amazing. I'm so envious." She turned her gaze to Xiaoming. "It's your turn now, handsome." Chapter 46, "Hey there handsome, can I add your WeChat?" "Oh, sure." Xiaoming nodded. Sui Tian quickly made way for Xiaoming, grinning as she said, "Xiaoming, I'm so curious to see what you look like with makeup on." "You'll get to see it soon enough." Sister Xiaolan promptly began working on Xiaoming's face. Men's makeup shouldn't be too obvious. She took an eyebrow razor to tidy up Xiaoming's brows, then used an eyebrow pencil to lightly fill them in. Then she simply used a highlighter stick to subtly define his facial contours and applied some lip balm, completing the minimal makeup look. Mission accomplished. Let me see. Sui Tian and Director Pan leaned in from either side of Xiaoming's face for a closer look. After examining Xiaoming's appearance, Director Pan nodded approvingly. Xiaoming does look considerably more handsome with this makeup. Yes. Sui Tian gazed at Xiaoming with a playful grin, her eyes twinkling as she found herself unable to look away from his face. Not bad. Director Pan looked at Xiaoming and Sui Tian, saying, "The photographer is already waiting for us at the playground. Since your makeup is done, Xiaoming and Sui Tian, let's go take the photos now." "Okay, Director Pan." Xiaoming and Sui Tian naturally had no objections. Director Pan turned his gaze to Sister Xiaolan. "Teacher Xiaolan, thank you for doing the makeup for these two kids again this time." "No problem. It's my pleasure. Then I'll go with them for the photo session first." "Got it." Soon, Director Pan led Xiaoming and Sui Tian out of the teaching building and onto the school playground. Along the way, many students whispered about Xiaoming and Sui Tian. Perhaps because they had recently gained some popularity on Douyin, quite a few students recognized them. At that moment, standing at the center of the playground, a neatly dressed cameraman wearing a cap and sporting a small ponytail was waiting for them. He was still holding a Canon R6 camera in his hand. Xiaoming knew this camera wasn't cheap, with the lens included. It could cost around 50 or 60,000 yuan. Director Pan approached with Xiaoming and Sui Tian, then said, "Student Zhang, it's been years, you've grown a ponytail now?" Upon hearing this, the photographer referred to as Student Zhang turned his head and, seeing Director Pan, replied, "Huh, Director Pan, you're still rocking that greased hairstyle, I see. What kind of greasy hair is this?" Director Pan rolled his eyes. He glanced at Xiaoming and Sui Tian and introduced them. "Let me introduce you, these two are today's models, Xiaoming and Sui Tian." "Xiaoming, Sui Tian, this is your senior. 5 years ago he got into Beijing Film Academy from our Genoa High School. We specially asked him to come take your photos today." "Hello, seniors. Hello, seniors." Xiaoming and Sui Tian spoke in unison, politely saying, "Hello there." Zhang Jin looked at Xiaoming and Sui Tian and couldn't help but remark, "Director Pan, if I'm not mistaken, these must be the school heartthrob and the campus belle, right?" "Ha ha." Director Pan shook his head. "Our school would never rank such things." "Alright, enough talking, let's go take some photos." "Let's go." Zhang Jin picked up the backpack from the ground and handed it to Xiaoming. "Junior Xiaoming, there are some photography props and books inside. Hold on to them for now." "Got it." Xiaoming quickly took the backpack from his hands. Next, they walked together to a basketball hoop. Zhang Jin spoke up, "Juniors, both of you lean against the basketball stand and look up at the sky together. I'll take a close-up shot of you." "Okay." Both of them cooperated well with Zhang Jin's photography. Sui Tian had never studied photographic composition and knew nothing about it. Xiaoming had studied digital media in his previous life at university, so he had some insights into this. Of course, Zhang Jin's skills were exceptionally impressive, and Xiaoming could hardly find any flaws. Zhang Jin, Director Pan, Xiaoming, and Sui Tian strolled around the campus of Genoa High School. They took many photos. For instance, Sui Tian blowing on a dandelion she held or picking up a four-leaf clover and blinking at the sunlight, with both of them lying on the grass in the playground, gazing at each other. There were even some photos filled with affection. Xiaoming and Sui Tian walked hand in hand along Genoa Road, capturing their silhouettes against the backdrop, or perhaps in some quiet corner, pinning Sui Tian against the wall. Yes, the female lead gazes into his eyes. The male lead tilts his head slightly, wearing a more solemn expression. "Ah, alright, crack." Photos overflowing with affection were everywhere. For them, these photographs were also tokens of youthful memories. Even the usually stern director Pan seemed like a changed person. He didn't comment on Xiao Ming and Sui Tian's intimate gestures, even encouraging them to hold hands proactively. Half an hour later, the photoshoot finally concluded. Xiao Ming and Sui Tian just briefly glanced at the sample photos. Zhang Jin said the pictures still needed filter adjustments and refinements, which would be sent to them later. After the shoot ended, Xiao Ming and Sui Tian headed toward the academic building. At this very moment, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. A female voice came from behind. "Hey there, could I add you on WeChat?" Hearing the sound, Xiao Ming and Sui Tian turned their heads almost simultaneously. There she was, a girl in Genoa High School's uniform, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, looking at him with nervous eyes. Her looks were quite striking, standing around 160 centimeters tall, noticeably shorter than Sui Tian. Beside him, Sui Tian immediately sensed that something was wrong. That's right, a sense of crisis had arisen in her heart. The girl hesitantly said, "Xiao Ming, I'm your junior in the second year of high school. Could I add you on WeChat?" Xiao Ming looked at this younger schoolmate, his mind filled with question marks. He shook his head in a very straight male fashion. "Sorry, strict upbringing, I can't add strangers on WeChat." With that, Xiao Ming interlaced his fingers with Sui Tian's and waved their joint hands in front of the little girl, as if declaring sovereignty. Then Xiao Ming said to Sui Tian, "Alright, hurry back and change. Who knows if the cafeteria still has food left." Xiao Ming didn't bother listening to whatever this junior was saying and immediately turned to leave. Sui Tian couldn't help but lower her head. As for Xiao Ming's behavior, well, she was actually quite satisfied with it. Clutching Xiao Ming's hand tightly, she suddenly looked up and said, "Xiao Ming, are you free this weekend?" "No, I mean Saturday afternoon?" Hearing this, Xiao Ming furrowed his brows. He nodded. "Of course I have time. What's the matter?" "Yes," Sui Tian said, "this Saturday, I'm keeping my promise. I've prepared a surprise for you. You must come when the time comes." Looking at Sui Tian's serious expression, Xiao Ming couldn't quite figure out what was going through this little girl's mind. He nodded, "Alright, I'll definitely be there when the time comes." Chapter 47, Sui Tian's Confession, 1. Got it. Sui Tian nodded heavily, and then the two returned to Director Pan's office to change out of their clothes. Although Xiao Ming enjoyed seeing Sui Tian in a short skirt, she didn't like wearing one, so he naturally couldn't force her. He could just enjoy watching other girls wear them instead. After all, there are so many people on the street. If Sui Tian wore it, other men would see her, and that would make him uncomfortable too. In the following days, Xiao Ming just focused on studying diligently. Since he achieved good results in this exam, both his parents and teachers showed subtle changes in their attitude toward him. As for the sausage grill shop, Xiao Guoshang had already made arrangements. He rented a storefront on Furong Street, which is currently undergoing renovations. October 13th, Saturday afternoon. Today was the day Sui Tian would keep her promise and surprise him. Xiao Ming didn't know what tricks this little girl Sui Tian was up to. He couldn't wait any longer and had already gotten dressed before 2 p.m. When he called her, the line was unexpectedly unreachable. Before this, he had already sent her several WeChat messages, but there had been no reply. No replies on WeChat, phone calls won't go through, it's as if she's vanished completely. Xiao Ming was utterly bewildered. At 3:30 in the afternoon, his phone suddenly received a text message. Sure enough, it was from Sui Tian. "Ming, today I said I'd give you a surprise. I'm now at the Chinese Zodiac Terrace in People's Park, waiting for you here. Come find me." After reading the message, Xiao Ming was utterly perplexed. No answered calls, no WeChat replies, just this single text message? He tried calling again, still no answer. It seems this little girl had planned this all along. Xiao Ming threw on a jacket, grabbed his phone, and dashed out. People's Park was about 5 or 6 kilometers away with no direct bus route. After reaching the neighborhood entrance, he immediately hailed a Didi. After about 10 minutes, the car stopped outside People's Park. People's Park is quite large, with beautiful surroundings. Many retired elderly people gather here to dance in the square or play chess. There is also a lake here, named Loning Lake. Just like its name, every year many couples make lifelong promises by Loning Lake. So, the Shaanxi Lake is also called the Love Lake, and it's quite famous locally. After getting off the car, Xiao Ming ran straight towards the 12 Zodiac platform. Beyond the 12 Zodiac platform lies a spacious square, not far from the entrance of People's Park. After running for about 5 minutes and passing through a bamboo grove, he had already arrived at the 12 Zodiac platform. 12 stone statues of the Chinese zodiac animals formed a large circle. At this moment, there weren't many people around, just an old man practicing Tai Chi and another elderly gentleman performing the dragon tendon inversion. Xiao Ming looked around but didn't spot Sui Tian anywhere. That's strange. Xiao Ming took out his phone. Sui Tian hadn't sent any more messages. Just as he was feeling puzzled, two people suddenly came running from who knows where. A man and a woman, mainly, the woman is holding a microphone, while the man is shouldering a camera. Their target is particularly clear, it's Xiao Ming. By now, the camera is practically shoved in his face. Xiao Ming is startled. What's going on? Who are you people? Hearing this, the young woman holding the microphone smiled. Hello, are you Xiao Ming? ? Xiao Ming furrowed his brows. He glanced at the microphone's logo, a single letter B. If I remember correctly, this should be a popular street matchmaking show on Douyin called No Music. Similar to a Street Cupid, but the man and woman have to sing a song before they can meet. In a past life, it was Sui Tian who recommended this Douyin account to him, because there are many sweet love stories inside. Could it be that Sui Tian found them? Then today's surprise must be a confession. At this thought, Xiao Ming suddenly found it somewhat hard to believe. Had Sui Tian already fallen for him to such an extent? Xiao Ming nodded, pretending to be unaware. Yes, I'm Xiao Ming. And you are? The young woman replied. Here's the thing, there's a young lady here who wants to invite you to sing a duet with her. After singing, you can go meet her. Xiao Ming chuckled just as he'd suspected. He nodded. It's that little Sui Tian who sent you, isn't it? Alright, singing. Can that girl even sing? You'll know once you hear it. As he spoke, the host opened his backpack, took out a wireless microphone and a pair of wireless earphones, and handed them to Xiao Ming. Put on the earphones, and you'll hear her voice soon. The lyrics and timing for your part will show up on your phone, just sing when it's your turn. The female host patiently explained to him, though of course Xiao Ming already knew the show's procedure. He asked, I get it. So, what song did that little girl Sui Tian pick? The song she chose was Dimples. Dimples? In truth, Xiao Ming had already guessed this was the song Sui Tian would pick, because Sui Tian was a huge fan of Lin Junjie and absolutely loved all his songs. Xiao Ming nodded and said, then let's begin. I hope this girl won't sing off key. After Xiao Ming got ready, he waited for a moment before the accompaniment of Dimples finally came through his headphones. In this song Dimples, the male part sings first. Although Xiao Ming's singing skills weren't great, they were still barely tolerable. I'm still searching for a reliance, and an embrace. Who will pray for me, worry for me, get angry for me and make a fuss for me? Meanwhile, wow! Sui Tian couldn't help but startle upon hearing Xiao Ming's voice. This was her first time hearing Xiao Ming sing, and she never expected him to sound so pleasant. It truly surprised her somewhat. When her turn came, Sui Tian raised the microphone to her lips. Happiness begins with omens, destiny draws us slowly closer. Then loneliness gets swallowed, boredom turns to endless chatter. Things are changing. Xiao Ming was also surprised when he heard Sui Tian's sweet voice. In his previous life, when he went to a KTV with Sui Tian, not only did the girl sing off-key, but she sometimes even cracked her voice. But singing this song, she sounded unexpectedly pleasant. Now came the duet part, and Xiao Ming opened his mouth. Little dimples and long eyelashes, they're your most beautiful signature. Sui Tian, every night I can't sleep, missing the smile you keep. You'll never know just how much you mean to me. With you my life's complete perfectly. The melodious singing reverberated through the 12 zodiac animals platform. The female host clapped her hands, listening with great attentiveness. A song often concludes rather quickly. Xiao Ming, I slowed my pace, feeling as if I were drunk. Finally found the beauty of kindred spirits, a lifetime of warm goodness. I'll love you forever till we're old. As the song ended, the hostess clapped her hands. I didn't expect you to sing so well. Now, I'm going to put on this little devil hairband for you before we go find Sui Tian. Saying this, the hostess took out a little devil hairband from her backpack. The hairband could also emit a red glow. Wearing a hairband as a grown man, Xiao Ming indeed felt somewhat uncomfortable, but such were the rules of the show. After putting it on, Xiao Ming froze briefly before turning to the female host and asking, but, where exactly is Sui Tian? Surely you can tell me that much? Sorry, little brother, I can't. The host shook her head. I can only give you a rough idea. She's somewhere in the People's Park, wearing the same hairband as you. Whether you can find her or not is up to you now. Chapter 48, Sui Tian's Confession, 2. Alright then. Xiao Ming nodded resignedly. Though People's Park wasn't small, finding one person shouldn't be that difficult. And so, Xiao Ming began wandering around People's Park. Xiao Ming knew Sui Tian's character all too well. She loved the arts, small surprises, romance and a sense of ceremony. Her confession did bring Xiao Ming an unexpected surprise. Though it might be too early for them to define their relationship now, Sui Tian was probably just afraid that some other girl might snatch Xiao Ming away, like the girl who previously asked for his WeChat. Having established their relationship, they also gained a sense of security. Xiao Ming's destination was also particularly specific. Yes, it was Xiangxi Lake. Because in their previous life, after the college entrance exams ended, they had come to Xiangxi Lake, pledged their lives to each other, and made promises. They promised to protect each other forever, until their hair turned white. Even now, Xiao Ming remembers vividly what happened that night. But, Sui Tian left first. Of course, in this lifetime, he can make up for it properly. The hostess noticed Xiao Ming heading in the right direction and couldn't help but ask. It seems like you and sweet Sui Tong really hit it off. Have you two known each other for a long time? At this point, Xiaoming's thoughts immediately transported him back to the year Sui Tian was bullied at the age of 9. Xiaoming gave a hum of agreement, right, counting it up. We've known each other for 9 years now. Wow! The hostess's eyes lit up. You could say you're childhood sweethearts, right? Is this the kind of love that goes from split pants to wedding dresses? No we're not. How should I put this? We're not childhood sweethearts. In elementary school, Xiaoming deliberately slowed his pace and shared with the hostess his experience similar to Sui Tian's. After hearing his story with Sui Tian, the hostess nodded solemnly. So that's why, perhaps in her heart, you were her hero who would sweep her off her feet. If I were her, I would follow you without hesitation too. After learning about Xiaoming and Sui Tian's story, the hostess felt warm inside. Meeting once again in the same high school after 6 years apart is truly a special bond. Just like the song Dimples they just performed, happiness begins to show its signs, and fate draws us closer step by step. It seems they are people favored by the world. How enviable. Another 5 minutes later, Xiaoming had already arrived by the Loning Lake. Since it's Saturday today, there are still quite a few people here. The lake is quite large, and Xiaoming hasn't spotted Sui Tian yet. Where could that girl have gone? The hostess chuckled. You could take a walk around the lakeside, you might just find her. True enough. Xiaoming nodded in acknowledgement. Actually, the host had already given him the answer. Xiaoming continued searching for Sui Tian, and finally, he spotted her figure on a swing by the southern shore of Shangxi Lake. Today she was wearing a pink hoodie with a pink panther print on it. She paired it with light blue loose-fit jeans. Her long hair was loosely draped. At this moment, she had her back to Xiaoming. Not far from her, a cameraman was taking photos. Xiaoming quietly walked over, tiptoeing up behind Sui Tian. The silly girl was engrossed in reading a novel on her phone, completely unaware of his approach. Xiaoming flashed a mischievous grin and suddenly slapped her shoulder. Hey, silly girl. Sui Tian was startled, dropping the phone in her hand straight onto the ground. Fortunately, there were many fallen leaves on the ground, so it didn't break. Sui Tian picked up her phone with a huff, turning her head away to glare at him. You nearly scared me to death. Xiaoming burst into laughter. That easily scared? Next time I'll take you to an escape room to feed the ghosts. Humph. Sui Tian snorted coldly. Though she appeared upset on the surface, not a trace of real anger lingered in her heart. He was even unusually nervous. After putting her phone in her pocket, Sui Tian quietly slipped her small hand into Xiaoming's palm. Are you cold? Let me warm your hand for you, hee. Tisk. Xiaoming looked at Sui Tian with disdain. Her little hand was actually colder than his at that moment. Still helping himself with warming his hands? What a great excuse. At this point, even the hostess beside them couldn't bear to watch anymore. Hey now, what are you two doing right in front of me? Of course this is torturing single dogs. Xiaoming said. She keeps finding excuses to make physical contact with me. Look, her hands are clearly cold, yet she insists she's warming mine. Naya. Sui Tian playfully stuck her tongue out at him. The hostess suggested, then, shouldn't the guy take off his jacket for the girl to wear at this moment? Hearing this, Xiaoming finally noticed she was dressed rather lightly and quickly draped his coat over Sui Tian's shoulders. Look at you, still not as slender as our hostess over there. Oh, Xiaoming showed some reluctance. The hostess nearby spoke up. Alright now, both of you please stand straight and face our camera. Brother Xiaoming just told me about your situation. Today we're also entrusted with documenting this beautiful moment. The hostess shifted her gaze to Xiaoming. This young lady here wants to say something to you with our witness present. But before speaking, she wants to take you somewhere. You'll need to have your eyes covered before going there. As she spoke, she had already taken out an eye mask. Xiaoming was stunned, blindfolded. Sui Tian nodded. Right, isn't it a surprise? Of course I have to keep you guessing and build up the mystery a bit. You'll see it soon enough. Hearing this, Xiaoming shrugged. This girl just loves all these flashy theatrics. But since she's already prepared everything, Xiaoming doesn't seem to have much choice but to go along with it. Sui Tian put the blindfold on him and then took his hand, leading him in an unknown direction. After walking for a few minutes, the fallen leaves on the ground seemed to grow denser. They crunched softly beneath their feet. Lift your leg, yes, like that, okay, you can stop now, said Sui Tian. At this moment, Sui Tian's tone suddenly became shy. She said coyly, Xiaoming, you can take off the blindfold now. Hearing her words, Xiaoming removed the blindfold and opened his eyes. What greeted his sight was a small clearing, surrounded by towering ancient trees. Blue and pink balloons covered both the trees and the ground. At his feet lay a heart-shaped formation of rose petals, within which he now stood. Adding to the enchantment, countless ribbons shimmered with multicolored lights across the ground and trees. Though the lighting was dim, the glowing ribbons created a particularly dazzling display. The sight of the surrounding scene made Xiaoming's heart melt. He never expected Sui Tian to arrange such a carefully prepared setting for their confession. His heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Tears brimmed in his eyes, and he even felt like crying. Especially when she thought about how in her past life she had lain in his arms. Xiao Ming slowly opened his mouth. Etienne, you, Shu, listen to me. Sui Tian's expression suddenly became incredibly serious. His expression was particularly solemn. Xiao Ming, I'm so grateful to have met you, to have you come into my life. I'm genuinely so happy, so very happy. Perhaps because of how I grew up. Whenever someone shows me even a little kindness, I'll remember them forever in my heart. When you were 9 and chased away those bullies for me, when you shared your snacks with me, that's when you became my knight in shining armor. I felt like you'd always protect me. I was right after all. Although we've been apart for a while and haven't spent much time together recently, I already know you have a place in my heart. You taught me how to play basketball, bought me meals, tutored me with my studies, and even guided me in starting a street vendor business. You comforted me when I was sad and always gave me a warm hug. I don't know what these things mean to other people, but to me, no one has ever given me these before. Every moment with you fills me with joy. Without you, I don't know how I'd face life. So, I want to stay with you forever. I want to do so many things together with you, take the college entrance exams, travel, go to university, start a business, get married. Sui Tian gazed sincerely into his eyes. Can you stay by my side forever? So, the surprise I wanted to give you is myself. Will you be my boyfriend? When these words reached Xiao Ming's ears, his pupils constricted sharply. Damn it! Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that Sui Tian would beat him to confessing her feelings. Yet the phrase, "but can you be her boyfriend," kept echoing relentlessly in Xiao Ming's mind. And precisely at that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for attaining genuine love. A pair of matching couple rings has been delivered to your pocket. Hurry and accept her confession. Hearing the notification, the tear at the corner of Xiao Ming's eye finally rolled down. He slowly moved his feet forward. He walked up to Sui Tian. At this moment, tears streamed down from the corners of her eyes as well. Xiao Ming gently caressed her cheek. Silly girl, I was planning to confess to you, never thought you'd beat me to it. Look, I even got matching couple rings ready. He took out the pair of rings the system had given him. It's silver, and seems to have a diamond embedded in it. Upon seeing the rings, Sui Tian immediately threw her arms around Xiao Ming's neck. She buried her head in his chest. She began to weep uncontrollably. That's right, it was from overwhelming emotion. Xiao Ming gently patted Sui Tian's shoulder. Alright, from now on I'm yours, and you're officially my girlfriend. I'll never leave you, rest assured Tian. Got it. After a long while, Sui Tian finally lifted her head from his embrace. Xiao Ming gazed at her rosy, pouty cheeks. Stretch out your finger already and put on the couple's ring. Chapter 49, Sui Tian's Confession, 3, okay. At this moment, she finally revealed a blissful smile. This smile was just like when she was 9 years old and Xiao Ming gave her snacks. Sui Tian extended her left hand, and at the same time, Xiao Ming slipped the women's engagement ring onto her ring finger. He then grabbed her hand and kissed the back of it. Mwah! Xiao Ming slowly raised his head, gazing into her eyes. From now on, I'll always be by your side. This is my first time being your boyfriend, please go easy on me. It's my first time being your girlfriend, and I'm also... She glanced at the ring box in Xiao Ming's hand. Let me put your ring on you too. Alright. Xiao Ming extended his hand, handing the men's ring to Sui Tian. She solemnly slipped the ring onto Xiao Ming's finger as well. Finally, the two shared a big hug. Xiao Ming felt something soft against his chest. Drinking AD calcium milk really helps. I should make her drink more in the future. Nearby, the host witnessing this scene couldn't help but sigh. Youth is truly wonderful. A love where both parties strive towards each other is truly something to yearn for. Before long, the two separated. Sui Tian shifted her gaze to the host and the two camera operators. She took a few steps forward toward them, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Sister Ayu, brothers from the photography team, thank you for accepting my request, helping me set up the scene, and bringing Xiao Ming over. Today has been the happiest day I've had in so many years, thank you all. You're welcome, little sister. The sister called Ayu gazed at her face. With a faint smile, she said, Sister wishes you eternal happiness. Though you've established your relationship, make sure it doesn't interfere with your studies. For you both, getting into university should remain the ultimate goal. Don't worry, sis. Sui Tian turned with a smile and glanced at Xiao Ming behind her. This monthly exam, we both did pretty well. Xiao Ming also often tutors me in math problems, so it definitely won't interfere with my studies. Okay. Ayu smiled and nodded. At the same time, Xiao Ming also walked over. Out of politeness, he thanked all three of them as well. This episode will be posted on Douyin, which both Xiao Ming and Sui Tian are aware of. After filming wrapped up, the production team gifted Sui Tian a bottle of perfume and mentioned they would edit today's footage and share it with them. Next, the five of them began cleaning up the balloons and streamers here. Once everything was tidied up, Sister Ayu came over to look at the newlyweds. Then, my work here is done for today. We'll head back first. You two finish your date early and don't make your parents worry. Got it. Goodbye, Sister Ayu. Goodbye. After the production team left, Xiao Ming and Sui Tian strolled hand in hand around Longing Lake. It was exceptionally leisurely. Xiao Ming could tell that Sui Tian was in an extraordinarily good mood at this moment. Of course, he felt the same way. The sky gradually darkened. At this moment, the streetlights by the lake suddenly lit up. Sui Tian couldn't help but raise her hand high, opening her small palm to gaze at the ring on her ring finger. Under the glow of the street lamps, it sparkled brilliantly, twinkling like stars. Beside her, Xiao Ming couldn't resist turning his gaze toward her hand. How is it? Do you like it? I love it. Sui Tian nodded emphatically without a moment's hesitation. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she swiftly turned her head. Xiao Ming, should we post something on WeChat Moments to commemorate this special day? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming was about to agree, but Sui Tian shook her head. No. You have too many classmates added on WeChat, we can't post it. What's the big deal? Xiao Ming grasped Sui Tian's hand. He raised it toward the streetlight. With his other hand holding the phone, he opened the camera app, making sure their couple rings were visible in the frame. Then he pressed the shutter. Crack! A photo was taken just like that. He continued, post it just like this. We can just send the photo of the hand, paired with 2 words. Sui Tian, hearing this, asked curiously, what words? With you. Chapter 50, The Confession Success Package? With you? Sui Tian understood what he meant. She spoke up. It stands for being with you, right? If your parents see this, or if our classmates see it, aren't you afraid they'll gossip about you? So what if they see? Xiao Ming gently ruffled Sui Tian's head. Let me tell you a little secret. The other Sunday night, when Super Mathematician was airing, the moment my dad saw you, he wanted you to be his daughter-in-law. Hearing this, Sui Tian blinked her eyelids rapidly. He asked doubtfully, really? Do you think I'd lie to you? Xiao Ming nodded. Not just that, even my usually strict mother told me to take good care of you. Of course, on the condition that it doesn't interfere with my studies. If I post these photos today, they might even praise me for it. But, hearing Xiao Ming's words, Sui Tian felt an inexplicable sense of relief. She then asked, what about our classmates? If they see us, even if they see us, it's no big deal. This way we can sort of declare our relationship, and usually no one would bother you anymore. Sui Tian felt Xiao Ming made a very valid point. Actually, making their relationship public could bring a great deal of security. Only then would that girl Sui Tian feel at ease. Then I'll post it, he said. Xiao Ming opened WeChat Moments, selected the photo he had just taken, added the caption with you, and posted the picture to his feed. The photo featured a pair of matching rings, making it obvious to anyone with half a brain that this was an official relationship announcement. Seeing Xiao Ming's post, Sui Tian chuckled to herself. Guess I'll post one too, she said. Post it. Sui Tian saved the photo from his WeChat Moments and posted the exact same content. Since Sui Tian had just registered on WeChat, her contact list was fairly small. It's unclear whether this would significantly impact her life. Her moments surely include nurses from the hospital. Since she dared post it, she must have mentally prepared herself. I've sent it. At this moment, Sui Tian was still feeling a bit shy. She waved her phone in front of Xiao Ming, who nodded and naturally took her hand. Well, since today's our first day together, shouldn't we celebrate and go all out with a feast? Of course I will. Sui Tian nodded. Actually, I knew you'd agree long ago. I've already reserved a restaurant, let's go. Wow. Hearing her words, Xiao Ming couldn't help but ask, how did you know I'd agree? What if I had refused? No way, you love me so much, how could you possibly refuse? Let's go. The restaurant I booked is nearby, it's not far. As she spoke, Sui Tian had already started skipping ahead. Xiao Ming urged, hey, slow down. I need to call my dad and let him know I won't be home for dinner. Okay. She stopped in her tracks as Xiao Ming had already taken out his phone to call Xiao Guosheng. A few seconds later, his father answered the call. Hello, son? Dad, I'm going out to dinner with Sui Tian tonight, so you don't need to prepare my meal. Ha ha ha. He'd already seen Xiao Ming's WeChat Moments post just now. He knew this meant Xiao Ming and Sui Tian had officially gotten together. The first day as a couple, they'd undoubtedly stick together and enjoy their private world. Got it. I won't leave the door unlocked tonight then, go wherever you please. With that, Xiao Guosheng hung up the phone directly. Xiao Ming? What? Xiao Ming was completely bewildered. He understood what his father meant, but damn, this is way too early. Damn it. Just then, Sui Tian leaned her face closer. You've told your dad, right? Let's hurry and go eat. With that said, she started running ahead again. Seeing this scene, a slight smile tugged at Xiao Ming's lips. It wasn't such a bad thing to have this little girl beat him to the confession. Seeing her happy was all that mattered, though surely she'd be even happier if she could see her biological parents. The identity of Sui Tian's biological parents has always been a knot in his heart. Despite the system's assistance, he couldn't wait to see the scene of their family reunion. The main problem was that this system seemed rather unreliable. It had only released 2 missions so far. If not for the daily check-ins, he might have forgotten the system existed altogether. Sui Tian led Xiaoming away from the People's Park and arrived at the street opposite the park. Nearby was a university, and because it was the weekend, many young couples could be seen strolling around the area. They didn't linger on the street. Instead, Sui Tian took her into a couple-themed restaurant named Encounter. The restaurant's interior was decorated in a cute, kawaii-style, walls painted pink and blue, with numerous balloons adorning the ceiling. Not long after walking further in, there's even a message wall covered with sticky notes, likely love notes left by couples who visited before. Moreover, the dining tables here are all partitioned into individual booths, offering excellent privacy and ample personal space for couples. Sui Tian showed the Meituan dining QR code at the front desk before leading Xiaoming up to the second floor. The second floor had the same decor as the first. Guided by a waiter, they were seated at a table for two. Looking at the scene before him, Xiaoming couldn't help but say, "Etienne, this must have cost quite a bit, right? A couple-themed restaurant like this probably wasn't cheap?" "Not at all." Sui Tian shook her head. "It's not expensive, I just thought, this special occasion would make the day more memorable for you." Ha ha ha. Xiaoming couldn't help but laugh. "Silly girl, how foolish. October 13th is the day we got together, how could I ever forget? Don't worry, I'll have a gift ready for you every year on this day from now on. How about maintaining this for 100 years? Hearing Xiaoming's words, Sui Tian immediately envisioned walking hand in hand with him through all those years, and a blissful smile spread across her face. "Deal, we'll grow old together. But 100 years, by then we'll, ha ha ha." Looking at the silly Sui Tian, Xiaoming couldn't help but laugh too. 100 years from now, maybe we'll be together in another world. As they chatted, a waiter approached carrying a cake. The waiter placed the cake on the table and smiled, saying, "Congratulations to both of you on becoming a couple. May you continue walking this path together." Upon hearing this, Xiaoming was stunned. He frowned at Sui Tian and asked, "What's this?" He. Sui Tian replied, "This is the confession success combo. Didn't you know? Many newly confirmed couples come here and order this." Chapter 51 The Names and Portraits of Sui Tian's Parents. Confession success combo? Xiaoming's lips twitched as he never expected such a combo to exist. Sui Tian nodded, it's specially prepared for newly formed couples like us." Her gaze fell upon this piece of cake, a pink confection adorned with pearl-like decorations, though of course these pearls were made of chocolate. The cake wasn't particularly large. Sui Tian used a cake server to divide it neatly in half before placing one portion on Xiaoming's plate. With a beaming smile, she urged, "Try it quickly. This set meals cake has become really popular. Tell me if you like it." "All right." Xiaoming picked up his spoon, scooped up some of the creamy frosting, and brought it to his mouth. Sui Tian watched him curiously nearby, wrinkling her brow. "Well, is it delicious? Sweet enough for you?" "Got it." Xiaoming looked at her lovely face. "This cake is as sweet as your name." "Really?" Sui Tian smiled faintly. "Then have some more. And may every day I spend with you in the future be just as sweet." "Ha, it certainly will be." Soon, the waiter served their meal. The portions at this restaurant weren't very large, but everything on the menu had some connection to love. Overall, it was quite nice, perfect for couples in the throes of passion to check in and share a meal. The meal lasted until 8:30 in the evening. Since this was their first time officially dating, after dinner they weren't in a hurry to head back. Instead, they strolled around the nearby mall. Perhaps it was because of being in love, but Sui Tian's intelligence seemed to have noticeably declined. No matter what she did, she felt somewhat dependent on Xiaoming. Maybe this is what love does to people. After all, people do become a little foolish when they fall in love. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Xiaoming and Sui Tian were standing in front of a claw machine at a shopping mall. By now, Sui Tian already had 5 or 6 plush toys hugged in her arms. "Etienne, this pink panther matches your outfit perfectly. Do you want it?" Standing beside Xiaoming, Sui Tian frowned slightly. "Xiaoming, it's already 10 p.m. Don't you think we should head back now?" Though Sui Tian knew nothing would happen to her, she had developed a strong sense of punctuality since childhood. Most importantly, every evening she would make rounds with several senior nurses. There was an elderly patient who had been hospitalized for years and could only fall asleep after seeing her each day. "Are you heading back now?" Xiaoming glanced at the time. It was indeed very late. He muttered under his breath, "I'm a bit reluctant to just let you go back like this." "What?" Sui Tian didn't quite catch what Xiaoming said. She blinked at him in confusion as he quickly shook his head. Nothing. Let's get going now. I'll call a car to take you home." Okay." After using up the last few game tokens, Xiaoming and Sui Tian left the mall together. The night streets were still bustling with people rushing about, so hailing a cab at this hour wasn't difficult. Before long, a white Chevrolet sedan pulled up in front of the mall entrance. Xiaoming and Sui Tian got into the car and settled into the back seat. Sui Tian rested her head on Xiaoming's shoulder, her face drowsy with sleep. Xiaoming looked at her face and asked, "Are you tired?" "Got it." Sui Tian kept her eyes closed but smiled. I'm a bit exhausted today, but I'm so happy. After we get back, you should get some rest too. Don't forget, you haven't finished your homework yet. Make sure you complete it tomorrow, okay? Don't worry. 10 minutes later, the car pulled to a stop in front of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Sui Tian was already asleep. Her breathing was even, and Xiaoming didn't even want to wake her up. Tian, honey, don't sleep anymore. Xiaoming gently patted her shoulder twice. At the same time, Sui Tian slowly opened her eyes. Still half asleep, she lifted her head to glance at Xiaoming. Have we arrived? Yeah, we're already at the hospital. Go back and get some sleep. Sure. She nodded, remembering to take the plushie Xiaoming had won for her before getting out of the car. Once outside, she hugged the toy with one arm while waving at him with the other. Well, see you Monday. Do your homework properly tomorrow. Don't miss me too much. Got it. You should head back quickly too. Okay, bye-bye. Sui Tian even blew him a flying kiss as she spoke. Only after she had walked away did Xiaoming tell the driver to take him back to his residential complex. 10:30 p.m. Crack. Damn it. When Xiaoming inserted the key into the lock, he realized his old man really hadn't left the door open for him. It was locked from the inside. This is downright ridiculous. Who the hell brings a girl to a hotel on the very first day of officially dating? Xiaoming's face darkened as he banged on the door repeatedly. Dad, open up. Bang bang bang. Xiaoming had been knocking for nearly 2 minutes before his old man finally opened the door. Seeing it was Xiaoming, his face filled with contempt. How did you get back? Ha? Hearing this, Xiaoming froze. Where else would I go if not come back? You truly don't measure up to your father. Ziyagwashing patted his chest. Back in my day, at your age, I'd already gotten your mom. Xiaoming pondered carefully. Wait, that doesn't add up. Didn't you and mom meet after you started working? How could you have known each other at 18? Hearing this, Xiao Guoshang burst into coughing. Ahem, I was just setting the mood to show you're no match for me. Alright, come on already. Xiaoming looked at his old man with disdain. What the hell kind of atmosphere is this setting? What the hell, he's nowhere near as good. This is just plain ridiculous. Xiaoming didn't argue back, his mother had already gone to bed at this hour. Xiao Guoshang looked at his son and said, but you're doing pretty well for yourself, kid. Though not as good as I was back in the day, finding a girlfriend at 18 is impressive. Sui Tian seems like a great girl, cherish her. Got it? I know. Xiaoming was too lazy to deal with his father. He stretched and yawned. Dad, I'm sleepy. Going back to my room to sleep. Go on then, off you go. Xiao Guoshang waved his hand dismissively and returned to his own bedroom as well. Upon entering his room, Xiaoming immediately flopped onto the bed and activated his system. Staring at the remaining 10,000 wish points, Xiaoming let out a sigh. Exchange for clues about Sui Tian's parents. Ding, exchange successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the names of Sui Tian's parents, as well as their portraits, 90% similarity to the actual appearance. What? Hearing the system's voice, Xiaoming immediately sat up from the bed. What are the names and portraits of Sui Tian's parents? Holy moly, with all this information, finding them should be a piece of cake, right? System, quick, give me these things. Already sent both portraits to your desk. Xiaoming suddenly stood up. He walked over to the desk. Sure enough, 2 portraits were placed on the desk. The portraits were drawn in pencil. A man and a woman. The name on the male portrait reads, Su Anjing. The name on the female portrait reads, Xia Lingju. Chapter 52, Investigating the Information of Sui Tian's Parents. Su Anjing, Xia Lingju. This should be the real information about Sui Tian's parents. Xiaoming excitedly held these 2 sheets of paper. In the portrait, Su Anjing's appearance indeed bore a 70% resemblance to Sui Tian. His face carried some weariness, with a thick beard and many wrinkles around his eyes. Xiaoming didn't know when this photo of Su Anjing was taken. Just as this question arose in his mind, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his thoughts. The portraits provided by the ultimate wishlist system all reflect their recent facial condition. Recent? Hearing this, Xiaoming understood why the photo looked so weary. After all, their own daughter had been missing for 15 years, and they had been searching for 15 years. It would be strange if they didn't look worn. Xiaoming shifted his gaze to another photo. Xia Lingju's photo bore some resemblance to Sui Tian as well, but she looked noticeably chubbier than Sui Tian. There's a tiny moles on the corner of her lips. It makes her look particularly distinctive. Xiaoming took a deep breath. Now they've got both the names and appearances of Sui Tian's parents. What's more, he knows her parents are living in the neighboring city, Jinghai. Now all that's left is the detailed address. At that very moment, Ming suddenly remembered he had a classmate back in 10th grade whose dad worked at the Public Security Bureau. He seemed to be some deputy director or something. In their first year of high school, they got along quite well and often went to internet cafes together to play games. Unfortunately, they weren't assigned to the same class in their second year, and gradually drifted apart. but they still greeted each other when they met. Thinking this, Xiaoming had already opened his WeChat contacts, and his gaze finally landed on the person named Wang Sun. Without sending him a message, Xiaoming directly video called him on WeChat. That's right, it's a WeChat video call. Wang Xuanhe quickly pressed the answer button. At that moment, he was wearing headphones, seemingly playing games at an internet cafe. Seeing Xiaoming, Wang Sun couldn't help but ask, "Damn, Xiaoming, is that you? What brings you here? Don't tell me you're here to buy me a drink?" Xiaoming replied, "Sure, pick a time and I'll treat you." "Haha, you've been making quite a name for yourself at school recently, and now you're a minor internet celebrity. So tell me, what do you need from me?" Sui Tian's matter is more important. Xiaoming got straight to the point. "If I recall correctly, your father is the deputy director of Xinhai City Public Security Bureau, right?" Hearing this, Wang Sun's expression suddenly changed. He could hardly believe his ears, because in his memory, he didn't recall ever mentioning his father's position to anyone. Wang Sun asked, "How did you know?" Xiaoming was momentarily stunned. It was the first semester of senior year, and Wang Sun genuinely hadn't mentioned his father being the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. He had only learned this in his previous life during an event. Xiaoming casually came up with an excuse. "I saw your dad picking you up back in freshman year. Then I happened to visit the Public Security Bureau recently and saw him there." Wang Sun was a little confused. He asked, "That's correct. My father does work at the Public Security Bureau. Is there something you need?" "Yes." Xiaoming nodded in acknowledgement. "Can I ask your dad to look into two people for me?" When Xiaoming made this request, Wang Sun was utterly baffled. "Check on someone? Who exactly should we check on?" Wang Sun continued to ask. "We can't act recklessly with this matter, and my father." "Listen to me." Xiaoming's expression turned more solemn. "I don't know if you've heard about me, but I'm together with Sui Tian now." "I do." Wang Sun nodded. "You just posted about it on Moments too." "Got it." Xiaoming continued. "I don't know if you're aware of Sui Tian's situation, she's an orphan." "I knew about that too. When I received the scholarship, I heard about it." "Got it." Xiaoming continued. "Recently, I've gone through a lot of materials about missing children and found one that matches Sui Tian's background particularly well. Unfortunately, this material is just a screenshot, and it's been many years. There's no address or contact information for her parents, but it does have Humu's photograph and name. The photo isn't very clear, so I had a professional draw a portrait based on it. That's why I wanted to ask for your dad's help, to see if he could investigate further using the photo. If we could find Sui Tian's birth parents, it might change her destiny." After hearing Xiaoming's words, Wang Sun fell into deep thought. He admired how Xiaoming would do all this for his girlfriend. Wang Sun nodded and said, "I'll need to ask my dad about this. You can send me those two photos first, and I'll have him look into it later." "Deal." Xiaoming knew Wang Sun would agree, so he continued, "Then I'll send you the photos now. Call me anytime you have news. And remember to schedule a meal whenever you're free." No problem." After chatting a bit longer, Xiaoming hung up the phone. Then, he sent both photos to Wang Sun via his phone. Wang Sun replied with an okay, saying he'd get back to him if there was any news. Xiaoming then took a deep breath and lay back down on the bed. Truth be told, he could continue gathering clues about Sui Tian's parents from the system. But he's impatient, unbearably impatient, desperately longing for the day of their reunion. That's why he asked Wang Sun for help. Though it's already past 10:30 now, the soonest he can expect a reply is tomorrow. Xiaoming didn't let his thoughts wander either. After taking a shower, he simply went to bed. Early the next morning. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. The earphones by his pillow kept vibrating. Xiaoming slowly opened his eyes. What woke him wasn't an alarm, but a WeChat voice call. He groggily groped for his phone, and seeing Wang Sun's name on the caller ID immediately perked up. All sleepiness vanished in an instant. After pressing answer, Xiaoming held the phone to his ear. "Hello, Wang Sun?" "Xiaoming, I talked to my dad about this yesterday, and he agreed. We did a brief search. There are exactly 6,750 people named Su Wanjing nationwide. Of these, 4,899 are married. I checked, and none of them have a wife named Xia Linju. Are you free now? My dad and I are at Lanjiang Public Security Bureau. If possible, you should come check for yourself." Upon hearing Wang Sun's words, Xiaoming immediately responded. "I'm free, alright, I'll head over now. We'll be there in half an hour." "Alright, I'll wait for you at the police station then." After hanging up, Xiaoming hurriedly put on his clothes, quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face, then ran straight out. Zhou Yanwen wanted to have Xiaoming eat breakfast, but he dashed out without even glancing her way. Zhou Yanwen rolled her eyes. "This son of mine, what they say is true. A son takes a wife and forgets his mother. Rushing out first thing in the morning to meet his girlfriend, what a character." Chapter 53, Found. After going downstairs, Xiaoming hailed a ride from his phone as soon as he stepped out the door. There were quite a few cars around, and just as Xiaoming arrived at the neighborhood entrance, his ride pulled up right away. He opened the back door and got in. The Lanjiang Street Public Security Bureau was some distance away, and it took about 40 minutes before the car finally pulled up at the entrance of the police station. Xiao Ming thanked him and got out of the car. He took out his phone and dialed Wang Sun. After all, he didn't know anyone inside, so it would be better to have Wang Sun come get him. Hey, I'm at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. Can you come out and meet me? Sure, I'll be right there. Wang Sun hung up the phone after speaking, and within less than a minute, he pushed open the glass door of the Public Security Bureau and walked towards Xiao Ming. Upon seeing Xiao Ming, Wang Sun broke into a smile. You got here pretty fast. Your home is quite far from here, isn't it? Not far, just half an hour. Anyway, should we go inside first? Sui Tian's matter is important. Haha, follow me. Xiao Ming quickly followed Wang Sun inside. Since it was the weekend, there weren't many people in the police station, only a few officers on duty. Wang Sun led Xiao Ming into an office that was currently empty. Xiao Ming asked, Isn't your dad here? No. Wang Sun shook his head. My dad spoke with the officers here today, so I came over to check things out nearby, but you'll have to see for yourself. With that, Wang Sun pulled the computer chair over. Xiao Ming shifted his gaze to the computer screen after sitting down. At this moment, Wang Sun had already activated the residence system. The residence system can retrieve information such as name, gender, date of birth, ID number, place of birth, address, and family members. All of this was known to Xiao Ming. At this moment, Su Anjing's name was already displayed in the search bar. As Wang Sun had mentioned, a total of 6,750 records were retrieved. The results were sorted alphabetically by the city where Su Anjing resided. Xiao Ming quickly glanced through and noticed that detailed information about each person would only appear after clicking into their individual entry. You can't directly search for the couple's names. This is a bit. Wang Sun, standing nearby, said, I just did a quick preliminary search, but there's too much information. It's better for you to check it yourself to avoid missing anything. Of course, if you know which city he's in, that might make the search easier. Got it. Xiao Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Right now, if you want to check, you can only look them up one by one. Actually, he also wanted to ask the police uncle to check reports about missing children from around 15 years ago. But searching province-wide in recent years would indeed be particularly troublesome. Now that he has photos and names of Sui Tian's parents, he might as well do it himself. Then, Xiao Ming scrolled the page to the middle section. Since Jiangbei province starts with the letter J, he had to begin searching from the J section. He just wasn't sure if Su Anjing was from Jiangbei. The page only displayed Su Anjing's name, gender, age, and ID number. No photos available. To see any photos, you'd have to click through. Of course, Xiao Ming didn't mind the inconvenience. He proceeded to filter the options, setting the age range between 30 and 55. This way we can eliminate a large portion of people. Then began the prolonged search. The numbers were still substantial, but for Sui Tian, it was nothing at all. Seeing Xiao Ming so dedicated, Wang Sun couldn't help but open another computer and joined him in the search. An hour later, Xiao Ming had checked all the people named Su Beiyan in Jiangbei province. Unfortunately, none matched the appearance in the portrait. Could it be that his household registration isn't in Jiangbei province? That was entirely possible. Xiao Ming took a deep breath, then typed Xia Lingju into the search bar. The system displayed a total of 973 results. Among them, 3 were male and 970 were female. The name Xia Lingju wasn't particularly common in Huaxia. The wife's name would also be displayed as the spouse's identity. Compared to Su Anjing, the name Xia Lingju would be much easier to locate. Xiao Ming found the section starting with J. After half an hour, he finally spotted what he had been searching for. Name, Xia Lingju. Gender, female. Date of birth, February 19, 1971. Household registration address, number 299, Jingyang Village, Manhwa Town, Chongqing District, Jinghai City, Jiangbei Province. Spouse, Su Anjing. Gender, male. Date of birth, April 13, 1974. Household registration address, Heshi Province. Daughter, Su Yi. Gender, female. Date of birth, November 11, 2000. Registered residence, number 299, Jingyang Village, Manhwa Town, Chongqing District, Jinghai City, Jiangbei Province. Su Yi? Xiao Ming froze. This name isn't the same as hers, but that makes sense. After all, Sui Tian was so young back then Yitan might have been her childhood nickname. Xiao Ming carefully examined the photos of Su Anjing and Xia Lingju. As the system indicated, there was indeed a 90% similarity between the hand-drawn portraits and the computerized images. No doubt about it, these must be Sui Tian's parents. Found it! Xiao Ming called out loudly. Wang Sun, who was still checking nearby, immediately stood up and approached upon hearing Xiao Ming's voice. Found them? Xiao Ming nodded in acknowledgement. It should be them, both the names and appearances match. I think they're Sui Tian's parents. Wang Sun carefully examined the images on the computer. After comparing them with the pictures Xiao Ming had sent him, he found it rather unbelievable. Unable to hold back, he said, "Xiaoming, the portraits you had someone draw are impressive. The hand-drawn sketches actually bear such a striking resemblance to the computer-generated photos." Hearing this, Xiaoming shrugged and joked, "They cost quite a bit, you know. By the way, since their contact information isn't included, could you help me look it up?" "Of course." With that, Xiaoming quickly stepped aside to make room for him. Having found information about Sui Tian's parents, Wang Sun was in an unusually good mood. As he operated the computer, he said, "Xiaoming, I really admire you. You must have spent a long time searching online for news about disappearances?" Xiaoming smiled. "Not that long, actually. Don't lie." He couldn't help but say, "There are too many missing children cases in the world. I just don't believe you found yours in a matter of days. Still, it shows you two are fated. You and Sui Tian get to meet at this school, you just happen to come across that news article, and most importantly, you get to know someone as handsome as me." "Put." Xiaoming laughed and said, "That last line was a bit narcissistic, wasn't it?" Wang Sun released the mouse. "Then I won't help you search." Hold on. Xiaoming knew he was joking and quickly added, "You're the handsomest man in the universe, the very best, is that okay?" Of course, Tomato's esteemed readers are the most handsome, no arguments accepted. That's more like it. Let me tell you, after bringing Sui Tian to meet her biological parents, you've got to treat me to a meal. Got it. Xiaoming nodded emphatically. "Hurry up and give me his parents' phone number," he urged impatiently. Chapter 54, The Call to Suanjing. Almost there. This is someone else's private information, the server needs to respond. Don't be so impatient. After waiting a few more minutes, the contact information for Suanjing and Xia Lingju finally appeared on the screen. You can take a photo with your phone. You'll contact them yourself, right? Got it. Xiaoming nodded in acknowledgement. You can actually contact them yourself. There's no need to trouble the police officer at this time. Sounds good. Wang Sun nodded. This matter is quite important. You should contact them first to confirm whether they're Sui Tian's biological parents. If they are, complete all the necessary procedures, since she currently has 2 registered residences and one needs to be cancelled. Alright. After taking the photos, Xiaoming thanked Wang Sun and left the place. After leaving the police station, Xiaoming sat down on the bench at the bus stop, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Opening WeChat, he noticed Sui Tian had sent him numerous messages. "Good morning. Are you awake yet? You lazy pig, don't tell me you're still sleeping at this hour? You said you'd do your homework. Are we going to the library this afternoon? Why aren't you answering me?" Reading these messages, Xiaoming couldn't help but chuckle. Why does she suddenly seem so childish? Xiaoming replied, "Got up earlier than you, busy with something, I'll talk to you later." After a moment's thought, Xiaoming sent another sticker saying wife. Sui Tian responded almost instantly. "Alright, you go ahead with your work." Xiaoming closed WeChat, then opened the photo album and entered the phone number of Sui Tian's father, Suanjing. After pressing the call button, Xiaoming had already decided what to say. The phone rang for about 5 seconds before a middle-aged man's voice came through on the other end. "Hello." The voice was slightly hoarse, carrying a hint of weariness. "Hello," Xiaoming asked, "are you Suanjing?" "Yes, that's me. And you are?" On the other end, Suanjing sounded puzzled. Xiaoming continued, "My name is Xiaoming. About 15 years ago, did you lose a daughter?" "That's right." At this moment, Xiaoming clearly sensed a shift in Suanjing's tone. "May I ask who you are? How did you know I lost my daughter? Do you have any leads about her?" Suanjing's emotions were growing increasingly agitated, to the point where Xiaoming could vividly imagine his expression. "That's right. I believe what I have now isn't just a lead anymore. Your daughter is currently with me, we're classmates." Just as Xiaoming was saying this, Suanjing abruptly fell silent. He didn't press further, but instead said, I beg you, don't lie to me anymore." Suan choked back sobs, saying, "All these years, I've received one call after another like this, but so many of them were liars. I don't have much money left, please don't lie to me anymore." Hearing this, Xiaoming suddenly felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. That's right, there are still many scammers in this society. They use all sorts of excuses to deceive particularly vulnerable people. With sympathy in his voice, Xiaoming said, "Uncle, I'm really not lying to you. Your daughter's name is Sui, and if I'm not mistaken, her nickname is Etienne, right?" "No, that's right. Etienne, yes, my daughter's nickname is Etienne." Very few people know her nickname, but she knows it herself. "Is my daughter really your classmate?" Judging by the tone, Suanjing should have already broken into tears by now. "Uncle, please don't get too worked up. She's doing really well now, excellent grades and adopted by a hospital. If possible, you can come over this afternoon." Suanjing, okay, where are you?" "Xinhai City. I can pick you up at the train station. Bring your documents, and once you arrive, I'll take you to see your daughter." Alright. I'll call her mother right now. We'll book the tickets immediately." "Alright." After hanging up the phone, Xiaoming took a deep breath. Done. he couldn't help but smile. That afternoon would be the moment their parents reunited. Jinghai City wasn't far from Xinhai City, merely a neighboring distance of over 100 kilometers. Xiao Ming took out his phone to check some train tickets. The nearest train from Jinghai to Xinhai was in 2 hours. The journey would only take a little over 40 minutes, meaning they could arrive in Xinhai City by around 1 p.m. By then, he would go to the train station to pick up his future parents-in-law. Having settled on the plan, a bus happened to stop at the station just then. Without further thought, Xiao Ming stepped aboard. 11:30. Xiao Ming opened the door to his home. Crack. Oh, you're back, Xiao Ming? Seeing Xiao Ming return, Zhou Yanwen, who was kneading dough, voiced her suspicion. Mom, do you really not want to see me that much? No. Zhou Yanwen shook her head. Shouldn't you be on a date with Sui Tian at this hour? Xiao Ming shook his head. No, I went to the police station this morning but didn't find Sui Tian. Went to the police station. Hearing this, his mother quickly waved her hand and came over. Only after seeing Xiao Ming wasn't missing any limbs did her expression finally show relief. What were you doing at the police station? Got into trouble? Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. This mother, why couldn't she give him the benefit of the doubt just once? Of course not. As an exemplary student, how could I possibly do anything against society's rules? Xiao Ming's expression grew serious. Mom, to be honest, I searched for news about missing children last night, and, miraculously found Sui Tian's biological parents. What? Zhou Yanwen was stunned. Xiao Ming continued, a classmate's dad works at the police station, so I went to check it out today. Then what happened? Zhou Yanwen was aware of Sui Tian's situation. Xiao Ming's father had already told her about it. Looking at Zhou Yanwen's expression, Xiao Ming said, they've probably found a close enough match. They're on their way now, and I'll take them to the hospital this afternoon for a paternity test. If it really is Sui Tian's parents, then I'll have parents-in-law in the future. Xiao Ming chuckled with a sly grin. At the same time, Zhou Yanwen also nodded. There was no way she could interfere with this matter, but she knew all too well how painful it was for a child to grow up without the care of their biological parents. At this moment, Zhou Yanwen was also secretly praying in her heart, hoping that these were indeed her biological parents. Alright Mom, stop asking so many questions. We'll know everything this afternoon. Hurry up and make lunch. I'm starving. Okay. Zhou Yanwen nodded. Then I'll make your favorite braised pork for lunch. Oh yes, could you take out the trash from my room? Got it. Chapter 55, Sui Tian's Parents. At 12:30 in the afternoon, Xiao Ming hurriedly ran out of the house right after finishing lunch. Zhou Yanwen only gave him a few reminders, saying to call her if there was any news. After all, it concerned her daughter-in-law, so she was quite concerned. Of course, Xiao Ming nodded in agreement. Arriving at the residential complex entrance, he boarded the car he had pre-booked on his phone, which then headed toward Xinhai Central Railway Station. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of Xinhai Central Railway Station. After thanking the driver, Xiao Ming hurriedly got out of the car. Due to the weekend, the station was bustling with people at this time. He glanced at the time on his phone. Just a few minutes remained before Sui Tian's parents' train was due to arrive. Excuse me, pardon me. Xiao Ming pushed through the crowded throng and finally reached the station exit. Just then, a Harmony bullet train slowly pulled into the station. Ladies and gentlemen, the train has arrived at Xinhai City. Xinhai City is the capital of Jiangbei Province, renowned for. As the train announcement sounded, streams of people carrying luggage began disembarking from every carriage. Xiao Ming's gaze remained fixed on the passing crowd around him, terrified of missing Sui Tian's parents. A minute later, his phone suddenly vibrated in his hand. Buzz buzz. Xiao Ming picked it up and looked. It was indeed Suanzheng, Sui Tian's father. He hastily answered the call and pressed the phone to his ear. Hello, uncle, have you arrived yet? Yes, we're here. Suanzheng's voice came through the phone. I just got off the bus. May I ask, have you come to pick us up? Yes. Since there were many people here, Xiao Ming didn't spot them. He continued, I'm now at the exit of Zone A. You'll see me as soon as you come over. Alright. The call remained connected. 5 or 6 minutes later, two lean figures finally appeared before Xiao Ming. The leader must be Sui Tian's father, Suanzheng, standing about 170 centimeters tall, currently wearing a tattered denim jacket, brown trousers, and a pair of camouflage shoes. His face does resemble the system-provided sketch, though marked more prominently by weariness and anxiety. His beard was unshaven, his eyes dull and lackluster. Behind Suanzheng was presumably Sui Tian's mother, Xia Lingju. She should be about 165 centimeters tall, and most importantly, she's exceptionally beautiful, yes, just plain gorgeous. Yet the trials of time seem to have worn away her beauty, though even now one can still see how stunning her natural features must have been. Whether it was Suanzheng or Xia Lingju, strands of white had already begun threading through their hair. Witnessing this, Xiao Ming felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. He stepped forward to intercept Suanzheng and Xia Lingju, speaking up politely, Hello uncle and aunt, I'm your daughter's classmate, my name is Xiao Ming. Hearing this, Sui Tian's parents couldn't help but turn their gaze toward him. Looking at this clean-faced boy, they were momentarily stunned, their expressions somewhat unnatural. Hello. Su Anjing spoke slowly, while Xiaoming interjected, Uncle, Auntie, follow me, I'll take you to see Sui Tian right now. Sigh. Xiaoming led the way ahead. Though Sui Tian's parents had many questions in their hearts, they refrained from voicing them. You'll know when you see it later. They politely kept their distance from Xiaoming because their clothes were particularly filthy. There was a dedicated taxi zone on the second underground level of the exit, where rows of cabs were waiting in line for passengers. Xiaoming walked over and opened the rear car door. Uncle and Auntie, please get in. Okay, thanks. Suan couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Xiaoming, completely surprised by how considerate he turned out to be. Of course, it's normal for city kids to be well-mannered. As the two of them settled into the back seat, Xiaoming also prepared to get in. At this moment, Su Anjing suddenly said, since we came in such a hurry today, both of us are kind of dirty, maybe. Before he could finish, Xiaoming shook his head with a smile. It's fine, uncle. No big deal. Clothes can always be washed. Actually, sitting in the back gives me a chance to show you her photos. Hearing this, Su Anjing finally made room for Xiaoming. Of course, Xiaoming wouldn't disdain them. No son-in-law would ever dislike his father-in-law, right? After getting in the car, Xiaoming said to the driver, Driver, please take us to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital in the city center. Sure. The driver nodded and started the car, while Xiaoming took out his phone and opened the photo album. Since his rebirth, he had taken many photos with Sui Tian, most of them secretly captured in the classroom. There are quite a few unflattering photos because they were taken before we officially became a couple, so we weren't that intimate back then. They're just ordinary moments from daily life. Xiaoming handed his phone to Su Anjing. Uncle, look, this is Etienne. What do you think? Isn't she absolutely stunning? Su Anjing took the phone. As he looked at the photo of his daughter, his eyes suddenly grew moist. Though 15 years had passed without seeing each other, she immediately recognized her daughter the moment she glimpsed the photograph. Xia Lingju felt the same way when she laid eyes on Sui Tian's photo. An inexplicable sense of familiarity instantly welled up in her heart. After seeing the photo, Xia Lingju also burst into tears. Seeing his parents secretly wiping away tears, Xiaoming took the initiative to speak. Uncle and Auntie, your daughter is doing very well now. Her academic performance ranks first in the class. When you see her later, please try not to get too emotional. I know. Suan was covering her mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask, the phone call mentioned, was she really taken in by a hospital all this time? Yes. Xiaoming nodded in acknowledgement. Sui Tian, no, Sui told me about this incident. It was on a day with heavy snowfall when you got separated from her. Eventually, she was discovered by a kind passerby who took her to the hospital. As they conversed, the vehicle sped along rapidly. During the journey, Xiaoming kept sharing stories about Sui Tian from her school days. Sui Tian's parents were particularly moved as well. After all, receiving news about a daughter who'd been missing for 15 years, it was only natural to feel excited. 2 o'clock sharp. The car stopped at the entrance of the hospital. After getting out of the car, Xiaoming said to Su Anjing, wait here for a moment. I'll go call her down now. I'm not sure if she'll recognize you when you meet later. Please try to remain calm. Just take your time. Yes. Suan and Xia Lingju both nodded. As Sui Tian's parents, they felt they had truly failed in their duties. At that moment, Xiaoming gave Sui Tian a call. Sui Tian answered promptly. Hey, it's already 2 o'clock. Did you only remember me after finishing your work? Yes. Xiaoming laughed and said, I'm right outside the hospital now, coming to see you. Aren't you going to come down and pick me up? Ha, you're here already? Sui Tian quickly replied, wait for me, I'm coming right now. Beep beep. She hung up the phone. Chapter 56, Family Reunion. Xiaoming set his phone down and glanced back at Su Anjing and Xia Lingju behind him. She'll be right down, just wait a moment. Xiaoming's heart was pounding wildly at this moment. In his previous life, he had exhausted every possible means to help Sui Tian find her biological parents. Yet no progress had been made. Not only Sui Tian, but also himself had been waiting for this day for so very long. Many patients and their families passed by outside the hospital. After about 2 minutes, a stunning figure came into Xiaoming's line of sight. Yes, it was Sui Tian. She was wearing the hoodie she had bought earlier, a pair of black sweatpants, and white sneakers. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and upon seeing Xiaoming, she immediately ran toward him. She even came right up to Xiaoming's side, wrapping her arms around his neck and jumping up and down. Xiaoming instinctively caught her by the thighs. He never expected Sui Tian would get so overly excited. The thing was, her parents were watching them right there. At this moment, Su Anjing must have realized there was something unusual between the two of them. Xiaoming couldn't help but say, oh dear, Etienne, this is outside the hospital. Aren't you afraid the nurses might see us? I'm not afraid. She dismissed it casually. I've already told a few of the nurses. They even wanted me to bring you to the hospital to see you. Really? Xiao Ming burst out laughing. I have something important to tell you. Look who's standing behind me. Sui Tian curiously turned her gaze past Xiao Ming, where Suan and Xia Lingju stood quietly watching her. Xia Lingju covered her mouth, unable to stop herself from wiping away tears. Seeing their daughter so full of life, seeing her happy and healthy, nothing could be more worthwhile. At that moment, Sui Tian's heart skipped a beat when she saw her parents whom she hadn't seen for so many years. Childhood memories flooded back instantly, and the image of her father who used to hold her all day, laughing and playing, involuntarily surfaced in her mind. She glanced at Xiao Ming, covering her mouth in excitement. Xiao Ming, what is this? If I'm not mistaken, I believe I've brought your biological parents back home. Sui Tian's head was buzzing as Su Anjing and Xia Lingju could no longer hold back, rushing over to embrace Sui Tian while bursting into loud, choking sobs. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but turn their gazes toward them. My daughter, my dear daughter. It's really you. Mom is sorry. I'm so sorry. Sui Tian hadn't come back to her senses yet. She stared blankly at Xiao Ming beside her, her eyes vacant. After what seemed like an eternity, she finally choked out the words, Dad. Mom, is that really you? It's me, it's us. Xia Lingju rummaged through the tattered leather bag and pulled out a crumpled photograph. When she showed the photo to Sui Tian, the young woman instantly knew the people before her were indeed her birth parents. Sui Tian could no longer contain the surge of emotions. With a heartbroken wail, she collapsed into tears. She clutched both her parents tightly in her arms. This was the first time in 15 years she'd felt their embrace. Don't cry, don't cry. Mom and Dad are both here. We're sorry, daughter. We'll definitely make it up to you properly from now on. Sui Tian shook her head. No, Mom and Dad, you've done nothing wrong by me. Truly nothing. Seeing them reunite, Xiao Ming took a deep breath. It took them a while to gradually regain their composure. Xiao Ming walked over and suggested, well, it's been so many years since you last saw each other. I think you two should have a good talk. Etienne, this morning I went to the Ministry of Public Security to check the records. After finding them, I notified them. Your parents haven't eaten yet, so why don't you take them out for a meal first? Okay. Sui Tian wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and nodded. Now that all three had calmed down, Xiao Ming felt it wasn't appropriate to stay. After all, this was their first meeting. He said, well, you should take your parents to eat. I won't join. You should spend time with them. I don't want it. Sui Tian grabbed Xiao Ming's wrist directly. I have so many things I want to tell you. Come with me. Yes, let's go together. Actually, Su Anjin also had many questions she wanted to ask him. Seeing this, Xiao Ming nodded. Very well, let's go somewhere nearby then, and have a proper catch-up. Got it. The four of them entered a restaurant together. Inside the private room, Sui Tian looked at her parents' aged appearance and felt particularly sorrowful in her heart. Xiao Ming was the first to speak. Etienne, I've been gathering information about missing children from 15 years ago, and by coincidence came across a missing person notice. There was no way Xiao Ming would admit to having a system, so he casually made up an excuse. Back when Sui Tian went missing, he couldn't imagine her parents wouldn't have printed missing person notices. Found the missing person notice. Exactly. Xiao Ming nodded. This is a website dedicated to collecting missing persons cases. I searched for a long time before finding it. Hearing this, Sui Tian felt deeply moved. But the notice was incomplete. I only had a few clues to go on when I went to the police station. Luckily, I managed to contact them in the end. Thank you. Su Anjing suddenly spoke. His eyes were filled with gratitude. No need to thank me. It's what I should do. The four of them began talking. Sui Tian's parents recounted their years-long search for Sui Tian. He rode his motorcycle across many cities, but found no clues. As for why Sui Tian got separated from her parents, it was because of their carelessness. That day, Su Anjing was taking Sui Tian and her mother home after an outing when their motorcycle broke down along the way. Su Anjing had no choice but to go get it repaired. Sui Tian was too young to wander off, and in the time it took Su Anjing to drink a glass of water, she vanished. In the end, she was never found. The disappearance occurred right in Xinhai City. Over the years, they returned to that city many times, but never found any clues. The main reason was probably the underdeveloped internet at that time. After a brief understanding, Sui Tian also came to realize the hardships and struggles her parents had endured in recent years. Su Anjing had been riding motorcycles all over in search, wearing out 5 or 6 bikes over 15 years. Her mother ran small businesses, barely making ends meet while searching for their daughter. Su Anjing would occasionally take on odd jobs to earn money, just enough to fill up his motorcycle's gas tank before continuing his search. None of it came easy. Fortunately, they were able to meet again this day. Chapter 57, Coming clean to their parents about their relationship. After hearing her father's story of searching for her, Sui Tian was deeply moved in her heart. She didn't blame her parents at all, since it was her own fault for wandering off and getting lost. Moreover, her parents had been desperately searching for her throughout these 15 years, never giving up hope. Their relentless efforts had taken such a toll that now her parents looked significantly older than their peers. In the time to come, she would accompany them wholeheartedly. As for Xiaoming, of course, he would be there serving tea and water. After all, he needed to make a good impression on his future in-laws. After Su Anjing finished recounting his experience of searching for Sui Tian also began narrating her own stories from these years. The nurses and doctors in the hospital took care of her. What happened during kindergarten and such. She shared all these experiences with her parents. Seeing the family reunited warmed Xiaoming's heart. At that very moment, Sui Tian suddenly turned her gaze toward Xiaoming. She asked in a whisper, "By the way, Xiaoming, do my parents know about us?" Reading her eyes, Xiaoming immediately understood what Sui Tian meant. She was asking whether her parents knew they were in a romantic relationship. Xiaoming shook his head. He didn't know whether this would be good or bad news for Sui Tian's parents. Finding their daughter while gaining a boyfriend in the process didn't seem like a bad deal. Buy one, get one free. Even if they don't particularly like it, there doesn't seem to be much they can do about it. After all, it was Xiaoming who helped them find their daughter. His clue made it possible. Nearby, Sui Tian noticed Xiaoming shaking his head and mustered the courage to speak. "Dad, Mom, though we've only just met today, there's one thing I must make clear to you." Sui Tian turned her gaze towards Xiaoming. She spoke up, Xiaoming, is my boyfriend. In the future, I'm going to marry him." Upon hearing these words, Xiaoming staggered slightly. Never in a million years did I expect Sui Tian to outright confess their relationship. Xiaoming's heart raced even faster as Sui Tian continued. "This might come as a bit of a shock to Mom and Dad, but I've known him since I was 9. Though we were apart for a long time, ever since we reunited, he's been taking such good care of me, even tutoring me with my studies. Had he not come into my life, I probably wouldn't have been able to meet you all again." As she spoke, tears couldn't help but trickle from the corners of her eyes. Hearing his daughter's words, Su Anjing felt no surprise in his heart. From the moment Sui Tian ran out of the hospital and threw herself into Xiaoming's arms, he had known their relationship wasn't ordinary. Moreover, Xiaoming had personally gone to the train station to pick them up. All his actions indicated he was a good young man. Although their interaction had lasted less than 2 hours, he could already tell Xiaoming was a man worthy of trust. Having not seen her daughter for so many years, she knew just how important Xiaoming was to Sui Tian. So naturally, she would support her daughter at this moment. "My dear, I understand." Suan couldn't help but glance at Xiaoming. "Xiaoming, thank you. Thank you for taking care of her all this time." "Uncle, don't mention it." Xiaoming quickly waved his hands in protest. Su Anjing continued, "I can see the feelings between you two. Don't worry, I definitely won't interfere with your relationship. Daughter." He turned his gaze to Sui Tian's face. "In the future, our family will be reunited. You're still in high school, your mother and I will rent a place nearby so we can live together properly. I'll find a job here to support you and your mom." Sui Tian gave a firm nod after hearing her father's words. Xiaoming looked at Su Anjing. Actually, what he wanted was very simple. Just living alongside my daughter, watching her grow up day by day. That's all. Beside them, Xiaoming said, "Uncle, Etienne's household registration is still here. Let's eat first, and later have Etienne introduce you to the doctor for a paternity test." Right. Suan felt that Xiaoming made a valid point. By this time, the dishes had already been served. Just a few simple home-style dishes, not very expensive. The four of them picked up their chopsticks and began eating. After the meal, the four of them left the small restaurant together and came to the outside of the hospital where Sui Tian had lived for 15 years. At this moment, many people were still coming and going here, most of them looking quite grim. Xiaoming gently patted Sui Tian's shoulder. "Etienne, do you still want me to accompany you this time?" "Of course I will." She tightly grasped Xiaoming's hand. "It was you who contacted my parents this time. In front of the doctors and nurses, I'll definitely introduce you properly. Without you here, I'd feel like I'm missing so much." "All right." Xiaoming shrugged his shoulders. Then, led by Sui Tian, they entered the hospital. The Chinese medicine hospital isn't very large, but it still has many departments. Behind the outpatient building stands an 18-story inpatient tower, where Sui Tian routinely makes rounds with the nurses. Over the years, she's learned some needle techniques and first aid methods. On weekends when patient volumes are higher, Sui Tian avoided disturbing the doctors and nurses on duty, instead leading them to a staff room on the 4th floor. Of course, along the way, Sui Tian kept greeting people at the hospital. She knew most of the staff there. Upon entering the staff room, she saw many desks, computers, and files. There weren't many people inside, just 3. 2 women and 1 man. Sister Huan. Once inside, Sui Tian couldn't help but cry out. The woman called Sister Huan was wearing a nurse's cap, which had 2 blue stripes on it. It must be the head nurse. Seeing Sui Tian arrive, Ren Shizhuan's face immediately broke into a smile. It's Xiao Tian. What brings you here today? Ah, so this is Xiao Ming. Just as you described, such a handsome young man. Xiao Ming was taken aback. How had they suddenly started praising him? Sui Tian turned to the side and noticed his parents hadn't followed him in. After calling Su Anjing and Xia Lingju inside, Sui Tian took a deep breath and said, Huan, I found my biological parents. That's what I came to tell you today. What? Ren Xiaowan looked at Sui Tian with disbelief in her eyes. Back then, when Sui Tian was first brought in, she was just a rookie nurse fresh from her hospital internship. 15 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Now, she was nearly 40, with her child already in middle school. You could say Sui Tian had grown up right before her eyes. When she was little, Sui Tian would often pester her to buy candy. Found it? Have you really found it? Sui Tian nodded. She said to her parents, Dad, Mom, this is Sister Huan, she's the one who's always looked after me. Back then, her internship salary was just a few yuan, yet she often bought yogurt for me to drink. Chapter 58, Xiao Ming, it's so good to have you. Sui Tian looked at Sister Huan before her, and her thoughts couldn't help but drift back to those bygone years. Xiaowan Ren's two colleagues behind her couldn't help but gather closer upon hearing the words, while Su Anjing directly knelt down. That's right, kneel down. Thank you for taking care of my daughter all these years. In my next life, I'm willing to serve you like an ox or a horse. The unexpected scene left everyone present stunned before they could react. Seeing this, Ren Xiaowan and two other colleagues quickly stepped forward to help him up. What are you doing? A man's knees are as precious as gold, what's with the kneeling? Thank you for looking after my daughter, for raising her to be so sensible. Su Anjing had no money left now, and all she could do was keep expressing her gratitude. Xiao Ming's eyes welled up with tears. At this moment, he felt Su Anjing was truly pitiful. So pitiful. Ren Xiaowan said, it's only natural. As doctors serving the people, saving lives and aiding those in need is our duty. You don't need to thank me, really. Ren Xiaowan turned her gaze to Sui Tian. Etienne, meeting your parents is your destiny. So, shouldn't we quickly share this wonderful news with Grandma the orphanage director? Sui Tian nodded. Before long, they had entered the dean's office. There were also several doctors and nurses present who were particularly close to Sui Tian. These people had watched Sui Tian grow up. In a way, their bond was even closer than family. The dean's name is Chen Xiuji, and she is already 68 years old. She is an expert in cardiovascular and cerebrovascular medicine. Though long past retirement age, she still remains at her post saving lives. When facing particularly critical patients, she personally examines them herself. Chen Xiuji's hair has turned gray, and wrinkles line her face. She was sitting on a sofa at that moment. Across from her were Sui Tian and her parents. Grandmother director. Sui Tian spoke first. Chen Xiuji looked at the little Etienne before her and began. Xiaoyi sweetie, didn't Granny tell you? Your parents have been searching for you all this time, and now, here you are, finally meeting them. Chen Xiuji looked at her with a kindly smile. Yes. Sui Tian nodded with a smile, her heart a swirl of mixed emotions. The hospital held too many memories for her. Chen Xiuji asked, quickly tell your grandma, how did you find your parents? Back then, it took me no small effort to locate your parents. It was Xiao Ming who helped me find it, he's my boyfriend now. As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming scratched his head. I went through 15 years of missing children records and happened to spot it. Turns out one of my classmates has a police officer for a dad, so I went to check the files. Never thought I'd actually find something. Alright. Chen Xiuji still wore a benevolent smile. Little Etienne, all these years, Grandma Dean's greatest wish has been for you reunite with your parents. Enough said. Now that your wish has come true, spend more time with your parents from now on. Don't forget, this hospital still has me, your grandma. Hearing this, Sui Tian shook her head emphatically. Unable to restrain herself, she walked over and hugged Chen Xiuji, pressing her face tightly against the older woman's chest. I won't forget, Grandma. I'll definitely come visit you here, come visit everyone here. Got it. Chen Xiuji nodded. She knew Sui Tian would be leaving soon, and to be honest, she couldn't bear to see her go. But she couldn't keep her either. As she spoke, Sui Tian turned her gaze to the other doctors and nurses in the room. These are all her family. Sui Tian went up to embrace each of these doctors one by one, expressing her gratitude for their years of nurturing care. Each doctor also left her with a word of blessing. The scene was incredibly heartwarming. Next, Sui Tian's parents expressed their thanks again, and after several dozen minutes, finally left the dean's office. Xiao Ming had been silently following behind them the whole time. The doctors all went off to attend to their own tasks, leaving only Ren Xiaowan still accompanying her. At this moment, Xiao Ming spoke to Sui Tian. Etienne, we need to do a paternity test now. Your household registration is at the hospital, categorized as adoption. Transferring your household registration requires the paternity test documents. You go with your parents for the paternity test, I'll step out to call my mom. Got it. She obediently nodded. Xiaoming gently pinched her little cheek. Well, I'm off then, I'll come find you soon. Don't cry when they draw blood later, okay? I don't know how. Ha, alright, I believe you. Xiaoming smiled as he walked away, heading to a quiet spot. He pulled out his phone and dialed his mother. Zhou Yanwen answered quickly. Before Xiaoming could speak, Zhou Yanwen anxiously asked, "How was it, son? Did you meet Xiao Tian's parents? Were they really her parents?" "Ha, yes, they're indeed her parents." Xiaoming replied quite casually, and upon hearing this news, Zhou Yanwen's anxious heart finally settled. That's good, that's good. Heaven has eyes after all. Yeah, our future son will have maternal grandparents, both grandpa and grandma, hee. Zhou Yanwen was a bit startled upon hearing Xiaoming's words. They had just confirmed their relationship yesterday, and today he's already thinking about children. Isn't this a bit rushed? Mostly because she herself wasn't in such a hurry. Xiaoming continued, "Alright, Mom, I won't say more. I'll go keep Sui Tian company for now and might come back late tonight. Remember to save some dinner for me." "Fine, you take good care of her." "Got it." After hanging up, Xiaoming checked Sui Tian's location on WeChat and headed over. At that moment, Sui Tian and Suan had already finished their blood tests and were sitting on the hospital chairs, waiting for the results to come out. Normally, paternity test results take around 7 to 10 days to come out. However, since Sui Tian's case is special, the results will be processed much faster. It only takes about half an hour. "Etienne, come with me. I need to talk to you about something." Xiaoming called her to a corner. Sui Tian was somewhat puzzled but didn't ask further. She gazed at him expectantly as Xiaoming said, "I've thought it over, let's have your parents stay at a hotel tonight. I'll find a house for your aunt and uncle today, and after we finish your paperwork tomorrow, we'll move in. As for you, make sure to spend time with your parents normally, study hard, and don't forget to help out at my family's sausage shop." Sui Tian felt a warm current flow through her heart. She realized Xiaoming was even more thoughtful than she'd imagined. She couldn't help but hug Xiaoming. A sweet kiss landed on his cheek, and she whispered in his ear, "Xiaoming, I'm so lucky to have you." Chapter 59, The Paternity Test Results. Be good, after all, they'll be my future parents too. Xiaoming gently ruffled her hair, while Sui Tian pursed her lips and nodded. Her eyes brimmed with affection. Then, Xiaoming said, "Leave all these arrangements to me. Don't worry, I'll make sure everything is perfectly handled. We'll look for a house near my place, so we can go to and from school together later. As for your parents' work, that'll be up to them." Sui Tian pondered, "But the rent must be quite expensive, I can't let you pay for it." Xiaoming chuckled, "Let's look first. We'll figure out the rent situation later." "Okay." Sui Tian looked at her with eager eyes, "This way I can stay with you and mom and dad every day. We'll study hard together, and I'll need your help with math later." "Ha, don't worry, no problem. In that case, you should go spend time with your parents first. There's really nothing urgent happening. Make the most of this time with them while I check my phone to see if there are any suitable rentals nearby." "Got it." Sui Tian walked back slowly. "Soon I was chatting with my parents again." Xiaoming found a quiet spot, opened Anjuk, a rental platform, and began looking for suitable apartments nearby. Since it would be home for a family of 3, a 2-bedroom unit would actually suffice. There were quite a few residential complexes near Xiaoming's area. However, with Genoa No. 1 middle school in the vicinity, these neighborhoods counted as school district properties, naturally commanding higher rents. Soon, he set his sights on a neighborhood just a few hundred meters from his home. Mingkong Wang Sinuan, 94 square meters, 2 living rooms, 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, monthly rent 1,499 yuan. At 1,499 yuan, the price wasn't considered expensive in this area, even a bit cheap. It mainly included basic furniture, with air conditioning, a bed, wardrobe, range hood, and some simple appliances. Fully furnished and ready to move in property. It would be absolutely perfect if Sui Tian's parents were to relocate there. After considering it feasible, Xiaoming personally called the landlord for inquiries, and they agreed to visit the property tomorrow after school. If everything checks out, they could sign the contract immediately and have Sui Tian's family move in. Half an hour later, the paternity test results are out. Ren Xiaowan rushed over anxiously, holding the test results for Sui Tian and Su Anjing. "Xiao Tian, we have the results now." Well, hearing this, Xiaoming, Sui Tian, and her parents all stood up. Ren Xiaowan nodded affirmatively, "It's confirmed. These are indeed your biological parents." There, in the small print under the conclusion section of the paternity test results, a single line read, "DNA analysis confirms that Su Anjing is the biological father of Sui Tian." The results surprised no one. Sui Tian accepted the lab report with trembling hands, her eyes lingering deeply on Su Anjing and Xiaolingju with overwhelming emotion. "Dad, Mom, we are here." Suan embraced her in his arms, and witnessing such a scene, Ren Xiaowan felt particularly moved as well. She couldn't help but say, "Xiao Tian, spend more time with your parents in the future, study hard, and when you get into a good university, don't forget to share the news with me. I will. Alright, then you should listen to your parents from now on. I still have things to take care of, so I'll head off first. Goodbye, sister. After Rin Xiaowan left, Sui Tian suddenly remembered something and turned her gaze toward her parents. By the way, Mom and Dad, there's one more thing, I need to go say goodbye to a very important patient. As she said this, Sui Tian's expression darkened. She is a grandmother. That grandmother has been living in the hospital for 6 years. She has cancer and has been fighting against it for so very long. Her 2 sons seem quite wealthy, but they rarely visit her. Usually, she often plays with me in the hospital's back garden and helps me with my homework. Every night I make rounds with the nurse to see her, and she can only fall asleep peacefully after seeing me. After speaking, Sui Tian looked up at the 3 people beside her. So, I need to say goodbye to her properly, otherwise she'll be sad if she doesn't see me. Go ahead. Hearing his daughter's words, Su Wanjing fully supported Sui Tian's decision. This hospital was her true home, and the people she'd come to know here all held extraordinary significance in her life. Got it. Sui Tian nodded, then I'll go now. I want to buy some things for Grandma. Then you and Xiao Ming go ahead, daughter, he said. Your mother and I will deliver some gifts to the director. We'll meet up later. After all, the hospital had sheltered their daughter for so many years, it was only right they should bring some gifts. It might not be valuable, but having these intentions is enough. Sui Tian nodded after hearing this. She looked at Xiao Ming and said, then come with me to say goodbye to that grandma. She actually told me to bring my boyfriend to meet her when I found one. Alright. Before long, Xiao Ming and Sui Tian arrived outside the hospital. There were many relatives visiting patients buying things here, so the small shops outside the hospital were particularly bustling. They didn't buy anything too expensive, just a fruit basket and a crate of milk, before heading straight toward the inpatient ward. Sui Tian led Xiao Ming to a ward on the 8th floor, gently pushing the door open and stepping inside. Hearing the noise, an elderly woman with an oxygen tube in bed opened her cloudy eyes. Her face was covered in freckles, her hair gray, and she looked utterly worn out. But upon seeing Sui Tian arrive, she struggled to prop herself up by gripping the edge of the bed. Her voice was weak as she said, Xiao Tian, you've come to see Grandma. Chapter 60, I still have a bottle of premium mutai unopened. Grandma, don't move. Sui Tian hurried over to Lu Xiang. Her body was extremely weak now after 6 years of battling cancer. She weighed less than 70 pounds. Though not quite skin and bones, she was nearly there. Sui Tian quickly crouched down and placed a cushion behind her back. Over the past year, Grandma Lu Xiang's condition has worsened, and due to her declining health, the frequency of her chemotherapy sessions had to be reduced. Lu Xiang gently stroked Sui Tian's hand. Age had brought on a mild case of Parkinson's, and she spoke in a very soft voice. Xiao Tian, weren't you coming in the evening? Why are you here in the afternoon? Hearing this, tears began to well up in Sui Tian's eyes. She didn't know whether saying goodbye like this would hurt her grandmother. But before this, she was an orphan. Upon hearing she'd found her biological parents, one would expect her to be overjoyed. A tear slid down Sui Tian's cheek as she choked out the words, Grandma, I came to say goodbye. I've found my biological parents. We just finished the DNA test. I won't be able to come see you every night anymore. Upon hearing Sui Tian's words, Lu Xiang froze for 2 seconds. Then, she forced a smile. In that moment, she seemed to forget all her physical pain as she gently stroked Sui Tian's face. Good, that's good. It's wonderful you found them. So wonderful. Sui Tian wiped the tears from her cheeks. But I'll come visit you whenever I have time. Grandma, thank you for tutoring me back then. No need to thank me. Little Tian often keeps me company too. When I'm bored, it's always little Tian who accompanies me. It's my duty, he replied. Sui Tian turned her head to glance at Xiao Ming. Oh right, Grandma, this is Xiao Ming. The Xiao Ming I often mention, he's the one who helped me find my parents. At this point, Lu Xiang looked up at him. Xiao Ming felt particularly uncomfortable inside, but still forced a smile and greeted her. Hello, Grandma. Sure. Lu Xiang glanced at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, you must take good care of her from now on. I know, Grandma. Xiao Ming nodded in acknowledgement. At the same time, Lu Xiang turned her gaze to Sui Tian. Xiao Tian, the college entrance exam is coming soon. You must study hard in this final year. And one more thing, spend more time with your parents in the future. Unlike my son. With that, Lu Xiang abruptly changed the subject. When you and Xiao Ming get married, don't forget to send me an invitation. I'll give you a wedding gift then. Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Sui Tian nodded her little head vigorously. Grandma, don't worry, we definitely will. Got it. Lu Xiang, her face beaming with smiles, nodded earnestly. She genuinely longed to see Sui Tian get married, though she knew this was impossible. Over these years of living with Sui Tian, she had come to regard the girl as her own granddaughter. Though she spent her final days without her son's company, at least she had Sui Tian by her side. After chatting with Lu Xiang for over 10 more minutes, Sui Tian finally bid her reluctant farewell and left the hospital room with Xiao Ming. In the corridor, Xiaoming took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask, doesn't her son take care of that grandmother now? Got it. Sui Tian softly murmured in agreement. He just covered the medical expenses up front, then hired a caregiver, but even the caregiver isn't often here. Xiaoming was momentarily at a loss for words. How could someone treat their own mother like this? I feel very sorry for her too, but there's nothing we can do for her. Sui Tian said helplessly. Her husband isn't in good health either. Recently, he's been going for 4 drips during the day because he's sick, so he can only come to accompany her at night. Xiaoming sighed. He thought such things only happened on TV, never expecting it to occur right beside him. Seeing Lu Xiang had left both of them in low spirits. After leaving the inpatient ward, Sui Tian made a call to his parents, who were still in the dean's office at the time. At this moment, Xiaoming felt that Sui Tian should spend some time with her parents and have a good catch-up. Tian, let's call it a day for now. Go find your parents and book a hotel for them to stay in. Spend more time with them. Tomorrow when the police station opens, you can help them sort out your household registration. After school, we'll go house hunting. Got it. Sui Tian nodded. Then, what about you? Me? Xiaoming couldn't help but chuckle. Of course I'm going home. It's getting late, and I haven't done my homework yet. Looks like I'll be burning the midnight oil tonight. Oh, hearing this, Sui Tian suddenly realized she hadn't done her homework either. She quickly added, then hurry home. Don't stay up too late. If you really can't finish, I'll send you the answers. Why don't you say you'll help me write one? That works too. Put. Looking at the dazed Sui Tian, Xiaoming gently patted her head. Alright, I'll definitely finish writing it. If you can't make it to school tomorrow, remember to call Teacher Wang. And if anything comes up, reach out to me anytime, I'll always be here. Got it. I always feel completely secure hearing this sentence. She nodded slightly, then let me walk you out. Alright. Soon, Sui Tian escorted Xiaoming to the hospital entrance. By then, evening had fallen. Streetlights illuminated the roads as an endless stream of cars flowed past. Sui Tian took out her phone to hail a ride for him, watching as Xiaoming departed. Sitting in the back seat, Xiaoming took a deep breath. Seeing Sui Tian reunite with her parents was actually enough. The next step is to study hard, work hard to earn money, and then carefully observe Sui Tian's physical condition. After all, she hasn't developed heart failure yet. If the timeline proceeds as expected, she won't fall ill until university. With the system in place, it's better to prepare the special medicine early. 20 minutes later, the car stopped outside the residential area where Xiaoming lived. Xiaoming went straight back home, and the moment he opened the door, the aroma of food wafted into his nostrils. He took a deep breath and looked toward the dining table, which was already laden with dishes. There were braised pork, ants climbing a tree, stir-fried vermicelli with minced meat, and a sweet and sour carp. Whoa! At the same time, Zhou Yanwen and Xiao Guosheng walked out of the kitchen together. Seeing Xiaoming, Zhou Yanwen's face lit up with a smile. You're back. Wash your hands quickly and come eat. Coming right up. Xiaoming rushed to the sink to wash his hands and sat at the dining table, where his father began questioning him. I heard from your mom that Sui Tian found her parents. Is it true or not? Xiaoming shrugged. Of course it's true. Dad and I spent a long time tracking down the leads. They just finished the DNA test today, no doubt about it. They're really her parents. That's great, really great. Xiao Guosheng suddenly thought of something and looked at Xiaoming. When are you going to invite your father-in-law over? I still have a bottle of premium Maotai waiting to be opened. Chapter 61, Xiaoming got confessed by Sui Tian? Upon hearing his father's words, Xiaoming's face darkened. How desperate could his dad possibly be? Why don't we just hold the wedding banquet tomorrow and get married then? Enough, old Xiao, keep your comments to yourself. Zhou Yanwen shot Xiao Guosheng a glare before placing a piece of braised pork into Xiaoming's bowl. Son, what are the arrangements with Etienne? Where are his parents from? They're from neighboring Jinghai City. Xiaoming picked up a piece of sweet and sour carp and put it in his mouth before continuing. Because Sui Tian is still studying here, they plan to rent a place nearby and look for local jobs. Got it. Zhou Yanwen nodded in agreement. This was indeed the best arrangement under the circumstances. After all, Sui Tian was still in school, and taking her back to Jinghai would significantly affect her academic performance. Moreover, it would mean separating from Xiaoming, something he wouldn't be willing to accept either. At this point, Xiaoming suddenly remembered. Alright, Dad, how's the sausage grill shop coming along? Almost done, almost done. Xiao Guosheng replied, we've invested quite a bit this time. The renovation still needs about a week or so. By the way, honey, have you written your resignation letter yet? It's already been handed over to the boss. Xiaoming chimed in with a grin. Hey mom, isn't this great? You'll be a small business owner soon. Just hire a few people, and life will be smooth sailing, right? Whether it'll make money or not is still uncertain. Zhou Yanwen shook her head. After all, Xiaoming had made quite a bit of money not long ago. You should believe in your son. After all, I still have tens of thousands of followers on Douyin. The internet brings such massive traffic nowadays, and that place is a snack street after all. So mom, you should have confidence in this. Okay. Zhou Yanwen couldn't help but smile. Xiaoming had indeed changed quite a lot recently. He'd matured way more. She continued, alright, Xiaoming, you haven't done your homework yet, have you? Finish your meal quickly and get to your homework. Don't be late for school tomorrow morning. I know, Mom. After dinner, Xiaoming returned to his bedroom. Of course, he didn't start his homework right away. Instead, he made a phone call to Sui Tian. Hey, have you finished eating yet? Sui Tian's voice came through the phone, and Xiaoming responded, yeah, I've already eaten. How about you? Have you settled your parents in? All taken care of. I'm with them now. There's a small hotel near the hospital where I got them a room. We just finished dinner. Well, that's good then. Xiaoming didn't want to hold her up too long. Then you and your parents go ahead and eat. I'll start on my homework. By the way, are you going to school tomorrow? Aha. We just asked about it, and it turns out I don't need to be there to transfer the household registration. I'll go to school tomorrow. Alright. Xiaoming suddenly remembered something and added, by the way, tell your parents they don't need to look for a place anymore. I've already found one. We can go check it out together tomorrow afternoon after school. Okay. After chatting a bit more with Sui Tian, he hung up the phone. The next few hours were spent doing homework. Fortunately, there wasn't much weekend homework this time. For him at this moment, writing it would only take just over an hour. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Xiaoming had already finished showering and was lying in bed. Bored at the moment, he opened TikTok. Recently, he had indeed lost a significant number of followers on TikTok, but there are still over 60,000 left. Many supporters on Douyin message him almost daily, asking when he'll resume selling grilled sausages. Xiaoming also selectively responds to some of these private messages. Recently, many vendors have seized the opportunity created by the hype, leading to a sudden surge of people selling starch sausages for no apparent reason. But the flavor truly wasn't as good as Xiaoming's cooking. After glancing at his phone for a while, Xiaoming set it beside his pillow and fell asleep. The next morning, as usual, he checked in immediately upon waking. Ding, congratulations host for receiving plus 5,000 wish points. Damn, that's a generous haul this time. Xiaoming was thrilled. It had been almost a month since his rebirth, and this was only the second time he earned 5,000 wish points. He had already tracked down Sui Tian's parents, so now he could exchange for some other items. For example, AD calcium milk. Based on Xiaoming's observations, he found that AD calcium milk was indeed effective, and the effect was particularly good. Next time, he could actually invite Sui Tian to the cinema for some cuddling, kissing, and lifting her up. At the thought of this, Xiaoming broke into an anti-like grin. As for arranging the flowers, that could wait. No need to rush. She is still young. The weather has been getting colder lately. After getting dressed, Xiaoming brushed his teeth and washed his face as usual. After breakfast, he shouldered his backpack and headed towards Genoa No. 1 High School. When he arrived at the school gate, Xiaoming happened to spot someone's figure. That's right, it's Sui Tian. She carried a backpack and was holding breakfast in her hand. Xiaoming quickly ran toward her. He gently tapped her on the shoulder. Morning, honey. Ha! Lost in her own thoughts, Sui Tian was startled by Xiaoming's sudden greeting. Then, with a puzzled expression, she stammered, Xiaoming, you, Her face flushed red as she whispered, how could you call me wife on campus? There are so many people around us. Xiaoming glanced around. I got a little excited when I saw you. But no one heard, don't worry. Sui Tian didn't think too much about it, since Xiaoming had already called out to her. Things were fine this way. Mainly because this person was Xiaoming. The two walked upstairs together and reached the classroom door. The moment he stepped halfway in, Sui Tian suddenly blocked their way. What's up, beast? Brother Ming, hold out your hand. Xiaoming froze momentarily before slowly extending his hand. Xian Tiansheng's gaze immediately fell upon the couple's ring. He then turned his eyes to Sui Tian. Sister-in-law, you hold out your hand too. Sui Tian glanced at Xiaoming, wondering what Xian Tiansheng was up to. But she still extended her slender fingers. Holy crap! Indeed, the rings they were wearing on their fingers were the couple rings Xiaoming had posted about on his social media. He said with a face full of envy, damn, you guys, you're already official? Xiaoming burst out laughing. What? Is there a problem? Xuan Tianqing shook his head. No, I'm just a bit emotional. You moved so fast, already confessed your feelings so quickly. Xiaoming looked sternly at Xian Tiansheng. You might not believe it, but I didn't confess to her, she confessed to me. Upon hearing these words, Sui Tian immediately bowed her head shyly and walked back to her seat. Meanwhile, Xian Tiansheng stood frozen in place. Did Xiaoming just get confessed to by Sui Tian? Chapter 62. What if Zhao Yalu has a secret crush on me? Hey, Ming Ji, teach me how to do that. Xian Tiansheng hurried to catch up with Xiaoming's pace. If Zhao Yalu were to confess her feelings to him, he'd probably wake up laughing in his sleep. Teach what? Xiaoming rolled his eyes, though he actually understood Xian Tianqing's implication. Glancing towards Zhao Yalu in the distance, he lowered his voice. First lose that little belly of yours, work on some abs, then make an effort to chat with her more often, show her some genuine care. That'll do the trick. Xuan Tianqing frowned deeply, looking down at his slight tummy. The latter part is fine, but the first half, are you saying I'm fat? Aren't you? Xiaoming gave Sui Tian a light pat on the shoulder and asked, Etienne, is Xuan Tianqing fat or not? Yeah, a little. She nodded slightly. Damn. Xian Tianqing's face darkened. Fine, so I'm fat. Every fat guy's got potential. Maybe Zhao Yalu secretly has a crush on me right now. Yeah, whatever. Xiaoming shrugged. Think what you want. Morning reading's about to start. Hurry up and get back to your seat. Coming right up. He obediently returned to his seat while Sui Tian opened the lunchbox she'd bought that morning. Xiaoming, have you eaten? She curiously turned her gaze to Xiaoming, who glanced at the food on the table. Yes, I've eaten. You should eat now. By the way, your parents are going to transfer your household registration today, right? Right. She nodded slightly. Xiaoming then asked, then you also told your dad there's no need to look for a house anymore? She did, Sui Tian replied. Today they said they'd buy some bedding after transferring my household registration, to keep at the hotel temporarily. We booked the room for 3 days, so there's no rush to find an apartment. That's good. Eat quickly then, morning reading will start soon. By the way, there's still some AD calcium milk in my desk cubby. Remember to drink some after you finish eating. Xiaoming flashed a mischievous grin, his gaze inadvertently lingering on her chest. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Sui Tian frowned. How could he always pull out that AD calcium milk whenever? Did he really love hoarding AD calcium milk that much? This puzzled Sui Tian, but she didn't press further. Time flies by quickly. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the Pleasant School bell rang, and the politics teacher closed the textbook in hand. Alright, class, that's it for today. Work on the next test paper tonight, I'll check it tomorrow. You're dismissed. After speaking, the politics teacher picked up his goji berry-infused water cup and left the classroom. The classroom descended into chaos as students rushed outside in a flurry. Meanwhile, Xiaoming and Sui Tian calmly packed their bags before leaving the room together. It's almost time for our appointment with the landlord. Let's go check out the place together, and if you feel it's suitable, we can rent it. Tomorrow I can have your parents move in. Sui Tian nodded. By the way, what about the rent? Will it be very expensive? Don't worry, I have some money saved up now, I can cover it first. No. Sui Tian quickly shook her head. How could I let you pay for this? The rent is no small amount, you definitely shouldn't cover it. Xiaoming flashed a mischievous grin. Then I'll just give you less of a bride price later. Speaking of which, how much should I prepare for our wedding? Throw myself in for free. Sui Tian blurted it out without hesitation. Xiaoming couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. This silly girl is actually paying out of her own pocket. How absurd. Xiaoming said, alright then, I guess today it's my turn to pay the rent. Since you're being so generous, it's only fair that I cover the rent, right? Sui Tian frowned. Then, for the 100 million dowry in the future, I'll have my parents pay it. You should save up properly to marry me later. Forget it. Xiaoming shook his head. I can't save money at all, 100 million is too much. I'll pay it today, and give less later. Xiaoming said, alright, don't think you can outtalk me. Let's look at the house first, we'll discuss the rest later. Oh. Sui Tian puckered her lips. There was simply no winning an argument with Xiaoming's silver tongue. The two left campus together. Since the distance wasn't far, they decided to walk. 10 minutes later, Xiaoming and Sui Tian arrived at the entrance of Mingkonwenxin residential compound. This was a relatively new compound built in recent years, a resettlement housing project, though its ancillary facilities were quite decent. It's definitely much nicer than the neighborhood Xiaoming currently lives in. All the buildings in this complex are 26 stories high. The landlord was allocated 7 or 8 units after the relocation and now lives here. Xiaoming gave the landlord a call, and within minutes, she came down to meet them. She appeared to be a woman around 30 years old. Her skin was well maintained, looking quite youthful. She walked straight toward Xiaoming and Sui Tian, smiling as she said, hello, are you the ones here to see the apartment? That's right. Xiaoming nodded, and the woman gave an acknowledging Come with me. Everyone living in my house is from Genoa, so I charge a lower rent, she said as she led the way. Sui Tian scratched her head and whispered, did you tell her we're from Genoa? Silly girl. Xiaoming gently tapped her on the head. Aren't we wearing Genoa high school uniforms? Check if there's a Genoa logo on your chest. Oh, you're right. Sui Tian was completely baffled. Had she been so overjoyed these days that her brain stopped working? The landlord led Xiaoming up to the 6th floor of Building 12, Unit 1, then unlocked the door to apartment 0601. After turning on the lights, the scene before my eyes was quite similar to what I'd seen on my phone. The floor was extremely clean. Though the house wasn't luxuriously decorated, it had all the essential furniture. What stood out most was its remarkable tidiness. Since it wasn't frequently occupied, there was minimal dust on the floor. Evidently, the landlord regularly cleaned the place. Come, let me show you around. The landlord first led Xiaoming, Su and Etienne into the master bedroom, which contained 2 wardrobes, an assembly table, a bed, and 2 nightstands. Naturally, there was also an air conditioner mounted on the wall. For living purposes, the environment was indeed quite good. This is the secondary bedroom, with the same facilities as the master bedroom, they said. The range hood in the kitchen is functional, but you'll need to top up the gas card for the natural gas. The bathroom has a water heater, and there's underfloor heating in winter. The price is quite reasonable too. By the way, parking in this complex is incredibly affordable, just 1 yuan per day. If you have a car, you can register it with the property management. The landlord patiently explained the apartment's features, while Xiaoming turned to observe Su Etienne's expression. So, how do you like this apartment? Su Etienne nodded slowly. This house was truly good, and indeed very suitable for her and her parents. But, the rent here probably isn't cheap, right? Seeing Su Etienne's agreement, Xiaoming immediately said, then let's sign the contract. Chapter 63, Women Love a Bad Boy. Su Etienne hastily said, not that fast? Silly girl, since you've already taken a liking to it, how could we not sign the contract? If we don't sign today, chances are the house will be gone tomorrow. Ha ha. The landlord smiled slightly. Little girl, my apartment is quite nice, and mainly it's cheap. If it weren't for seeing your students, I might have already rented it out. Right. Xiaoming said, opportunity knocks but once. Xiaoming turned his gaze to the landlord. By the way, we're 12th graders now, so we'd like to rent for just 10 months. We hope you can understand. Alright. The landlord agreed readily. Since the house is for Su Etienne's parents to live in, it's best to sign the contract under her name. As for the contract, Su Etienne went through it carefully, just to avoid getting scammed. After all, awareness against fraud should never be lacking. When Su Etienne saw the monthly rent of 1,499 yuan, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. She looked up at Xiaoming. The rent, is it really that cheap? 1,499 yuan? Right, places like this usually cost over 2,000 yuan around here, which is why I rushed to sign the contract. Su Etienne couldn't help but fix her gaze on the landlord. The landlord nodded, that's the price, no additional fees whatsoever. Sign quickly. Got it. After signing his name, Xiaoming directly transferred 14,900 yuan to the landlord via Alipay. That's equivalent to 10 months' rent. Confirming that the rent had been received and exchanging a few brief words, the landlord left behind a set of keys before taking the contract and departing. Xiaoming sat on the sofa and let out a long sigh. Now everything's settled, we've got the house, and your parents are here too. Etienne, don't you think you should reward me with something? She slightly furrowed her brows. Xiaoming raised an eyebrow and said, aren't you going to give me a little love kiss? Upon hearing this, Su Etienne's delicate face flushed red. She still couldn't forget that moment at Xiaoming's home, when Xiao Guosheng saw her kissing his cheek. It was absolutely mortifying. Meanwhile, noticing Su Etienne's shy expression, the shameless Xiaoming grabbed her arm and pulled her into his embrace. Holding her slender waist, he fixed his gaze intently on Su Etienne's blushing face. The girl was still unusually shy, but Su Etienne also widened her eyes to look at him. Truth be told, at this moment she would have accepted anything Xiaoming did to her. She was just a bit timid after all, what girl wouldn't be? A little reserve is perfectly normal. Their gaze held for more than 3 seconds before Xiaoming leaned in directly to kiss her lips. Xiaoming vaguely remembered someone saying that if a man and woman maintain eye contact for more than 3 seconds, you can just go in for the kiss. To be a man, you must be decisive, shamelessness included. Only then can two people take their relationship to the next level. As for this kiss, Su Etienne didn't resist much either, even, somewhat enjoying it. She wrapped her arms around Xiaoming's neck, their chests pressed tightly together in a pose brimming with intimacy. As he inhaled the sweet fragrance of Su Etienne's breath, his masculine traits gradually became more pronounced. It wasn't until Su Etienne felt something peculiar that she suddenly straightened up, unable to resist glancing downward. Then, his cheeks flushed a deep crimson, like a red apple. Xiaoming, your lips smell so sweet. Xiaoming wore a mischievous smile, fully aware of what Su Etienne had seen, and deliberately changed the subject by saying, do you know why some couples start to resemble each other, looking more and more alike over time? Hearing this, Su Etienne shook her head. It's because kissing allows the exchange of cellular microbiota between mouths. These cells include growth cells, which eventually make us look more and more alike. Moreover, kissing has health benefits too. Kissing for 5 minutes every day can even help you lose weight. Xiaoming raised an eyebrow. So, Etienne, you get what I mean, right? Su Etienne lightly tapped his chest with her little fist. You're so annoying. You just want to kiss me, don't you? Yes. With a pout, Sui Tian added, fine, but you'll have to work on your abs. Girls really love abs, you know? I have one. There was no one around. This was now a completely private space. Xiaoming lifted his shirt, and 8 perfectly defined abs immediately caught Sui Tian's gaze. For some reason unknown to her, girls always seemed to adore abs. The moment she saw Xiaoming's sculpted abdomen, Sui Tian's eyes instantly lit up with admiration. Wow! She carefully poked Xiaoming's abs with her finger. They were rock hard and wouldn't budge. Xiaoming watched her reaction, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Well, do you like it? Yeah, I like it. She nodded blankly. With a mischievous grin, Xiaoming asked, you girls all love guys with abs, but do you know what guys like about girls? What's that? She flashed an innocent smile while Xiaoming's gaze lingered on Sui Tian's chest. Noticing Xiaoming's gaze, Sui Tian slightly lowered her head. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, her expression changed, but she felt too embarrassed to mention that particular part. Xiaoming continued, so, Etienne, you should drink more calcium milk. Otherwise, we'll have trouble if there's no breast milk when we have a child. Sui Tian was taken aback. Before, Xiaoming had been quite innocent, a proper gentleman with refined manners. How could he suddenly? So that's why you kept making me drink calcium milk all this time. He. Xiaoming scratched his head. Yep, see? I even worked out abs for you, so you gotta keep pushing too. Sui Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. Abs can be trained, but this seems like something you can't manually control, right? Mostly, she remembered something her classmate once said. Those men who claim rubbing baby rabbits makes them grow bigger are just making excuses. As for the idea that drinking more calcium milk can take you from an A cup to a D cup, that's even more ridiculous. Humph, how disgusting. Sui Tian huffed angrily. Xiaoming declared, don't worry, from now on I'll cover all your calcium milk, not for my sake, but for our future child, ensuring they have breast milk to drink. Humph. Excuse. Sui Tian rolled her eyes. However, Sui Tian wouldn't get angry. Men are all like this, only acting shamelessly with those they like. Him saying this proves he truly loves himself. After all, he's already talking about their future children. Alright. Xiaoming stepped forward and kissed Sui Tian's cheek. Call your parents to bring the things over. I'll head home first since I've got homework tonight. See you tomorrow. Chapter 64. When Sui Tian and I get married in the future, I'll ask for less bride price. After hearing Xiaoming's words, Sui Tian was a little displeased. Pursing her lips, she said, leaving so soon? Alright then, it's getting late now. Let me call mom and dad and share the good news with them. Got it. Xiaoming nodded, stood up, and picked up the backpack from the couch. By the way, you still need to find your parents, right? It's so late now, let me walk you. No need. Sui Tian shook her head, giving him a reassuring look. It's a harmonious society now. There are so many surveillance cameras on the streets. Nothing dangerous will happen. I'll go by myself later. You should hurry home. Alright then. Xiaoming smiled and didn't insist. After all, before they met again, she had always been independent, handling everything effortlessly on her own. It's just that after having a boyfriend, she's become a bit childish and a tiny bit more delicate. Every girl still carries a little princess in her heart. Sui Tian took the key and saw Xiaoming to the gate of the residential complex. After Xiaoming left, she pulled out her phone and dialed her dad, Su Anjing. On the other end, seeing it was a call from his beloved daughter, Su Anjing eagerly pressed the answer button. Hey, daughter, it's so late, are you back yet? Hearing her father's voice, Sui Tian replied, Ming Xiao just took me to look at a house. I'm still at the neighborhood gate now. Dad, have you and mom bought what you needed? You went to see a house today? Su Anjing was a bit bewildered. His daughter had only said they shouldn't look for a house yet because Xiaoming would help them with it, but he hadn't expected they'd go view one today. Yeah, and Xiaoming has already paid the rent. At this point, Sui Tian suddenly realized something. Dad, it was Xiaoming who paid the rent. I told him not to, but I couldn't persuade him at all. Su Anjing was even more confused now. The rent had already been paid, and it was Xiaoming who did it. Su Anjing hadn't even properly thanked Xiaoming for helping him find his daughter, and now he had even gone ahead and secured a house for them, paying the rent himself. At this moment, Su Anjing felt deeply uneasy about it. Suan felt that, whatever the case, he should pay a visit to Xiaoming's home and incidentally bring them the rent money. He said, Daughter, although Xiaoming is your boyfriend, your father has always felt rather unsettled. Do you know how much the rent is? Tell me, and we'll take it over to him later. By the way, do you know where Xiaoming lives? Yes, I know. I've been to his place before. The rent is 15,000. Dad, when are we going over? Su Anjing pondered for a moment. Let's go soon. I also want to properly thank Xiaoming. Without him, our family wouldn't have been reunited. Okay. Sui Tian readily agreed. The house is near Xiaoming's place, so I'll wait here for you. Later, I'll take you to find Xiaoming. Alright, Dad will go to the bank first to withdraw some money, buy a few gifts, and then come find you with your mom later. Yeah, I'm on Songgui Avenue, in the Mingkong Wenxin residential complex. After noting down the address, Su Anzheng hung up the phone. Sui Tian gazed at the streetlights, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. She realized that everything Xiao Ming had arranged was so methodical, utterly trustworthy. Meanwhile, at Xiao Ming's home, Dad, Mom, I'm home. Xiao Ming opened the door and casually tossed his backpack onto the sofa. Zhou Yanwen was stir-frying in the kitchen, while Xiao Guosheng sat on the couch, engrossed in a boxing match and snacking on sunflower seeds, completely absorbed. Hearing Xiao Ming's voice, Zhou Yanwen stuck her head out from the kitchen. You're back? So, how did it go? Did you and Sui Tian check out the apartment? Xiao Ming had already told his parents about the house viewing, so it was natural for his mom to ask. Yep, we've already signed the contract. Now that Sui Tian has found a home in Xinhai City, is the next step to discuss our marriage? Oh, stop it. Zhou Yanwen rolled her eyes. How old are you to be talking about marriage already? Of course, she knew Xiao Ming was joking, and she continued. Now just focus on your studies. Getting good grades in the college entrance exam is more important than anything else. Don't worry, Mom. Xiao Ming glanced at his dad, who was absorbed in a boxing show, with no intention of engaging him. Mom, let me help you in the kitchen. Since Xiao Ming's rebirth made him a completely different person, Zhou Yanwen's attitude toward him had also undergone a dramatic change. The once fearsome tigress seemed to have retreated into the mountains, only occasionally roaring a few words. In the kitchen today, Zhou Yanwen had prepared an unusually lavish meal. There were lobsters and seafood, beef, some stir-fried dishes, and even an ostrich egg. This ostrich egg is enormous, almost as big as a Hami melon. This is the first time Xiao Ming has seen such a big egg. Xiao Ming froze. Mom, what's going on? We usually don't buy seafood at home, and, what's the deal with this egg? Today, your father got promoted. Xiao Ming couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Xiao Guosheng, who was watching TV. He got promoted to product manager. He specifically called me today to ask me to prepare all this. Your dad's usually so busy with work, shouldn't we give him a proper treat? Xiao Ming burst out laughing. No wonder he's sitting there watching TV like some lord now. Normally you'd have scolded him long ago. Zhou Yanwen rolled her eyes. Go on, get out of here. Is your mother really that kind of person? At this moment, the family's Wangkai, the dog's name, somehow appeared at Xiao Ming's feet. His stubby little legs patted Xiao Ming's pants twice before barking woof, as if saying, yes. 40 minutes later, dinner was finally ready. Tonight's meal was exceptionally sumptuous. A whole ostrich egg had been turned into several dishes, fried eggs, tomato scrambled eggs, and steamed eggs. These 3 dishes barely managed to use up 1 ostrich egg. I just wonder how it tastes. In addition, there are dishes like sliced ox tongue, tripe, shredded pork with garlic sauce, and twice-cooked pork, nearly filling out the entire table. All these dishes were prepared to celebrate Dad's promotion. Normally his monthly salary is over 20,000. But now that he's been promoted to product manager, his income must have at least doubled. Although Xiao Ming didn't recall this happening in his past life, he didn't dwell on it too much. In the living room, Xiao Guosheng was still watching the boxing match, not even saying a word to Xiao Ming when he returned home. Normally, his father would get an earful from Zhou Yanwen for watching boxing matches. Being able to enjoy the match without interruption today, this must be the simple joy of being a man. Xiao Ming ran to his father's side. Dad, stop watching already, dinner's started, come eat. Oh, right. Xiao Guosheng snapped out of it, turning his gaze toward the dining table with a sudden bright smile. Son, how about keeping your old man company with a drink today? He knew Xiao Ming had never tasted alcohol before, but the boy was already 18 now, an occasional drink wouldn't hurt. Upon hearing his father's words, Xiao Ming repeatedly shook his head. I still have homework today. After dinner, I need to finish my assignments, so let's skip the drinking. Alright then. Xiao Guosheng didn't press the matter. After washing their hands, the two sat down at the dining table. Just as they were about to eat, the front door suddenly knocked. Xiao Ming was slightly stunned. Who would come to his house so late at night? The main thing was, they didn't really have any relatives here in Xinkai. Puzzled, Xiao Ming walked to the door. The moment he opened it, he couldn't help but freeze in astonishment. That's right, it was Sui Tian and her parents who arrived. At this moment, Sui Tian stood there somewhat awkwardly, still dressed in today's school uniform without having changed clothes. Behind her, Su Anjing and Xia Linju were holding some gifts. They had already changed into simple, modest outfits. Etienne, uncle and auntie, what brings you here? Xiao Ming glanced at Sui Tian's parents behind him. Uncle and auntie, please come in quickly. You probably haven't eaten yet, right? We've just started dinner at our place, perfect timing to join us for a meal. Xiao Ming warmly welcomed the 3 into the house, just as his parents came forward to greet them. When they caught sight of Sui Tian's parents, they too felt a tinge of surprise. Xiao Ming quickly introduced, Dad, Mom, these are Sui Tian's parents. Oh, Xiao Guosheng greeted enthusiastically, come in. We just started dinner, perfect timing. Now I'll have someone to drink with, ha. Xiao Guosheng was naturally sociable, especially since Sui Tian's parents weren't outsiders. Even though it was their first meeting, they would surely be seeing more of each other in the future. After all, the two children still need to get married. Xiaoming directly grabbed Sui Tian's hand and pulled her into the restaurant, smiling as he said, "Why did you come without telling me first?" That. Sui Tian was at a loss. "Didn't you just pay the rent? My dad came to give you the money. What's all this talk about money?" Xiaoming shook his head. "Didn't we agree? We'll deduct it from the betrothal gifts later." Sui Tian was speechless. Meanwhile, Xiao Guoshang had already stepped forward to shake hands with Su Anjing. "Son, bring out that bottle of mutai from under my bed. Hurry up, go get it." "Got it." Xiao Ming was delighted and immediately rushed into his father's bedroom. After searching for a while, he finally found the bottle of mutai. This scene left Su Anjing and Xia Linju somewhat at a loss. It seemed like the enthusiasm was a bit over the top. Xiao Ming's dad, your son paid our rent today. Here's 15,000 yuan, please take it." As he spoke, Su Anjing had already pulled out a stack of renminbi. Xiao Guoshang was taken aback. Why did this feel so distant? "No need to treat me like an outsider, no need." Xiao Guoshang chuckled and said, "You don't know, not long ago, Xiao Ming and Xiao Tian set up a stall selling grilled sausages together and made 50,000 yuan in just 5 days. We won't take the rent money. Isn't that right, Xiao Ming?" "Yes." Xiao Ming nodded with a smile, while Su Anjing felt even more unsettled inside. He couldn't shake the feeling that he and Xiao Ming's family were from entirely different worlds. "Let's discuss this later," said Xiao Guoshang. "Come in and have a meal with us first. Come on in." No need, we've already eaten," they declined. "Then have some more." Suan and Xia Linju couldn't withstand Xiao Guoshang's enthusiasm and ultimately had no choice but to relent. The main reason was that Xiao Ming's whole family was extremely hospitable, and moreover, they were Sui Tian's parents who had come. After all, both Xiao Guoshang and Zhou Yanwen adored her. "Xiao Ming, hurry up and get your uncle and aunt some chopsticks." "I'll go right away." Xiao Ming dashed off to the kitchen and returned with 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. After everyone had taken their seats, Su Anjing still felt that the important matter needed addressing. He spoke slowly, "Xiao Ming, thank you for helping us find our daughter this time. We truly don't know how to thank you enough." "Uncle, I've told you, no need to thank me. Seeing your family reunited makes me truly happy too. From now on we're all family, so there's no need for thanks. If you really want to show gratitude, just ask for less dowry when Sui Tian and I get married." Xiao Guoshang, Zhou Yanwen, Su Anjing, Xia Linju, Sui Tian, Wang Kai. When Xiao Ming said this, everyone present couldn't help but have question marks floating above their heads. Xiao Ming joked, "Today I asked Tian, and she said getting married would require a dowry of 1 million. No, Sui Tian blushed, "I was just teasing because you refused to charge rent." "Ha!" Xiao Ming chuckled, "Uncle, I was just joking. I'd much rather see your family reunited than see Sui Tian, and now that wish has come true, I'm happier than anyone. Besides, you've all accepted me too, haven't you?" Hearing this, Su Anjing nodded. Indeed, he had already accepted Xiao Ming wholeheartedly. This kid is really good. He's quite humorous and so upright. Especially that line about "we're all family," it truly warmed my heart to hear it. Xiao Ming's expression turned solemn. "So, there's no need for thanks. That would be too formal between us." "Ha ha." Xiao Guoshang nodded, "Exactly, now we're in-laws. There's no need for thanks between family." As he spoke, Xiao Guoshang had already opened the Maotai liquor and poured some into Su Anjing's cup. Su Anjing sighed, "No matter what, it's all thanks to Xiao Ming." He raised his glass, "This drink, uncle toasts you." Xiao Ming was taken aback. Goodness, having his future father-in-law toast him, Xiao Ming couldn't possibly accept such an honor. No, uncle, it should be me toasting you. I've got class tomorrow, so I'll substitute wine with juice." "All right." The atmosphere at the dinner table gradually grew lively. Xiao Ming picked up a shrimp with his chopsticks. "Etienne, would you like some? Let me peel it for you." Sui Tian bit her lower lip and nodded hesitantly. After all, she felt somewhat awkward in front of her parents. While peeling shrimp, Xiao Ming asked, "Uncle, has Sui Tian's household registration been settled?" "Got it." Su Anjing nodded and said, "It's already done. She used to be called Sui, but now she's Sui Tian. The name Sui Tian sounds better than Sui." Xiao Ming smiled and suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Dad, Etienne's mom doesn't have a job right now. Do you think it'd be okay to have her come work at our sausage shop when it opens?" "All right." Xiao Guoshang knew jobs were hard to come by these days. He nodded. "I won't meddle in this. You'll have to ask your aunt if she's willing." Chapter 65. Been drinking a lot of calcium milk lately? Upon hearing Xiao Guoshang's words, Xiao Ming raised his head and fixed his gaze on Xia Linju. From previous clues obtained through Sui Tian's parents, it was learned that Xia Linju had once run a food stall. Thus, she undoubtedly had experience in operating a food stall. Noticing Xiao Ming's gaze, Xia Linju, who had remained silent until now, still hadn't realized what was happening. Xiao Ming took out his phone, opened Douyin, and handed it to Xia Linju. Auntie, during the National Day holiday, Etienne and I sold grilled sausages and ran a Douyin account at that time. Take a look. As he spoke, Xiao Ming had already extended the phone toward her. Though somewhat puzzled, Xia Lingju accepted the phone. Her brows furrowed as she saw the content on the phone. She knew nothing about video creation, but the view count displayed was in the tens of millions, indicating his account must be doing quite well. Xiao Ming continued, at the time, Etienne and I were selling grilled sausages together at Wanda, and the results were excellent. After careful discussion, we decided to open a shop. How about this, Auntie and Uncle, you've just arrived in Xinqing and don't have jobs yet. The shop is about to open anyway, why not go there directly? Xiao Ming had given careful thought before making such a statement. Mainly, Sui Tian's parents lived in the countryside. Xiao Ming didn't know if they had any formal education, but in today's society, securing a high-paying job wasn't easy. Although Genoa's tuition fees weren't excessively high, she would soon be attending university. Over the years, her parents must have spent a considerable amount on Sui Tian's education, and it was unclear how much savings their family had left. It might be better for them to jointly run the shop instead. However one looked at it, the earnings would still surpass what they could make elsewhere. That's not the point. What matters is we're all family, money doesn't come into it. Noticing Xia Lingju's hesitant expression, Xiao Ming continued, Auntie, don't overthink it. After all, we'll be family soon anyway. I think this arrangement works perfectly. Right, Etienne? Ha! Sui Tian, standing nearby, never expected Xiao Ming to ask her. She nodded, I think what Xiao Ming said makes sense. Mom, maybe you should consider it. Zhou Yanwen also chimed in, exactly, I might not be able to handle things alone by then. If you're not busy, you can come over first. Zhou Yanwen also wanted her to come, hoping to bring the two families closer. As for salary or anything like that, she naturally wouldn't be treated unfairly. After careful consideration, Xiao Lingju's gaze towards Xiao Ming completely changed. She never expected Xiao Ming to have thought things through so thoroughly. He was actually worried about her not finding a good job, suggesting she join him and his mom in running the shop. With a faint smile, she spoke up, well, I used to work with snacks before. If you don't mind, I could come help out. Not at all, not at all. Xiao Guoshang had already raised his glass. Come on, in-laws, let's drink to this. Su Wanjing also raised his wine glass. Seeing the current scene, Xiao Ming was already thinking of another matter, namely, the job of Sui Tian's father. But there are some matters he truly cannot interfere with. When he establishes his own business in the future, he can properly show filial piety to his parents then. At this moment, smiles adorned the faces of all 6 family members from both households. Under the table, Wang Kai kept sniffing the ground with his nose, hoping a large chicken drumstick might fall from the dining table. The Xiaoming family were all very warm and welcoming, creating such a comfortable atmosphere that even the usually quiet Su Wanjing and Xia Lingju began chatting. 9 o'clock. Mom, you all keep chatting. I'm going to the bedroom with Sui Tian to do our homework. Go on then, off you go. Xiao Guoshang had drunk quite a bit, his face flushed red as he let out a burp and waved his hand dismissively. Got it. Xiao Ming whispered in Sui Tian's ear, come on, come to my room, I've got something to show you. Hearing this, Sui Tian showed a curious expression. What are we looking at? You'll know when we get there. O=3. Xiao Ming wore a mischievous grin. Sui Tian suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable when she saw this expression on his face. But still, she entered Xiao Ming's bedroom with him. After closing the door and turning on the light, Sui Tian immediately covered her nose. Xiao Ming, how many days has it been since you washed your feet? That stench of dirty socks hit me as soon as I came in. Wasn't I just waiting for you to wash them for me? Xiao Ming smirked shamelessly. After we get married, my clothes, socks, and underwear will all be your responsibility. Oh, Sui Tian's tone was dripping with disdain. Xiao Ming froze. Aren't you going to argue or anything? Nope, she shook her head. As your wife, doing housework, washing clothes, and cooking for my husband is perfectly normal. Head, you really are the woman I picked. Sui Tian's lips curved into a slight smile as well. Alright, didn't you want to show me something? What is it? Right away. Xiao Ming revealed a slight smile as he opened the wardrobe and pulled out an outfit. To be exact, it was a set of Hanfu clothing. What is this? Sui Tian saw that it was clothing, though folded at the moment, she couldn't tell it was a Hanfu. Xiao Ming was just about to speak when she couldn't help blurting out, this wouldn't happen to be a maid outfit, would it? Degree? Xiao Ming froze, she was right. If only he'd bought her a maid outfit instead. Ahem. If Sui Tian were to wear a maid outfit, his nosebleed might just spray out. Silly girl, what are you thinking? This is Hanfu, Han as in Han Chinese, Fu as in clothing. I wonder what's going on in your head. What, planning to serve your little master in a maid outfit? You? Sui Tian shot him a fierce glare. Xiao Ming wore a cheeky grin. Alright, do you remember? The first time we went out together, we saw 2 girls dressed in Hanfu. I remember you saying how pretty they looked, so I bought one online for you. Absolutely not, because I wanted to see you wear it. No, definitely not. Xiao Ming spoke while opening it. Sui Tian froze. You mean, you want me to wear it right now? Of course, Xiao Ming said with a grin. The reason I'm bringing it out now is definitely because I want to see you wear it. Honestly, I've been wanting to see you in hanfu for a long time. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Alright, but, do I have to change right now? What else? Xiao Ming replied. Are you still treating me as an outsider? Besides, you just need to take off your outerwear to try the hanfu on. Let's just test it out today. Fine, alright then. Sui Tian felt a little bashful. After all, both their parents were outside. If someone suddenly came in while changing clothes, that would be. I've already locked the door. Come on, hanfu can be quite tricky to wear, let me help you. With that, Xiao Ming helped her remove her coat. Today, Sui Tian was wearing a snug white long-sleeved shirt underneath. After taking off her jacket, the plump white bunnies were quite noticeable. Should be at least an A+, right? Xiao Ming couldn't help but comment, Etienne, have you been drinking a lot of AD calcium milk lately? Chapter 66, let's not go back. She froze for a moment, glanced down at her collarbone area, and seemed to realize what Xiao Ming was referring to. You're so bad. Hee, all men are like that. Xiao Ming glanced at the hanfu and said, I should have bought the high-waisted hanfu, but this time I got the mid-waist one. Next time I'll buy you a high-waisted set to wear. Humph. Sui Tian's cheeks were already burning red. While helping her dress, Xiao Ming continued, not just hanfu, we could also buy some professional outfits. Sui Tian rolled her eyes. No way, she retorted. I'll buy it. I won't wear it. The two began flirting playfully, and within minutes, this set of hanfu was already adorning Sui Tian's body. This hanfu outfit was light blue in color, adorned with many traditional Chinese-style decorations, along with some headpieces and a small fan. Although there wasn't time to style Sui Tian's hair properly at the moment, the outfit looked truly beautiful on her. At this moment, Sui Tian was like the seven fairies from some TV dramas, with just a bit of makeup and a nice hairstyle, she would surely turn heads walking down the street. Seeing Sui Tian like this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but say, truly, a single smile from her captivates 100 charms, making powder and paint in 6 palaces seem colorless. Really? Sui Tian seemed somewhat unbelieving, though no girl dislikes being pretty. Xiao Ming nodded. Of course, just wait a moment. Let me bring over the full-length mirror from my mom's bedroom, you'll understand when you see it. With that said, Xiao Ming had already opened the door, rushed into his mother's bedroom, carried the full-length mirror inside, and propped it against the wall. Sui Tian walked over leisurely and, upon seeing her reflection in the mirror, couldn't resist striking a couple of poses. Then came the inevitable narcissistic admiration. She couldn't help but say, don't say it, but I actually look pretty good in hanfu, huh? Of course. Xiao Ming looked at her and said, look who we're talking about, Sui Tian. You're practically a walking clothes hanger, everything suits you, right? Right. Sui Tian burst into laughter, then turned her gaze to Xiao Ming. After giving him a careful once-over, she tilted her head. I think you'd look really handsome in male-style hanfu too. How about next time we go out, we both wear hanfu? Listen to the wife. Xiao Ming stepped forward, pinched her cheeks, and went straight for a kiss on her lips. Mwah! Sui Tian didn't resist, eagerly meeting his lips. Alright, you've worn the hanfu, now take it off. You can dress up beautifully again next time we go out. Alright. Soon, Sui Tian took off her hanfu, then flashed a mischievous smile as she asked, so what should we do next? Let's play some games. Xiao Ming opened the official website of the 4,399 mini-games. There was only one chair at the computer desk, so Xiao Ming turned to Sui Tian and said, Etienne, come sit here. Sui Tian froze for a second. The issue was, there was only one chair here. For 2 people, it seemed hardly enough space to sit. Xiao Ming glanced at the dazed Sui Tian. What are you spacing out for? Come here. Wait, are you sure both of us can fit on one chair? Hearing this, Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively. It's simple. He sat down on the chair first. Then he patted his thigh and said, just sit on my lap. Sui Tian felt a bit shy, but still came over. When she sat on Xiao Ming's lap, Xiao Ming wrapped his left arm around her waist. Right at that moment, Sui Tian's body suddenly trembled. Her breathing grew increasingly erratic, so much so that Xiao Ming could feel her heartbeat accelerating rapidly. She slapped Xiao Ming's hand away angrily. Your hand, she huffed. Xiao Ming smirked mischievously. Nothing. Let's keep playing. This game is called Fireboy and Water Girl. Oh, Sui Tian responded, still a little annoyed, but she didn't say anything more. Soon, Xiao Ming and Etienne started playing games. The game was simple, but they didn't stick to it for long and instead returned to working on some test questions. About an hour and a half later, Etienne finally put down her pen. Phew, I'm exhausted. Sweet efforts. Xiao Ming scratched his head and spoke up. You should study more lately too. Look how hard this little piggy is struggling. Sui Tian snorted, putting on a full ferocious pout as she said, I know, but I have my dear you, so I'm not worried. Ha ha ha, that's true alright. Well, just ask me anytime you run into problems later. Hee hee, sure thing. She nodded. Outside, the voices of both sets of parents chatting could still be heard. Xiaoming spoke up. Our parents are still talking. Why don't we play a game for a while longer? Alright. Sui Tian nodded in agreement, and Xiaoming added, this time let's play King of Glory. After one match, it'll probably be about time for you to go home. MHM. Soon, Xiaoming and Sui Tian started a round of Honor of Kings. He had recently taken a special liking to playing Li Bai, while Sui Tian played her beloved Princess Yao Yao. That's right, the infamous freeloader Yao. This match was practically carried single-handedly by Xiaoming. The game quickly came to an end, and Sui Tian grinned mischievously. Wouldn't have guessed, your skills are amazing. Of course they are. Xiaoming struck a narcissistic pose as he said, alright, let's go check if our parents have finished eating yet. Aha! At that moment, he suddenly remembered something and called out to stop Sui Tian. Wait a moment, Etienne. Sui Tian quickly turned her head around. Xiaoming handed her the hanfu lying on the bed. This hanfu was bought for you. Take it back with you. If you don't know how to wear it, you can look up tutorials online. Hee hee, okay. Sui Tian gladly accepted, and the two of them went to the living room together, where Xiao Guosheng was still drinking with Suan. Both of them were already heavily intoxicated, with an empty mutai bottle lying on the floor, along with 2 bottles of Tianji Blue. They had drunk quite a bit. Sui Tian froze in surprise. Dad, how could you drink so much? At the same time, Suan turned his gaze toward Sui Tian. Sweetie, sweetheart, tonight you'll sleep with Xiaoming. We're not going home. Hick. Sui Tian, surprised face? Chapter 67. Thank goodness we didn't become sworn brothers. Sui Tian was thoroughly confused with a head full of question marks, while Xia Linju beside him shot a disgusted glance at Suanjun. What are you saying? Xia Linju took a deep breath. She had told him not to drink earlier, yet he insisted. Now he was probably completely muddled, unaware of what he was even saying. Meanwhile, Suanjun repeated again. I'm telling you, the girl shouldn't go back, she'll stay at Xiaoming's house. Enough, stop talking. Xia Linju stood up, addressing Xiaoming awkwardly. So Xiaoming, your uncles had too much to drink. You finished your homework, right? In that case, we should be going. Go where? Suanzhang waved his hand unsteadily, his head lolling drunkenly. I'm not leaving. Today I'm sleeping with my future-in-law. Xiao Guosheng nodded and said, right, I'll also accompany my relative-in-law to sleep. As he spoke, the two of them embraced. They acted like long-lost brothers, even sounding on the verge of tears. Xiaoming's lips twitched. Honestly, he'd never seen his father this drunk before. But when it came to holding her, Xiaoming carefully reconsidered. Thank goodness they hadn't sworn brotherhood. By now, Zhou Yanwen's demeanor at the dining table had grown noticeably peculiar. Her fists were clenched tightly. Were it not for Sui Tian and her parents present, Xiao Guosheng would undoubtedly have faced the roaring fury of an enraged tiger. Even the whipping from 7 wolves. Endure. I must endure. Zhou Yanwen forced out a faint smile. Alright, old Xiao, you're drunk. Go back to your room and sleep. Sui Tian hasn't even finished her homework yet. How can we possibly let her stay here? Is that so, Xiaoming? Ha, yes. Xiaoming nodded repeatedly. Though he too wished Sui Tian could stay here. Well, it was just a thought. Xia Lingju turned her gaze to Sui Tian. Etienne dear, quickly help your dad up and take him home. With that, she turned her gaze to Zhou Yanwen. Really, she doesn't usually drink this much, but today, old Xiao too. Zhou Yanwen and Xia Lingju were in a similar state of mind at this moment. Two men, utterly shameless. Sui Tian hurried over to support Suanzhang, while Xiaoming also stepped forward to help. No need to assist, I can walk on my own. Suanzhang wobbled as he stood up, forcing a faint smile at Xiao Guosheng. Well, dear-in-law, I shall take my leave for today. Next time, we'll drink together again next time. Next time, it's my treat. My treat. While speaking, Suanzhang was teetering on the verge of collapsing. Had Xiaoming and Sui Tian not been supporting him, he would have already faceplanted long ago. Upon hearing Suanzhang's words, Xiao Guosheng dumbly nodded in agreement. Okay, smack. Before he could finish speaking, just as he tried to stand up, his body had already slumped down. Zhou Yanwen, see, #endure. Seeing this, Xia Lingju wanted to step forward and help him up, but Zhou Yanwen stopped her. Don't mind him, just let him sleep on the floor tonight. No need to waste time on him. Xiaoming, quickly take your uncle home. Okay. Xiaoming froze, sensing something significant was about to happen. Zhou Yanwen stepped forward to open the door and press the elevator button. Xiaoming, escort them to the neighborhood gate and hail a taxi for them. I'll go check on Xiao Guosheng instead of seeing you off. Don't worry, Mom, it's fine. Xia Lingju came over and said, Xiaoming, go back and keep your dad company. I can support him. It's alright. Xiaoming shook his head. I'll walk you to the neighborhood gate. I don't have anything else to do anyway. But Etienne, go home and finish your homework quickly. Got it. After the elevator arrived, they stepped in. When they reached the neighborhood gate, Xiaoming asked, "Auntie, are you going back to the hotel today or returning to your rented home? We can just go back to the rental place. We've already brought the bedding over, and it's only a few hundred meters away. We can just walk there." "Xiaoming, then let me walk you back." No need, no need." Xia Lingju shook her head. "It's not far, so don't trouble yourself. You should go back and wash up quickly, you have classes tomorrow." Fine." Xiaoming didn't insist. Xia Lingju supported Su Anjun while Sui Tian waved at him from the side. "See you tomorrow then, get some rest early." "Yeah, you too." Gradually, the figures of the three grew more distant from him. He quickly disappeared around a corner. Xiaoming took a deep breath and didn't linger at the spot, wondering how Xiao Guoshang was doing back home. At the same time, at Xiaoming's home. "I told you not to drink so much, but you insisted. Now look at you, you've even broken your nose." "Wonderful." Zhou Yanwen shot Xiao Guoshang a fierce glare. At that moment, Xiao Guoshang was sprawled on the sofa with a wad of tissue paper stuffed up his nose. The trash bin beside him was filled with blood-stained tissues. "It's nothing." Xiao Guoshang waved his hand, unclear whether he was drunk or sober. "Just a busted nose, no big deal. Got a broken nose and think your face is shiny now, huh? Try that again and I'll end you." Outside the door, Xiaoming had already heard Zhou Yanwen's voice. He quietly pushed the door open to find the family dog Wankai trembling in terror in a corner. Xiaoming spotted Xiao Guoshang on the sofa and froze. "Mom, is Dad alright? I won't die." She fixed her gaze on Xiaoming. "Listen Xiaoming, don't you dare follow your father's example. If you turn out like him, just see how I'll smack you." Xiaoming was dumbfounded. "Why am I getting caught in the crossfire even when lying down? This is downright ridiculous. I'm a model student, I don't smoke or drink. How could I possibly be learning from my dad?" Alright. At this moment, Zhou Yanwei found Xiaoming downright irritating. She said, "It's getting late. Hurry up and take a shower, then go to bed. Don't be late for class tomorrow." "Got it." Xiaoming returned to his bedroom, took out his phone, and sent Sui Tian a WeChat message, telling her to let him know when she got home, then dashed into the bathroom to shower. By the time he finished showering, Sui Tian had already replied to his message. "Yeah, we're already home. My dad was dragged to bed by my mom and fell asleep." "Your dad fell down, is he okay?" Xiaoming's fingers flew across the keyboard. "He's fine. And, from now on don't say your dad or my dad. Say our dad, got it?" On the other end, Sui Tian's cheeks turned slightly pink when she read Xiaoming's message. "Our dad." She flashed a mischievous smile. "So next time when our dad drink together, should we go to our dad's place or our dad's place? And if we go to our dad's place, will our dad buy the drinks or will our dad buy the drinks? Question mark. Xiaoming froze. Oh, now this clever girl was teasing him. He replied, "Your daddy here bought liquor for our two dads." Sui Tian? Chapter 68. Grandma Liaoxian's condition is not good. You're taking advantage of me. Xiaoming sent back a mischievous grinning emoji. "Yep, sure I'm taking advantage of you." Forget it, I'm ignoring you now. Going to do my homework. Don't even think about me calling you daddy, no way. Then, Sui Tian turned off her phone. She frowned. Why do guys all want their girlfriends to call them daddy? How strange. Anyway, she would definitely never call Xiaoming daddy in the future. Nowhere at all. On the other side, Xiaoming looked at the message Sui Tian had sent him. This little girl is quite tsundere. Let's see if she still refuses to cry out when we're in bed. Thinking this, Xiaoming couldn't help but break into a knowing smile. Without giving it much thought, Xiaoming sent Sui Tian a good night and closed his eyes, though somehow the unmistakable male reaction had stirred. He silently got up, locked the door, found his headphones, plugged them in, and opened the Quark browser. In the following period, life gradually returned to its normal rhythm. Xiaoming's shop, Life is Unpredictable, Sausage Wrapping Intestine, officially opened for business, with Xiaoming's mother and Sui Tian's mother now running the small store. Thanks to the prime location and the traffic brought by Douyin, the shop's business has been thriving. On weekends, Xiaoming and Sui Tian would help out at the store, attracting small crowds of fans, with daily sales reaching around 10,000 to 20,000 yuan. Overall, it's been incredibly profitable, though most of the credit goes to the system, as all the ingredients used during this period were exchanged by Xiaoming using points from the Wish Point store. Sui Tian's father also found a decent job here as a cable worker. Though the job is labor-intensive and often requires overtime, the monthly salary of nearly 8,000 yuan is more than enough for him. Thursday, November 1st. The weather was getting colder. After finishing lunch, Xiaoming and Sui Tian were reading books in the classroom. At that very moment, Sui Tian's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Ren Xiaowan, head nurse of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. She turned her gaze towards Xiaoming. It was the nurse who called. Sui Tian felt a bit puzzled. She really hadn't spoken to Ren Xiaowan during this period. Could she possibly be missing her? Xiaoming at the side said, "Pick it up." Got it. She pressed answer, lifting the phone swiftly to her ear. Ren Xiaowan across from her spoke up, "Xiao Tian, am I disturbing you?" Ha, Sis Wan, what are you talking about? It's lunch break, I'm just reading in the classroom. Of course you're not disturbing me, Ren Xiaowan said. Good, I'm glad I'm not bothering you. Actually, there's something I need to talk to you about. Sui Tian noticed something unusual in Ren Xiaowan's tone and became serious herself. What's wrong, Sis Wan? Grandma Lu Xiang hasn't been doing well lately, maybe it's psychological. Since you left, her cancer cells suddenly spread. Every night she keeps murmuring your name. Upon hearing this news, Sui Tian's expression instantly froze. Then, I'll go right now. I'm going to the hospital to see her. With that, she anxiously hung up the phone. Xiao Ming, who was nearby, quickly asked, What's wrong, Tian? Grandma Lu Xiang isn't feeling well. I need to go check on her. At this moment, Sui Tian felt somewhat anxious and, without thinking twice, hurriedly left the classroom. Wait for me. Xiao Ming promptly followed in her footsteps. The two arrived at the school gate just as a taxi happened to pass by. Sui Tian quickly waved it down, and after they got in, her emotions had already become quite unstable. Sui Tian had a special bond with the hospital. Every doctor, every patient accompanying her, felt like family in some way. Perhaps this might be hard for some to understand, but Xiao Ming could. After all, without her parents by her side, she could only see them as family. Especially Lu Xiang, who often helped her with homework and kept her company. Sui Tian had long regarded her as her own grandmother. There weren't many cars on the road today. 15 minutes later, the vehicle stopped right in front of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. As usual, the place was still crowded with many patients and their family members. After getting out of the car, Sui Tian immediately ran toward the inpatient building. Xiao Ming had no choice but to follow closely behind. The elevator stopped on the 8th floor, and she was the first to rush out. You could imagine how anxious she was now. Entering the ward, Ren Xiaowan was tending to Lu Xiang at that moment. Compared to some time ago, her body had grown thinner and weaker, an oxygen tube inserted into her nose. Even her voice sounded unusually feeble now. Xiao Ming understood the pain of cancer firsthand. In his past life, one of his neighbors had closed their eyes forever after being ravaged by the disease. Does Ajian know if everyone is aware? You can search on Douyin to see. Grandma, I'm here. Sui Tian rushed over and immediately collapsed to the ground. Seeing the agony on Lu Xiang's face, tears streamed down uncontrollably. She clutched Lu Xiang's hand tightly, never imagining that during just these few days of her absence, her grandmother's condition could have deteriorated so drastically. Hearing Sui Tian's voice, Lu Xiang slowly lifted her head. Enduring the pain in her body, she turned her head and upon seeing Sui Tian, a long-lost smile appeared on her face. In an extremely soft voice, she said, You came to see Grandma? Yes, Grandma, I came to see you. Sui Tian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Xiang summoned all her strength. Grandma, might not live to see you get married. Grandma has missed you these past few days. Sui Tian shook her head. No, Grandma, you can make it. You have to hold on. I got into college, and I still need to treat you to a meal. Grandma will live a long life, don't talk nonsense. Listening to their conversation, Ren Xiaowan, who was standing nearby, also burst into tears. She knew the kind of bond Sui Tian and Lu Xiang shared. Though she had witnessed many deaths, the one that saddened her the most was undoubtedly Lu Xiang's. Grandma is just tired. Study hard, little sweetie, Grandma will bless you. Don't talk nonsense. After a long while, Grandma finally fell asleep. Because of the medication, her health isn't good now, but it's not serious enough to be life-threatening. But with the tumor metastasized, she can't undergo chemotherapy now due to her condition, and her body has developed drug resistance. Painkillers no longer work. The doctors in the hospital don't want to see her suffering either, but there's truly nothing they can do. Outside the ward, Ren Xiaowan was discussing something with Sui Tian. Xiao Ming stayed alone in the ward, gazing at Lu Xiang lying on the hospital bed. At this moment, where is her son? Couldn't he come see her? Xiao Ming sighed and asked. System, can't you save her? Chapter 69, The Unfilial Son. Truth be told, Xiao Ming didn't want to misuse the system either. But seeing Lu Xiang so helpless in the hospital bed and Sui Tian so heartbroken, he couldn't help but want to assist them. And precisely at that moment, the system's notification chimed. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the constants of human existence. My apologies, host, but this system cannot cure her cancer. However, considering her relationship with Sui Tian, the system can provide drugs to alleviate her physical pain and slow the spread of the tumor, which could prolong her life for a period. Advice for the host. What the patient needs most right now is companionship. Lack of companionship can intensify her suffering, making psychological treatment the top priority at this moment. The medication has already been stored in the Points Mall and can be retrieved at any time. Upon hearing the system's words, Xiao Ming wasn't surprised. That's right, birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural course of human life. No one can break this universal law. But Sui Tian's specialized heart failure medication. System, because that's your wish list, the female lead. Makes perfect sense. At this moment, Sui Tian and Ren Xiaowan had already entered. After some discussion, Sui Tian's expression remained particularly grim. Just now, Ren Xiaowan had told Sui Tian that under such circumstances, Lu Xiang probably wouldn't even last half a month. This sudden episode was directly related to having no one by her side. Normally, Sui Tian would occasionally look at her, which made her feel somewhat comforted. Recently, her husband hadn't been able to visit due to health issues. The caregiver was no better, treating her with extreme disdain. Lu Xiang also longed for her two sons day and night, but couldn't bear to tell them about her situation. Sui Tian walked in and fixed her gaze on Xiaoming, saying quietly, "Xiaoming, could you ask the homeroom teacher for leave? I don't feel like going to class this afternoon." Xiaoming nodded slowly. "Alright, I'll call the homeroom teacher then. I'll stay here with you this afternoon." "Got it." Just at that moment, Ren Xiaowan approached. "I called Lu Xiang's two sons yesterday. It took me saying it over and over before they finally agreed to come see her this afternoon. They probably won't stay long when they come. You can stay here, but don't make a scene when the time comes." "Got it, Sister Xiaowan." "Got it." Ren Xiaowan nodded. "Etienne, Xiaoming, you can stay with her first but don't disturb her rest. I'll head over now. If anything comes up, you can contact the nurse's station." "Alright, Sister Huan." Ren Xiaowan left the ward, and Sui Tian sighed, glancing helplessly at Lu Xiang lying asleep on the hospital bed. The ward held only her, with the two adjacent beds left empty. Xiaoming stepped onto the balcony of the ward to call Wang Qibei, requesting leave. Teacher Wang didn't say much else. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The ward door suddenly swung open. Two men in black leather jackets, each around 1.75 meters tall, walked in with obvious displeasure. They appeared to be in their mid-30s, a pair of twins who still looked relatively young. As soon as they entered, their gaze immediately fixed on Xiaoming and Sui Tian. Their expressions turned unpleasant as they said, "Who's this?" Ren Xiaowan quickly followed in behind them and explained. "Mr. Wang, these are our hospital's trainee caregivers. They're off duty today, but I asked them to temporarily look after your mother." "Oh." One of them nodded in acknowledgement, while Ren Xiaowan whispered, "You all can go attend to other tasks for now." "Got it." Xiaoming and Sui Tian understood Ren Xijuan's intention and quickly left the hospital room, but they didn't close the door. The two lingered outside the room, wanting to hear what they would say. Inside the ward, neither Wang Chang nor Wang Lei looked at their mother. As the elder brother, Wang Chang began to speak. "What's going on? How is my mother's health now?" Though he asked with concern, there was something distinctly off about his tone. Ren Xiaowan said, "Your mother's condition hasn't been good lately. The cancer cells have started metastasizing." Well, before Ren Xiaowan could finish speaking, Wang Lei interrupted. "Didn't I tell you? Use the best medicine possible. Money is no object for us. Was calling us here supposed to magically cure her immediately? Are you just wasting our time?" Hearing this, Ren Xiaowan wasn't the least bit surprised, because during their phone call, their attitude had been far worse than this. It was the same before. Ren Xiaowan took a deep breath and continued, "Even if you can't, but since it's already come to this moment, don't you think you should at least stay with your mother?" Wang Chang grew somewhat impatient and spread his hands. "Didn't I hire a caregiver for her? Right now, we're both incredibly busy. The company has so many matters that require our attention. A caregiver? Where is this caregiver you hired?" Ren Xiaowan felt her blood pressure spike. She took a deep breath. "Anyway, you should at least look at your mother. Let me tell you, if you don't spend time with her now, you might not even get the chance later." Only then did Wang Chang and Wang Lei turn their gazes toward the hospital bed. As they approached, instead of asking why she had become so thin, they covered their noses in disgust. "Why does it smell so bad?" Wang Chang slightly lifted the blanket, and the stench grew stronger. He quickly stepped aside. "Jesus, the nurse just soiled herself. Aren't you going to do anything about it? I'm paying for nothing to keep her here." Alright, I can't take this smell anymore. I'm going out for some fresh air." At this moment, Wang Chang and Wang Lei suddenly walked out together. Only Ren Xiaowan remained standing dumbfounded on the side. After coming out, Wang Chang muttered curses under his breath. "What kind of hospital is this? They don't even clean up after patients who soil themselves." At that very moment, both of them made eye contact with Xiaoming, their faces full of undisguised disdain. Inside the ward, though Lu Xiang's eyes were closed, she had heard every word her two sons just said. Tears streamed down from the corners of her eyes. Beside her, Sui Tian's expression had completely frozen. She said in a very soft voice, "Xiaoming, wait outside for a moment. I'll go in and help the nurse." Having said this, she had already stepped inside. Xiaoming wanted to follow, but Sui Tian likely meant she was going to help Lu Xiang change clothes. It wasn't quite appropriate for me to go in alone, so I stopped in my tracks. Not far away, Wang Chang and Wang Lei had already lit up a cigarette. Wang Chang took a drag and exhaled a cloud of smoke before saying, "What should we do? The old woman's condition hasn't improved. I heard our dad's been hospitalized too. Maybe you should stay here and watch over her?" "Why does it have to be me?" Wang Lei wore a look of disdain. Just hire a couple more nurses for her. The company's matters can't be left unattended. Besides, given her condition, who knows how much longer she'll last. Chapter 70. Oh my god, they're already getting physical, how disgusting. That's true. Wang Chang took a deep breath and sighed. So annoying, what a mess. Alright, don't worry about it too much. The nurses are probably changing her clothes now. We'll go in and check on her later. Inside the hospital room, Ren Xiaowan and Sui Tian were cleaning the dirt off Lu Xiang's body. It should have been her own children doing this, but instead it was left to the hospital nurses. Of course, neither Ren Xiaowan as head nurse, nor Sui Tian showed any sign of distaste. There are many such tasks in the hospital, and their duty is to take care of the patients. Because she needed to be turned over, the cancerous area in Lu Xiang's intestines suddenly began to ache, and she couldn't help but grimace, letting out a groan of pain. Ah! The heart-wrenching sound escaped her lips. This kind of pain was all too familiar to Sui Tian and Ren Xiaowan. After all, there were far too many cancer patients in the hospital. Many couldn't bear such agony, let alone a woman in her 60s or 70s. Thinking of her two unfilial children, Lu Xiang felt as if 1,000 knives were piercing her heart, to the point where she even wished for death. Sui Tian quickly grabbed some tissues from the bedside table and gently wiped her tears. Grandma, don't cry, hold on, it'll be over soon. Watching Sui Tian caring for her only made the pain in her heart grow sharper. Ungrateful wretches, ungrateful wretches. Sui Tian's face froze instantly upon hearing this. She must have just overheard what her two sons had said. Ren Xiaowan remained silent, not uttering a word. She had never seen such people before. The two of them worked diligently for quite some time before finally cleaning the grime off Lu Xiang's body, changing her into fresh hospital clothes, and replacing her bedsheets. Only afterward did Ren Xiaowan gather her things and leave. As she brushed past Xiaoming, she said, Xiaoming, Leroy's already packed up. You can go in now. Got it. Xiaoming glanced at Wang Chang and Wang Lei whispering to each other, sighed, then opened the system panel along with the point store. By now, he already had over 30,000 points. Xiaoming's thought process was simple. He'd hold on to these points for now, saving them to exchange for items that could boost his academic performance and medication for Sui Tian's heart failure. After flipping a page, the medication mentioned earlier by the system appeared in the item inventory. But the price was 0 points. Xiaoming decisively chose to exchange. A small bottle of medicine appeared in her hand. Xiaoming couldn't understand the name of the medicine. It seemed to be some kind of painkiller, with detailed instructions for use written on it. Take 1 tablet daily. After a brief observation, Xiaoming entered the ward. Sui Tian squatted beside the bed to comfort Lu Xiang while chatting with her. Lu Xiang wore an especially distressed expression, feeling she was delaying Sui Tian's classes. She really shouldn't have let her come. Xiaoming walked in and promptly took out the medication he was holding. Grandma, this is newly arrived medicine from the hospital, painkillers. This medication just passed drug approval, so there shouldn't be any issues with drug resistance. You can give it a try. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Sui Tian curiously raised her head. Ha, did you just go pick up medicine? I looked it up online and found this medicine. Let's see if it works. Indeed. Painkillers are crucial for cancer patients. Sui Tian quickly poured her a glass of water. Grandma, take the medicine quickly. It might help relieve the pain. As she spoke, Xiaoming had already unscrewed the medicine bottle. This pill was exceptionally small, probably only about 15 milligrams. Size doesn't matter. What matters is that it works. Xiaoming was particularly hopeful about the medicine's effectiveness. After all, anything from the system shouldn't be bad. Lu Xiang no longer had any strength left. It was Sui Tian who helped her take the medicine. Then, Sui Tian placed a pillow behind Lu Xiang's back, letting her lie down in a more comfortable position. Are you feeling better, Grandma? Unable to contain her concern, Sui Tian asked. Not wanting to worry her granddaughter, Lu Xiang slowly nodded and forced a smile. Yes, Grandma's much better, much better. She took deep, ragged breaths, her clouded eyes fixed on the ceiling as if lost in thought. About 10 minutes later, Wang Chang and Wang Lei finally entered the room. As soon as they stepped inside, their tone instantly changed as if they were different people. Wang Chang quickly stepped forward, saying, Oh, Mom, you're awake. I was so worried about you. He suddenly turned his gaze to Xiaoming and Sui Tian. Xiaoming took Sui Tian's hand and whispered, Etienne, let's go outside for a bit. Yeah, she nodded, then looked at Lu Xiang and said, Grandma, Xiaoming and I will step out for a moment. You stay with them for now. Sigh, alright. Lu Xiang nodded reluctantly, feeling that compared to her two unfilial sons, she would much prefer Sui Tian's company. After the two left the hospital room, Lu Xiang was greeted by her son's exaggerated concern. They acted with exaggerated solicitude, behaving as though they were completely different people from just moments before. But Lu Xiang knew exactly what kind of person her son was. She understood the reality all too well. Outside in the hallway, Sui Tian pursed her lips and scoffed in disapproval. So hypocritical. Grandma Lu Xiang's son, how could he behave like this? And Grandma didn't raise him to be like this either. How did he turn out this way? Xiao Ming sighed, there's nothing we can do. There are many people like this in the world, hard to fathom human hearts. All we can do is keep her company for a while. Sui Tian sighed, I just feel sorry for Granny Lu Xiang. She can't even enjoy her twilight years in peace. Xiao Ming, after school, I'd like to come by and spend some time with her. It won't be long, just 10 or 15 minutes. Got it. Looking at the thoughtful Sui Tian, Xiao Ming nodded in agreement. The two of them sat on chairs in the hallway and waited for a short while. Soon, two nurses entered the ward. They brought some equipment. Although Xiao Ming couldn't understand them, Sui Tian knew these were instruments for bowel relief. Lu Xiang was suffering from intestinal cancer, having undergone several operations already, with a large portion of her large intestine removed. Since she was completely immobile, she now required bowel relief every few hours. The nurse in the hospital noticed someone in the ward and inquired, Are you two the sons of Lu Xiang, the patient? Exactly right. Wang Chang nodded, and the nurse continued, Good thing you're here. The patient needs help with bowel movements. Since she's your mother, come and assist, please. With that, she handed them a pair of rubber gloves. Ha! Hearing this, Wang Chang immediately got upset. I just remembered there's something at the company I need to attend to. I'll step out to make a phone call. Little brother, go help quickly. With that, Wang Chang ran out. Wang Lei froze for a moment. Oh no, I think I forgot to lock my car. I'll go downstairs and check. That's right, Wang Lei also ran out. The nurse looked at his retreating figure, let out a cold laugh, and shook her head. Xiao Ming, I'm going to help Grandma. Sui Tian glanced at Wang Chang and Wang Lei standing at the door, then walked inside and closed the door behind her. Wang Chang and Wang Lei pressed against the door, unable to resist peeking into the hospital room. Before long, he shuddered with a chill. Damn, they're already touching each other. How disgusting. Chapter 71, Grandma has something important for you. Standing nearby, Xiao Ming overheard their conversation and rolled his eyes. When you were little, wasn't it your mother who raised you through all the diaper changes and midnight feedings? To be honest, Xiao Ming had never seen such a person in all his years. It completely shattered his worldview. Only after a long while did Wang Chang and Wang Lei enter the hospital room. Though somewhat unfilial, with no one else to care for her, they couldn't bring themselves to leave either. In any case, Xiao Ming couldn't fathom what they were thinking. Seeing Lu Xiang had someone accompanying her, Xiao Ming and Sui Tian left the hospital together, returned to school for their last class, then headed home with their backpacks. Perhaps because of what happened to Lu Xiang's grandmother, Sui Tian wasn't in the best mood. She spoke very little along the way, and faced with this situation, Xiao Ming didn't know how to comfort her. When they reached the entrance of her residential complex, Xiao Ming took a deep breath and said to her, Don't overthink Grandma Lu Xiang's situation. We'll visit her again tomorrow. Go home and finish your homework properly. Got it. She nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on her face. You should head back too. I'm fine, I just feel sorry for Grandma. Me too, but at least she has us by her side. That's right. Sui Tian had already made up her mind. Now, as long as she spent more time with her grandmother, even just ordinary moments, it should make her very happy. Hurry back now. Bye-bye Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming shrunk his neck slightly, mocking the cutesy repetitive words, so gross so gross. Alright, see you tomorrow, wifey. Xiao Ming waved at her as Sui Tian hopped cheerfully toward the residential area. At the same time, Xiao Ming also returned to his own home. Saturday. Early in the morning, Sui Tian called him. Xiao Ming hadn't gotten out of bed yet, fumblingly grabbed the phone, and pressed answer. Over the phone, Sui Tian said, Xiao Ming, last night Grandma suddenly called me and asked me to come over today, saying she has something very important to give me. Hearing this, Xiao Ming furrowed his brows slightly. Something very important for you? Yeah. Sui Tian was completely baffled at the moment. She said it's extremely important and insisted I go over today. Oh, and she mentioned the medicine you gave her worked wonders, her pain's gone now, and she's even got her appetite back. As she said this, Sui Tian's tone noticeably brightened with happiness. That's great news. Xiao Ming placed his phone by the pillow and turned on speaker mode. So, are you asking me to come along? Yes. Sui Tian didn't object. Grandma said she loves seeing us together most. She told me when she sees us, it's like seeing her younger days reflected. Xiao Ming paused briefly. Wait for me, I haven't gotten up yet. You can come straight over. By the time you arrive, I'll be ready. Alright. She readily agreed. I'll go downstairs right now. Hurry up and get dressed, I'll bring you breakfast. Alright. Xiao Ming quickly dressed, washed up after getting out of bed, and of course didn't forget to check in with his system. It's only during check-ins that he remembers the system exists. After getting up, he rushed to the bathroom to wash. The house was empty. Zhou Yanwen had already left for the shop, and his mother hadn't woken him, intending to let him rest longer. After straightening his clothes, Xiao Ming hurried out. By the time he reached the neighborhood entrance, Sui Tian's figure had just come into view. Ever since she found her biological parents, her wardrobe had expanded considerably. Sui Tian was exceptionally pretty, and her father often bought her all kinds of fashionable outfits. Today, she was wearing a puffy skirt, and as the weather had turned chilly, she paired it with stockings. No, wait, it was actually those seamless fleece-lined leggings meant to mimic bare legs. She wore a somewhat thick baseball jacket without any makeup, but her natural complexion had always been lovely. In her hand, she carried a burger and soy milk from McDonald's. Spotting Xiaoming's figure, she quickened her pace noticeably and extended her hand as she approached him. Didn't expect you to be so punctual. Here, this is the breakfast I bought for you with love, please enjoy, darling. Mei-chem, thanks sweetheart. Xiaoming gently rubbed her head and took the breakfast she had lovingly bought, while Sui Tian had already taken out her phone to call a cab. Her life wasn't as frugal now. She used to hesitate to take taxis, but things had improved significantly. After calling the car, she scratched her head in confusion. I wonder what important thing Grandma wants to give me. I really can't figure it out. You'll know when we get there. Xiaoming smiled faintly without overthinking it, and 3 minutes later, the car had already stopped at the residential complex gate. Xiaoming and Sui Tian quickly walked over to it. As the car drove slowly, Xiaoming began munching on a burger inside, while Sui Tian kept gazing out the window, lost in thought. Due to the morning rush hour, the traffic was a bit heavy, and it took them half an hour to finally arrive at the Chinese medicine hospital. After thanking him, the two of them got out of the car together and headed up to the inpatient ward, pressing the button for the 8th floor in the elevator. The hospital corridor smelled of disinfectant in the early morning, where a janitor was mopping the floor. Sui Tian recognized her, exchanged greetings, and then entered the ward with Xiaoming. At this moment, Lu Xiang was the only one in the room. She lay on the hospital bed, still fast asleep, with the oxygen tube still inserted in her nose. Wang Chang and Wang Lei left on Thursday night, and the caregiver they mentioned never showed up. Sui Tian didn't want to disturb her, so she tiptoed in and sat on the adjacent hospital bed, quietly watching over her. After 2 days of medication, Lu Xiang's condition had indeed improved, allowing her to sleep peacefully without being kept awake by pain. But her body remained terribly thin and weak beyond measure, still unable to leave the bed. After more than half an hour, Lu Xiang slowly opened her eyes. Seeing her wake, Sui Tian hurried over and asked with concern, Grandma, you're awake, do you need to use the toilet? With that, she deftly pulled the chamber pot from under the bed. Having grown up in hospitals and frequently assisting nurses in patient care, handling matters like helping patients with toileting was nothing out of the ordinary for her. Xiaoming naturally turned his head away, while Lu Xiang's eyes welled up with tears at the sight of Sui Tian, gratitude spilling from her trembling voice. Thank you, Xiaotian, thank you so much. Not even my 2 sons have done this for me. I'm truly grateful. Grandma, what are you talking about? I've always considered you as my own grandmother. There's no need for thanks. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiang cried even harder. After tending to her, Sui Tian helped wash Lu Xiang's face with warm water and adjusted the hospital bed's angle to make her more comfortable while reclining. At that very moment, Lu Xiang seemed to reach a decision and softly spoke. Xiaotian, Xiaoming, come here for a moment. Xiaoming and Sui Tian quickly approached. What's wrong, Grandma? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? No, she shook her head, slowly moving her arm to reach beneath the pillow and pull out a plastic bag. Then, with trembling hands, she tried to pass it to Sui Tian. Sui Tian quickly stepped forward to take it. What's this? You've been kind to me. This is for you. Sui Tian was somewhat puzzled as she slowly opened it, only to discover 2 red booklets inside. On them were written 12 characters, People's Republic of China, Real Estate Ownership Certificate. Chapter 72, Directly Gifting 2 Properties? Sui Tian? Xiaoming? When Sui Tian and Xiaoming saw these dozen or so characters, they were completely bewildered. Inside the bag were 2 property deeds. Sui Tian quickly looked up and asked in confusion, Grandma, what do you mean by this? She forced a faint smile and said with a sigh of relief, this is for you. Keep it safe. For your wedding in the future. Lu Xiang deliberately emphasized the words for your wedding. In her heart, she dearly wished to witness Xiaoming and Sui Tian get married. Hearing this, Sui Tian was even more bewildered. She quickly shook her head. Grandma, this isn't right. But this is your house. How could I possibly take your house from you? No. Lu Xiang shook her head. This house was originally meant for my 2 unfilial sons. Sui Tian replied, then I absolutely can't accept it, Grandma. They're already married and have started their own families. Grandma Lu Xiang seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, then continued. The eldest son Wang Chang, his child should be 4 years old now, but I've never heard that child call me Grandma. The second son Wang Lei, his son is 3 years old now. My 2 sons married late, they were busy with their careers, so they left me and the old man at home. I haven't even met their children. Even before I got sick, they neglected me. After I fell ill, aside from paying the medical bills, they barely came to see me. Tears rolled down Lu Xiang's cheeks. They, just like their wives, treat me and the old man as burdens. What I need isn't money, it's companionship. Sui Tian stepped forward to wipe the tears from her eyes. Lu Xiang continued. Little Tian, you just said you considered me as your own grandmother. In truth, I've also come to see you as my own granddaughter. My children are now married and have started their own families. Though they may be unfilial, as long as they remain healthy and alive, that's enough for me. But I won't leave them a single possession. You're the one who's been good to me, you're my real granddaughter. This house, it's yours. No. Sui Tian still firmly shook her head. But Lu Xiang simply ignored all that. You and Xiaoming each get one set. Xiaoming is such a good boy, better than my own son, he's truly my grandson. My own child never even helped me get medicine. At this thought, Lu Xiang couldn't hold back her tears as they rolled down her cheeks again. Lu Xiang turned her gaze to Xiaoming. Xiaoming, Xiaotian is a good girl. Treat her well, study hard for college together, and get married someday. There's also my will in the bag. I had the nurse help me write and sign it. After I'm gone, you should take it, for the transfer procedures. No, Grandma, I can't accept this. Sui Tian shook her head tearfully. She never imagined that her ordinary caregiving would lead the elderly woman to gift her the house she'd spent her entire life saving to buy for her own son. Xiaoming stepped forward too. Grandma, why talk about wills? You'll live here yourself for years to come, and you'll need to help Etienne and me take care of our future children. He wasn't good with comforting words, but everything Lu Xiang had done came as such profound surprise to him. Grandma, I'm afraid I won't have that blessing. Lu Xiang raised her trembling arm and wiped away the tears at the corner of Sui Tian's eyes. Grandma, I really can't accept this. Etienne, please just take it. At this moment, Ren Xiaowan had somehow entered the ward without anyone noticing. That's right, this will was dictated to her by Lu Xiang. At first, she was unwilling too, but she simply couldn't persuade her. Even Lu Xiang threatened to pull her oxygen tube. Later, Ren Xiaowan realized Lu Xiang was serious, so she agreed to write it down for her. Sui Tian turned her head. Sister Huan, how, you too? Grandma is serious. Ren Xiaowan's expression was particularly solemn. She said yesterday that you gave her a new lease on life, and without your company, she might not have made it through. Etienne, it's you who stayed with Grandma after every surgery, talking with her. You did great. Sui Tian shook her head. This is what I should do. Sui Tian suddenly didn't know what else to say. Her intuition told her that no matter what she said, she wouldn't be able to argue Lu Xiang down. The only solution was to give the 2 property deeds to her biological son, but doing so would violate Grandma's wishes. At a loss, Sui Tian turned her gaze to Xiaoming, who took a deep breath. This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. By all rights, it shouldn't be accepted, but she was afraid Lu Xiang might do something foolish. It seemed she'd have to accept it for now. Xiaoming spoke up. Etienne, take it. It's grandmother's kind intention. Ha! She was startled, and seeing Xiaoming's serious expression, she didn't dwell on it further, simply nodding slowly in response. Meanwhile, Lu Xiang, upon hearing Xiaoming's words, broke into a smile. Her heart swelled with genuine joy. Seeing this smile, the 3 people present couldn't feel happy. At that very moment, Lu Xiang suddenly spoke. Grandma is tired. Grandma wants to sleep for a while. Xiaotian, Xiaoming, thank you for keeping Grandma company. Grandma is very happy. Having said this, she closed her eyes. The surroundings became eerily quiet, leaving only the sound of her steady breathing. It was unclear whether she was pretending to sleep or had truly fallen asleep. Perhaps her mind was preoccupied with other thoughts, or maybe she was missing her son. Ren Xiaowan glanced at Lu Xiang and murmured, let's go out. Don't disturb her. With that, she led Xiaoming, Su and Etienne out into the hallway. Sui Tian stood there in a daze. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. They sat on the chairs in the hallway. Sui Tian beside him couldn't help but ask, Xiaoming, I feel we shouldn't take Grandma's property deed, it's far too important to her. I do. Xiaoming nodded, his tone carrying a trace of helplessness. But we couldn't argue with her, so let's accept it for now. Grandma's health has improved somewhat, so we'll spend more time with her while figuring out what to do about these properties. Got it. Sui Tian nodded. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wang Cheng and Wang Lei had just arrived at their father's hospital. Dad, where were you yesterday when we came to visit? I was delivering the property deeds to your mother. What? Property deed? What property deed? Damn old. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chapter 73. After I die, sell it and donate the proceeds to the children. Wang Cheng and Wang Lei were both bewildered. Property deed? Just what property deed was this? Beside them, Wang Cheng and Wang Lei's father, Wang Bagua, wore a look of disappointment. Wang Cheng's earlier words, dead old, probably meant dead old man. He just didn't say it outright. So be it. Wang Bagua shook his head. After all, he was a man nearing his end. If his sons were unfilial, so be it. He'd endured all these years, he was used to it by now. Lu Xiang didn't specify who to give the property deed to, but based on his understanding of his wife, it certainly wasn't meant for their 2 unfilial sons. Wang Cheng felt a twinge of suspicion and couldn't help but ask, Dad, what property deed are you talking about? The one for the small house you live in? I don't recall Mom ever buying a property. I don't know. Wang Baobo shook his head. Just then, a nurse entered and changed his drip. He continued, if you wanna know, go ask your mother. I don't know anything. With that, he closed his eyes to rest. Nearby, Wang Chang and Wang Lei exchanged glances before getting up and heading out of the ward. Half an hour later, Wang Chang and Wang Lei arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital again. At this time, Xiao Ming and Sui Tian hadn't left. They were sitting on chairs in the corridor, with Sui Tian occasionally entering the ward to check on Lu Xiang's condition. Seeing that Lu Xiang was already asleep, they didn't disturb her. Hearing the footsteps, Xiao Ming and Sui Tian both looked up. Wang Chang and Wang Lei exchanged puzzled glances. They seemed to have spotted these two people during their last visit. Why were they still here today? Without giving it much thought, she walked straight into the hospital room. She intended to ask about the property deed. Xiao Ming, Grandma Lu Xiang's son has come again. Maybe we should. But, Xiao Ming frowned slightly and whispered, if we give the property deed to her two sons, not only would it break Grandma's heart, but it might also damage their mother-son relationship. Grandma isn't doing well physically. If we upset her again, I'm afraid. Xiao Ming left the sentence unfinished. Sui Tian thought carefully for a moment before sighing resignedly. True, but taking someone else's belongings just feels wrong to me. Let's listen to what's happening inside first. As he spoke, Xiao Ming got up and positioned himself by the hospital room door. In the hospital room, seeing his mother fast asleep, Wang Chang went straight over and gently shook Lu Xiang. Mom, wake up, Mom. Hearing the voice, Lu Xiang slowly opened her eyes. Seeing it was Wang Chang, her heart sank. She truly didn't want to see him at all. Wang Chang's face lit up with joy. Mom, you seem much more energetic today. Dad mentioned he brought you a property deed yesterday. What's that about? At the mention of the property deed, Lu Xiang's pupils suddenly constricted. Sure enough, it was about this matter. She shook her head slightly and said in a very soft voice, I don't know. I don't know. With that, she closed her eyes. Wang Chang felt a pang of annoyance. Mom, did you buy a house before you got sick? Could it have been meant as a wedding home for us? Or, are you talking about the property deed of your old house? Faced with Wang Chang's questioning, Lu Xiang remained tight-lipped and said nothing. Wang Lei stepped forward from behind. Alright, we're not short of anything now. What's all this talk about houses? But, Wang Chang leaned closer to Wang Lei's ear and whispered, have you forgotten? She was a university professor with considerable savings when she was alive. After her death, all those things should rightfully be ours. Hearing this, Wang Lei's eyes gleamed with greed. He whispered, then let's talk about it after she's dead. She probably won't live much longer anyway. But, why would she have Dad bring the property deed to the hospital? Right, Wang Lei said in an exceptionally low voice. Maybe they're afraid we'll go back to the hometown to claim it? Never mind that for now. Take good care of her during this period. We're definitely in line to inherit the estate. That's true. After some whispered conversation, Wang Chang regained his smile. Well, Mom, you should rest now. We're really swamped with company matters, so we'll head out first. Oh yes, we've hired 2 more caregivers for you. They'll arrive this afternoon, and we'll make sure to visit often too. With that, he and Wang Lei left the place. Xiao Ming quickly returned to his seat as well. Only after the two had left did Sui Tian speak up. So, what did they say? It's about the property deed. Xiao Ming took a deep breath. They already know about it. If they find out it's with us. Xiao Ming's complexion didn't look good. This matter really wasn't easy to explain at all. I'll go ask Grandma for her opinion. With that, Sui Tian and Xiao Ming entered the hospital room. Lu Xiang lay with her eyes open, staring at the ceiling. Only when she heard footsteps did she slowly turn her head. Grandma! Sui Tian clutched the bag in her hand. Upon seeing them, Lu Xiang smiled. It's my granddaughter, you haven't left yet. Sui Tian shook her head. We just heard what your son said, Grandma. It's really inappropriate for you to give this to us. Grandma knows the law. I've consulted a lawyer. That will is legally binding. Right now, what those 2 children care about isn't my health, it's my inheritance. These 2 houses are my most valuable possessions, and I can't give them away. If you're truly worried, you could sell them and donate the money to impoverished mountain regions, to those children who can't afford education. Hearing her words, Sui Tian turned her gaze toward Xiao Ming. For him, this idea was indeed the best. Xiao Ming nodded and said, alright, Grandma, we'll keep these 2 property deeds for you temporarily. Once you recover from your illness, we'll return them to you. Lu Xiang, after I pass away, just sell them, donate the money to children. Xiao Ming fell silent. At the same time, he touched his head and thought to himself, System, how long will the medicine you gave me keep Grandma alive? Just then, the system's voice came through. The medication's effectiveness varies depending on physical condition. Currently, it has controlled the cancer's metastasis and can extend life by 1 to 3 years, possibly longer. It's crucial to maintain the patient's physical and mental health, as this helps stabilize the medication's effects. That's acceptable enough. Xiao Ming thought carefully about it. If he took good care of her and let her witness his marriage to Sui Tian, everything should be fine. This counted as good news. A faint smile appeared on Xiaoming's face. Don't talk nonsense, Grandma. Rest assured, medical science is so advanced now. Focus on recovering, we'll come to see you more often. Got it. She smiled and nodded. Xiaoming continued, let's buy a wheelchair later so we can regularly take Grandma downstairs to enjoy some sunshine. Okay. She nodded. Chapter 74, a date while bringing your parents along? Perhaps because they were concerned about Lu Xiang's inheritance, ever since this incident, Wang Chang and Wang Lei had been visiting the hospital much more frequently. The two caregivers they hired had also arrived. Coupled with the continued use of Xiaoming's medicine, Grandma Lu Xiang's health showed slight improvement. The hospital also conducted a new examination of Lu Xiang's condition and discovered the cancer cells had been suppressed. Even the attending physicians couldn't believe it. This was nothing short of a medical miracle. Lu Xiang also told a white lie to her two sons, hinting vaguely through her words about matters concerning inheritance. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was November 11th, a Sunday, also known as Singles Day. In the back garden of the Chinese Medicine Hospital, Sui Tian was pushing a wheelchair while chatting with Lu Xiang. A blanket covered Lu Xiang's knees, and because of the cold weather, she was also wearing a scarf that Sui Tian had personally knitted for her. Sui Tian chatted and laughed with her, talking about last month's exam results. Since her health had improved, Lu Xiang could now help Sui Tian with some of the problems she couldn't solve. As for Xiaoming, he wasn't with them, because today is a special day. November 11th, Singles Day, is also Sui Tian's birthday. When he helped Sui Tian search for her parents last time, he had learned her true birthday from the public security system. After updating the household registration, the information on Sui Tian's ID card was also corrected. But since she had been preoccupied with Lu Xiang during this period, she hadn't noticed the change at all. And Xiaoming, of course, remembered his girlfriend's birthday. Today was her coming-of-age ceremony, which meant, from now on when checking into hotels with her, they wouldn't need to call parents for confirmation. 18 was a turning point in life, and Xiaoming was determined to prepare a proper gift. On this weekend afternoon, the shopping mall near the university district was filled with young couples strolling hand in hand. Meanwhile, some single folks were also out shopping, hoping to find love on this special day. Xiaoming wandered alone through the mall floors, muttering to himself, 18 years old, what gift should I give? Truth be told, Xiaoming really wanted to give a brick engraved with, may our love be as strong as stone. He just wasn't sure if she'd use that same brick to smack him. At that very moment, he suddenly noticed a shoe store. 18 is the age when a woman steps into maturity. High heels should be nice. As this thought occurred, Xiaoming suddenly envisioned a particular scene. She was dressed in a white blouse, a black body-hugging skirt, her legs wrapped in sheer black stockings, and high heels, striking an alluring pose before him. Her teeth bit her lip as she waited for Xiaoming. At this thought, Xiaoming felt a rush of boiling heat surge through him. Although his imagination didn't quite match Sui Tian's reality, still, a little training ought to work out just fine. He quickly ran into the store, a boutique offering affordable luxury, where shoes weren't exorbitantly priced but still cost around 1,000 or two per pair. A sales attendant spotted the customer approaching and greeted him with a faint smile, asking, hello, welcome, are you shopping for your girlfriend's shoes? Yes. Xiaoming nodded, his gaze fixed on the pairs of high heels displayed on the counter. Sui Tian already has a tall and slender figure, so she should definitely wear higher heels. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward a pair of black high heels with glossy uppers, likely 10 centimeters high, and red soles. They looked exceptionally mature. This kind of shoe usually appeared more often in adult films. He was smitten at first sight. Though I don't know if Sui Tian likes high heels, it's fine as long as I like them myself. Normally you might not wear them, but when doing this, Xiaoming held them in his hand for a moment and then asked, hello, these high heels, 2,499? Xiaoming found this price acceptable. The salesgirl nodded, yes, $24.99. These shoes are the latest style in our store. The salesperson rambled on for quite a bit. Xiaoming thought carefully for a moment before decisively saying, then these will do. My wife takes size 37.5. Do you have them in stock? Yes, we do. The salesperson loved dealing with straightforward customers. She nodded cheerfully, I'll get them from the warehouse for you. Just a moment, please. All right. With that, the salesperson left the area. Xiaoming furrowed his brows. Sui Tian doesn't like wearing black stockings. Could it be that I'll have to buy them for her? Never mind, never mind. If I went to buy black stockings myself, I'd probably be seen as a creep. Better to order them online, then have customer service ship them discreetly. Afterward, I can just give them to Sui Tian. Whether she wants it or not, just take her to the hotel when the time comes. Wearing it or not isn't her decision to make anymore. Before long, the salesgirl came over carrying a shoebox. After opening it for Xiaoming to confirm, she took him to complete the payment. Leaving the store, Xiaoming went to the first floor and bought a few outfits. Because of the cold weather, he gave her a down jacket, and not just that, Xiaoming also bought 2 sets of thermal underwear for his future parents-in-law. Tonight is the perfect time to give it to them. That way, we'll definitely leave a great impression on my parents-in-law. Of course, a birthday cake is a must. 5:30 in the evening. Xiaoming took out his phone and dialed Sui Tian. Sui Tian answered the call almost immediately. Hey, you haven't contacted me all day. Where have you been? Nowhere special. Xiaoming said mysteriously. Do you know what day it is today? Sui Tian pondered for a moment. Are you stupid? It's Singles Day today. I thought you'd be keeping me company, but turns out I'm still single, sigh. Ha ha. Xiaoming chuckled. Sui Tian was just as adorably naive as ever. He asked, you're the one who wouldn't let me come today, saying you were taking grandma for a walk. So how is it? Are you still at the hospital? Got it. She replied. It got dark. I've already taken grandma back to her room, and her son came over. I just came downstairs. Perfect. Xiaoming sent her a location pin on WeChat and said, I've booked a restaurant. Come straight here, no need to contact your parents. They're already here. Sui Tian opened WeChat, stared at the location Xiaoming had sent her, and felt momentarily bewildered. Today is Singles Day, so it's perfectly normal for Xiaoming to have a date with her. But, bringing her parents along on the date? What the hell? Chapter 75, Sui Tian's birthday. Sui Tian scratched her head without giving it much thought. After hanging up the phone, she opened the location Xiaoming had sent her. The location wasn't far from her, only 3 kilometers away, with the destination being the Shangri-La Hotel. Seeing this, Sui furrowed her brows slightly. If she remembered correctly, the consumption at Shangri-La Hotel was around 500 plus per person. The price was exceptionally high. Why would Xiaoming suddenly go to such an expensive hotel? Even if it's double 11, you wouldn't eat at such a pricey place. Just as Sui Tian was lost in her thoughts, Xiaoming sent her another message. Room 566. I'm free right now. Do you want me to pick you up? Seeing the message, Sui Tian quickly typed back. No need. It's just 3 kilometers. I can ride a shared bike there. No need to pick me up. I'll arrive in about 10 minutes. Then take it easy on the road. Sui Tian said she didn't need to be picked up, and Xiaoming didn't insist. In the private room, Xiaoming checked the time on his phone. Sui Tian's parents hadn't arrived yet at this point. Since landing the job, Su Wanzheng had been working extremely hard, practically volunteering for overtime every day, putting in a solid 12 hours of work each shift. Naturally, more work meant more pay. This way he could pull in 7 to 8,000 yuan a month. For him, it was quite a bit. As for Xia Lingju, she ran the sausage stall together with Xiaoming's mother. Now that students are in school, there are fewer of them around, but since it's a famous attraction after all, we can still sell over 1,000 yuan worth of sausages in a day. About 5 or 6 minutes passed. The door to booth 556 was suddenly pushed open gently. At the same time, the voices of Su Wanjing and Xia Lingju sounded outside the door. Is this the place? Come on, yes, this is it, go in. The voices of the two reached Xiaoming's ears, and he quickly stood up to greet them. Uncle, Auntie, you're here. Upon seeing Su Wanjing and Xia Lingju, Xiaoming quickly flashed a smile. When they saw Xiaoming, Su Wanjing and Xia Lingju reciprocated with warm smiles of their own. After spending this period of time together, they had grown quite familiar with Xiaoming. Xia Lingju said, honestly, hosting Xiaotian's birthday at such a fancy hotel, what a waste of money. Not at all, Xiaoming replied as he ushered them inside. After all, it's Sui Tian's coming-of-age ceremony. Today is especially significant for her. As for the hotel, I feel only this kind of setting truly suits her. Xia Lingju paused at Xiaoming's words. Having grown up in the city, it was only natural his perspective differed from theirs. Country folks, what they value most is saving. They've grown accustomed to frugality. No matter how wealthy they become, it's hard to change those deeply ingrained habits. He ushered Sui Tian's parents to their seats, then thoughtfully poured them tea. At this moment, Su Wanjing spoke up. By the way, Xiaoming, where are your parents? They're not skipping today, are they? Mom, Dad? Xiaoming's eyes darted around their sockets. My parents are right here beside me, aren't they? Hearing this, Su Wanjing and Xia Lingju exchanged glances. Immediately grasping Xiaoming's implication, they burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha, you're such a funny kid. Xiaoming continued, am I right? My parents will be here soon. I've already notified them, and they said they'd bring some things. Got it. Su Wanjing nodded, feeling an inexplicable comfort upon hearing Xiaoming call him Dad. Xiaoming thought for a moment and simply took out his phone. Dad, I've already ordered the dishes. Take a look and see if there's anything else you'd like to add. If there is, just go ahead and order it. As he spoke, he had already placed his phone on the table. Su Wanjing shook his head. I don't care. Let your mom take a look. Alright. Xiaoming grinned and handed the phone to Xia Lingju. Xia Lingju was a bit bewildered. These two guys playing off each other like this was actually quite amusing. Just then, a message from Sui Tian popped up on WeChat. I'm already downstairs and about to come up, but this place is so big I'm practically getting lost. Xia Lingju handed the phone back to Xiaoming. Xiao Tian is coming over, she sent you a message. Oh, right. Seeing the message, Xiaoming quickly replied, it's building B, look up and you should see it, room 556. Just take the elevator up. After sending the message, Xiaoming hastily grabbed the cake from the table. The candles were custom-made, shaped like the numbers 1 and 8. After sticking them in, he fumbled for a lighter to light them. Then he pulled the curtains shut and turned off the lights. Mom, Dad, when Etienne comes in, let's all sing happy birthday together. Sure, got it. Both Su Wanjing and Xia Lingju were in good spirits and played along with Xiaoming's plan eagerly. About 3 minutes later, the door to the room creaked open again. Snap! At the same time, Xiaoming held the cake prepared for her and walked toward the door. Behind him, Xia Lingju and Su Wanjing also began singing the birthday song. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. At this moment, Su Etienne was still somewhat dazed. Birthday? What birthday? The lights in the room turned on, and there stood Xiaoming right in front of her. He smiled faintly and held the candle close to Su Etienne. Today is your 18th birthday. Happy birthday to my wife. Make a wish. Today is my birthday? She asked in disbelief, to which Xiaoming replied, make a wish first, we'll talk about the details later. Oh, okay. She clasped her fingers together into fists and placed them under her chin, then closed her eyes and whispered softly, I hope my parents, uncles and aunts, Xiaoming, and all my family stay healthy and happy forever. Then, she opened her eyes, pouted her little lips, and blew out the candle with a whoosh. The scene was filled with warmth. Then, she raised her head, so, today is my birthday? What else? Xiaoming turned around and placed the candles on the table, pulling Su Etienne to sit in the center seat. Silly girl, have you forgotten? You didn't even know it was your birthday. But, she frowned, casting a puzzled glance toward her parents. You haven't checked after we updated your household registration. Actually, your birthday is on 11/11. You were born on November 11th, 2000. Oh, she nodded blankly. At that very moment, the room door opened once more. Xiao Guosheng and Zhou Yanwen entered carrying numerous bags, both large and small. Seeing this, Su Wanzheng and Xia Lingju hurried forward to greet them. Upon spotting Su Wanzheng, Xiao Guosheng's face instantly brightened with joy. Dear in-laws, today I brought 2 bottles of premium Tianjilan liquor. Tonight, we won't leave until we're thoroughly drunk. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yanwen's expression instantly changed. But in front of her in-laws, she felt too embarrassed to rebuke Xiao Guosheng. Suan shook his head in refusal. No. I drank way too much last time, can't do it again. Alright then, let's take it easy with the drinks this time. Oh right, this is the gift I prepared for Etienne, plus a red envelope. Etienne, catch. As he spoke, he'd already fished out a red envelope from his inner pocket and tossed it towards Su Etienne. Chapter 76, Men, so hypocritical. A bulging red envelope was casually tossed out. At that moment, Su Etienne froze, instinctively catching it in midair. Xiao Ming stole a glance at the envelope. Damn, there must be at least 10,000 yuan inside. Dad's being unusually generous this time. Xiao Ming said he also wanted one. This. Su Etienne stared blankly at the red envelope in her hand, completely taken aback for a moment. And there's more. Xiao Guosheng pulled out a cosmetic set. When Xiao Ming saw it, holy smokes, it was Giorgio Armani. That thing isn't just ordinarily expensive. He remembered that a single bottle of foundation seemed to cost over 600 yuan. Most importantly, this was a gift set. It definitely contained more than just foundation, probably including lipsticks and such. Then, Xiao Guosheng took out another set, the SK2 Facial Treatment Essence gift box. If Xiao Ming remembered correctly, a bottle of fairy water should cost around 1,500 yuan. This set includes things like moisturizer, eye cream, and essence. The total price must reach several thousand yuan. The corner of Xiao Ming's mouth twitched. Dad, why did you suddenly buy so much of this kind of stuff? All these were bought by your mother. Xiao Guosheng smiled. Aren't all young girls these days particular about their appearance? Since she's my daughter-in-law, she deserves the best. Hiss. Xiao Ming took a deep breath. His father was acting unusually today, seemingly more excited about Su Etienne's birthday than he himself was. Beside them, Xia Lingju and Su Wanjing didn't understand cosmetics at all, but hearing these words, they guessed this makeup couldn't be very cheap. But he didn't ask further. After seating his parents, Xiao Ming quickly trotted over to the table by the wall and fetched the high heels he had prepared for Su Etienne. Mysteriously, he said, Etienne, guess what gift I've prepared for you? She slightly furrowed her brows. The box looked like it contained shoes and eyed the box in Xiao Ming's hands with curiosity. A pair of shoes? How did you guess so accurately? Xiao Ming opened it slowly, feeling slightly nervous himself, unsure whether Su Etienne would like high heels. Upon seeing it was a pair of high heels, her expression turned somewhat complicated. At the same time, Xiao Ming said, because today is your coming-of-age ceremony. From now on, my Etienne is an adult. These shoes mark the beginning of your journey into maturity. Got it. She stared intently at Xiao Ming's gaze and nodded. Xiao Ming chuckled. Then do you want to give it a try? Sui Tian hesitated slightly. She had never worn high heels before, but eventually nodded. Xiao Ming immediately crouched down. Today Sui Tian was wearing a pair of white sneakers. After untying the laces and removing her shoes, what came into view was a pair of pink socks printed with a pattern of little white bunnies nibbling on carrots. Quite adorable. Sui Tian usually pays particular attention to hygiene. Her feet carried no unpleasant odor, even emanating a faint, fragrant scent. To wear high heels, you have to take off your socks, so I'll take yours off first. She nodded shyly. After the socks were removed, Xiao Ming's eyes fell upon her translucent little feet. The skin on her feet was exceptionally smooth, strikingly white, with clearly defined bones, utterly alluring. Even Xiao Ming had a fleeting thought of using her feet to, himself. What am I thinking? He shook his head and slipped these black high heels onto Sui Tian's feet. Xiao Ming stood up. Come on, try to stand up. Got it. Sui Tian wobbled unsteadily as she stood up, completely unused to wearing high heels for the first time. She could barely keep her balance, let alone walk properly. At that moment, both sets of parents watched Sui Tian with keen curiosity. Suanjing chuckled and said, "Huh, sweetie, you're still not used to these shoes, huh? Practice more at home. But wow, with those heels, you're almost as tall as Xiao Ming now, huh? Probably." Sui Tian chuckled sheepishly, straightening her back with effort to compare her height with Xiao Ming's. With high heels on, she stood around 177 centimeters tall, still several centimeters shorter than Xiao Ming. Just then, Zhou Yanwen chimed in, "Etienne, high heels take getting used to, wear them more often and you'll adapt." I got it. Sui Tian nodded quite obediently. After struggling a bit longer, she finally gave up on walking and slumped down onto the chair. Squatting down with a mischievous grin, Xiao Ming whispered in a voice only she could hear, "Etienne, do you know what pairs best with high heels?" She shook her head. "Black stockings," Xiao Ming said with a grin. Hearing this, Sui Tian rolled her eyes in disdain and ignored him. After standing up, Sui Tian pulled him into the bathroom to wash their hands. Upon returning, Xiao Ming remembered he had also bought thermal underwear for Suanzheng and Xiaolinju, so he quickly went to the table and brought over the bag containing the thermal underwear. Facing his parents, he didn't call them mom and dad this time, but instead said, "Uncle and auntie, it's getting colder and colder these days. I bought you some thermal underwear. I didn't know your sizes, so I got them based on your height and weight. Take a look later to see if they fit." "Oh my, thank you, Xiao Ming." Learning that Xiao Ming had prepared gifts for them, Suan and Xiaolinju couldn't help but be delighted. After all, having lived for so many years, they had never received gifts from anyone. The value of the gifts didn't matter. What mattered was that Xiao Ming hadn't forgotten about them and cared enough to give them. "You're welcome," Xiao Ming said cheerfully. "From now on, I'll give you gifts for every holiday, and if I ever make it big, I'll even gift you a villa." Ha ha ha. Suan was smiling as he nodded. Then we'll just wait for that day to come. Because today was Sui Tian's birthday, everyone was extremely happy. Not long after, all the dishes Xiao Ming had ordered were served on the table. Just as Xiao Ming had anticipated, his father Xiao Guosheng soon began dragging Suanjing into rounds of drinking. The main thing was, though Suanjing insisted he wouldn't drink and even covered his cup with his hand, he deliberately left a gap between his fingers, creating an opening for Xiao Guosheng to pour him liquor regardless. Xia Linju rolled her eyes at the sight. Men, so hypocritical. Chapter 77, Tricking Sui Tian. It was already 10:30 in the evening, and the meal was more or less finished. Xiao Guosheng and Suan were drinking enthusiastically, each having downed a bottle of Tianji Blue. By now, their faces were slightly flushed. Yes, they're drunk again. The two were currently spouting incomprehensible nonsense, with Xiao Guosheng occasionally throwing in a few English phrases. Throughout the drinking session, Zhou Yanwen and Xia Linju had periodically glared at them, but to no avail whatsoever. Liquid courage, that saying couldn't be more right. Beside Xiao Ming, Sui Tian was already wiping her mouth with a tissue when suddenly a satisfied belch escaped her. Burp. Xiao Ming burst out laughing. "Wow, judging by that burp, you really ate your fill today." "Got it." She nodded with a grin. "Of course. Such a fancy restaurant, I had to eat enough to make it worth the money, didn't I? Are you sure you'll break even on this meal?" Xiao Ming shook his head and turned his gaze toward his mother. "Mom, Etienne and I have pretty much finished eating." It's getting late now, shouldn't we head back?" Right. Zhou Yanwen shot Xiao Guosheng a disapproving look. She flashed a smile. "Well, old Xiao can't drive anymore. Xiaoju, let me give you all a ride home." That's too much trouble." Xia Linju shook her head. "You just take Guosheng home with you. There are plenty of taxis around here, we can grab one to get back." "Mom, I could drive uncle, auntie, and Etienne home too. Actually, I know how to drive," Xiao Ming said with a grin, but Zhou Yanwen rolled her eyes at him. "You don't even have a driver's license. What are you talking about driving?" Xiao Ming's face darkened. After all, in his previous life, he was an Akina downhill racing legend, the pure kind. But since he hadn't gotten his license in this life, he figured it was better to drop the idea. Xiao Ming quickly added, then, Mom, the car won't fit all 6 of us. Why don't you drive Dad and the uncles and aunties back, and Etienne and I will head back on our own. Yes. She fixed her gaze on Xia Linju. I'll take you both back later. Let the 2 kids go back by themselves. Alright then. Xia Linju didn't argue further. Zhou Yanwen nodded. Xiao Ming, you've already settled the bill, right? It's decided then. You and Xiaotian come back a little early later, don't stay out playing too long. Got it. Xiao Ming chuckled with a sly grin. At this hour, he must be planning to call Sui Tian down to the riverbank to grope. Soon enough, Zhou Yanwen carrying large and small bags, Xiao Ming supporting Xiao Guosheng, and Sui Tian and Xia Linju assisting Su Anjing, all made their way downstairs together. When they arrived earlier, they had parked the car in the underground parking lot. Heading down to basement level 2, they found their vehicle, and Zhou Yanwen first loaded the bags into the trunk. Then, carefully and gently, she helped Xiao Guosheng and Su Anjing into the back seats. Although the back seat had space for 3, the 2 were so thoroughly drunk, swaying and collapsing, that they simply couldn't settle in properly. Xiao Ming said, Mom, drive carefully. It's getting late, and Etienne and I will be heading back soon. Got it. Zhou Yanwen nodded. Though it was nighttime, she wasn't particularly worried about Xiao Ming being out. Xia Linju felt the same way. She knew the 2 kids wouldn't get up to any mischief at the very least. That was the impression Xiao Ming gave her now. Once in the car, Zhou Yanwen quickly drove out of the underground garage. Sui Tian beside him frowned. Then, what should we do now? Xiao Ming casually draped his arm over her shoulder. The basement lighting was rather dim, and since it was late, there were hardly any people around. Xiao Ming flashed a mischievous grin. How about, we go catch a movie? Ha! Xiao Ming continued, there's a private theater right nearby. Would you like to experience watching a movie while lying in bed? Sui Tian shook her head repeatedly. It's a bit late today. She glanced at Xiao Ming. And trying to take me to a private theater? Don't even think about it. Sui Tian looked completely on guard. Xiao Ming's little scheme, she had actually seen through it long ago. Xiao Ming smiled, just kidding. Let's take a stroll nearby to walk off our meal, then head back. Got it. Only then did she agree. The 2 descended the stairs to the hotel entrance and walked toward the nearby park. The chill of Double 11 had already set in, and the aunties who danced in the square at the park had long since dispersed, leaving the place deserted. Holding Sui Tian's hand, he led her to a lakeside spot. The lakeside was barricaded by railings, with a stone bench nearby and a dim street lamp not far off. Xiao Ming glanced around at the empty surroundings before suddenly stopping in his tracks. How about we rest here for a while, he suggested. She nodded slowly, then took a seat on the stone bench in the park. The bench was unusually cold. Normally, no one would be strolling in the park at this hour. Suddenly, Ming Xiao said with a mysterious air, Etienne, let me tell you a story. A look of curiosity crossed her face as Ming Xiao spoke. It's a horror story. I wonder if you'll be scared. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Sui Tian instinctively moved closer to him. Mainly because it was just too quiet around them. With winter approaching, there weren't even any insect sounds coming from the grass. You're scared. Xiao Ming's eyes lit up with joy. He immediately pulled Sui Tian into an embrace. Sui Tian shook her head. I'm not scared at all. At this moment, Sui Tian suddenly thought of something. She straightened her back and said, let me tell you, the second underground floor of our hospital, do you know what it is? Xiao Ming froze. The first underground floor of a hospital is typically just the parking garage, but the second underground floor, that would be the morgue. To be honest, Xiao Ming had never been in this kind of situation before. He took a deep breath. Was this little girl trying to scare him? Xiao Ming couldn't help but ask, Etienne, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Serves you right for scaring me. Sui Tian snorted. No matter how you spin it, I've been there myself. Your horror stories won't faze me in the slightest. For real? Watching Sui Tian putting on a brave front, Xiao Ming's hand slowly reached toward her neck. At the same time, he whispered in an eerie tone, then let me tell you one. This story begins from my childhood. That year, someone passed away in my grandparents' hometown. According to local customs, after an elderly person's death, the coffin would be placed in the courtyard for the wake ceremony. Xiao Ming looked at Sui Tian's profile. At this moment, she seemed completely drawn into the story. And this elderly person had raised a little kitten. This cat, when no one was paying attention, jumped into the coffin. But at dawn the next day, Xiao Ming suddenly turned his head and stared into Sui Tian's eyes. Emphasizing his tone, he said, guess what the old man's son saw at dawn? What do you see? Sui Tian froze. She was already clinging tightly to Xiao Ming's arm, pressing close against him. At this moment, Sui Tian felt a chilling sensation running down her spine. Xiao Ming held his breath, his icy fingers suddenly slipping into Sui Tian's collar. Then her whole body shuddered as she let out a cry. Ah! Sui Tian jumped with a start and couldn't help but scream too. For some reason, she instinctively lifted her leg and nestled into Xiao Ming's embrace. Then, she realized Xiaoming's hand was resting right below her collarbone, and gave it a slight squeeze. Chapter 78 Su Tianqing drools. Sui Tian froze. Her eyes widened as she stared at Xiaoming, whose hand was still outstretched. Her expression turned fierce. So, the reason he told me this story was actually to cop a feel. Xiaoming burst into giggles. The old man's son didn't see anything at all, though there was one coward who got so frightened she ran straight into her master's arms. Isn't that right, coward? Sui Tian rolled her eyes. Tisk, you're so mean, always trying to scare me and take advantage of me. That scared you too. Humph. Sui Tian glared at him fiercely, then lowered her head. Your hand, aren't you gonna pull it back? So annoying. She smacked Xiaoming's hand. Only then did the shameless Xiaoming finally let go, before abruptly lifting her clothes and slipping his hand inside. Then, with a forceful lift of his left arm, he propped up her head, bringing their lips together. This scene left Sui Tian somewhat stunned. She struggled to speak. Ouch, Xiaoming, your beard is scratching me. Only then did Xiaoming remember he had forgotten to shave this morning. If you don't like the beard scratching you, how about using something else? Ha! Sui Tian shoved Xiaoming aside directly, her face filled with disdain. Men, just as others say, are all perverts. But she wasn't angry enough to lose her temper. Her eyes rolled playfully in their sockets as she stuck her tongue out at him. Using enoki mushrooms? No way? Xiaoming was stunned. What kind of question was that? This was clearly looking down on him. Xiaoming glared at her fiercely. Little girl, who taught you this kind of thing? Humph. Sui Tian sat up straight, hands on her hips, and declared, my biology teacher taught me this. Meeting Xiaoming's gaze, Sui Tian lightly patted his head and said, Alright, little mushroom, I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Next time you drive, you'll deserve that silly nickname. Xiaoming was speechless. I haven't had any alcohol today, so why does Sui Tian seem a bit off? How dreamy, such a little maiden ought to be quite easy to train. Xiaoming continued, little mushroom can serve you thoroughly too. The next day, 3:30 p.m. Classroom of Senior 3, Class 3. Brother Ming, hurry up. The annual math competition is about to start. I heard the school's most beautiful host AI Cheng Cheng is participating this time too. Aren't we going to show some support? Ha! Listening to Xian Tianqing's words, Xiaoming suddenly remembered this afternoon was indeed the scheduled time for the math competition. Though Xiaoming hadn't signed up, his girlfriend Sui Tian had registered for it. At that moment, Sui Tian beside him was still preparing, taking out her study materials. Xiaoming, I'm heading over first. The competition is about to start. I promised teacher Wang this time that I'd bring glory to class 3. I'll be there shortly to cheer you on. Got it. She nodded and hurried out of the classroom anxiously. Xiaoming shifted his gaze to Xian Tianqing. Not an animal. Didn't you like Zhao Yalu? Why are you always thinking about checking out beautiful girls? What kind of talk is that? Xian Tianqing raised an eyebrow at him. Isn't the whole point of living to admire beautiful women? What could possibly be more important than that? According to some expert research, men who look at beautiful women every day live on average 7 years longer than those who don't. And what's more, I don't believe you wouldn't take a second look if you saw a beautiful woman on the street. Xuan Tianqing wasn't wrong about that. He said, alright, let's go. As it happens, my Etienne is participating too, and I need to go cheer her on. Whatever. Su Tianqing gazed with envy in his eyes. The two went to the restroom together before heading to the lecture hall. By this time, the lecture hall was already filled with many students. At the very front row, numerous desks had also been arranged. But Sui Tian hasn't arrived yet as a contestant. She needs to prepare backstage. This competition is similar to the super mathematician tournament that Xiaoming participated in before. The reason the school organized this competition was to determine the recipients of university recommendation quotas. That's right, these are direct admission spots. Genoa High School, as a key high school in Xinhai City, has 2 guaranteed admission spots to world-class universities each year, along with some spots reserved for 211 and 985 universities. World-class universities here refer to Tsinghua University and Peking University in China, Qingbei, and Kyoto University in Japan. Winning awards in competitions earns students academic credits. Ultimately, the top 2 students in the school's credit ranking will receive guaranteed admission to Tsinghua, Peking, or Kyoto University. Of course, just one competition can't guarantee direct admission. Generally, starting from the first year of high school, academic credits begin to accumulate. The earning of credits depends on exam results, test performance, and participation in certain activities. At this point, Xiaoming's credits are still in the negative. The reason is that he often slept in class and got penalized. As for Sui Tian, Xiaoming hadn't looked closely, but her credits were probably ranked near the top. This thing accumulates over time. Only guaranteed admission really uses credits. For students with poor academic performance, credits are pretty much inconsequential. Of course, Sui Tian didn't participate in this competition purely for credits either, but for honor. The school's welfare policies are particularly progressive now. Whenever a class wins any type of award, it's directly tied to the homeroom teacher's salary. Wang Qibei had previously approached Xiaoming, asking him to participate in this competition. Xiaoming refused outright, saying he wasn't interested. Not that he didn't want to, but because his wife was participating. There was only one spot available in the class, so Xiaoming gave it to Sui Tian. Of course, Wang Qibei had also come to terms with this fact. Moreover, Sui Tian had decent grades, so winning an award shouldn't be a major issue. 10 minutes later, the contestants had already taken the stage. At this moment, Xiaoming and Xian Tiansheng were sitting in the middle seats of the auditorium. Xian Tiansheng drooled slightly and said, "Ming, look, isn't AI Changcheng dressed absolutely stunning today? Man, she looks incredible." Xiaoming froze momentarily. "Animal, your drool is dripping out. How desperately thirsty are you? How many years has it been since you last saw a woman?" Chapter 79. Xian Tiansheng's expression turned as ugly as if he'd swallowed 2 flies. "What would you know? I call this appreciation." Xian Chenglu gave Chengcheng AI a lecherous look. Chengcheng AI was the class monitor of Class 1, Grade 12, with above-average looks. She was particularly skilled at makeup, always applying it with an innocent vibe. That's not the point. The point is she has 36D. Because she had good grades, big boobs, and a pretty face. Well, with all these buffs stacked, quite a few people at school really liked her. Some classmates even called her the 36D class flower. At this moment, the competing contestants have taken their seats on stage. The rules of the school's math competition are quite simple, selecting several complex problems for a quiz-style answer race. The second round is turn-based answering, with an opportunity to seek help if unable to respond. As for the third round, it involves solving a problem in front of many students and explaining it in detail. The competition will last for several weeks, and today only students from 4 classes are participating. And this time, AI Qingqing's opponent happens to be Sui Tian. Quite a showdown. This is a decisive battle between the 2 class bells. Su Tiansheng clapped his hands. In Class 3 of senior year, Sui Tian could definitely be called the class belle, and AI Qingcheng could also be considered the class belle of Class 1. The duel between the 2 class bells officially began. Just then, teacher Wang Qibei suddenly walked over and plopped himself down beside Xiaoming. At this moment, Xian Tiansheng didn't notice teacher Wang coming over. He looked at AI Chengcheng and said, "Mingji, how come AI Chengcheng developed so well? I really want to get my hands on her." Ahem. Xiaoming coughed, while teacher Wang stared at him intently from the side. Of course, he also knew what boys talked about privately. This kind of talk was completely normal. It would be weird if we didn't talk about this. Xuan Tianqing turned his head. "What's up? I wasn't wrong, that..." Suddenly, their eyes met. Xuan Tianqing's expression froze, while Wang Qinan looked at him with a grin. "Xuan Tianqing, what are you talking about? Getting hands on what?" And nothing." Xian Tianqing's face was plastered with embarrassment. It felt like a herd of alpacas stampeding through his heart. He scratched his head awkwardly. "Teacher Wang, what brings you here? What's wrong? Not happy to see me?" No. Xuan Tianqing shook his head repeatedly, just a tad surprised, that's all. Xiaoming burst out laughing. "Come on, Teacher Wang knows exactly what kind of person you are, right Teacher Wang?" "Got it." He nodded. Xuan Tianqing's expression turned as if he'd swallowed 2 flies. By this time, the lecture hall was already more than half full. The competition was about to begin. A student union member explained the rules of the math competition, and then the first multiple-choice question appeared on the projector screen. Xiaoming turned his gaze to Sui Tian. The first question wasn't difficult, so this girl should theoretically be able to answer it quickly. 5 seconds later, she pressed the button. At the same time, she spoke up. "For this question, the answer is A." Right answer. Next question. The match continued. The first 3 questions were all answered by Sui Tian in quick succession. Wang Qibei looked at Sui Tian with a cheerful smile, as if his eyes were filled with dollar signs. He said with great appreciation, not bad, Xiaoming. It seems you've been tutoring her well in math lately." Sui Tian's grades have improved significantly. "Probably." Xiaoming chuckled. Ever since his academic performance improved, Teacher Wang's attitude toward him had completely changed. Since Xiaoming had Teacher Wang on WeChat, Wang Qibei was also aware that he and Sui Tian were dating. After all, this was someone else's affair, and Wang Qibei naturally didn't intervene. As long as students performed well academically and didn't cause too much trouble at school, he would turn a blind eye. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the first round of the competition had concluded. Sui Tian scored 11 points. AI Qingqing's score was 9. In the first round, Sui Tian temporarily took the lead. During the halftime break, it wasn't long before Sui Tian came bouncing enthusiastically over to him. Noticing Wang Qibei there, she looked puzzled. "Professor Wang? Why are you here too?" Wang Qibei said. "Why is everyone asking me? Xuan Tianqing just asked me the same thing. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to be here? No. Sui Tian glanced at Xiaoming and smugly asked, well, how'd I do just now? Pretty good, right? Good. Hearing this, Wang Qibei, standing nearby, also nodded in agreement. Good, Etienne. I just checked your academic credits. You're currently ranked 6th in the entire school. If you work hard in the coming period, you might have a chance to secure a recommendation to Tsinghua or Peking University. Really? Sui Tian had only asked casually. After careful consideration, she replied with a smile, actually, getting recommended admission isn't that important to me. Her gaze locked onto Xiaoming's eyes as she continued, for future universities, I still want to be with Xiaoming. Wherever he goes, I'll go. He. Upon hearing Sui Tian's words, Xiaoming chuckled and asked, Teacher Wang, where do my academic credits rank? Do I have a chance at guaranteed admission to Peking or Tsinghua University? You? Wang Qibei shook his head. Don't even mention it. I've seen your credits. Being late, sleeping in class, cheating on exams, leaving early. Is there any offense you haven't committed? Your current credit score is -6, ranking 771st in the entire senior year. Rank 771, not bad at all. Xiaoming wore a mischievous grin. Genoa High had over 1,000 senior students, which meant more than 300 were ranked below him. Alright. Wang Qibei waved his hand dismissively, but your scores are quite close to Sui Tian's now. Push a little harder, and you might even make it to Tsinghua or Peking University. Got it. By now, Xiaoming had set his university aspirations in stone. If it's not Tsinghua or Peking, then it's Kyoto University. When the time comes, the choice will still depend on the major. After all, there's still a considerable gap between Kyoto University and Tsinghua/Peking. Time flies. After a 10-minute break, Sui Tian returned to the competition venue to begin the second round. Chapter 80, Zhuan Tianqing's Betrayal. On stage, as Sui Tian and Ai Chengcheng stepped forward, the noisy lecture hall gradually quieted down. The student council representative held the microphone to her mouth. Both contestants are ready, right? Now we'll proceed to the second round of this match. Competition rules, answer the questions in order. The difficulty level of this round's questions is relatively high. Each contestant has 3 opportunities for assistance, with a total of 20 questions. If you can't answer the question, you may ask a classmate you know for help. If the answer is incorrect, no points will be awarded for this question. Contestants, do you both understand the rules? Sui Tian and Ai Chengcheng nodded simultaneously. At the same time, Ai Chengcheng cast a glance at Sui Tian and smirked coldly. She spoke softly, I lost to you in the first round, but the second round might be different. Sui Tian simply nodded slightly, saying nothing. The competition began quickly. The student council representative held up their screen, gazing at the projection. The first question, Ai Chengcheng answered, given the vector A equals, cosine 2/3x, sine 3/2, find the range of values for x. The classmates in the room all turned their gaze toward the projection. Most of the students who attended the competition were top academic performers. Slackers wouldn't usually waste time here, while some students with pens had already begun calculating. On the field, Ai Chengcheng's expression turned serious after seeing the question. The difficulty of this problem was indeed substantial. Even Xianqing beside Xiaoming couldn't resist pulling out a notebook and began writing in it. Xiaoming frowned and couldn't help asking, damn, has the sun risen from the west today? What's gotten into you that you're actually writing? Su Tianqing didn't look up, nor did his pen stop moving. What if Ai Chengcheng can't solve it and asks for my help later? Hearing this, Xiaoming rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but say, if I remember correctly, Ai Chengcheng doesn't even know you. Even if she did, she wouldn't ask for your help. Su Tianqing's face stiffened, looking as if he'd swallowed 3 flies. Meanwhile, Wang Qibei patted Xiaoming on the shoulder beside him. Xiaoming, you're not doing as well as Su Tianqing on this one. This problem is tricky. Wouldn't it be better if you actually worked it out? Xiaoming turned his head curiously. Is this problem tricky? The answer is just t greater than 4. Su Tianqing? Wang Qibei? Wang Qibei froze, unable to believe his ears. You've already solved this problem? Of course. Xiaoming shrugged. Is this really that hard? Surely no one finds it difficult. Damn it. Xuan Tianqing rolled his eyes beside him. Ming bro, I think you're flexing, but I've got no proof. Xiaoming shot back. Buzz off, it's clearly you who's being dumb. Xuan Tianqing didn't say anything more since teacher Wang was present, no swearing allowed. Meanwhile on stage, after calculating for quite a while, Ai Chengcheng still hadn't solved the problem. She only had 5 minutes to solve the problem, so she turned her gaze to a boy in the audience not far from her, but the boy also shook his head. Ai Chengcheng looked somewhat disappointed, but she still said to the student council representative, I need help. Sure. Taking a deep breath, Ai Chengcheng still had confidence in her reputation at school. After all, her looks were quite striking. She was also quite well known at school. You can choose one person from the audience to answer for you. A correct answer earns points, but an incorrect one won't. As the student council representative finished speaking, AI Changqing turned her gaze toward her classmates seated in the lecture hall. But at this moment, none of her classmates were willing to raise their hands to help her. This problem was quite challenging. Though many boys wanted to use this chance to get to know her, they simply didn't know the answer. AI Changqing slowly shifted her gaze and soon looked towards Xiaoming's direction. Just then, Xian Tianqing suddenly raised his hand. AI Hang's eyes lit up. Looking at this chubby kid, her feelings were somewhat complicated. Mainly, his expression was too sleazy. And in her current situation, she really had no choice. After careful consideration, she nodded and fixed her gaze on the student council representative. There's a chubby classmate who's willing to help me. As she spoke, the student council leader had already turned their attention to Xianqing Tian. Classmate, please stand up and help I Ching Chang answer the question. Xian Tianqing was dumbfounded. Holy shit, how did they actually pick him? Beside him, Xiao Ming and Wang Qibei were equally stunned. What was going on? Was this a case of forsaking friendship for beauty? After all, AI Qingqing's opponent was none other than Sui Tian from their class. What the hell is Xianqing helping her answer? Traitor! Xian Tianqing slowly stood up, his mind a complete blank, unconsciously uttering the correct answer. T greater than 4. Correct answer. The student council representative said, "Thank you, this chubby classmate, for answering for AI Changqing." Upon hearing the correct answer, AI Changqing was momentarily stunned. This is a bit unbelievable. Who would have thought her answer was correct? Opposite AI Changqing, Sui Tian looked at Xian Tianqing with utter confusion. What the hell? Ha? Xuan Tianqing betrayed us? I'll make sure Xiao Ming teaches him a lesson later. Jesus fucking Christ, you goddamn animal, have you lost your mind? Xiao Ming had already raised his arm, ready to slap him. Su Tianqing quickly withdrew his neck. Mingji, listen to my explanation. I didn't expect no one would help her, and that she'd pick me. You fucking couldn't have deliberately given the wrong answer. I got carried away in the heat of the moment. Su Tianqing leaned his face closer. Hit me. Scram. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. If Sui Tian loses this match, you're in for a beating. Meanwhile, Wang Qibei said with undisguised contempt, Su Tianqiang, you'd better go home and write me a 3,000-word self-criticism. If you don't finish it today, don't even think about going home. Wang Qibei's blood pressure skyrocketed. God damn it, this was money slipping right through his fingers. Meanwhile, the students in senior year class 1 burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, holy shit, I know that fat guy, he's from class 3. That class is Sui Tian and AI Changqing are rivals, and he actually helped AI Changqing? I'm dead. Maybe he's got a thing for AI Changqing? True, with those 36D curves, who wouldn't? The second problem soon appeared on the big screen. Question 2, given the vector, find the monotonic increasing interval of f, x. Sui Tian gazed at the large screen, her pen swiftly calculating in hand. Xian Tianqing beside Xiao Ming did the same. Xiao Ming noticed Xian Tianqing getting to work. Xian Tianqing, you started calculating again. My bad, brother Ming. Xianqing said, if my sister-in-law can't solve it, I'll do my best to help her. Xiao Ming burst out laughing. Stop calculating. The answer to this problem is that the monotonically increasing interval is pi/24, pi/8. Chapter 81, this is a wrong question. Hearing Xiao Ming's answer, Xianqing abruptly raised his head. You've already calculated it? It's only been a few seconds. You think I'm as slow-witted as you are. Xiao Ming cast a disdainful glance, fixing his gaze squarely on Sui Tian. Meanwhile, Wang Qibei to his right had a fleeting glint in his eyes. He covered his face with his hand. Damn it, if only he had persuaded Xiao Ming to join this competition back then. If we let him join, the prize money will pour in like rain. About 3 minutes later, Sui Tian raised her head. She pressed her lips to the microphone and said, the answer to this problem is the monotonic increasing interval, pi/24, pi/8. As she spoke these words, Sui Tian exuded an unusually confident aura. Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. The difficulty of this problem was no less than the first one. The fact that she could solve it proved that her abilities surpassed AI Chingqing's. Correct answer. The student council representative announced the third question directly to avoid wasting time. The third question was somewhat easier, and AI Chingqing took about 4 minutes to answer it. The next question will be answered by Sui Tian. Given the sequence A, find the general term formula for the sequence, and, After hearing this problem, Sui Tian's expression showed a hint of nervousness, because sequences were her weakest subject. Moreover, this problem was just a tiny bit too difficult, so she simply gave up on trying to answer it herself. I need help. Hearing these words, Xiao Ming immediately stood up. The answer to this problem is n equals 2/3, 2 and 1 plus 1 and 1. His response was remarkably efficient, flowing smoothly from start to finish. Correct answer. Thank you, Xiao Ming, for your response. The student council representative knew Xiaoming and would usually exchange a few words with him. His relationship with Sui Tian was something these student representatives also knew about. Upon hearing Xiaoming's response, Sui Tian couldn't help but smile and gave him a thumbs up. Tisk. Wang Qibei couldn't understand how Xiaoming could be so damn impressive. There was no way he could have known the contest answers in advance. Unable to contain himself, he asked, Ahem, Xiaoming, isn't your answering speed a bit too fast? Xiaoming was slightly taken aback. Then I'll be more careful next time and answer more slowly. What kind of question was that? Forget it. Wang Qibei didn't think too much about it. In any case, Xiaoming had indeed changed quite a bit, but this was a good thing. Once Xiaoming got into a top university, the scholarship money would end up in his hands anyway. As for the rest, let it pass. In the following time, the competition proceeded smoothly. Sui Tian didn't seek help again, while Ai Chengcheng ended up using all three of her opportunities. In the end, both contestants answered all questions correctly, and the current score stood at 21-19. If Sui Tian could hold steady in the third round, advancement seemed quite possible. As halftime arrived, Sui Tian walked over with a stern face, looking absolutely furious. Clenching her little fists, she threw a fierce glare at Xian Tiancheng the moment she reached him. Xian Tiancheng, aren't you going to explain yourself? Well, Xian Tiancheng froze momentarily. Do whatever you want to me. Sui Tian. Xiaoming looked up at Sui Tian. Alright, Etienne, this guy's got a one-track mind right now, just ignore him. Sui Tian shot him a glare but didn't say anything more. Anyway, it was just utterly annoying. Wang Qibei said, I've already told him to write a 3,000-word self-reflection. You've done well, keep up the hard work in today's final match. Got it. Sui Tian nodded. Wang Qibei continued to instruct, the last question is quite challenging. Make sure to give it your best effort. Don't worry, Teacher Wang. Sui Tian glanced at Ai Chengcheng in the distance. I can tell she's not particularly strong in math. The final match shouldn't be much of an issue. Having confidence is good. Wang Qibei turned his gaze toward Su Tiancheng. Su Tiancheng, stop watching here. Hurry back to the classroom and write your self-reflection, or you won't finish it by the end of school. Oh, he curled his lips, stood up, and walked out through the back door of the lecture hall. Sui Tian chuckled and plopped down right next to the school gate. She said with some grievance, Su Tiancheng is really too annoying. You must teach him a good lesson later. Alright, I'll definitely give him a couple of kicks later. Sui Tian smiled. Of course, she knew Xiaoming was just joking. After chatting with Xiaoming for a while longer, Sui Tian began the final round of the competition 10 minutes later. At this moment, both Sui Tian and Ai Chengcheng's heartbeats noticeably quickened. After all, it was the final competition. To say they felt no pressure would be a lie. Next, we'll begin the final match. The student council representative began announcing, this round requires solving the question on the blackboard and providing a detailed explanation. The judges will score based on the steps taken to solve the problem and the oral explanation of the solution. The full score is 10 points. For the first question, Ai Chengcheng will go first. Please welcome Ai Chengcheng to the stage. After the student council representative finished speaking, Ai Chengcheng stepped forward with confident strides. Meanwhile, another major question appeared once more on the large screen. Xiaoming gave it a quick glance. The difficulty wasn't particularly high, just ordinary. Seeing the question, Ai Chengcheng smiled clearly. She knew how to solve this problem and was brimming with confidence. Sui Tian and the audience present all fixed their gazes on her with intense seriousness. In just 10 minutes, Ai Chengcheng had written down the answer. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming took a deep breath. It's really well written. Then, she narrated the problem-solving approach for this question in just 5 minutes. In the end, the judges gave her a score of 8.8. And 8.8 was considered a very high score in the third round of the competition. The next question will be answered by Sui Tian. Sui Tian took a deep breath and walked onto the stage. When the question appeared, she froze for a moment. This problem was about sequences. Sui Tian's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Yet, she gritted her teeth and began working on it anyway. Halfway through, Sui Tian suddenly realized there was something off about this problem. No matter which formula she tried, none of them seemed to fit. Wang Qibei also noticed something unusual happening. Not as good at math as Xiaoming, he quickly asked, Xiaoming, what's going on? Why did Sui Tian stop? Is this problem's difficulty level? Let me take a look. Xiaoming watched every step of Sui Tian's work with a serious expression. Finally, he identified the source of the problem. This problem, it's a wrongly posed question. Chapter 82. Why does this problem seem so strange? A mistake in the question? After hearing Xiaoming's words, Wang Qibei fell into deep thought. The problems for math competitions were all set by teachers. While the probability of errors appearing was small, it wasn't impossible. In previous years' competitions, similar incidents have occurred. That's right. Xiaoming beside nodded in agreement. There's an error in this problem's phrasing. The numbers in that sequence are problematic. Xiao Ming pointed at the question. Wang Qibei nodded pensively before saying, so should I inform the competition committee to have them change Sui Tian's question? No need. Xiao Ming shook his head as he watched Sui Tian on stage deep in thought. He had a feeling Sui Tian could definitely solve this problem. Surely by now, she must have spotted the issue. I believe in Etienne. She's bound to recognize there's something wrong with this question. Got it. Wang Qibei nodded without saying much else. At this moment, several teacher judges below the stage were carefully observing Sui Tian. Among the 5 judges, one mathematics teacher had already spotted the issue with the problem. Yet he didn't point it out directly. He was well aware of Sui Tian's academic performance. He wanted to see if Sui Tian could actually spot the problem in this question. Time ticked by minute by minute. With only 20 minutes allotted to solve this problem, 15 had already passed. At this moment, Wang Qibei was tempted to point it out directly. After all, he didn't want the bonus that was practically within his grasp to slip away. At the same time, Ai Chengcheng looked at Sui Tian with a faint smile on her face. 15 minutes had already passed, with only 5 minutes remaining. It was unlikely she could come up with an answer now. Classmate Sui Tian, you have 5 minutes left to respond, the student council representative said helplessly. On the stage, Sui Tian didn't let his words disrupt her train of thought. Wang Qibei could finally hold back no longer and was just about to speak when Sui Tian suddenly turned her gaze toward the student council representative. Report, there's an issue with this question. Hearing this, the student council representative looked somewhat puzzled. He asked, do you mean there's a mistake in this question? Yes. Sui Tian nodded and turned her gaze to the large screen. The term 2n1 in the question should be 2n plus 1, and d should equal nm. Upon hearing Sui Tian's words, apart from the teacher who had already spotted the issue, the other 4 teachers suddenly looked enlightened. They hadn't scrutinized it carefully until Sui Tian pointed it out, only then realizing where the mistake lay. The student council representative wasn't sure whether the question contained an error or not. His eyes turned toward the 5 judging teachers, whereupon the lead judge spoke. Student Sui Tian is right, there's an issue with this problem. Classmate Sui Tian, we'll give you another 5 minutes. Please solve it within 10 minutes. Got it. She gave a slight nod and turned back decisively, continuing to write on the blackboard with chalk in hand. After observing her performance, Xiao Ming turned his head. Teacher Wang, wasn't I right? I believe in this girl. Wang Qibei gently patted his chest. That scared me to death, but she did exceptionally well indeed. At this moment, Wang Qibei felt quite relieved. It seemed this bonus payment was secure. In just 5 minutes, Sui Tian had written out the remaining steps to solve the problem. Then, with a confident smile, she proceeded to explain her solution once more. Xiao Ming observed Sui Tian's problem-solving demonstration, noticing an uncanny resemblance to how he used to explain problems to her. Of course he didn't interfere. At this moment, Sui Tian's performance particularly satisfied all 5 judges present. Please judges, score contestant Sui Tian. Her performance left a lasting impression on many present, not just for solving the problems, but also for that rare quality she possessed. In the end, Sui Tian scored 9.6. Of course, scoring so high was also related to her finding that incorrect question. Upon learning her score, Sui Tian felt a little excited too, unable to resist covering her mouth with her hand. For her, this represented recognition, being acknowledged by all 5 judges. Sui Tian's final score is 30.6, successfully advancing to the next round of this competition. Congratulations, Sui Tian. Good. Xiao Ming couldn't help but applaud, and at that moment, the entire lecture hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Her popularity is no joke, many of her classmates are her little fans. Teacher Wang, now you don't have to worry anymore. Xiao Ming looked at Wang Qibei, who nodded and said, not bad, this time. Before Wang Qibei could finish, Xiao Ming interrupted, this time your bonus is secured, right? What are you talking about? Wang Qibei was slightly taken aback. This Xiao Ming seemed a bit mischievous. He continued, do you also want to write a 3,000-word self-criticism like Xin Tianshang? No. Xiao Ming shook his head vigorously. At that moment, Sui Tian had already stepped off the stage and was walking toward him. Teacher Wang, I'm not really interested in the rest of the competition, so I'll take off now. You keep watching. Bye. With that, Xiao Ming scurried away in a flash. Wang Qibei couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Ming's antics. That boy, sigh. He shook his head. Now wasn't the time to dwell on such things. What he should be thinking about instead was how to spend this month's bonus. Buying a little toy car for my daughter, then, giving my wife a handbag. Should I buy myself a PS5? After leaving the lecture hall, Sui Tian straightened her posture, hands on her hips, boasting smugly. Hee, how'd I do? Pretty eye-opening, huh? Not bad. Xiao Ming gently ruffled her hair. Still, I taught you well. Without me, wouldn't you have missed that error in the question? Do you look down on me? Sui Tian rolled her eyes at him. Xiao Ming shook his head. Not at all, but there's also a question I can't solve. How about we find some time to discuss it together privately? Sui Tian scratched her head and asked somewhat perplexedly, "What question? Let me check." Xiaoming pulled Sui Tian into a corner of the hallway, leaned against the window, and took out his phone. As he searched, he also explained, "This problem is quite difficult and will take a long time. Moreover, I can't be disturbed while working on it." Xiaoming's words completely piqued her curiosity. She said, "Hurry up and find it, maybe I can solve it." Alright. Soon, Xiaoming found the problem. The question required solving a coordinate system. X equals 3 ilog 136 the xb, 36y36/e. This problem also includes an image. Sui Tian looked at the contents of her phone. How, this feels strange. Chapter 83, the system made him start a company. Noticing Sui Tian's slightly bewildered gaze, Xiaoming felt somewhat puzzled. Could it be that this girl has already reached the level of instant comprehension? No way. So, Etienne, care to find a quiet spot to discuss this problem together? By now, Sui Tian had already figured out Xiaoming's ulterior motives. She rolled her eyes. "I see right through you. Not interested in this problem, I'm going back to the classroom to study." With that, she even waved her fist in front of him, as if to say, "Try me again, and I'll punch you." Pouting, she walked away from the spot, heading toward the classroom. Xiaoming froze. This girl, Sui Tian, she actually understood. Damn it! He hurriedly followed after her, returning to the classroom together. Because the school was holding an event, there had been no classes since 3 o'clock. Groups of classmates were chatting in the classroom, while some were stealthily bending their heads behind desks to play games, avoiding surveillance. Of course, there were also some diligent students studying or reading. As for Xian Tiansheng, he was busy writing his self-criticism report. His expression was downright miserable. Seeing Xiaoming return, he immediately grabbed him. "Bloody hell, Ming-ji, you and sis-in-law are back. So, what's the result? I bet sis-in-law got promoted." "She did get promoted, but you still gotta write that self-criticism report." Xiaoming couldn't help glancing at the self-criticism letter on Xian Tianxing's desk. From a quick look, it seemed Xian had indeed written about his mistake of helping AI Cheng with her answers. But the content was quite exaggerated, just like writing a novel, and full of fluff. Which was understandable. After all, it was such a trivial matter. Asking someone to write a 3,000-word self-criticism about it would be impossible for anyone. He grinned sheepishly. Advancing is what matters. If I'd somehow prevented my sister-in-law from qualifying, I'll kick your head right off. Xiaoming glared at him disdainfully. Already has a crush on some girl, yet still fucking helps her out. This kind of behavior is just so disgusting. Won't happen next time. Xian Tianxing raised an eyebrow at him. But Ming-ji, I don't believe you don't like 3060s. Actually, I kinda wanna be a scumbag too. Enough, go write your self-criticism. Xiaoming gave him a glare before returning to his seat. At this moment, Sui Tian had already opened a test paper and started working on it. She was particularly focused. Xiaoming didn't disturb her, and just then, a sudden voice from the system echoed in his mind. Since the system rarely made its presence known, this voice startled him quite a bit. "Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the mission. Establish your own company with a market value of 5 million before the university semester begins. Currently, you have accumulated many wish points. You can use items from the Wish Mall to help increase your company's market value." Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiaoming was completely stunned. Starting a company? Although he's already an adult now, shouldn't his main task be studying hard to get into a good university? To be honest, being suddenly told to start a company without any preparation did feel overwhelming. But, since the system said so, Xiaoming had no reason not to do it. But, what kind of company should I start? Xiaoming pondered carefully. Were there any companies that suddenly rose to prominence in his previous life? It seemed not. After all, the timeline of his rebirth was only 4 years prior. 4 years had passed, yet truly exceptional startup projects seemed few and far between. Primarily, the issue lay in securing initial capital. At this point, he genuinely couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. Might as well check what the system had prepared for him. Xiaoming directly opened the system panel and accessed the point store. At this moment, subtle changes had quietly appeared in the point store. Perhaps due to the mission assignment, the first things displayed before his eyes were various items. All these items could provide certain benefits for establishing a company. Premium Clothing Design Plan 5000 points. Exchange to obtain premium clothing design plans. Gourmet Cooking Tutorial 5000 points. Acquire professional chefs' cooking techniques. Semiconductor Research and Development 10000 points. Obtain chip development solutions. Controlled Nuclear Fusion 50000 points. Acquire research and partial technology for controlled nuclear fusion. Beyond these, there were numerous other opportunities spanning various industries, leaving Xiaoming dazzled by the sheer number of potential entrepreneurial projects before him. His eyes kept darting around in their sockets when Sui Tian suddenly waved a hand in front of his face, snapping him back to reality. The girl had been watching him for quite some time. Unable to hold back any longer, she asked, Xiaoming, what's wrong? Are you deep in thought? Right. Xiaoming asked, by the way, Etienne, have you ever thought about your future career? Or rather, what kind of job do you want to do later? Sui Tian didn't know why Xiaoming suddenly asked this, but since they'd touched upon this topic, she began. Because I grew up in a hospital, ever since I was little, I wanted to be an angel in white, saving lives and healing the wounded. But lately, I've suddenly become obsessed with fashion magazines, and recently I've been wanting to become a model. Because I really like folk music, maybe influenced by NetEase cloud music, sometimes I even dream of opening a homestay to listen to others' poetry in distant horizons. And also, don't you think the scenes through the lens look incredibly beautiful? I also want to write rich, vivid articles and turn them into films. Xiaoming was taken aback. Sui Tian's thoughts were quite imaginative. Sui Tian quickly clarified, I was just sharing an idea. I haven't really thought about what I'll do in the future. I'll wait until after the college entrance exams, see my results, and then decide. She looked at Xiaoming curiously and asked, by the way, why did you suddenly bring this up? Nothing important. Xiaoming shook his head. He gently pinched her cheek playfully. Just idle thoughts. After all, you're already my little darling. I was wondering what kind of job I should take in the future to support our family. After hearing this, she said, isn't it a bit too early to think about that now? Silly girl, Xiaoming replied. Men represent responsibility. We must plan carefully for the future. Sui Tian felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Sitting up straight, she gently patted her chest. Don't worry, I'm here too. We'll build our little home together in the future. But for now, I feel we don't need to overthink it. We should focus on studying first. Got it. Xiaoming nodded in acknowledgement. What kind of company should I start?